Chapter 1. Entering the Beast Realm. In the golden autumn of September, another academic season dawned. That night, the airplane descended from the skies. Chaoyan grasped her bag in her left hand while dragging her heavy suitcase with her right as she hurried towards the school. The night was initially devoid of wind, yet suddenly an eerie gust arose, tousling her cascading hair. For a moment, her locks obscured her vision, and with both hands occupied, she could only mutter a curse at the heavens. This wind is rather peculiar. She managed to free a hand to smooth her hair, only to be met with a blinding beam of light. What on earth? Instinctively, Chaoyan raised her hand to shield her eyes, but all she could hear was the screeching halt of a car. Then, her own body flew through the air in a parabolic arc, landing with a resounding thud. The driver hastily exited the vehicle to inspect the scene, only to find a scattering of luggage and a solitary phone lying abandoned on the ground. Strange, I think I just hit someone, but where did they go? Could it be something unclean? I should leave quickly. With that, the driver fled in haste. No one was aware of the incident that had just transpired, nor did anyone know that a girl had vanished into thin air. Chaoyan gradually regained consciousness, her head throbbing as if it might split apart. After a brief moment, she attempted to push herself up, only to encounter a texture that was decidedly uncharacteristic of the hard pavement. Grass and dry leaves? Chaoyan found herself amidst a patch of wild grass, with a canopy of dense foliage overhead. Where am I? Was I just hit by a car? Could this be the underworld? Her mind swirled with a myriad of questions. Yet, who wouldn't be overwhelmed with queries upon finding themselves in a locale reminiscent of a prehistoric forest? She pinched herself with fervor. Tears sprang to her eyes from the pain. Ouch! It seemed she was not dreaming, and Chaoyan felt a wave of despair wash over her. Then, another thought struck her. Could it be that she had crossed over to another realm? Was it possible she had traversed to ancient times? Why do others who cross over become either noble ladies or princesses, while I find myself in this godforsaken place? Is there no sense of fairness whatsoever? As she lamented, she tugged at the innocent grass beside her. Host, I am equally powerless, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Who's speaking? Is there anyone else in this forest? I am System 099. You may refer to me as Jiu Jiu. The icy voice responded again. A system? Is it the kind that provides a protagonist with a golden finger in novels? One could say so, but I am currently in a weakened state. I was struck by turbulence on the main star and fell to Blue Star, where I was further disrupted by its magnetic field. Thus, I could only attach myself to you nearby. Healing you has nearly depleted all my energy reserves, and I may enter a dormant state at any moment. Host, my time is running short. The magnetic field of Blue Star is overwhelmingly strong, and I can only transport you to the beast world. Our purpose here is to seek out individuals of great fortune by interacting with them. I can restore my energy and return you to Blue Star. I have just expended my last reserves of power to grant you the ability to communicate in the language of beasts. A crackling sound of electricity faded, leaving only Chaoyan's voice resonating in the vast forest. Jiu Jiu? Jiu Jiu. Has it entered a dormant state? What am I to do now? Chaoyan was left speechless as her system chose the most critical moment to abandon her. Individuals of great fortune? The beast world? What kind of fantastical nonsense is this? Chaoyan crouched down, covering her face. Here she was, a perfectly ordinary university student, on the brink of graduating and stepping into the workforce, poised to gain financial independence. What was she to do now? An orphan, Chaoyan had been discovered by the director of the Welfare Institute during her business trip. From a young age, she was adored for her charming and delicate beauty, which made her the favorite playmate of the other children at the institute. The director and the volunteer sisters were also fond of her, often bringing her sweets and snacks. After finally being accepted into university, she was about to embark on a journey to repay the Welfare Institute and society, only to find herself transported to another realm. Chaoyan mused that perhaps this was merely a stroke of bad luck. She had promised the director she would return during the winter break, and now she had broken that promise. The director would surely be heartbroken. Goo! Her stomach audibly growled, shattering the somber atmosphere. It's time to find something to eat. Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. In such a vast forest, I'm bound to find something edible. Chaoyan stood up, brushing off the dust from her pants and back. Yet, she faced a dilemma. Which direction should she take? Surveying her surroundings, she realized the trees here were entirely unlike those on Earth, with many unfamiliar plants. Each tree was stout, requiring 5 people to encircle it, with thick, straight trunks. Strangely, there were no bird song. In this expansive forest, the absence of chirping and other animal sounds was utterly unscientific, unless something here instilled fear in the creatures. Influenced by the supernatural novels she often read, Li Chaoyan felt an increasing dread in her heart. As if to validate her fears, a gust of wind blew through. Startled, Li Chaoyan dashed off in a random direction in that moment, she was immensely grateful for her outfit, a white t-shirt paired with athletic pants and running shoes, perfect for fleeing. After a significant distance, Li Chaoyan felt she had ventured far enough from that eerie place. Ahead lay a small stream, and she intended to wash the sweat from her face. Upon reaching the stream, she cupped her hands to splash water onto her face, and the reflection in the water vividly revealed the beauty of her visage, with a complexion as fair and smooth as porcelain. Her delicate, doe-like eyes sparkled brilliantly, framed by fluttering eyelashes that seemed poised to take flight and transform into stars at any moment. As my gaze descended, I beheld a petite, elegantly arched nose, and her rosy, cherry-red lips adorned her visage, enhancing her lively and vivacious aura. Truly, she was a vision of beauty. After washing her face, she still felt somewhat dissatisfied having just run. Her clothes clung to her, damp with sweat. While washing her face, she had noticed that the water appeared to be of a modest depth. Casting her eyes around, she observed the stillness of her surroundings, devoid of any sound. Leaning cautiously to lift the hem of her shirt, she removed her t-shirt and quickly followed by shedding her pants. Perching at the water's edge, she tested the depth with her feet before gradually easing herself into the cool embrace of the stream. The water reached just to her chest, its temperature pleasantly soothing, and as she relaxed, she felt her exhaustion from exertion melt away, her eyes gently closing in comfort. However, after a moment of tranquility, she sensed a probing gaze emanating from the direction of the forest. When she turned to investigate, that feeling vanished. I must finish washing up quickly. I still need to search for food. I wonder if there are any fish in this water. To distract herself from her discomfort, she began to speak aloud. Yet, her thoughts wandered again, realizing that even if there were fish, it would be of little use without a flint to start fire. Did she intend to rub sticks together? Unbeknownst to her, at the very moment her gaze left the forest, a silvery figure darted past, its scales glimmering briefly against the tree trunks. Not far from where Li Chaoyan stood, a large silver python silently glided into the water. Some may have perished, but not entirely. Chapter 2. Can a snake transform into a human? Having completed her cleansing ritual, Li Chaoyan prepared to ascend the bank and don her clothing. She made a tentative stroke towards the shore. Her leg brushed against something cold and scaly, the sensation fleeting yet undeniably real. Could there truly be fish in this stream? But in the next heartbeat, she felt her leg ensnared by powerful coils, the constricting force rapidly ascending. This was dire. In truth, when fear reaches its zenith, movement becomes an impossibility. Thus, Li Chaoyan found herself paralyzed, yet she compelled herself to peer into the depths beneath the surface. A silver serpent had entwined itself around her leg. Oh my goodness, a snake. During her time at the orphanage, she had witnessed a child bitten by a snake. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the director, that child might have lost their life. From that moment, she had developed a profound fear of snakes, and now, faced with a serpent thicker than herself, how could she not tremble in terror? Help! There's a snake? Is anyone there? Snakes can kill. Director! Her voice crescendoed into a wail as panic consumed her. In that moment, Li Chaoyan was oblivious to everything but the overwhelming dread of being fully ensnared by the serpent. At this moment, the serpent had coiled itself around Li Chaoyan's waist and was gradually advancing towards her chest. Chaoyan felt an icy chill enveloping her entire body, and she could already glimpse the serpent's head. At that moment, the colossal snake, Jiu Jiu, harbored a singular thought. This female was irresistibly fragrant and soft, and he yearned to take her back. In her struggle, Li Chaoyan suddenly slipped and fell into the water, fearing that she was destined to perish in the jaws of the snake. Throughout her life, she had been diligent and free from illness, having even survived a car accident, but now it seemed she would truly meet her end. Just then, a pair of strong arms caught her sinking body and pulled her back to the shore. Slowly, she opened her tightly shut eyes to behold the profile of a silver-haired man. She thought to herself how fortunate she was to be saved at such a critical moment. "Did you save me?" After posing the question, she suddenly recalled that she was clad only in her undergarments, while the man's hand rested on her lower back and thigh. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and the area where he touched began to radiate warmth. "It was I," he replied, his voice gentle and soothing. However, the man appeared somewhat bashful, taking a moment before responding, and then turned his face towards her. At that instant, Li Chaoyan clearly discerned the man's features and the vertical pupils in his eyes. She finally succumbed to the overwhelming shock and fainted. "Host, awaken! Host, Li Chaoyan stirred from a cold, mechanical voice, initially believing she was still in her dormitory bed, and rolled over to continue sleeping. Her hand inadvertently brushed against a hard object. She felt it and noted its texture. Opening her eyes, she was confronted with a man's chest. What on earth? How could there be a man in my bed? Her gaze gradually ascended, traversing the man's robust chest to the pronounced Adam's apple, and finally, to his handsome visagite was the serpent man. Yet his vertical pupils were nowhere to be seen. Good morning, little female, the man spoke, his voice still warm and comforting. After a night's rest, it carried a slight hoarseness, tantalizing and enchanting. You, who are you? Are you human or snake? Li Chaoyan's voice trembled as she spoke, instinctively retreating to distance herself from a man. I am Jiu Jiu from the Xian snake tribe. And you, little female? Jiu Jiu noticed the fear in her eyes and felt a pang of injustice. Subtly inching closer to her, I will not harm you, do not be afraid. Xian snake tribe? What is that? Jiu Jiu was momentarily taken aback. You do not know of the Xian snake tribe? Which tribe do you belong to? To prevent the host from making further mistakes, Jiu Jiu quickly interjected. Host, do not respond to his inquiries, just yet you can communicate with me through your thoughts. All right, you're finally here, Jiu Jiu. I was nearly devoured by a giant python in the water. Quickly, explain the situation to me. Can snakes turn into humans? Do not be in haste, dear host. As far as I am informed, the realm we inhabit is known as the beast world, where a species referred to as beastmen exists. In their juvenile stage, they take on animal forms, but upon reaching maturity, they acquire the ability to seamlessly transition between their animal and human shapes. The individual before you belongs to the Serpentine clan. The beast world comprises 5 distinct regions: fire, thunder, water, snow, and wood. Currently, we find ourselves in the domain of water, and the Xian snake tribe, as mentioned by Jiu Jiu, stands as the most prominent tribe within this aquatic territory. What course of action should we take now? Will such tribes exhibit hostility towards strangers? How should I respond? Jiu Jiu? Why is the little female silent? Jiu Jiu observed the adorable little female before him, her mouth slightly agape as if lost in contemplation, ultimately mustering the courage to voice his inquiry. 2. The Xian snake tribe, I have heard of it, being the foremost tribe in the water region. Indeed, so which tribe do you hail from? As he spoke, Jiu Jiu inched closer to Li Chaoyan. I am from a dragon clan. The dragon clan? This is the first I have heard of it. Little female, are you from another region? Please, do not call me little female, my name is Li Chaoyan. The term little female felt exceedingly humiliating. The dragon clan is an ancient lineage, with few of our kin remaining, residing in a safe and secluded sanctuary. I, in my youthful folly, ventured beyond the borders of my tribe, and now find myself lost. Li Chaoyan began to weave a tale, for she was indeed a descendant of dragons, and identifying herself as part of the dragon clan was not entirely inaccurate. She truly could not find her way home. Chaoyan, I can escort you to the Grand Priest. He possesses extensive knowledge and may have information regarding your tribe. At this moment, Jiu Jiu had moved considerably closer to Li Chaoyan, leaving her with no option to retreat. Jiu Jiu sat upright, causing the fur covering him to slide away with his movement. Li Chaoyan beheld Shizu's lean back, his skin fair, shoulders broad yet waist narrow, with well-defined muscles forming an unmistakable inverted triangle physique. She felt an uncontrollable flutter in her heart. Merely gazing at his back revealed a physique that was nothing short of extraordinary, far surpassing that of many celebrities. Li Chaoyan compelled herself to dismiss this perilous thought. Before her stood a snakia, genuine snake. Come, let us eat. She watched in awe as a silver garment materialized upon Shizu's form. What a fantastical world! However, she realized she had no clothing to wear. All her garments were left behind on the shore. Jiu Jiu noticed the little female sitting dazed on the bed, wrapped in fur, and comprehended her concern. This female could not conjure garments from the fur. I shall step outside for a moment. Dear host, he is going to fetch your clothing. The system, which had been silent, re-emerged. Jiu Jiu soon returned, handing Li Chaoyan her attire. Remarkably, he was quite considerate. How did he manage to return so swiftly? Jiu Jiu. He transformed into his beast form to expedite his journey, of course. Li Chaoyan prepared to change her clothes, but noticed Jiu Jiu still gazing at her. That a strikingly handsome young man gazed at her as she changed clothes, which felt rather inappropriate. Chaoyan, who had never dated anyone, was thoroughly embarrassed. Please turn your back, she requested. Though puzzled, Jiu Jiu complied. Was she truly shy? After all, he had already seen her. The image of her graceful figure lingered in his mind, her fair skin subtly tinged with a hint of pink, soft and fragrant in his hands. This thought, Jiu Jiu couldn't help but feel his ears flush with warmth. I'm ready now. Ahem. All right, let's eat, he replied. Some may have perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 3. Meeting the High Priest. Jiu Jiu resided in a towering tree with a sturdy trunk. He had hollowed out a significant portion of the tree's interior, creating a spacious cavity. To the left of this hollow lay a substantial bed, though it was merely a raised area left behind during the excavation of the hollow, layered with thick animal hides. On top of these hides rested several smaller pieces, the very ones that Li Chaoyan had previously used as blankets. To the right of the treehouse, there stands a wooden table accompanied by several tree stumps, presumably serving as stools. Beside the table lies an opening, which leads to the subterranean space. Li Chaoyan suspects it to be a cellar. How rudimentary this dwelling appears. Uncertain of Yan's culinary preferences, Jiu Jiu has prepared fruits, fish, and wild boar meat. Li Chaoyan gazed at the bloodied wild boar in the damp, wriggling fish before her, her tongue clicking in surprise. Is it customary here to consume such raw delicacies? Should I partake directly? I have already dined. All of this is for you. Jiu Jiu, glancing at her while speaking, seemed to silently inquire why she had yet to indulge. Li Chaoyan silently picked up a fruit from the table and took a bite. The vibrant red fruit was slightly tart upon entry, yet revealed a delightful sweetness with each chew. It was utterly delicious. She quickly devoured one fruit after another. Heaven knows she hadn't eaten since her arrival, and her stomach was painfully empty. Alas, there was meat, but she could not indulge. Why not eat the meat? Jiu Jiu nudged the wild boar toward Li Chaoyan. No. I'm not really in the mood for meat today. I prefer the fruits. Li Chaoyan thought to herself that she too desired to partake in meat, yet the little one was unable to consume it, leaving her heart heavy with sorrow. A random task was issued. Seek the source of fire. Reward, 50 points. What is a random task? What are points? Host. A random task is one that the system randomly assigns to assist you in surviving within the beast world. Upon accumulating 50 points, you will unlock the system mall, where you may exchange points for various items. Furthermore, Jiu Jiu is one of the fortunate orcs in this realm, and I sensed the power of fortune when you interacted with him, which is why I was able to awaken from my slumber. For some unknown reason, the system's voice had transformed from a mechanical tone to that of a youthful boy. Jiu Jiu, why do I feel something is amiss with you? You even use emoticons. Completely different from before. It is indeed quite embarrassing. The system has just undergone an update, and Jiu Jiu's mode has changed as well. This Jiu Jiu is not the same as the previous one. Li Chaoyan was reluctant to continue this topic. You previously mentioned that once I accumulate sufficient fortune energy, I can return to Earth. How much is considered sufficient? This does not have a definitive value. By getting close to individuals with abundant fortune and engaging in intimate interactions, I can acquire fortune energy. Additionally, you, Yin, will also receive a portion of points, and the same applies to completing random tasks. Yin, given that I previously embraced Jiu Jiu and even shared the same bed, wouldn't that qualify as intimate contact? Why haven't I received any points? Ahem. Those points have already been utilized for updates. Host, the updates require a substantial amount of energy, but rest assured, the subsequent points will be promptly credited to you. Li Chaoyan was momentarily at a loss for words, contemplating the exploitation of labor. While conversing with Jiu Jiu, she had already finished the fruit on the table and turned her gaze towards the great serpent, who was intently watching her eat. She inquired, "Do you have fire here?" Fire? It is the crimson entity that generates warmth, an essence that devours wood upon contact. Is it present? Black stones generate warmth when rubbed together for extended periods, which poses a significant danger. They can lead to the obliteration of the forest. Yes, that is it. Do you know where to find the black stones you mentioned? If managed properly, there would be no peril, I assure you. The black stones are with the high priest. Previously, the eastern woods were ravaged by the fire you speak of. Yin, it is indeed perilous. Jiu Jiu was somewhat skeptical, recalling that some clansmen had perished during that calamity due to their sluggishness. Let me tell you, although fire is formidable, it has its fears. It is terrified of water. If you douse it with water, it will vanish. Moreover, fire can be utilized to prepare food, and the dishes crafted in its embrace are delectable, she said, her doe-like eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. May I seek an audience with your high priest? I could demonstrate for you. Yin looked at herself, realizing she needed assistance. Subsequently, Jiu Jiu consented. I was already planning to take you to consult the high priest regarding the dragon clan. Let us set forth now. Li Chaoyan witnessed a living being transform into a serpent, yet after spending the past 2 days in its company, her fear had significantly diminished. She felt assured that Jiu Jiu would not harm her. Yin, allow me to take you there. You can shift into your beast form and follow me, Jiu Jiu spoke gently. It was astonishing that a beast form could still produce human speech. However, transform into a beast form? I cannot. As only the ancestral beastmen of our tribe possess the ability to do so. She resumed her serious yet whimsical musings. Yin Yin is quite clever, such a logical reason. Very well, but it's a bit far from the tribe. Why don't you sit atop me, and I shall carry you there? Agree to him. Yin Yin rides the serpent. I harnessed my energy, but this particular thought did not reach Li Chaoyan's mind. Is it possible to suppress this infuriatingly troublesome system update? Suddenly, the serpent's tail coiled around Li Chaoyan's waist, and she found herself seated upon its back. The position felt rather embarrassing, prompting her mind to unwittingly conjure images of herself astride a man, her face flushing crimson. Oh, what is Yin Yin pondering? It's not suitable for young ones. Be quiet. The great serpent beneath her glimmered with a hint of mischief. Having suspected earlier that she might also be unable to transform into a beast form when she struggled to change her attire. Indeed, it was true. Yin smells delightful and is so smooth. I long to bear offspring with her. The beast form's speed was undeniably swift. Throughout their journey, Jiu Jiu chose a path that was distant yet shallow to avoid injuring Yin. Yin, we have arrived. Li Chaoyan, feeling the wind against her skin, swiftly dismounted from the serpent. Her mind having long forgotten the alluring images. The experience upon the serpent's back had been less than pleasant. The speed was overwhelming. Had Jiu Jiu known, he would undoubtedly feel aggrieved, for his pace had been quite moderate. Before them stood the Xian snake tribe, with stone walls adorned by verdant vines. And the imposing stone gate swung open, evoking a sense of welcoming to visitors from afar. Truly, it was the foremost tribe of the water domain. Jiu Jiu has returned. It is he, and he has brought back a female. As the two appeared, the guards at the gate relayed the news within. Soon, a gathering of beastmen congregated at the entrance. The beastmen were striking in appearance, rendering the scene quite visually pleasing. Among them, the most distinguished was a golden-haired, blue-eyed female beastman, possessing bronze skin and a figure that her garments could barely conceal, radiating an undeniable aura of strength. She regarded Li Chaoyan with an unfriendly gaze and inquired, "Who are you?" "She has come to seek the high priest," Jiu Jiu interjected. Do not be so trusting of those of unknown origin. Mu, you know that our tribe welcomes outsiders, Jiu Jiu replied sternly, casting a fierce glance at Mu. Refusing to yield. What is everyone doing gathered here? A commanding voice resonated, heralding the arrival of an elderly figure, leaning upon a serpent-carved staff. His hair was streaked with silver, yet his gaze was sharp and piercing, exuding an overwhelming presence. It seemed this was indeed the high priest. The high priest? The crowd exclaimed in unison. The high priest turned his attention towards Li Chaoyan and Jiu Jiu, who stood opposite the assembled orcs, his expression softening slightly. You have arrived. My child. Some have perished, yet not all are wholly lost. Chapter 4. The Source of Fire in Hand. Li Chaoyan and Jiu Jiu accompanied the high priest to a stone door, which he gently tapped with his staff. The door responded and swung open. Please, step inside. Beyond the threshold lay the high priest's sanctum, where he conducted his divinations and dwelled. The space was immaculate, almost untouched by dust, suggesting the high priest's meticulous nature. Greetings. I am Li Chaoyan, hailing from the Dragon Clan. You may address me simply as High Priest, he replied with a gentle demeanor. How did you know I would arrive? I recently performed a divination. The beast god foretold that a being from another clan would soon appear among my people. Child, you will bring fortune to my kin. The high priest touched his forehead with his index and middle fingers, nodding slightly. Yin Yin, this gesture signifies respect among the beast clan. And who is the beast god? The beast god is the sole deity revered by the beast clan. Legend has it that the beast god perceives every corner of the beast realm and aids every stricken beast. The priest of the foremost tribe in each region serves as the bridge between the beast god and their people. High priest. Yin has become separated from her kin and seeks your assistance. The high priest shook his head, saying, Jiu, I have never heard of the Dragon Clan. Perhaps they are remnants of the ancient beast clan. It is said that after the beast god vanquished the evil deity, some ancient clans vanished, possibly facing extinction or choosing to retreat from the world. Yan's kin appears to belong to the latter. Li Chaoyan noticed that the two had crafted elaborate backgrounds for themselves and hastily interjected to steer the conversation back on track. Jiu, I appreciate your kindness, but I do not intend to seek out my kin at this time. I am, after all, an orphan, rather than retreating into seclusion. I would prefer to explore this world to its fullest. Upon hearing this, Jiu Jiu cast her a meaningful glance. Upon receiving a glance, Li Chaoyan touched her nose. pondering whether she had misspoken. Great priest, I have another matter to discuss with you today. I have heard that you possess the black stones? Black stones? Indeed. Ever since the calamity struck the waters, I have safeguarded all the black stones. My child, why do you inquire about this? The black stones are known to bring misfortune. Great priest, what you refer to as misfortune is known as fire in our tribe, and it can be extinguished with water. The great priest fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, that is true. The waters abound with sources, and none of those sources have suffered from misfortune. As Li Chaoyan observed the high priest wavering, she promptly stated, "You may provide me with 2 pieces of black stone, and I shall demonstrate their essence to you." The high priest, recalling the divine mandate of the beast god, pondered her unwavering confidence. "Very well, a trial shall not harm us." In the plaza of the Xian snake tribe, a multitude of beastmen gathered. The high priest, Jiu Jiu, and Li Chaoyan stood upon the elevated platform. From below, murmurs of curiosity floated up. Word had spread that a female dared to challenge the fearsome black stone, inciting astonishment. Who possesses such audacity? Truly, she is unaware of the dangers that lie ahead. I witnessed the calamity from the east firsthand. It was all due to that cursed sand. Indeed, it is utterly detestable. The sound of a staff striking the ground echoed, silencing the crowd. The high priest began to speak. A few days ago, the beast god entrusted me with a prophecy that an outsider would soon arrive, destined to bring fortune to her tribe. Now, Jiu Jiu has returned with her. Her name is Li Chaoyan, and she shall reside amongst us for the time being. She asserts that the misfortunes associated with the black stone are not to be feared, but rather hold numerous benefits. Let us now witness her demonstration. Upon hearing that this bold female was the one foretold by the beast god, the crowd ceased their chatter, awaiting Li Chaoyan's next move in hushed anticipation. Li Chaoyan instructed Jiu Jiu to repeatedly rub 2 pieces of black stone together, while she herself held a withered leaf and dry grass close to the black stone in Jiu Jiu's hand. Through the gradual friction, sparks emerged from the black stone, igniting the dry grass and giving birth to a flickering flame. Li Chaoyan placed the torch upon the ground and drew a ladle of water from the nearby well, pouring it over the flame. In an instant, the fire was extinguished, leaving only a dark mark on the earth to testify to its prior existence. The menace had truly been vanquished. How remarkable! The audience erupted in cheers of the orcs. Li Chaoyan instructed Jiu Jiu to continue creating the firestorm, adhering to the previous protocol. However, this time she employed stones to strike at the flames, extinguishing them once more. The applause from the audience grew even more fervent. Li Chaoyan addressed the assembled beastmen, stating, "The calamity you speak of was known as fire in my former tribe. Fire can indeed be extinguished. We can quench such flames with water or stones. The disasters you have previously encountered were akin to a vast inferno. In such dire circumstances, one can only encircle the area where the flames have yet to spread, digging up the earth within that boundary to confine the destruction to that limited space. Furthermore, I shall demonstrate how to harness fire to prepare food." Li Chaoyan instructed Jiu Jiu to place the freshly skinned and cleaned wild boar upon a sturdy wooden frame, beneath which lay neatly arranged hay, withered leaves, and wooden blocks. Li Chaoyan began to grill, the flames dancing around her, as she meticulously turned the meat. The fat from the wild boar sizzled and rendered, the surface turning a golden brown and glistening with juices, while a captivating aroma wafted through the air. The fragrance gradually spread, tantalizingly enticing. How delightful! I find myself growing hungry once more. Ha ha ha! Shizu, did you not just feast upon a rabbit and a wild chicken? The beastman showed no sign of embarrassment. Instead, his bright eyes were fixated on the female grilling and the succulent wild boar. I am simply famished. The wild boar smells exquisite. As the wild boar meat roasted to perfection, Li Chaoyan instructed Jiu Jiu to distribute it among everyone. The aroma had already tormented the beastmen below, compelling them to eagerly accept and savor the meat. "Delicious!" exclaimed Jiu Jiu, who was the first to finish. "I want more." Jiu Jiu fixated on the last piece of meat in Jiu Jiu's hand, his eyes glimmering with desire. Jiu Jiu, with a resigned expression, looked at his gluttonous younger brother. "Not for you. Yin hasn't eaten yet." He then offered the most tender portion of the remaining wild boar leg to Li Chaoyan. "You've worked hard, Yin. Please, enjoy." Li Chaoyan blinked her eyes as she gazed at him. Oh, how wonderful the great serpent is. It has not forgotten her. Li Chaoyan took the piece of meat, tore off half of it, and offered it to Jiu Jiu, not oblivious to the fact that the large serpent had not consumed any either. "I cannot manage such a large portion. Bamboo, please assist me in eating it." Jiu Jiu bit directly into the piece she extended, then looked back at her. "Delicious. The best made by Yin." Li Chaoyan could no longer withstand the allure of the great serpent. She hastily pressed the morsel of meat from her hand into Shiju's grasp and scurried to a corner to gnaw on the remaining wild boar meat. The meat, lacking seasoning, bore little flavor. However, for Li Chaoyan, who had only subsisted on a few fruits, it was a feast beyond compare. Once everyone had finished their portions of wild boar, the high priest delivered his final decree. Today, we have discovered that the black stones are not as fearsome as we once believed. And we have learned the means to temper the fire. Tomorrow, every orc, except for the adult ones, shall come to me to receive 2 black stones each. Our accomplishments today are attributed to Yan's efforts. Let us warmly welcome her into our tribe. Cheers erupted, mingled with words of welcome. Some orcs even pressed their index and middle fingers to their foreheads in a gesture of respect towards her. After the gathering, as the orcs departed, Li Chaoyan approached the high priest and inquired, "May I receive 2 black stones?" "Of course, my child," he replied. "You are now one of us." Li Chaoyan was deeply moved by the words of the high priest. Her kin felt incredibly dear, reminiscent of family. "Jiu, please step outside for a moment. I have something to convey to Yan." Although Jiu was perplexed, he trusted that the high priest would not harm Yan, and thus he complied. "Child, I cannot perceive your past or future, nor can I foresee Jiu's destiny. However, I am certain that the fates of you both are intricately intertwined. I implore you to treat him with kindness. Jiu is also a child of misfortune. His parents are no longer with him, leaving him to rely solely on his younger brother, Su. I understand how much he cherishes you, and I hope you can offer him your companionship." Li Chaoyan never anticipated that Jiu shared a fate akin to her own. It is no wonder that he cast such a gaze upon her when he learned of her background. "High priest, I assure you, Jiu holds great significance for me. Although our acquaintance has been brief, he has already become a dear companion, and thus, I give you my word." Li Chaoyan emerged from the stone cave, clutching 4 black stones in her hands. Was it truly just companionship? She found herself perplexed by the thought. Outside the cave, Jiu stood with her hands clasped behind her back, gazing at the moon, her silvery hair bathed in the moonlight, rendering her even more ethereal. "Jiu, let us return home. Some souls have departed, yet not entirely." Chapter 5. The Wounded Snow Fox. They set off towards the treehouse. Li Chaoyan returned riding a great serpent. As familiarity breeds comfort, this time, she adapted more readily. Throughout her journey, Li Chaoyan engaged in conversation with the system. "Congratulations, Yin, for completing the random task. You have earned 70 points. Celebratory flowers abound. Additionally, you received an extra 20 points. Doesn't that indicate that your task completion was exceptional? Yin, you are overthinking it. The additional 20 points are your fortune points acquired through your interaction with Jiu. I assure you, there will be no deductions from your points. Henceforth, fortune points will be summarized weekly. All right, regarding the system mall you mentioned earlier, can it be activated now?" "Certainly. Would you like to activate the system mall?" "Activating it will cost 5 points. "Yes. The system mall is now active. 5 points have been deducted, leaving you with a total of 65 points. Li Chaoyan glanced through the items available in the system's marketplace, which were numerous and diverse. The goods were organized according to points, with the most basic items requiring merely 1 point for purchase, though they were utterly useless, at least from her perspective in the beast realm. As she scrolled downwards, she noticed that the required points for items increased significantly, prompting her to navigate to the bottom of the list. The Blue Star Pass, pricing yet to be determined. "Thank you for your inquiry. It is currently priceless. How am I supposed to acquire this?" She felt utterly lost. Jiu, this is quite unreasonable, don't you think? There is no price set, and I have no idea when I can return to Earth. Don't be disheartened, Yin. The Blue Star Pass will only have a price once you have completed all the system tasks. At that point, you will certainly be able to afford it. Jiu assured her, speaking with utmost sincerity. With a sigh, Li Chaoyan envisioned a large, round cake tantalizingly oscillating before her. The marketplace did offer some essential items such as tissues, clothing, and food. However, there were also a plethora of peculiar items like beauty elixirs, bouncing talismans, and silent spells. Jiu, your pricing is quite strange. For instance, 10 wild rabbits cost 50 points, whereas a pound of salt is priced at 100 points. By that calculation, 20 wild rabbits equal 1 pound of salt? Yin, certain items are exceedingly difficult to obtain in the beast realm, which is why their prices are set higher. Jiu explained. Very well, Li Chaoyan replied. Li Chaoyan felt adequately fatigued today and chose not to dwell on her thoughts. She resolved to return another day to thoroughly explore the system mall. Yin, we have arrived, Jiu, who had remained silent throughout their journey, finally spoke. In truth, Jiu had been elated by Li Chaoyan's earlier remark about returning home, pondering whether it signified her desire to become his partner. In the world of beasts, females are a rarity, typically possessing multiple mates. Had Yin ever had a partner before? If not, would she not consider him her first? He chuckled to himself, envisioning the many offspring they would one day have. Li Chaoyan was unaware that while she was conversing with the system, the great serpent beneath her had already contemplated the number of offspring they would have in the future. Very well, thank you, Jiu. The fear that Li Chaoyan harbored towards Jiu has completely dissipated, and she even finds the great serpent rather endearing. Yin, I too believe that Jiu is exceedingly adorable. Jiu Jiu silently mused, thinking that perhaps they should be together, for then she would be bestowed with an abundance of fortune. Suddenly, several groans echoed from a distance. What is that sound? Jiu inquired, taking the initiative to investigate, as it was unusual for other beastmen to intrude upon their territory. Who could it be? He parted the grass from which the sound emanated and discovered an injured nine-tailed fox. It was gravely wounded. How could the Snow Fox clan from the Snowy Realm find itself in the aquatic domain? Li Chaoyan approached, sensing no danger. What a delightful fox! It has bled so profusely. Should we not save it? Indeed, the Snow Fox clan is the foremost lineage of the Snowy Realm. And given that the entrances to the 5 domains are currently sealed, this fox should not be here. I shall inform the high priest of this matter on the morrow. The bloodied Snow Fox understood their words, recognizing the absence of malice in the two, and responded with a couple of soft howls, as if in agreement with them. Li Chaoyan could no longer contain her emotions. Such an adorable fox. How tragic. She gently cradled the Snow Fox in her hands, handling it with the utmost care as if it were a precious piece of porcelain. Jiu led the two back to his treehouse, feeling a twinge of jealousy. This fox had completely captivated Yan's attention, and once it was handed over to the high priest tomorrow, it would no longer be her concern. Li Chaoyan gently placed the Snow Fox upon the animal hide, using the dampened skin to cleanse its bloodstains, while simultaneously examining its wounds. The injuries were located on its abdomen and hind leg, with the latter being particularly severe, exposing bone beneath the deep laceration. Various abrasions of differing sizes marred other areas of its body, indicating that it had likely been wounded for some time. It seemed the relentless journey had caused the wounds to reopen just as they began to heal, resulting in the surrounding tissue becoming infected. Upon discerning the extent of the injuries, her movement slowed further. The Snow Fox, sensing the compassion emanating from the female beside it, began to vocalize softly, nudging its head against Li Chaoyan's hand. Ultimately, it succeeded in receiving a gentle caress. Meanwhile, the nearby stone bamboo was nearly ground to dust in frustration. Had they known the consequences, perhaps they would have refrained from offering assistance. Yet, a voice chimed in. Yin? It has just been detected that the Snow Fox beside you is also a creature of great fortune. You must ensure its recovery. Li Chaoyan never anticipated that the fox she casually picked up would possess such remarkable abilities. Jiu Jiu, are there any hemostatic medicines or wound healing elixirs available in the marketplace? Indeed, there are. Would you like to exchange for the hemostatic pill and the healing pill, totaling 60 points? Is it truly so expensive? Li Chaoyan gritted her teeth, cursing the capitalist named Jiu Jiu. However, contemplating the fortune and luck that this cunning fox would eventually bring her, she felt a sense of equilibrium restore within her. The exchange was successful. The blood-staunching pill and the healing pill have been placed into the system's inventory. In total, 60 points were consumed, leaving you with 5 points remaining. Yin, keep striving to earn more points. Li Chaoyan had no desire to engage with this system. Li Chaoyan addressed Jiu. Could you please help me change the water? Certainly, I'll be right back. Although Jiu was initially furious, the moment the young female spoke to him, his anger dissipated. As Jiu departed, Li Chaoyan swiftly retrieved a hemostatic pill and a healing elixir from her system's backpack, placing them into the mouth of the Snow Fox. Crafted by the system, these potions were of the highest quality. They dissolved instantly upon contact, leaving the Snow Fox no time to spit them out. It was soon taken aback, pondering what this female had administered to it. Poison? It had believed they were genuinely kind-hearted in their intent. How foolish it had been. Just as the Snow Fox contemplated severing the female's neck in a bid for revenge, it felt a warm current coursing through its body, and the bleeding gradually ceased. Could it be that this female possessed medical knowledge? Had it wronged her? Only then did the Snow Fox raise its gaze to observe her closely. She was rather attractive, with a soft and melodious voice easily mistaken for someone vulnerable. Just moments ago, it had intended to bite her neck, and now it was relieved it had refrained. Otherwise, it would have squandered the chance to encounter such a lovely maiden. Previously, the snow fox had been so injured that it could only emit sounds like a common beast, unable to articulate human speech. Thanks to the elixirs, it was now able to speak. "What is your name, female?" The snow fox's voice was rich and resonant, yet its tone was somewhat flippant. "I saved you. Shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" To its surprise, the beautiful maiden was sharp-tongued, leaving the snow fox momentarily stunned. "I am Baisu, a member of the Snow Fox clan from the Snowy Realm, the most esteemed nine-tailed fox." To ensure the female understood, Baisu emphasized its lineage with a flourish. "Since you are the most illustrious nine-tailed fox of the Snowy Realm, how did Lord Baisu come to be in the water domain, and why has it suffered such grievous injuries?" Li Chaoyan feigned innocence as she spoke. For some inexplicable reason, Baisu's words always provoked a desire to retort. Perhaps it was the way he spoke that irked her so. But setting that aside, "You have yet to reveal your name, my lovely one." Baisu paused for a moment, then swiftly regained her playful tone. "My name is Li Chaoyan. You may call me Yan. No, I prefer to call you Chow Chow. Suit yourself. Chow Chow, do you have a partner? Is it that snake? Don't be ridiculous. I am not in that kind of relationship with Jiu." Li Chaoyan fervently defended herself, yet her ears betrayed her with a subtle flush. Outside, Jiu had just returned from fetching water when the words reached her. Some have perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 6. Heart to heart in the cellar. Baisu noticed Jiu lingering outside and playfully teased, "Why not surrender to me, dear Chaoyan? I am far more agreeable than that rigid serpent." With that, she cast a flirtatious glance towards Li Chaoyan. However, this playful gesture, coming from her fluffy fox form, appeared rather comical. "Oh, you little fox, let's see how you fare once you've fully transformed." Li Chaoyan gently caressed Baisu's head. "So delightful. Just one more touch." A certain fox seethed inwardly. "Once the master has recovered, I shall teach you a lesson." Humph. Baisu turned over and fell asleep. Jiu stood outside the door for a moment, listening to the laughter of the two within, feeling quite uneasy. After placing the water in a wooden basin, he entered the cellar alone. Li Chaoyan gazed at the solitary figure of Jiu. How long had the great serpent been standing outside the door? Had he overheard the earlier conversation? Indeed, he had lingered at the entrance for quite some time. "Ah, Jiu, why didn't you remind me? This is so awkward. I never anticipated that Yan's words would come forth so swiftly. Upon hearing your rejection, the great serpent must be utterly heartbroken. In truth, Yan, you might consider giving the great serpent a chance. Just look at how attentive he is, how handsome he appears, and how deeply he cherishes you. Most importantly, he could also enhance our fortune." Li Chaoyan pondered that what you value most is perhaps the final sentence. "I too find the great serpent admirable. Yet it does not necessarily imply that we should be companions. Moreover, one cannot assume that it harbors affection for me." Li Chaoyan harbored a lingering sense of resentment. Throughout the years, she had attracted suitors, yet they were invariably drawn to her outward appearance or possessed only a superficial affection for her. However, upon learning of her background, they would depart with startling resolve. Moreover, she was human, while Jiu was a serpent. Could they truly coexist? Yin, can you genuinely assure yourself that you harbor no feelings for Jiu? Rather than overthinking, why not directly inquire of him? Be wary, for if you delay, he may find companionship with another, leaving you with no solace. I perceive that Jiu harbors quite the intentions. Li Chaoyan appeared contemplative. Indeed, she must seek clarity from Jiu. She approached the entrance of the cellar, where the board that had once covered it was now removed by Jiu. "Jiu, I have entered. There are matters I wish to discuss with you." Jiu remained silent, enveloping the space in a profound stillness. Li Chaoyan cautiously descended into the cellar. The cellar was filled with piles of animal hides and various bones. Li Chaoyan felt a surge of anxiety as she hurriedly searched for Jiu's figure. At that moment, Jiu had transformed into a beastly form, coiled upon a piece of animal hide. Li Chaoyan approached and took a seat beside him, discovering that she was not as frightened of snakes as she had imagined. In comparison to the large serpent, she was perhaps more apprehensive of the dark surroundings enveloping her. It could also be that the presence of the snake, being a pet of Jiu, provided her with a sense of reassurance. "Jiu, are you upset?" Li Chaoyan gently prodded the serpent's body with her finger. "No, I simply wish to rest here," replied the serpent, Jiu, as its tail lightly tapped the animal hide with a hint of reluctance. "You cannot deny it. From afar, I sense something amiss with you. Moreover, you are the master. How could we allow you to sleep here?" Jiu fell silent once more, while Li Chaoyan affectionately stroked its head. "Jiu, I ask you, do you have feelings for me?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiu nodded and said, "Yes, I hold deep affection for Yan. However, Yin is unwilling to be my partner. You indeed heard my words. I spoke them merely to appease the little fox, without giving it much thought. Then does Yin wish to become my partner? Shurju's spirit's sword. My first partner? Has Yin had others before? No. Li Chaoyan has never experienced a proper romantic relationship, so how could she have a partner? Yin. I forgot to mention that in the beast world, where females are far fewer than males, a polyandrous system for females is practiced. This means that you can have multiple partners here. Hence, Jiu made such a remark. Is the first partner truly significant? Indeed. The first partner for every female holds great importance. If you choose a male to be your first partner, you will simultaneously acquire most of his abilities, and a profound telepathic connection will develop between you. However, with subsequent partners, you will only gain a fraction of their abilities, and the telepathic bond will be considerably weaker. Yin, once you form a partnership, the relationship can only be terminated through widowhood. Thus, one must proceed with caution. All right, Jiu Jiu, I understand. I have never had a partner before, and since we have only recently met, it would be rather hasty to establish a partnership right away. Can we start by getting to know each other? Yin, I can wait for you. Jiu transformed into human form and gently draped his arm over Li Chaoyan's shoulder. A flicker of firelight dancing in his eyes as they nestled close together. Yin, my father beast and mother beast passed away when I was quite young. My younger brother, Jiu, is the offspring of my mother and another beast man, so he lives in the tribe with his father beast. I did not wish to burden them, so I moved out to live independently. But rest assured, I am the strongest beast man in our tribe. I will ensure that Yin lives a life free of worries, becoming the happiest female in the beast world. Jiu gazed earnestly into Li Chaoyan's eyes and declared solemnly, at that time, Yin inadvertently trespassed into my territory and into my heart. I, Jiu, vow to protect Yin for a lifetime. A warm current coursed through Li Chaoyan's heart. Jiu's words deeply moved her. She turned and embraced Jiu. Thank you, Jiu. Two souls, both marked by similar experiences and solitude, found solace in each other's arms under the starlit sky, while the light filtering from the cellar did not illuminate them. They illuminated one another. In the Xian snake tribe, the high priest sat cross-legged on his bed. Suddenly, a luminous orb appeared before him, within which faint inscriptions emerged. Chaos in the snowy domain. Great beast god, please provide guidance. The high priest promptly inquired. The inscriptions within the orb shifted once more. The high priest of the snowy domain has sacrificed himself. The next high priest is in exile. He is in the water domain. It is imperative to find him. Understood, great beast god. May I inquire about Li Chaoyan? I have my own arrangements. Very well, great beast god. The high priest pressed his fingers to his forehead and bowed deeply to the orb. Once the great beast god departed, the high priest contemplated his staff, pondering. The great beast god has communicated with me far too frequently of late. And now the snowy domain is in chaos. Could the beast world be facing some calamity? The immediate concern was to locate the next high priest of the snowy domain. However, the portal to the 5 domains had yet to open. The high priest decided not to dwell on it further, as overthinking would only lead to confusion. He summoned a beast man at once and commanded the entire tribe to search for the inhabitants of the snowy domain. Yes, in the treehouse. The already slumbering Baisu turned in his sleep, haunted by visions of blades and blood. No, let him go. Please, do not harm him. High priest, I will not leave. In this moment, Baisu appeared far from the invincible figure he usually projected. Instead, he seemed exceptionally fragile, evoking sympathy. The unconscious cries of the snow fox awakened Li Chaoyan and Jiu, who exchanged a glance, each reflecting the other's apprehension. Something must have happened in the snowy domain. We shall seek the high priest tomorrow. Some have died, yet they are not entirely gone. Chapter 7. Finding the chili the following morning, Baisu slowly awoke, lazily turning over, only to find 2 pairs of eyes fixed upon him. What are you staring at, little lords? Baisu crossed his claws over his chest, adopting the demeanor of a well-bred lady fox. When his mind began to clear, he resumed his theatrics. Little Chaoyan, I willingly allow you to gaze upon me calm. Give me a kiss. As he spoke, Baisu cast a flirtatious glance. The 2 by the bed exchanged glances of exasperation, particularly Jiu. Get up, wash your face, and let's find the high priest, Jiu said impatiently. Look, Chaoyan, the great serpent is so rude. I am far more considerate. I know how to care for others. Baisu said, playfully curling his claws in a self-satisfied manner. Please say less. We still have to visit the Xian snake tribe. Li Chaoyan felt a bit speechless. Yet the memory of the fox's vulnerable expression from last night softened her heart. I will ensure it is done, declared Jiu Jiu. Baisu adjusted her demeanor, preparing to seek out the old man. By the stream, the trio commenced their morning ablutions. In the realm of beasts, toothbrushes and toothpaste were non-existent. However, the orcs possessed their own methods of dental hygiene, utilizing willow branches dipped in water to cleanse their teeth. Though inferior to conventional toothpaste and toothbrushes, it was better than nothing. The three of them, no, two individuals and a fox, stood in a row by the brook, each holding a willow branch as they washed up. Baisu's injuries had largely healed thanks to the miraculous elixir from the previous night, allowing her the freedom to rise and move about. Jiu Jiu was somewhat puzzled. Could the snow fox possess such formidable self-healing abilities? What shall we have for breakfast? Inquired by Dajie. I picked some fruits, and there are remnants of yesterday's hunt. Replied by Chaoyan. We shall have to make do. Jiu Jiu teased. It's not about making do. As long as there is something to eat, it suffices. Baisu understood the necessity of not provoking the serpent too intensely, especially while on its territory. Very well, let us have fruits accompanied by roasted meat, proclaimed Li Chaoyan, who had just finished her cleansing rituals. Li Chaoyan kindled a fire with black stones to prepare for roasting meat. Baisu, dwelling in the snow-covered realm, had never encountered fire amid the vast white expanses. Restlessly, he inched his paws closer to the flames, only to have his pristine white fur singed and charred, prompting him to hastily withdraw his paws in fright. Jiu Jiu, observing nearby, let out a derisive laugh. Silly fox. Chaoyan, what is this? Baisu, gazing mournfully at his discolored paws, lamented his transformation. I have turned black. This is fire. One must not approach it. Let me examine your paws. Li Chaoyan gently cradled the snow fox in her arms, stroking its soft fur while inspecting its paws, relieved to find no wounds. Cooking meat over fire enhances its flavor and ensures its cleanliness. Do try it later. Li Chaoyan had an undeniable affection for furry creatures, occasionally caressing its soft fur, while the fox nestled in her arms began to fidget restlessly. Baisu mused that with such delightful charm, he must certainly bring her back to the snowy realm. At that moment, a pair of strong hands intervened, restraining the fox's mischievous paws and effortlessly placing the creature onto his lap. Let me assess your injuries. The angelic face of Jiu Jiu revealed a devilish grin. No, young master. You wretched snake, this is retribution. The fox retaliated, swiping at Jiu Jiu's hand. The playful tussle between the two continued, a delightful dance of chaos. All right, enough of the antics. The roasted meat is ready. After their morning of frolics, their stomachs began to rumble with hunger. The tantalizing aroma of the grilled meat wafted through the air, prompting involuntary salivation. How fragrant. The roast is truly delectable. Chaoyan, you are remarkable. Baisu, relishing the roasted meat, paid no heed to his appearance, though he typically lacked any concern for such matters. Delicious. Yin is quite impressive. Jiu Jiu remarked, eating with a semblance of decorum, though his pace rivaled that of Baisu. Li Chaoyan held a piece of fruit in one hand and grilled meat in the other. The refreshing sweetness of the fruit perfectly balanced the richness of the grilled meat. Li Chaoyan happily squinted her eyes, gazing at the person and the fox before her, then casting her glance toward the shimmering surface of the stream. This beastly world appeared rather pleasant. The high priest of the Shin snake tribe had failed to locate the one from the snow domain. It seemed implausible. According to the guidance of the beast god, he should be within the waters. I shall search once more, with utmost care. Yes, the high priest, leaning on his staff, stepped outside, surveying the clear and comfortable sky, and sighed, wishing for everything to be just right. After having their fill, Li Chaoyan and her companions set off towards the Shin snake tribe, once again riding upon their serpentine mounts. Yin. The primary quest is to resolve the turmoil in the snowy realm. Total completion of the mission will yield a reward of 2,000 points. Primary Quest 1. Rescue the next High Priestess of the Snowy Realm. Status, completed. Reward points, 200. Yin, you currently possess 205 points. Keep up the good work. Li Chaoyan found herself perplexed by the sudden emergence of a certain phrase in her mind. The next High Priest of the Snowy Domain? Is it this one in my arms? Li Chaoyan gazed down at the slumbering Baisu nestled in her arms, who was snoring softly, and felt a profound sense of concern for the future of the snow domain. Indeed, he is the next high priest of the snow domain, Baisu. As for my next task, that remains for Yin to discover on her own. Jiu Jiu can only issue a mission once Yin reaches the designated point for task release. Li Chaoyan pondered deeply. The snow-covered land was in turmoil, and the next grand priest had fled to the waters. It seemed that this beastly realm was far from the tranquil facade it presented. She must accumulate more points to return to Earth. Li Chaoyan raised her head after coming to a realization and, in an instant. Caught sight of familiar scattered specks of red. Jiu, halt for a moment. Shi Jiu came to a stop. What is it, Yin? The white rabbit in her arms also awoke, rubbing its eyes as it gazed at Li Chaoyan. I have seen something. Li Chaoyan placed Baisu on the ground, parted the grass, and plucked the red object. It was indeed a chili pepper. Li Chaoyan began to salivate. She has had a penchant for spicy food since childhood. Having gone several days without chili peppers, she felt that her meals lacked excitement. How wonderful! Here lies a chili pepper, which when sprinkled atop grilled meat, enhances its delectable flavor. Upon hearing that chili would elevate the taste of the barbecue, Baisu could not resist and plucked one, promptly popping it into her mouth. Shi Jiu, too, intrigued, picked one and took a bite. Hey, what are you two up to? Li Chaoyan was unable to prevent them. And the two who had never tasted spicy food turned beet red from the heat of the chili pepper. Oh, how painful! Chaoyan, what is this? Where's the pleasure in it? They exclaimed, spitting and grimacing in discomfort. Baisu, with his tongue out, expelled the remnants of the chili, while Shi Jiu gasped for breath. His mouth agape. Wait, let me fetch you some water. Fortunately, there was a small river nearby. Li Chaoyan cupped a large leaf to collect water for them to drink, which offered them some relief. Chaoyan, this chili is truly dreadful, Baisu pouted, casting a reproachful glance at Li Chaoyan. Shi Jiu also looked at her, his eyes conveying a similar complaint. Haha, you were not meant to consume it this way. Who told you not to let me finish? I said the chili is meant to be placed atop roasted meat. Who could have predicted you would eat it raw? Haha. Li Chaoyan burst into hearty laughter. After receiving the two melancholic gazes from her companions, she restrained herself slightly, yet the curve of her lips remained unyielded. All right, I shall cease my laughter now, soon. I will prepare a delightful meal for you. Li Chaoyan gently patted one on the head, offering comforting strokes to both. With the assistance of Shi Jiu and Baisu, Li Chaoyan swiftly completed the task of harvesting the peppers. She even crafted a basket from grass using techniques she had learned at the Welfare Institute to hold the peppers. Yin, your hands are quite skilled, remarked Shi Jiu. Chow Chow, I wish to learn as well. As Li Chaoyan deftly twisted and turned her hands, a few strands of dry grass soon transformed into a basket. The two were instantly filled with admiration for Li Chaoyan. Chow Chow is truly remarkable. This isn't difficult. It would be even better if we had bamboo, as one could weave a more sturdy basket. I shall teach you. Li Chaoyan once again demonstrated the process for the two individuals. Shi Jiu quickly grasped the technique, while Baisu, being somewhat clumsy, took a bit longer but managed to produce a fairly decent result. You both are quite remarkable. You've learned so swiftly. When we return, you can teach the members of our tribe, and this will enable us to gather even more fruits. Shi Jiu was exuberant, and the other two nodded in agreement. Now, let us continue our journey. Along the way, Li Chaoyan's spirits soared as she accumulated points and harvested chili peppers, relishing her abundant gains. Some have perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 8, The Calamity of the Snowy Domain. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the trees, leaving behind only the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. At the entrance of the Shin Snake tribe, Li Chaoyan and her companions arrived. Having visited this place once before, Li Chaoyan felt no sense of novelty. In contrast, Baisu was here for the first time, exploring every nook and cranny with curiosity. Your tribe is rather mediocre, isn't it? It pales in comparison to ours, he remarked, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings. The weeds by the city gate definitely need some tending. Baisu observed and critiqued with an air of authority. Shi Jiu approached the gatekeeper, an orc, to explain their purpose. The orc's excitement was palpable. The high priest is seeking someone from the snowy realm. Please take him inside at once. How does your high priest know I've arrived? Baisu inquired, his expression filled with intrigue. I cannot say. You'll have to converse with the high priest yourself, came the reply. Baisu's confusion deepened as he wondered how the old man could possibly be aware of his presence in the snowy realm. Upon reaching the high priest, the messenger had already conveyed their arrival, and the high priest awaited them at the door. Ah, old man, here we meet again, Baisu greeted with a nonchalant tone. You haven't changed one bit, you impudent rascal. Even after such significant events, you remain as immature as ever, the high priest chastised, striking the ground with his staff in apparent frustration. Yet, he quickly softened, adding, I hope you haven't sustained any serious injuries. Come in and let me examine you. That old coot, by Wu. The trio followed the high priest into the dwelling. I'm fine, my injuries are healing well. I just can't transform for the time being, but don't worry, that's my master's command, Baisu said, attempting to sound carefree. However, Li Chaoyan noticed a hint of melancholy in his voice and gently patted his head. You enjoy patting the young master so much. Could it be that you wish to become my partner? Bai Su teased. Don't flatter yourself, retorted Jiu Jiu, who had remained silent since their entry. His words as blunt as ever. Ah, you insufferable snake, Bai Su shot back. The high priest examined Bai Su's wounds after laying him on the bed. Seeing that there were no serious injuries, he felt relieved. Listening to the banter of the young ones reminded him of his own past exchanges with Bai Wu, stirring a wave of nostalgia within him. Enough of the bickering, Jiu Jiu interjected, recalling the important matter at hand. High priest, our immediate concern is to understand why Bai Su has appeared here. The 5 Domains gate opens only once every 3 years, and we are not yet at the time of its activation. Bai Su, you should explain. The high priest sighed and spoke. Previously, Bai Su had not placed much trust in Li Chaoyan and Jiu Jiu, thus he had not fully revealed the truth of his origins. Now that he had encountered the old man Jiu Jiu, he could finally share his tale. Bai Su recounted the events in broad strokes. The snow domain had once been a harmonious place, until that fateful day. A fierce blizzard descended upon the land, and a lost snow wolf named Rue San stumbled into the snow fox tribe. The snow foxes welcomed him with open arms, and Rue San promised to seek his kin once the storm had passed. After the tempest subsided, Rue San departed the tribe as promised, but he turned back, leading a horde of rogue beast men to assault the snow fox tribe. Bai Su's tone grew increasingly indignant as he spoke. It turned out that during his stay with the snow fox tribe, Rue San feigned assistance while secretly memorizing the tribe's terrain, architectural structures, and the locations of their granaries. Under the cover of night, the ruffians launched their attack when the guards were lax, pillaging the food stores and abducting the high priest, Bai Wu. Despicable, Jiu Jiu exclaimed, slamming his hand against the stone bed. Jiu Jiu clenched his fists in silent fury. The high priest, my master, was taken captive, and those rogues demanded that I surrender the spirit of snow. When I refused, they threatened my master, and it was during the ensuing struggle that I sustained my injuries. In the end, my master forcefully opened the gate of the 5 domains with his high priest powers and sent me to the water domain. The last sight I had of him was him collapsing in a pool of blood. Bai Su's voice thickened with emotion, clearly overwhelmed with sorrow. Utterly despicable. This band of ruffians has grown increasingly lawless, Jiu Jiu declared, rising to his feet in fury at the plight of his friend's tribe. Each region reveres the high priest as the supreme leader, and the high priest of the snow domain must have sacrificed himself. Every high priest, upon realizing their time is near, selects a successor, passing on the spirit stone that embodies the power of the entire region. This signifies that the previous high priest is nearing death. Only I know the whereabouts of the spirit of snow, so there is no need to fear its discovery by them. Yet, I worry that the ambitions of those rogue beastmen extend beyond merely the spirit of snow. With this revelation, Jiu Jiu and Jiu Jiu understood Bai Su's implication. The 3 began to deliberate on how to confront the rogue beastmen and reclaim the snow domain. Li Chaoyan quietly exited the stone house. This was not a matter in which a person of her enigmatic origins should involve herself. Li Chaoyan wandered aimlessly within the tribe, finding that the order in the Shi tribe was commendably maintained. The orcs were exceedingly amiable, and some recognized her as the female who had elucidated the benefits of black stone to them that day, eagerly offering her water and fruits. The warmth of the orcs was difficult for her to decline, thus her arms became filled with an abundance of food. After meandering about, she intended to return to seek Jiu Jiu, but unexpectedly encountered the female orc, Mu, who had previously provoked her. If memory serves, you are called Li Chaoyan, are you not? Mu's lips parted slightly, her gaze lacking the coldness and scrutiny from their last encounter. Yes, I am aware that your name is Mu. Li Chaoyan couldn't help but feel a twinge of nervousness. It is quite delightful that you still remember my name. I have a fondness for bamboo. Li Chaoyan became increasingly vigilant, resembling a small creature deprived of its cherished treats, fixated on Mu. You need not look at me that way. Many females in the tribe are fond of Jiu. After all, he is the most formidable beastman in our clan. Mu waved her hand, and a handsome beastman approached, offering her water. She took a sip from the hand of the beastman, her gaze lingering on him with a silky intensity. Thank you, Jiu Jiu. After teasing Jiu Jiu, Mu turned back to converse with Li Chaoyan. Jiu Jiu has already developed feelings for you. I, Mu, shall not vie for a beastman whose heart does not reside with me, even if he is exceptional. Moreover, your roasted meat is delightful. Meanwhile, the Xian snake tribe deliberated on how to salvage the snow domain, while on the other side, Rue San and Ji Sha engaged in conversation. Elder brother, That old fox has vanished with Baisu, Rui Sen exclaimed, exasperated. The man reclining in the main seat opened his slightly squinted eyes, raised his wrist to grasp a fruit, and as his sleeve slipped, it revealed his slender, snow-white wrist. He took a bite of the fruit and carelessly tossed the remainder at Rui San's feet. Is that so? You cannot even manage such a trivial matter? His voice was soft and melodious, yet Rui San trembled at the words. Elder brother, it is that old fox who is too cunning. I have already slain him. We must secure the snow spirit, or else it will be difficult to explain to the king. Jisha straightened, his garments barely clinging to him. The black fabric contrasted starkly against his alabaster skin, enhancing his pallor. He possessed an innate androgynous beauty, captivating not only the female beastmen, but also stirring feelings within their male counterparts. Many coveted this striking appearance. Yet those who dared to covet were dealt with by Jisha himself. The rogue beastmen bore mutated forms, much like Jisha, a blend of lion and jackal. Orphaned from a young age, he endured bullying and mockery in every tribe until he encountered other mutated beastmen. Together, they formed a wandering beast clan, with Jisha, the strongest among them, elected as their leader. It was only then that Jisha sought out those who had once tormented him, devising ways to torment them in turn, allowing them to perish in agony. Even his own kin feared to mention Jisha's name, reflecting the ruthlessness of this young leader. However, Jisha remained indifferent to the external judgments cast upon him. He was solely enamored with power, pursuing it relentlessly. Rui San dared not gaze upon the scene in the main seat any longer. He simply lowered his head in acquiescence and gradually exited the room. Some had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 9. Becoming friends with a rival. As dusk approached, the sun lingered above the horizon, resembling a small fraction of its forehead. Jiu Jiu and Baisu emerged from the presence of Grand Priest Jiu Jiu, their expression solemn. They had resolved to set forth to the snow domain once Baisu had fully recovered, intending to ascertain the true nature of the wandering beast clan before making further plans. How then would they explain this to Yin? Let us proceed step by step. At this moment, the laughter of a young girl echoed from the east of the tribe. It was Yin. A girl and her fox hurried towards the eastern part of the tribe. Upon reaching their destination, they beheld Li Chaoyan and Shirmu seated side by side, engaged in cheerful conversation, surrounded by a circle of orcs, all beaming with delight. The girl and her fox watched the male orcs warily, seeking an opening to slip into the center circle, where Li Chaoyan also spotted them. Jiu Jiu, you've arrived. Come quickly and savor the roasted meat. It's particularly delicious with chili. Shirmu, upon hearing this, glanced at Jiu Jiu and Baisu, subtly gauging their expressions, and understood immediately. However, Jiu Jiu unexpectedly offered a piece of meat to Shirmu, insisting that he not look at him. All right, I won't look at him, only at you. Shirmu replied, leaning towards Jiu Jiu, and in that very moment, began to kiss him in full view of the crowd, a display of intimacy that was quite bold. Jiu Jiu and Baisu settled beside Li Chaoyan. What are you discussing that brings such joy? Just now, Sister Mumu was recounting your embarrassing moments. She mentioned that you were once chased by insects when you were a child, Jiu. You were quite adorable back then. Jiu Jiu cast a dark look towards Shirmu, who was too preoccupied to pay him any mind. Uft, you, a proud serpent, were afraid of insects? I'm in stitches. Ahem, I'm no longer afraid. Jiu Jiu replied, his face slightly flushed, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, betraying a hint of shyness. In his childhood, Jiu Jiu had been bitten by an insect on his tail, which had caused him considerable pain, prompting him to cry and seek comfort from his mother, thus becoming a topic of light-hearted gossip throughout the tribe. I am now the foremost warrior of the Shin Snake tribe, Jiu Jiu declared, extending his arm to display his biceps, casting a challenging glance at Baisu. His silver hair flowed with the movement, glistening in the firelight. Li Chaoyan gazed entranced at the profile of Jiu Jiu, whose chiseled features pierced her heart like a finely honed blade, causing her pulse to quicken. Awakened from her reverie, she exclaimed, "Hey, I want to indulge in some roasted meat." Baisu playfully tapped Li Chaoyan. Li Chaoyan quickly regained her composure, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How could she have been so entranced by such beauty? If you want to eat, why not help yourself? Jiu Jiu retorted, recalling how captivated Yin had been by her own appearance, and how this fox might ruin her good fortune. Yet, the way Yin was lost in admiration was indeed beautiful. Thinking of this made Jiu Jiu's face blossom with a faint blush. Enough of your flirtations. It's unbearable. The surrounding beastmen chimed in, with Shursua being the most boisterous. Sister Yin, I still desire spicy grilled meat. Shursua exclaimed, his round eyes fixed eagerly on Li Chaoyan, who promptly obliged by grilling another skewer for him. Jiu Jiu gazed at Li Chaoyan's profile as she cooked, her fair face still adorned with a lingering blush. He too picked up a skewer to grill. While the others reveled in their merriment, some grilling meat, while others danced and sang. Meanwhile, Shirshio pulled Shirmu aside to attend to some matters in their quarters. Zhao Zhao. Truth be told, I am quite handsome as well. You just haven't seen it. Many females in the snow fox tribe wish to bear my offspring, declared a certain fox, who, upon uttering these words, dared not meet Li Chaoyan's gaze, seemingly a bit shy. Well then, recover swiftly and transform, so I can see just how handsome you truly are. Li Chaoyan presented the perfectly grilled meat to Bai Su. All right, Chaoyan, just wait for me, Bai Su declared, and with that, he began to indulge himself heartily, believing that the more he consumed, the quicker his recovery would be. This particular batch of grilled meat was seasoned with chili, imparting a distinctive flavor that was truly delightful. This is incredibly delicious, Chaoyan. I never expected the chili to enhance the grilled meat so splendidly, he exclaimed. I concur, Sister Yan's culinary skills are exceptional, chimed in Shirsu, who was engrossed in his meal. At that moment, the two food enthusiasts exchanged a knowing glance, recognizing a kindred spirit in each other, and soon found themselves deep in conversation. Why do you refer to her as sister? Shirsu inquired. She is the partner of my brother, Jiu Jiu. So it is only fitting that I call her sister, Bai Su responded confidently. That is incorrect. They are not yet partners, so you cannot call her sister. But there are no buts. With Bai Su's steadfast reasoning, Shirsu ultimately relented and began to refer to Yan Yan as Sister Yan. Li Chaoyan gazed at the flaunting fox beside her, her eyes curving into a smile. Jiu Jiu, munching on roasted meat, instinctively inched closer to Li Chaoyan, observing her younger brother's swift change of allegiance. She felt a surge of disdain. The little rascal's stance truly lacks conviction. Yan Yan, main task 2. Understand the situation of the chaos in the snowy region. Status, completed. Reward points, 100. Current points, 305. Keep up the good work. Jiu Jiu, are there cumin powder and ketchup in the mall? Since Li Chaoyan savored the delectable grilled meat, her craving intensified, leaving her yearning for additional sauces. A jar of cumin powder costs 30 points, while a bottle of ketchup is priced at 40 points. Should she indulge in these delights? Alas, her purse is empty. This indulgence would require 70 points. Perhaps after completing this main quest, she shall reward herself. Li Chaoyan felt a silent sense of dissatisfaction. Please assist me in exchanging for 3 cans of milk. The last time I checked, a single can cost only 2 points. Indeed, it is fortunate that there is currently a promotional discount. 3 cans of milk are available for just 5 points. Do not miss this opportunity as you pass by. Shall I proceed with the exchange for 3 cans of milk, totaling 5 points? If so, the transaction will be successful, deducting 5 points, and the milk will be placed in the system's inventory. Yin Yin, you still have 300 points remaining. Li Chaoyan mused that her points were still too few, and that a few more random tasks would suffice. Ah, dear Yin. What is meant to be will eventually come to pass. During mealtime, Jiu Jiu also taught everyone how to weave baskets, and the orc community grew increasingly grateful towards Li Chaoyan, offering her various food items. As dusk approached, most of the orcs prepared to return home to their families, and Li Chaoyan and her companions rose to depart. On their way back, Jiu Jiu inquired, how did you become friends with Mu? Sister Mu is quite lovely. She mentioned that she used to like you, but upon learning that you have someone you care for, she decided to let go of her feelings. I truly admire her grace. Li Chaoyan grew more animated as she spoke, soon closing her eyes and extending her arms to embrace the evening breeze. Fireflies flitted about in the woods, dancing freely, their presence further enchanting Li Chaoyan. Who is Mu? Bai Su inquired, puzzled. It's the female who previously favored bamboo, came the reply. Oh, that's the debt of affection from the great serpent, Bai Su retorted playfully, reveling in the gossip. Sister Mu has found a partner now, a charming stone repairer who adores her. She is quite happy, Li Chaoyan defended Stone Mu. Young master can also find happiness with Chaoyan. Just give her a kiss. Bai Su teased. You lecherous fox. Li Chaoyan covered Bai Su's approaching mouth and playfully tapped his head. Ouch, Chaoyan, that hurts. Bai Su whined, burying his head in her embrace in search of comfort. Did I strike that hard? Li Chaoyan gently patted his head. You're not that fragile. He.S. just pretending. Jiu Jiu remarked incisively. Wretched serpent, you slander me. Amidst their playful banter, the trio temporarily forgot the trials that lay ahead and joyfully made their way home. Some have perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 10. Jiu Jiu, I challenge you to a duel. Days flew by, and Li Chaoyan, lounging on a beast hide while sipping milk, was startled awake by Jiu Jiu's voice. Random task. Accompany Jiu Jiu and Baisu to the snow domain. Reward, 100 points. Jiu Jiu, you nearly scared me to death. Next time, please provide a warning, Li Chaoyan replied, her expression nonchalant. For the past few days, she had mostly remained in her treehouse, venturing out only to chat with Stonemoo. Aren't you curious why they are heading to the snow domain? It's not hard to guess. They're just going to investigate the situation there. Those two have been sneaking around chatting, and I was wondering why their relationship seemed to be blossoming so rapidly. I suspect this is the topic, Li Chaoyan said, casually sipping her milk through a straw. Recently, having been pampered by two handsome beast men, her face had taken on a more rounded appearance. Yin Yin, you should look in the mirror. Just see how much weight you've gained. Jiu Jiu exclaimed, exasperated. How could that be? I'm as slender as ever. Li Chaoyan retorted indignantly, rising from the beast hide. There is indeed a little extra around the belly. All right. Perhaps I have been indulging a bit too much lately. After all, with two handsome men feeding me, it feels rude to refuse. Jiu Jiu cast her a disdainful glance. Who was it that said they would complete more tasks to return to Earth? Baisu had successfully transformed 2 days prior, and his body had nearly fully recovered. As for his appearance, Chaoyan, I'm back. Look at the prey I've caught. Li Chaoyan stowed the milk bottle into her system backpack. A youth clad in white entered from outside, carrying several game catches, astonishingly devoid of any trace of blood. His eyes, dark and slightly upturned like those of a fox, sparkled with a captivating allure. His soft black hair cascaded casually over his shoulders, and he possessed a prominent nose, as striking as a snow-capped mountain peak. With lips that were full and rosy, embodying the essence of beauty, Baisu was indeed as handsome as he claimed. He occupied that enchanting space between youth and adulthood. If he remained silent, Li Chaoyan, an aficionado of beauty, could easily be entranced by his visage. Alas, such a striking figure possessed a voice. Dear beauty, which one do you wish to feast upon today? I shall roast it for you, Baisu remarked, noticing the silence from the beauty, and added with a playful shake of his catch. I do not desire any, Li Chaoyan replied, resting her head upon the animal hide, acknowledging the reality of her weight gain. Jiu Jiu, I wish to exchange for weight loss medicine. Certainly, dear Yen, a single weight loss pill requires 5,000 points. And your current total is merely 500, came the response. Insufficient points. Redemption is not possible. The additional 200 points were from last week as fortune points accumulated by Li Chaoyan. Ah, how exorbitant. You are undoubtedly inflating prices, you wicked capitalist. Thus, Yen, hasten to complete your tasks, for only then can you purchase the weight loss pill. Do not linger. Get moving. Jiu Jiu cheerfully played an upbeat song from the System S music for Li Chaoyan, who was reluctant to acknowledge that there was indeed a slight price increase. Truly, just a trifle. Stop. I shall undertake the task. Li Chaoyan sighed, lamenting the hardships of a working life. Why refrain from eating? Are you tired of my roasted meat? Baisu teased, dramatically placing his hands in a heart-holding gesture, which, on him, bore a peculiar charm. In recent days, Jiu Jiu and Baisu had been engaged in a playful rivalry, much like two dogs vying for affection. Li Chaoyan had grown accustomed to Baisu's occasional whims, finding them no longer surprising. I do not wish to eat your roasted meat. I have gathered some fruits that I am sure I will enjoy, she declared. Jiu Jiu, returning from his outing, wore a resolute visage that softened upon seeing Li Chaoyan. He offered her the washed fruits. Through Li Chaoyan's recent guidance, both Jiu Jiu and Baisu had learned to ensure that food destined for consumption was properly cleaned. I do not wish to eat fruits either, Li Chaoyan replied, still lacking vitality. I must start running daily. I do not wish to become a plump beauty. Why are you not eating? You seemed well this morning, Jiu Jiu inquired, stepping forward to assist Li Chaoyan, concern etched on his face. I am fine. I shall step out for a moment. You all may eat first. Li Chaoyan pushed aside the stone bamboo and began to circle around the tree beneath the treehouse, counting rhythmically, 121, 121. The two remaining orcs inside the treehouse were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why Li Chaoyan refused to eat. Indeed, it was the fickleness of a female heart, akin to a needle at the bottom of the sea. After her exercise, Li Chaoyan did not forget her mission. It seemed these two harbored a little secret from her. In truth, Baisu and Jiu Jiu wished to explain, yet they were at a loss for words, and moreover, they had yet to figure out how to accommodate this little female. Should they place her in the tribe? Absolutely not, as there were far too many single male orcs. Should they keep her in the treehouse? That would be perilous, as they would not be present to ensure her safety. Bringing her along, even more dangerous. For that was a savage beast clan, untamed and wild. The two were indeed in a state of great distress. In contrast to their turmoil, Li Chaoyan felt rather at ease. After all, wherever she went, it was bound to be the same. She trusted them in this beastly world. If they were to go somewhere, why would she not accompany them? As for the system shop, she pondered what skills could be exchanged. Let me see, Strongman, 2,000 points. Space Traversal, 3,000 points. Illusion, 2,000 points. Charm, 1,000 points. And the Light Step, 500 points. Li Chaoyan prompted Jiu Jiu to unveil the introduction of the Lingbo Weibu skill. Lingbo Weibu function. This skill enables one to move with remarkable agility, allowing for swift evasion during confrontations with adversaries, thereby unlocking the potential of a nimble spirit. Primarily, it serves the purpose of facilitating a hasty retreat. Limitations. It enhances speed and reflexes for a brief period and may only be utilized once per day. If exceeded beyond 30 minutes, it becomes ineffective. That's all I can afford. Very well, Yin Yin, you have successfully acquired the Lingbo Weibu skill. And your points have been reset. Keep striving. Accumulating points is quite a challenge. The next day, Bai Su and Shi Jiu conspired while Li Chaoyan remained asleep. Their two heads, one silver and one black, leaned together conspiratorially. In my opinion, we should place Yin within the tribe, as the high priest is also present to ensure her safety. I believe that is a sound plan. What are you two discussing? A soft voice inquired from behind them. Nothing at all, Bai Su stammered, clearly feeling guilty. Speak up, where are you planning to go? Despite being aware of their intention to venture into the snow domain, Li Chaoyan feigned ignorance. She plopped down on a chair, crossed her arms defiantly, and adopted an inquisitorial demeanor. The clan leader has instructed us to hunt in a remote area for a few days. Yin should stay with Mu for a while, Shi Jiu suggested first. That's a lie. The high priest informed me yesterday that you were bound for the snow domain. She lifted her chin, her brows furrowed, glaring at the two with indignation. I told that old man not to say anything. Bai Su, caught off guard, inadvertently revealed their plans. Shi Jiu regarded him with incredulity. How could such a foolish fox exist? It was evident that Yin was merely pretending. She hadn't seen the high priest in days. I knew it. I shall accompany you both. As Li Chaoyan's scheme succeeded, she immediately sought to press her advantage. No. The two spoke in unison this time. Yuan, you are unaware of how bloodthirsty and brutal that group of beast men can be. Our current endeavor is exceedingly perilous. Shi Jiu's parents fell victim to those savages. Little Shi Jiu witnessed the ferocious and bloodthirsty nature of the mutated beast men firsthand. He does not wish for his little female to take such risks. I concur, Bai Su said, his tone unusually grave as he addressed Li Chaoyan for the first time with such seriousness, clearly indicating the depth of his opposition. It is one matter for the two of us to go, but you cannot transform. What if I cannot protect you? What then? Li Chaoyan felt a surge of emotion. They all cared for her deeply. Yet, this journey was one she must undertake, for she could not bear the thought of Shi Jiu and Bai Su facing peril. At the very least, she had the system to safeguard her. Listen to me, she proclaimed. I am not an utterly useless female, though I cannot shape-shift. I possess sufficient abilities to protect myself. Deep down, Li Chaoyan harbored some uncertainty regarding that skill. She was unsure of its reliability. Nevertheless, she hoped that Jiu Jiu would not abandon her in her time of need. Yin Yin, the system reassured, our primary duty is to ensure the safety of our host. Should you encounter life-threatening danger, we will transport you to a secure location. That is reassuring, she replied. Li Chaoyan's gaze grew increasingly resolute as she looked toward the two. Shi Jiu, I challenge you to a duel. Some may have perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 11. Stealing a kiss in an open area, Shi Jiu had transformed into his beastly form. Yet confusion lingered within him. Why was Yin so insistent on venturing into the snowy realm? To dispel her notion, he too had no choice but to accept the challenge. Beside them, Bai Su was anxious. Such a small and delicate female like Cao Cao could be gravely harmed by the brutish serpent, and it was imperative that she remained unharmed. You take the offensive, and I shall evade. If you fail to injure me, I shall declare victory. If you succeed, then you win, proposed Li Chaoyan, who remained remarkably composed on the opposite side. She understood that Jiu Jiu would not deceive her, nor would Shi Jiu genuinely harm her. Yin, I do not wish to hurt you, Shi Jiu said, his tone tinged with helplessness. Whether you can harm me remains to be seen. Do not be so confident. She beckoned him to commence. With that, Shi Jiu initiated his assault. The attacks of a beast man were primarily physical. Only the high priest or the next high priest could inherit magical powers from the spiritual stones. This was why Li Chaoyan refrained from challenging Baisu directly. She might evade physical assaults, but magic was a different story altogether. Despite Shizhu's imposing size, his movements were remarkably agile, his body capable of extensive extension. As he lunged at Li Chaoyan with his head, his tail encircled from the opposite side. Utilizing the Lingbo Weibo, Li Chaoyan deftly dodged Shizhu's attack, her figure moving like a wraith, escaping the encirclement he had formed. Shizhu was taken aback. It seemed the dragon clan possessed formidable prowess, compelling him to approach this contest with greater seriousness. The serpent's speed was astonishing, and with the cover of the nearby forest, Li Chaoyan found herself barely evading Shizhu's strikes. After several rounds of his relentless assault, she was drenched in sweat. Her physical stamina posed the greatest challenge. She realized that if she did not conclude this swiftly, her strength would likely wane long before the half-hour mark. Li Chaoyan evaded yet another attack, deftly pivoting to lightly tap the serpent's body with her foot, using it as leverage to leap onto a nearby tree. At this moment, she was already gasping for breath. Outside the arena, Baisu silently felt a pang of anxiety for her. It was enough. Shizhu came to a halt, a faint radiance enveloping him as he transformed into his human form. In this contest, he had not exerted his full strength, merely seeking to gauge Yan's limitations. Her stamina still left much to be desired. In the realm of beasts, females were generally frail. It was a rarity to encounter a female orc with the prowess akin to Shirmu. As a result, male orcs tended to protect their female counterparts diligently. If Yan could develop the ability to fend for herself, it would be even better. This time, she had to venture into the snowy expanse. Hence, it was imperative to enhance her training. Li Chaoyan, already feeling somewhat fatigued, was momentarily overwhelmed by the words of Shizhu, and darkness enveloped her vision. Cao. Baisu, who had been attentively monitoring the battle, swiftly leaped aside, his form larger than that of a lion, materializing beneath the tree to catch the small figure falling from above. Beastmen possess the ability to adjust the size of their beast forms according to their surroundings. Thus, Baisu had maintained a juvenile shape to conserve his energy. This marked his inaugural appearance before Shizhu in his adult form, a lithe and graceful nine-tailed fox, a sight seldom seen in a century, truly living up to its reputation. Yet, he was no less impressive. Baisu carefully carried Li Chao into the treehouse and gently set her down, with Shizhu arriving shortly thereafter. He took a piece of animal hide to wipe the sweat from her brow and offered her a sip of fresh water. You wretched serpent. You never intended to harm Cao. Why not conclude this sooner? Baisu lamented, his heart aching at the sight of Li Chaoyan's pallid face. Shizhu, acknowledging his own excess, rubbed his nose and replied, I aim to ascertain Yan's limits. Are we truly bringing her along? Baisu questioned with reluctance. She is so resolute. We cannot leave her behind. Moreover, Yan is indeed formidable, managing to evade my attacks, and she can handle those ordinary rogue beastmen adequately, though her stamina requires enhancement. They exchanged a glance, resolving to include her in their training for the remaining time. Poor Li Chaoyan had not anticipated that her weight loss endeavor would unfold so effortlessly. After a while, she gradually regained consciousness, feeling a heavy weight pressing down on her, making it difficult to breathe. She shifted her sore arms, attempting to dislodge the burden. As the weight lifted, she beheld Baisu, propped up on one hand, rubbing his eyes and gazing at her. Cao, you're awake. His voice was soft and melodious, clearly indicating he had just awakened. You woke me up. Li Chaoyan corrected his phrasing. Ah, I hadn't noticed. Is my precious Cao all right? Baisu squinted his fox-like eyes, his hands playfully wandering towards Li Chaoyan as he pretended to examine her. Li Chaoyan swatted away Baisu's lewd hand. Feeling that the cunning fox was up to no good, she massaged her sore shoulders and glanced around. Where was Shizhu? Upon waking, she immediately inquired about him, unmindful of the jealousy that might arise from Baisu. Baisu playfully pinched Li Chaoyan's nose, calling her a carefree little girl. Here she was, guarding him. Yet she was more concerned about that insufferable snake. Oh, it's nothing. I merely wish to know the outcome of our competition and whether I could accompany you. Li Chaoyan shook Baisu's arm lightly, and he was easily swayed by her charm. I'll tell you, Baisu declared. Propping his arms on either side of Li Chaoyan's face, their noses nearly touching, the space between them shrinking to a mere fingertip. Li Chaoyan was taken aback by his proximity, her face flushing crimson. What do you intend to do? She crossed her arms between them to prevent Baisu from drawing closer. Yet he leaned in further until his lips brushed against her ear, whispering softly. We'll go to the snowy realm together. I'll take you to the place where I grew up. This sentiment remained unspoken. It was a thought he kept to himself. What do you think I would do? Until you acknowledge my status as your partner, I shall refrain from any improper conduct. After uttering this, Baisu swiftly planted a kiss on the side of Li Chaoyan's face before rolling off the bed. Except for the stolen kiss, of course. Li Chaoyan gazed at the fox, who appeared exceedingly self-satisfied, and felt a mix of emotions within her heart, a peculiar sensation that bordered on joy. Despite the fox's shortcomings, his striking good looks rendered her unable to feel any genuine anger. Oh, how thrilling! Li Chaoyan's mind was filled with the intoxicating aura of Jiu Jiu, who was inadvertently witnessed in an embarrassing moment. Goodness, my own pig was startled by the cabbage. Jiu Jiu. Li Chaoyan felt an overwhelming mix of shame and anger. Having been seen by Jiu Jiu in such a compromising position. Ahem, I didn't see anything. I didn't see him stealing a kiss from you, came the feeble denial, which only served to highlight the absurdity of the situation. In the tribe, Jiu was conversing with the high priest. High priest, we are prepared to take Yen to the snowy region. No, it is far too perilous. The high priest objected. Yen insists on going. I will protect her, Jiu retorted, unwilling to yield. The high priest stroked his staff, his thoughts a whirlwind of confusion. The sudden appearance of Li Chaoyan was already suspicious, and now she wished to accompany them to the snowy region. It was not that he doubted her, but the safety of the entire tribe weighed heavily on his mind, necessitating careful consideration. What if something were to happen? The beast god has instructed us to safeguard her, the high priest countered. Yen possesses the ability to protect herself, and both I and Baisu will look after her. You have a mission at hand. How can you attend to her? We can manage, please trust us. Shiyu had intended to argue further when the beast god's command arrived. A luminous orb manifested, instructing, let her go. Shiyu was perplexed by the beast god's unusual concern for the girl, yet as it was an order from the divine, obedience was the only option. Very well. Let her accompany you. Ensure her safety, he stated with an air of reluctant acceptance. As you command, high priest. Jiu, unable to perceive the orb, felt the high priest's sudden acquiescence was rather swift. Forget it. Let us return and check on Yen. Some had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 12. The journey to the snowy region. The three agreed to embark on their journey to the snowy region a week later, stipulating that if Li Chaoyan wished to accompany them, she must endure the physical training devised by Jiu and Baisu. Yen, if you cannot bear it, just let me know, Jiu encouraged as he jogged alongside her. No need. I can manage 3 more laps, she puffed, increasing her pace. Jiu admired her determination, quickening his own stride in response. Jiu, I am so exhausted. Do you have any elixirs to boost my stamina? Only restorative elixirs are available. Stamina pill restores 100 stamina, and each costs 50 points. Oh, but I have no points. Could I perhaps advance this week as fortune points? Absolutely not. Yen, you should keep pushing yourself. Jiu firmly rebutted. No slacking off. Stingy Jiu. Li Chaoyan runs 10 laps daily along the designated route set by Jiu. Initially, she could only manage 5 laps, then progressed to 8, and today, she has finally accomplished the full 10 laps. Success has been achieved. Li Chaoyan lay sprawled on the ground, her body drenched in sweat. Her original garments had become tattered beyond recognition, prompting Baisu to fashion several outfits from animal hides for her. She envied the beastmen, who need not concern themselves with such matters, as their furs could effortlessly transform into clothing. I can't go on. I'm utterly exhausted. She reclined on the ground for a brief respite, her strength gradually returning. Baisu emerged gracefully from the treehouse, stretching languidly as she gazed at the prostrate Li Chaoyan. Chaoyan, you had it so comfortable, yet you insist on tormenting yourself. Enough talk, let us continue. The next phase involved Baisu training Li Chaoyan in her skills. Lacking offensive capabilities, she could only strive to ensure her own safety, fleeing when necessary. Baisu discerned Li Chaoyan's strengths and weaknesses. With a casual gesture, he conjured a spell, manifesting 9 little foxes from his 9 tails. Pay attention, do not let them touch you. With a swift motion of his hand, the 9 foxes darted towards Li Chaoyan. Lingbo Weibu. Li Chaoyan darted left and right, her movements remarkably agile. However, despite her efforts, she was still struck a few times by the simultaneous onslaught of 9 foxes. Nonetheless, she had shown improvement compared to yesterday, when her performance had been far more disheveled. After half an hour, Li Chaoyan called for a halt, fearing she would exceed her limits. Quite impressive. She had indeed made progress since yesterday. Seizing the opportunity while Li Chaoyan was fatigued, Baisu quickly planted a kiss on her cheek. In recent days, both Baisu and Jiu had taken to teasing her when she least expected it, stealing kisses or pinching her, to to which Li Chaoyan had grown accustomed. In truth, her feelings towards the two were rather complex. After weeks of companionship and heartfelt conversations with Jiu Jiu in the cellar, she had come to genuinely like them. Yet, such emotions left her feeling rather unfaithful. She intended to confess everything to them upon her return from the snowy realm, revealing the truth. As night fell, Li Chaoyan reclined upon the verdant grass. Beneath her lay a fur blanket meticulously arranged by Jiu Jiu. To her right rested a bowl of pristine fruits, while her left hand held freshly roasted meat, generously sprinkled with chili. Gazing upward, the stars twinkled brilliantly, a sight seldom witnessed in the bustling city. Jiu Jiu, may I speak of you? Would it have any repercussions for you? I am indifferent, as we are bound by no confidentiality agreement. However, I would advise Yin Yin to refrain from disclosing it to too many people. After all, the human heart is inscrutable, and we cannot fathom the thoughts of others. Jiu Jiu swiftly replied, revealing his nonchalance. Jiu Jiu, it is truly wonderful to have you here. Li Chaoyan felt fortunate to have someone to converse with at any moment, along with two orcs who cherished her. Though she found herself in a foreign world, she was not alone. The wandering orcs had seized the territory of the Snow Fox clan. By nightfall, they gathered around the fire in the clan, roasting meat. Jisha had long mastered the use of fire. It was he who had ignited the devastating blaze in the waters, causing significant losses for an entire week. At the head of the gathering sat the strikingly handsome orc, skillfully toying with two round bones between his fingers. A seductive female orc approached him, offering roasted meat. "Chieftain, have something to eat," she said, her gaze flirtatiously directed at him. Not sensing rejection from the chieftain, she grew bolder, turning to sit on Jisha's lap and presenting the meat closer to his mouth. "Get lost," the chieftain's icy voice resonated, causing the bones in his hand to shatter with a firm grip. The crowd fell silent in an instant. Yuqing, startled, quickly stood and retreated, fearing she might share the same fate as the crushed bones. Jisha cast the ashes from his hand toward the crowd and addressed Rui-san. "There are too many new orcs in our clan. Manage them." "Yes, brother, I shall expel her by tomorrow," Rui-san replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The female was reckless, but thankfully, his brother was in a good mood today. Jisha rose from his seat, utterly bored, finding no amusement in the proceedings. He adjusted the fur draped around him, the pristine white pelt contrasting with his snow-like complexion, while his violet eyes narrowed slightly. This old fox's skin felt remarkably comfortable. Jiu Jiu and Baisu not only helped train Li Chaoyan's physical abilities, but they also explained everything they knew about the wandering orcs. The clan was composed of mutated orcs from the 5 domains, typically bloodthirsty and savage, exhibiting an even stronger beastly nature than their ordinary counterparts. The chieftain of the wandering orcs was named Jisha. No one had ever seen him, yet he was rumored to be immensely powerful, described as having 3 heads and 6 arms, with a blue face and sharp fangs. In short, Chaoyan, be wary if you encounter an exceedingly ugly orc, Baisu advised earnestly. I understand, she replied, having heard this admonition from Baisu numerous times. "Let us begin." Nearby, Shiyu raised his staff, and a grand white door materialized before the three. Passing through this door would lead to the snowy realm, though the exact destination remained uncertain. "From here on, it will depend on you," he added. "Thank you, Grand Priest. Farewell." Li Chaoyan expressed her fondness for the elder, who had always been kind to her. Jiu Jiu pushed open the door, and the three stepped inside. A flash of white light enveloped them, and the door vanished. Shiyu gazed at the spot where they had disappeared. "May the beast god bless you. May you all return safely. Some have perished, yet they have not entirely departed." Chapter 13. I am lynching. In the snow-laden expanse, a pristine white blanket envelopes the earth, while delicate snowflakes continue to cascade from the heavens, bestowing serenity upon the silent snow-capped mountains. Li Chaoyan tightened her fur cloak, the biting cold wind making her shiver uncontrollably. Fortunately, she had brought warm clothing. "Where have we been transported to?" She lifted her gaze to the boundless snow-capped mountains, a wave of despair washing over her. This is indeed the snow domain, and the weather is exceedingly harsh. Jiu Jiu also felt uncomfortable. Snakes are inherently hibernating creatures, and now, in this frigid climate of the snowy peaks, although his beast form was more resilient to cold than that of females, it severely limited his mobility. Among the 3 of them, only Baisu appeared at ease, having grown up in the snow domain, where he had encountered all manner of blizzards. Yet, this place seemed rather ominous. "It seems we have been transported to the Valley of Ghosts," Baisu remarked, his striking brows furrowing as he clenched his fists in silence. "What kind of place is this? The name does not bode well." Li Chaoyan continued to inquire. The Valley of Ghosts is known for its extremely harsh weather, far worse than other regions of the snow domain, with terrain that is nearly identical throughout, often leaving beastmen lost within its confines. Unless a beastman well-versed in the terrain leads us out, it is likely we will struggle to find our way. Is there no other option? Why not attempt a spell of teleportation? Shurj suggested. Baisu shook his head, indicating his own powerlessness. This Valley of Ghosts is quite peculiar. It severed all connections to the outside world. My spells cannot be cast here. Li Chaoyan attempted to establish a connection with Jiu Jiu, hoping to utilize her points to lead them out, having just accumulated 200 points last week. Jiu Jiu. Yet, no matter how fervently she called, there was no response from Jiu Jiu. Alas, her connection with Jiu Jiu had been severed. This place was truly formidable. How fortunate we are to have been transported to this wretched locale. Li Chaoyan shivered, stamping her feet, burying her face deeper into the animal hide. Shurju handed the remaining hide to Li Chaoyan, his face pale, and said, "Let us proceed in one direction. Perhaps we shall find a way out." There was no other choice. To conserve their strength, the three refrained from assuming their beast forms, trudging forward against the biting wind and snow. Baisu shielded Li Chaoyan, tightening his embrace upon sensing her shivering. "Are we not there yet?" Li Chaoyan chattered her teeth, her voice barely coherent. "Just hold on a little longer." "I promise to get you to safety," Baisu replied, his expression also troubled as he noticed the snow intensifying. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed behind them, and Shurju collapsed onto the ground. Li Chaoyan rushed forward to inspect the situation. Shurju's eyebrows and eyelashes were nearly frozen, her complexion as pale as death. Shurju had followed silently behind her all the way, and Li Chaoyan had assumed that Shurju was as unperturbed by the cold as Baisu, even having given her the warmest fur cloak. Now, however, she felt a pang of guilt. Hastily, she untied the strings of the fur cloak and wrapped Shurju within its warmth. As the biting wind grazed her skin, she shivered, realizing just how frigid it truly was. Li Chaoyan was filled with frustration. After all, snakes naturally require hibernation. How could she have overlooked the fact that Shurju was also sensitive to the cold? Sensing the warmth approaching, Shurju instinctively reverted to its juvenile form, tightly coiling around Li Chaoyan's arm to absorb the heat. Baisu adjusted Li Chaoyan's cloak, his expression one of bewilderment as he gazed upon the expanse of white snow, noticing the ominous signs of the snow-capped mountains ahead. "This is bad. We must flee. The avalanche is upon us." Baisu transformed into his beast form, wrapping his tail around Li Chaoyan and swiftly leaping back. The biting cold wind lashed against them like daggers, stinging their faces. Li Chaoyan carefully shielded Shurju, fervently praying for their safety this time. The snow behind them drew nearer, and although Baisu quickened their pace, the snow fox's speed and explosive power were unparalleled in the snowy domain. Yet, who could rival the forces of nature? Shurju felt as though he was engaged in an unconscious, mechanical motion, unaware of how long he had been running. His strength was nearly depleted, and the snow behind them threatened to engulf them. The situation was dire. Suddenly, a burst of white light emanated from Li Chaoyan, enveloping both the person and the fox. As the radiance faded, they vanished from sight. The snow blanketed the spot where they had disappeared. The avalanche continued to rage, but the fleeing figures had vanished. Within a cave, if one could even call it that, it was not formed of earth, but rather constructed entirely of snow. Li Chaoyan was the first to awaken. Lying upon Baisu, beneath her was the soft, furry body of the snow fox, who had shielded her in its final moments. Baisu, having exhausted all its strength, remained in a deep slumber, while Shurju continued to sleep soundly. "Jiu Jiu, can you hear me?" "Yen, I can hear you. I was previously interrupted by an inexplicable force that severed our connection, preventing us from speaking. This place is utterly strange. Did you save me?" "No." Jiu Jiu replied after a moment of silence. "It was not Jiu Jiu who rescued her." "Then who? Who else besides Jiu Jiu could have saved them? Is there someone else present here?" Li Chaoyan sensed a gaze fixed upon her from the shadows. Cautiously, she surveyed her surroundings, noting that the two individuals with offensive capabilities remained in slumber. She dared not act impulsively. "Jiu Jiu, is there a way to awaken them?" Shurju had succumbed to sleep due to the inclement weather and would soon rouse. As for Baisu, she had exhausted her strength and fallen into a deep slumber. "Yen, you could exchange for stamina pills for Baisu to consume." Exchanging 2 stamina pills. Successfully acquired stamina pills X2, consuming 100 points, leaving 100 points remaining. Onward with determination. Li Chaoyan dared not make any sudden moves. She quietly approached Baisu's head and fed him a stamina pill. "Please, wake up quickly." That gaze still lingered. leaving her uncertain of whether the observer was friend or foe. Suddenly, a powerful force pulled Li Chaoyan and Bai Su into the depths of the cave. What was happening? She struggled against the pull, but to no avail. This force drew them inward while simultaneously ensuring they did not collide with anything. When they reached the innermost part of the cave, the force dissipated. At the apex of the cavern, several luminous orbs were embedded, and icicles hung from the ceiling, reflecting the radiant light throughout the interior of the cave, illuminating it brilliantly. The temperature within the cave was significantly warmer than outside, and in the center stood a towering ice column, upon which rested an ancient wooden box. Li Chaoyan felt the gaze that had been fixed upon her suddenly vanish. She approached to check on Bai Su's condition, pondering why the stamina elixir had yet to take effect. A chilling voice echoed around her. This fellow is far too feeble. Has the Snow Fox clan sunk to such depths? The voice was clearly directed at the still unconscious Bai Su. Who is it? Li Chaoyan scanned her surroundings, suspecting that this individual had been watching her all along. A wooden box atop an ice pillar gradually opened, revealing an ice sculpture of a nine-tailed fox. You, little girl, possess a certain intrigue. Are you not afraid? The cold voice resounded once more. Li Chaoyan's heart raced like a drum, her clammy hands clenched tightly. The events of the past few weeks had far exceeded her understanding. How could she not be frightened? Stop the pretense. Who are you really? Li Chaoyan surmised that the voice bore no malice, yet the speaker's concealment in the shadows filled her with a profound dread of the unknown. I am Bai Yu. Some have perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 14. Are you a fairy sister? No sooner had the words escaped her lips than a beam of white light emerged beside the ice sculpture of the nine-tailed fox. When the light dissipated, a woman clad in white, with flowing white hair appeared. Her visage was strikingly beautiful, akin to a pristine lotus, with a snow lotus blooming at her brow. Her long eyelashes cast a delicate shadow under the radiance of the pearl atop her head. Her eyes shimmered with a tranquil blue, and she seemed like a fragile luxury, evoking a desire to worship rather than disturb. Are you a fairy sister? Li Chaoyan gazed in awe. I am Lianqing. The cool voice echoed again, as clear and ethereal as the gentle chime of jade. At that moment, Bai Su, who had just awakened and transformed into human form, overheard this exchange. Lianqing, why are you here? Bai Su queried, astonished. Is it not rumored that you clashed with Bai Yu in that great battle? Let bygones be bygones, Lianqing interjected, her tone laced with barely concealed irritation, halting Bai Su's inquiry. Very well, Bai Su acquiesced, hesitating to continue. But you, nine-tailed fox, you must be the high priestess. Why are you so weak? Lianqing's words were not intended as mockery. She genuinely found it perplexing that the high priestess's power could be so diminished. Indeed, I have yet to fully inherit the powers of the high priestess, Bai Su admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. She reflected on her past frivolity, neglecting her studies under her master, who had now. Her gaze dimmed, for it was her master who had raised and nurtured her, preparing her for the next high priestess trial, yet she had failed to protect him. Fairy sister, did you save us? Li Chaoyan interjected, breaking the tense stalemate. It was I, but it was also not solely me, Lianqing replied slowly. Perhaps due to fatigue from standing, she conjured a lotus leaf on which to sit. What do you mean? Li Chaoyan was perplexed by her words. You carry the guidance of the beast god. I sensed the power of the beast god and thus intervened to save you. Moreover, even if I had not acted, the beast god would have. Lianqing was merely surprised to encounter someone with the beast god's guidance after such a long time. What does this have to do with the beast god? The guidance of the beast god? Would the beast god even take notice of a mere traveler like me? Li Chaoyan did not ponder further. Perhaps this fairy sister was merely prideful, unwilling to admit her desire to save others. You can cast spells in the Ghost Valley? Li Chaoyan expressed her admiration, for the calamities that loomed insurmountable to her seemed to be but a mere flick of the wrist to this being. Is it truly so challenging? Lianqing moved her hand, and the ice sculpture of the nine-tailed fox appeared in her grasp, which she caressed delicately. Isn't this difficult? Why does the fairy sister speak of it as casually as one would discuss today's meal? Li Chaoyan was greatly astonished. Someone had once told her that the so-called Ghost Valley was merely a snow-capped mountain. What was so formidable about a snow mountain? If your abilities surpass it, then it cannot impede your progress. Thus, once you grow stronger, nothing will obstruct your path. Lianqing perceived her confusion and provided clarification. Meanwhile, Bai Su silently set a goal for herself. She must become stronger, for only through strength could she better protect Chaoyan and seek vengeance for her master. As Li Chaoyan's arm stirred, it signified the awakening of Jiu Jiu. She gently placed him on the ground, and he transformed into human form, yet his complexion remained pallid. How did the Silver Serpent clan find their way to the snowy domain? Lianqing, having previously failed to detect Jiu's presence, was somewhat astonished. The Silver Serpent clan, inherently averse to cold, dared to venture into this cursed valley? Lianqing found the trio increasingly intriguing. Senior, it was not our intention to come to this cursed valley. We were compelled to do so. The high priest of the Xian Snake tribe assisted us in opening the gate of the 5 domains, claiming we would be randomly transported to a location in the snowy domain. However, we did not anticipate such a fortune in arriving at this wretched place, Li Chaoyan lamented. Sister Fairy, do you possess a means of transporting us from this place? We have pressing matters to attend to, Li Chaoyan implored, her doe-like eyes reflecting earnestness as she gazed at Lianqing. Jiu Jiu, bewildered, retained only the memories from before his fainting spell. He was oblivious to the current developments, especially with the emergence of this unfamiliar woman. Thus, he remained silent, quietly listening to the dialogue among the three. I can facilitate your exit, but I wish to understand what your next course of action entails. Lianqing continued to caress the ice sculpture. Is it of significant importance? Quite intriguing, she mused. Bai Su and the others exchanged glances, uncertain whether to confide in her. Do you not trust me? Lianqing observed the 3 younger individuals, easily deciphering their thoughts. No. Li Chaoyan hastily waved her hands in denial. This matter pertains to the safety of both the snowy domain and the water domain. If you wish to know, I do not mind sharing, Jiu Jiu interjected, his gaze fixed steadily upon Lianqing. Oh, then I shall lose interest, Lianqing replied, discerning their reluctance to divulge information. Youthful they were. When she had rescued the beast world, they were likely unaware of her whereabouts. However, this silver serpent did exhibit some depth. I can assist in your departure, but I require your help with a particular task. Absolutely, Li Chaoyan responded eagerly. You have yet to learn what the task entails, and you agree so readily. Little girl, are you not wary of my deceit? Lianqing's lips curled slightly, finding herself rather fond of the girl. You saved us and would send us away. You would surely not harm us. Li Chaoyan smiled at Lianqing, her doe-like eyes crinkling with joy. She could not help but feel an affinity for those who possessed beauty, especially one so ethereal and kind-hearted. I need you to help me find a certain herb. Herb? The snow spirit grass, which grows solely beside the spirit of snow. Surely, you can accomplish this. Lianqing's frigid gaze fell upon Bai Su. Certainly, we shall deliver it to you once we are done. I swear by the beast god. Bai Su vowed, having been taught by his master how to cultivate the snow spirit grass. Good. Lianqing handed them a petal from a snow lotus. Take this to the cursed valley, and I shall come to find you. Subsequently, Lianqing traced a symbol in the air with her fingertip. With a deft gesture, she cast a spell and waved her hand towards the 3 individuals, enveloping them in a radiant white light. Fairy sister, I am Li Chaoyan. Li Chaoyan exclaimed, fearing that Lianqing might forget her name, and thus repeated it twice. Understood, Lianqing responded, having not encountered such vibrant energy in a long while, which only deepened her fondness for the girl. You must practice diligently. Do not tarnish the reputation of the 9-tailed fox. This last remark was directed at Bai Su. As the white light faded, the 3 figures vanished from Lianqing's sight. She carefully returned the statue to its wooden box, her eyes brimming with affection, melting the coldness of her gaze, as if a celestial being had been touched by mortal emotions. They went to cultivate the snow spirit grass for me. But what I truly desire is the one you plant with your own hands. She transformed into a diminutive snow lotus, remaining beside the ice sculpture. Nestled together like a perfect pair, the wooden box slowly closed. Some have perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 15. The current state of the 5 domains. The 3 were sent out of the Ghost Valley, finally witnessing colors beyond mere white. The snow domain was not solely composed of snowfields. The realm inhabited by the beast men also featured soil and trees. They found themselves amidst a forest, where the temperature had risen significantly. The snow domain had historically been dominated by the Snow Fox clan, which was further divided into 4-tailed, 6-tailed, and 9-tailed varieties. The abilities and physical prowess of the snow foxes corresponded to the number of tails they possessed. More tails signified greater strength. The Xianxi clan, on the other hand, categorized their prowess by the color of their scales. The closer the scales were to white, the more formidable they were, exhibiting greater explosive power. Naturally, these attributes were innate and immutable, though with sufficient effort, one could still attain considerable strength. In the past century, the Snow Fox clan had perhaps birthed only 1 or 2 9-tailed foxes. Remarkably, in the last 200 years, only Bai Su had emerged as a 9-tailed fox. The average lifespan of a beastman reached 300 to 400 years, and the previous high priest of the snow domain was also a nine-tailed fox, having awaited 2 centuries for Baisu's emergence, thus nurturing him closely from a young age. Hence, the deep bond between Baisu and his master is readily comprehensible. Who is that person? Upon leaving the Ghost Valley, the temperature became more comfortable, and Shizhu's demeanor softened considerably as he inquired of Baisu. Li Chaoyan also turned to Baisu. It's a long story. Allow me to find a place to rest before I share it with you. After emerging, Baisu resumed his nonchalant demeanor, idly twisting a small blade of grass he had picked up from the roadside. The trio made their way to the shade of a towering tree. Li Chaoyan gathered some dry grass and wooden sticks to kindle a fire, while Baisu, being familiar with the flora of the snowy region, ventured off in search of a water source and edible fruits. Shizhu took on the task of hunting. Once their roles were assigned, they commenced their respective duties. When their tasks were complete, they gathered around the fire to warm themselves and roast the meat. Under continuous practice, Baisu and Shizhu's culinary skills had significantly improved, so Li Chaoyan decided not to intervene but watched the two as they worked. Having just survived a life-and-death ordeal, the 3 finally settled down in tranquility, shedding their fatigue. Now, may we speak? Shizhu inquired. Li Chaoyan held a pot of boiling water, which was heated above the flame in a wooden bowl. Baisu began to recount the tale of Lianqing's origins. Thousands of years ago, before the clash between the beast god and the evil god, the beast realm flourished in harmony, with no divides among the 5 domains. Lianqing was originally a snow lotus, nurtured by the beast god, who bestowed upon her consciousness and transformed her into human form, endowing her with spiritual power. The beast god named her Lianqing. Finding her daily training with the beast god rather tedious, Lianqing sought refuge in the snow domain, which was most suitable for her existence. At that time, the high priest of the snow domain was Baiyu, who fell deeply in love with Lianqing at first sight and is said to have gifted her all the snow spirit grass he cultivated. At this point, Baisu turned to Li Chaoyan and said, I too can cultivate snow spirit grass for you. Li Chaoyan held the wooden bowl, averting her gaze from him. Shizhu, visibly annoyed, thought to himself how this fox always seized every opportunity to showcase its true nature. Lianqing ultimately remained in the snowy realm, and over the years of companionship, they fell deeply in love. Despite the lack of understanding from the other beastmen in the tribe, their love endured. Baisu sprinkled a hint of chili on the roasted meat and continued his narration. Eventually, the beast god and the evil god engaged in a fierce battle. Our Snow Fox clan steadfastly supported the beast god, and Baiyu also took part in that monumental conflict. However, due to the sinister tactics employed by the evil god, Baiyu and Lianqing were captured while trying to protect the beast god. In the final moment, Baiyu entrusted the spirit of snow to the beast god, and the evil god vanished with them. We all presumed they had perished, yet it was a revelation to discover that Lianqing still lived, residing in the Valley of Ghosts. After listening, Li Chaoyan felt a deep sense of emotion, realizing that the reason the fairy sisters sought the snow spirit grass was for this purpose. But what of the white jade? And what of the ice sculpture of the nine-tailed fox? Yin Yin, due to previous system delays. I am now here to settle your task points, Jiu Jiu finally spoke after a long silence. Random task, journey to the snowy domain with Shizhu and Baisu. Status, completed. Reward points, 100, current points, 200. Main task 3, successfully reached the snowy domain. Status, completed. Reward points, 100, current points, 300. Keep up the good work. Li Chaoyan mused that her points had now accumulated sufficiently. It was prudent to amass more points for unforeseen circumstances. Could you enlighten me further about the Great Beast World War from a millennium ago? She inquired, feeling an intrinsic importance in understanding this matter. Shizhu was aware that Li Chaoyan's kin remained secluded from the world and thus had little concern for such historical events, likely never having shared these tales with her. Millennia past, the beast god and the evil god were once close companions, united in their commitment to safeguarding the tranquility of the beast realm. The beast god presided over the beast men, while the evil god governed nature. However, unbeknownst to the beast god, the evil god had clandestinely mastered a dark art that enabled him to capture and consume beast men to enhance his own powers. Upon discovering this betrayal, the beast god was filled with rage and disbelief, refusing to accept that his friend could commit such heinous acts until he witnessed the evil god devouring his own kind. Thus, the beast god issued a challenge to the evil god. In retaliation, the evil god seized the thunder spirit from the Thunder Domain's Blood Eagle clan and the wood spirit from the Wood Domain's Iron Rhinoceros clan to augment his strength. The beast god convened the high priests of the 5 domains to devise a strategy. However, the high priests from the Thunder and Wood domains excused themselves from the meeting. claiming the loss of their respective spirits. Consequently, only the high priests of the Young Tiger, Snow Fox, and Xian Snake clans attended. The three clans resolved to offer their unwavering support to the beast god, and Lianqing also pledged his full assistance. Nevertheless, the evil god, empowered by the strength he had absorbed, became formidable, and during the cataclysmic battle, the beast god's side suffered grievous losses, with countless beast men perishing. Ultimately, the beast god vanquished the evil god, yet at a great cost, as his own essence was severely diminished, leaving only a fragment to maintain contact with the high priests. The three domains that participated in the conflict faced immense devastation, and fearing that the other two domains might take advantage of their plight, the beast god erected barriers around the 5 domains. Henceforth, the gates to the 5 domains would only open once every 3 years for a duration of 1 week. Simultaneously, he returned the reclaimed wood and thunder spirits to their rightful clans. Following this, communication between the 3 domains and the other 2 dwindled considerably. Shi Zhu elaborated on these events, and Li Chaoyan gained a general understanding of the current state of the 5 domains. The water, snow, and flame domains remained steadfast allies, devoutly worshipping the beast god, while the wood and thunder domains adopted a stance of observation, remaining unaware of the evolving circumstances. The Wanderer Beast clan emerged in the aftermath of that great war. The evil god not only consumed beastmen but also engineered hybrid beastmen, merging traits from 2 or 3 different kinds in a relentless pursuit to create a more powerful lineage. While hybrid beastmen could reproduce, it was an arduous endeavor. For nearly 1,000 years, their numbers remained scarce, and the 5 domains exhibited considerable aversion toward them. However, in recent years, a formidable leader named Jiu emerged, swiftly uniting the Wanderer Beast clan into a distinct faction that traversed the borders of the 5 domains. Baisu elucidated the intricacies of the Wanderer Beast clan to her. Li Chaoyan listened attentively, silently noting everything they said. That seems to be about it. Do you have any further questions, Chaoyan? Baisu glanced at Li Chaoyan, finding her earnest demeanor quite charming. Perhaps it would be best to inquire later. Did the fairy sister end up with that white jade? It feels rather unfortunate. I believe the situation is quite precarious. Considering that malevolent deity shows no mercy in his actions, how could there be a favorable outcome if one were to fall into his grasp? And how did Lianqing manage to escape? Shi Zhu also expressed his confusion. This is something I cannot ascertain, Baisu replied, crossing his hands behind his head and reclining on the grass, squinting up at the stars. I too am weary. Li Chaoyan spread a hide beneath her and followed suit, lying down as well. Tonight, Baisu and I will take turns keeping watch. You all should rest. Shi Zhu draped a piece of hide over Li Chaoyan, attentively tucking it in. He parted her long bangs to the side of her face and gently urged, sleep quickly. Li Chaoyan's face instantly flushed. Shi Zhu was far too gentle. Baisu disapproved of the serpent's unwelcome advances and promptly rolled over towards Li Chaoyan. I want to sleep next to Chaoyu. Foul serpent, go keep watch. He forcefully pried Shi Zhu's hand away. When the time comes, remember to wake me up. Baisu's arm lay firmly across the animal hide covering Li Chaoyan, gripping tightly. Loosen up a bit. Li Chaoyan protested, finding the hold too constricting. After easing his grip, Baisu instructed, quickly, sleep. Some have perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 16, The Rescue of Yuqing. The following morning, Li Chaoyan awoke in the embrace of Shi Zhu. Her eyes immediately drawn to the elegant contour of his jawline, its lines both smooth and aesthetically pleasing. With utmost care, she attempted to unveil the animal hide draped over her, inadvertently stirring Shi Zhu from his slumber. He instinctively pulled her back into his arms, then opened his eyes. I'm sorry for waking you, Li Chaoyan murmured, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as she had hoped to allow him a little more rest. Upon hearing her, Shi Zhu pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. It's quite all right, he replied, his expression radiating a sense of ease. Li Chaoyan felt an overwhelming sense of shyness and hastily rose from his embrace. I shall go freshen up, she stammered, turning to search for a branch in her luggage, her steps awkward and synchronized. Upon hearing the soft, teasing laughter of Shi Zhu behind her, her clumsiness intensified. As they attended to their personal grooming, both recalled that Baisu had mysteriously vanished during his watch. Where could he have gone? In truth, Baisu had not strayed far. He had realized the disparity between himself and his seniors while at Jiu. Consequently, he was determined to rapidly enhance his magical skills. Thus, he chose a nearby spot to practice, ensuring he could respond swiftly should danger arise. When Baisu returned from his training, the two had just finished their ablutions. Where have you been? Li Chaoyan inquired. I found some beautiful flowers over there and picked them for you, Baisu replied. producing a stunning bouquet of blooms in various colors, akin to a magician revealing his trick. He would never admit that his motivation for training stemmed from a sense of insecurity. How lovely! Li Chaoyan exclaimed, captivated by the bouquet. Bai Su cast a challenging glance at Jiu Jiu. Surely, you must appreciate them. Jiu Jiu, however, chose to ignore him, turning his head away. A random task appeared: rescue the orc fleeing from the southeast. Reward, 100 points. Yin Yin, southeast. Bai Su called. Understood. I shall ensure the task is completed. North is up, south is down, west is left, and east is right. This way. Li Chaoyan swiftly determined the direction in her mind. She thrust the flowers back into Bai Su's hands and pulled the two of them towards the southeast. Hey, hey, hey. What are you doing, Chaoyan? Bai Su, having barely reveled in the moment, fumbled to secure the flowers and match Li Chaoyan's pace. We must save her. Jiu Jiu remained considerably composed, inwardly delighted at the chaos the fox was causing. Yin, I will transform into my beast form to take you there. All right, thank you, Jiu. Jiu Jiu morphed into his animal form, and Li Chaoyan expertly mounted his serpentine body. You need never thank me, Yin, Jiu Jiu replied. Once Li Chaoyan settled herself, they sped off towards the southeast with great swiftness. Meanwhile, Bai Su remained behind, clutching the flowers, feeling disheveled in the winds. Is this truly a spontaneous journey? Thus, he too transformed into his beast form, pursuing Jiu Jiu. That insufferable snake is quite the charmer. As Bai Su chased after them, he carefully wrapped the flowers with his tail. Wait up, young master. You chase after me. Jiu Jiu's voice drifted back on the wind. Yin Yin, it's just ahead. Jiu, pause for a moment. Upon hearing her, Jiu Jiu halted, and Li Chaoyan gracefully dismounted from the serpent's back, meticulously observing the commotion ahead. Help! Help! Is there anyone to save me? A feminine voice cried out. Generally, tribes would safeguard their females. How could they allow one to fall into peril? As the voice drew closer, Li Chaoyan discerned two enormous wild boars chasing after a female. At that moment, Bai Su arrived, his presence startling both the female and the boars. Yu Qing realized Bai Su was a beast man and hurriedly pleaded, Please save me. As she spoke, she dashed towards Bai Su, catching sight of Jiu Jiu and Li Chaoyan beside him. You must help me. Her voice was tinged with desperation, her enchanting face marred by sweat and tears. Do not fret, we shall aid you, Li Chaoyan assured Yu Qing. Upon hearing her words, Jiu Jiu and Bai Su lunged towards a wild boar each, and within a minute, the danger was averted. The two transformed back into human form, each dragging a wild boar behind them. Chaoyan, we now have lunch. Bai Su exclaimed cheerfully, his fox-like eyes curving enticingly. Yu Qing gazed in awe at the two formidable beast men who had suddenly appeared before her. Random quest: rescue the beastman fleeing from the southeast. Status: completed. Reward points: 100 points. Current points: for 100 points. Keep up the good work. Excellent. There's a reward. Li Chaoyan beamed, thrilled at the completion of her task. She gave the two a thumbs up. What reward? Bai Su asked excitedly while Jiu Jiu fixed his gaze on Li Chaoyan. The reward is roasted meat that I will personally prepare for you. Li Chaoyan answered slyly. The higher Bai Su's expectations, the greater his disappointment. What? Are you not satisfied? Li Chaoyan placed her hands on her hips and glared at the two. I am very satisfied, Jiu Jiu replied, keenly observing the atmosphere. Far more adept than Bai Su. I mustn't allow Yin to be unhappy. Bai Su, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in. I am also quite satisfied. That's more like it. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. Yu Qing, who had been standing awkwardly for quite some time, finally spoke up. Unable to interject in the conversation between the three. I apologize for forgetting you were here, Li Chaoyan said, scratching the back of her head, feeling awkward. My name is Li Chaoyan. What is yours? Li Chaoyan inquired amiably, turning her attention to Yu Qing. I am Yu Qing, a feline beastman. Yu Qing hesitated to reveal that she was a mutated beastman, as she was actually a blend of feline and serpent blood. Jiu Jiu sensed an air of familiarity from Yu Qing, reminiscent of her own kind, yet she was claimed to be of the feline tribe. Hence, he remained cautious. Why are you here alone? Where are your kin? A few days ago, I was separated from my tribe during a blizzard in the snowy region. Yu Qing feigned a weak demeanor. In truth, she had been expelled for offending a high-ranking elder of her clan. To divert Li Chaoyan's inquiries, she seized the opportunity to lean towards Bai Su, pretending to faint from exhaustion. Her intention was for Bai Su to catch her, but he, lacking in romantic sensibility, evaded her approach, fearing that another female's closeness might upset Chaoyan. Consequently, Yu Qing dramatically fell to the ground. Some may have perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 17. Confession to them, Li Chaoyan and her companions were taken aback, pondering how this individual could so easily feign unconsciousness. Bai Su hastily distanced herself from the situation, asserting that the collapse was entirely the person's doing and had nothing to do with the young master. After speaking, she disdainfully cast a glance at the ground, remarking that this female was certainly not as beautiful as Chaoyan and had the audacity to lean upon the young master. Let us first assist her to our resting place, Li Chaoyan suggested, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Yu Qing, who lay sprawled on the ground. Jiu Jiu, you take care of it. I shan't lend a hand. Bai Su stubbornly insisted, genuinely wishing to avoid any association with this female, questioning whether it was truly worth the trouble to rescue her. Chao has abandoned the young master as flower. Since she fell in your direction, it is only fitting that you assist her. Jiu Jiu, arms crossed and leaning against a tree, deftly shifted the responsibility. Meanwhile, Yu Qing, still pretending to be unconscious on the ground, interjected, you may bicker all you like, but is it truly so difficult to help me? Honestly. Suddenly, she exclaimed, wait, Bai Su, is that not the person the clan leader is seeking? Li Chaoyan disregarded the quarreling duo and made her way directly to the unconscious Yu Qing. Allow me, she said. Fortunately, Yu Qing was rather light, and lifting her posed no difficulty. No, let us handle this, Bai Su interjected hastily, fearing that Li Chaoyan might tire. After all, his petite beauty was far too delicate for such exertion. Together, Bai Su insisted, tugging at Jiu Jiu to join him, determined to drag this snake into the fray as well. Thus, the scene transformed into two robust men hoisting a wild boar, with Yu Qing unceremoniously placed atop the boar's belly. The trio, accompanied by their unexpected cargo, made their way toward the resting spot. Yu Qing, upon resting on the boar, thought, I despise this. Do you truly find me so repugnant? Meanwhile, Li Chaoyan observed from the side, amused, are these two jesters? I sincerely hope Yu Qing does not awaken midway. That would be quite awkward. Upon reaching the resting area, the two men settled Yu Qing beside the fire. The atmosphere grew tranquil, and Bai Su and Jiu Jiu turned their gazes toward Li Chaoyan, their eyes seemingly brimming with unspoken sentiments. Li Chaoyan understood their bewilderment regarding her uncanny awareness of Yu Qing's peril. After enduring the life-and-death ordeal at Ghost Valley, she resolved to unveil her secrets to the two. Follow me. I have something to discuss, she said, rising and beckoning them to join her. With an outsider present, she felt the need for utmost caution. Upon reaching the riverbank, the trio found a stone to sit upon. Li Chaoyan spoke, in truth, I am not of this world. Nor am I a member of the Dragon Clan. I apologize for deceiving you. She cast an apologetic glance at the two. A moment of silence enveloped them, the air laden with unspoken words. I had my suspicions, yet I dared not believe them, Jiu Jiu remarked with a light laugh. How could someone as astute as Jiu Jiu not have guessed? She was bewildered by this realm, unable to transform hides into garments. And he had even witnessed her consuming an object entirely foreign to the beast world. Nevertheless, he hesitated to fully embrace his conjecture, fearing that the young female might depart from the beast realm. Ah, you figured it out? Li Chaoyan had always thought she concealed her true identity well, and her spirit felt wounded. In fact, I had my suspicions as well, Bai Su interjected, raising a paw. Cao Cao is remarkably different from the beastmen of this world. She is truly unique. Bai Su shared Jiu Jiu's thoughts, thus he feigned ignorance. You all knew? Li Chaoyan felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. How could they all be aware? She reclined against a large stone. So, you simply watched me pretend before you? A hint of anger flickered within her, her heart heavy with discontent. Initially, she had intended to discuss the system with them, but now she felt no desire to do so. I have said all I wish to say. Li Chaoyan was perplexed by the tumult of emotions within her. She felt strangely uncomfortable. As she prepared to descend from the stone, Jiu Jiu grasped her arm, embracing her from behind. Yan, please do not be angry. I did not mean to deceive you. I was simply afraid you would distance yourself from me, that you would forsake me. Jiu Jiu buried his face in her neck, and Li Chaoyan sensed a slight tremor in him. Are you truly afraid of my departure? Bai Su stepped forward, gripping Li Chaoyan's hand tightly. Cao Cao, I suspected you were not from this world. You bear no resemblance to the beastmen. Yet, I dread to accept it. For I fear that one day you may leave the beast realm. Bai Su lowered his gaze, an expression of helplessness crossing his features. If you were to leave, what would I do? Where would I search for you? His voice dwindled to a whisper, unable to fathom such a day. Li Chaoyan's heartstrings were completely unsettled by the two individuals, leaving her at a loss regarding her current predicament. She had indeed intended to complete her mission and return to Earth. However, Could she truly sever her ties to this beastly realm, to Jiu Jiu and Baisu? Yin Yin. Fret not, for the Blue Star Pass allows for seamless travel between the Beast World and Blue Star, hence you may choose to reside in either realm. Why didn't you mention this sooner? She lamented. You had me in turmoil for so long. Clearly, the information was stated in the Blue Star Pass introduction. But it appears you overlooked it. Ah, I simply didn't pay attention at that moment. With a distinctly individualistic flair, Jiu Jiu chose to ignore her. Li Chaoyan broke free from Jiu Jiu's embrace, facing the two with a serious expression. Listen to me, she implored. I hail from another realm. But I cannot return at this moment. She noticed a glimmer of intrigue in their eyes. However, she declared emphatically, I must complete a task. Only by fulfilling this mission and earning points can I return to my original world. The expressions of the two shifted once more, their enthusiasm waning as if by the stroke of a magician's wand. Li Chaoyan observed the situation with great interest, thinking how delightful it would be if she could capture this moment with her phone. However, she raised her voice with confidence. When I first arrived, I missed home dearly and longed to return to the world where people treated me kindly. Yet now, I have all of you. Li Chaoyan fixed her gaze firmly upon the two. You are also the ones I cherish, and even when I return to my own planet, I will be able to come back, so I assure you, I will not leave you. Li Chaoyan clasped their hands, responding with strong conviction. Jiu Jiu and Baisu finally felt a sense of relief, as their thoughts were quite simple. As long as she did not abandon them, that was enough. So, you need not worry. You are in my heart. May I ask for a little more time? Once this mission is complete, we will become partners. Li Chaoyan slowly articulated her innermost thoughts. She was well aware of their kindness towards her, and at that moment, it was impossible for her to let go of any one of them. Jiu Jiu and Baisu were overjoyed, for Li Chaoyan had expressed her desire to be their partner. They held her hands tightly. All right, that's enough. Having just confessed her feelings and proposed, Li Chaoyan now felt slightly uneasy, realizing she had spoken impulsively. However, to be honest, she was a bit excited about the prospect of their life together. The three returned to the stone. Baisu initiated the conversation. Is rescuing that Yuqing part of the mission as well? Yes. Li Chaoyan responded readily. I always felt something was off about her. Jiu Jiu shared his thoughts. To which Baisu agreed. Once she awakens, let us take her to a safe place. Li Chaoyan had no intention of carrying an unrelated person along. Agreed. The two concurred wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, Yuqing, still pretending to be unconscious, thought to herself, surely, they wouldn't just leave me behind? Some people may die, but not completely. Chapter 18. Are they really not trying to harm us? The three returned hand in hand to their resting place. Jiu Jiu, is Yuqing important? I'm not sure. But there must be a reason to save her. Jiu Jiu indeed did not know. The random tasks were generated automatically by the system. Yuqing, feeling dazed, exclaimed, good grief. You finally returned. If you hadn't come back, I would have bolted. Though she had many complaints in her heart, she still had to put on a show. My head hurts. Yuqing weakly stirred awake, tears glistening in her eyes as she looked at the three approaching her. Jiu Jiu and Baisu responded in surprise. What a coincidence, you woke up just now. Li Chaoyan exclaimed, can your head not ache when it strikes the ground? I am immensely grateful to you all for saving me, said Yuqing with heartfelt sincerity, still resembling a delicate willow swaying in the wind. She fixated her gaze on the intertwined hands of the three, her jealousy intensifying. Why does this female possess two such exceptional males? While I have been cast out by the clan leader, Li Chaoyan released the two individuals and awkwardly poured a glass of water for Yuqing. Thank you, she said. After lying down for such a long time, having shed tears and sweat, Yuqing was naturally parched and drank it all in one go. She thought to herself that this female was somewhat perceptive. You should rest for a bit. We will take you to a safe place shortly, Li Chaoyan said, striving to soften her tone. Am I to be sent away? Yuqing pondered. Ever since she had offended the clan leader, she had been driven out of the Wandering Beast clan, wandering aimlessly. Whenever she reached other Beastman tribes, she was met with expulsion. Now, having finally encountered three individuals willing to rescue her, she was reluctant to continue her nomadic existence. Moreover, Baisu was the one the clan leader had been searching for. If she delivered him to the leader, she might have a chance to return. Perhaps the leader would even reward her. Yuqing recalled the man in the main seat that day, feeling a sense of reluctance. After all, she relished a challenge. Although the two beast men beside her were formidable and well-suited for her, the clan leader held a greater allure. She chose the clan leader. If Baisu were to hear her innermost thoughts, he would likely be incensed. How could she possibly have chosen him when he deemed her unworthy? May I accompany you for a while? I am afraid. I will leave once I find my kin, Yu Qing pleaded, gazing at Li Chaoyan with a pitiful expression. However, we cannot keep you with us indefinitely. We have matters to attend to, Li Chaoyan replied bluntly. Tears immediately welled up in Yu Qing's eyes as she grasped Li Chaoyan's hand and implored, "Please take me with you. I promise I won't cause you any trouble." It seemed she was on the verge of tears. "No. All right." Bai Su, who had voiced his opposition, looked at Shi Zhu in confusion, wondering what this meant. "Why should we keep this bothersome female?" "You may stay, but you must adhere to our directives," Shi Zhu said gently, yet his tone brooked no argument. Yu Qing gazed at Shi Zhu with gratitude, thinking how kind this beastman was, unlike the oblivious Bai Su. If the clan leader were to arrive, she would certainly plead on his behalf. Li Chaoyan found herself puzzled by Shi Zhu's decision to retain Yu Qing. They had previously agreed by the riverside to send her away. So why the sudden change of heart? Nevertheless, she trusted that Shi Zhu's actions were guided by a rationale known only to him. Once the decision regarding Yu Qing's fate was established, the four of them commenced the task of kindling a fire to prepare their meal. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Zhu sent Yu Qing off to gather fruits. The three remaining individuals settled down to converse. "Why did you choose to keep her?" "It's a nuisance." Bai Su couldn't contain his irritation and was the first to voice his thoughts. "Can't you see she wishes to follow us? What kind of female would prefer to wander with a band of unfamiliar beastmen rather than return to a place of safety? Moreover, she displayed no surprise at the fire they had kindled. As far as they knew, only the nomadic beast tribes possessed the knowledge of fire. Shi Zhu articulated the underlying truth with precision. Although the reasons behind Yu Qing's motives remained unclear, it was evident that her intentions were not benign. Strange occurrences often harbor ulterior motives. Li Chaoyan realized Shi Zhu intended to turn the tables and observe Yu Qing's next move. Clever. Bai Su also grasped the implication. Recognizing that his previous emotional outburst had clouded his judgment, neglecting the thorough consideration Shi Zhu had made. Since she was indeed one of the nomadic beast tribe, they were well positioned to confront her directly. Let us observe her next steps. As Bai Su tended to a wild boar, Shi Zhu joined him in the task. He peeled away the boar's hide and glanced at Bai Su. "Fox, it seems we cannot determine a victor in this contest." Shi Zhu chuckled self-deprecatingly, acknowledging that he had encountered Yen first, yet now he had to share that experience with this fox, which was rather disheartening. But alas, who can resist Chaoyan's charm? Bai Su shared his disdain for the stinky snake, who always wore a serious expression and played his games. "Then let us not dwell on it further," Shi Zhu remarked lightly, though his demeanor remained serious. Agreed. Bai Su, proud by nature, found it unavoidable to be entangled with this stinky snake, especially since he had encountered Chaoyan first. However, too many people would complicate matters. The two continued their work, quickly finishing with the wild boar. Upon returning to their resting place, Li Chaoyan and Yu Qing found themselves seated face to face, the atmosphere between them tinged with awkwardness, uncertain of what to discuss. "You're back," Li Chaoyan exclaimed, her relief akin to that of seeing a savior. She was not particularly eager to be alone with Yu Qing, sensing an unsettling gaze directed her way. Yu Qing thought to herself, "How is it that this female possesses such flawless skin and those large eyes? No wonder these two formidable beastmen are enamored with her. Humph, what is so impressive? My ambition is to win the chieftain's heart." Shi Zhu and Bai Su positioned themselves on either side of Li Chaoyan, who placed the cleaned wild boar meat over the fire to roast. She had promised them a reward. Sprinkling the meat with the chili peppers she had brought from the water's edge, the mingling aromas of the spicy peppers and the roasting meat wafted through the air, immediately enticing Yu Qing. "Why does it seem more delectable than the roasts back in my tribe? What are you sprinkling on the meat?" Yu Qing innocently inquired. "Chili, a seasoning," Li Chaoyan replied succinctly. "Where did you find it?" Yu Qing continued her questioning. "We stumbled upon it by chance." "You might want to keep an eye out for it yourself," Shi Zhu responded gently, subtly shifting the conversation. "All right." Yu Qing, aware of her unpopularity among them, refrained from further engagement, not wishing to seem tedious. Moreover, the orc who had spoken on her behalf instilled a sense of dread within her, despite his seemingly gentle demeanor. She sensed a different reality beneath. This was not his true nature. She resolved to find a way to inform the chieftain, as long as she could prove herself. Finally, Yu Qing fell silent, and a wave of relief washed over Bai Su and the others, as the atmosphere among the four felt distinctly awkward. After their meal, it was still midday, and they planned to continue their journey. "This place isn't particularly safe. Let us press on," Bai Su suggested, having had his fill. "What do you plan to do next?" Yuqing posed a question. Are you aware of the recent events concerning the Snow Fox tribe? Shi Jiu countered. I'm not aware, she stammered, feeling guilty. How could she not know? Her kin had overtaken the Snow Fox tribe and captured several orcs. Although she hadn't participated in that endeavor, she had gleaned information from those who had. The Wandering Beast tribe has conquered the Snow Fox tribe, slain the Grand Priest of the Snow Realm. We intend to ally with other beast tribes to eradicate the Wandering Beast tribe, Shi Jiu stated with solemnity, fabricating an elaborate tale, as their true mission was merely to investigate the situation regarding the Wandering Beast tribe. Yuqing mentally noted his words, yet proclaimed with righteous fervor. These wandering beasts are truly despicable. I wish to assist you. Oh, what assistance can you offer us? Baisu found her declaration rather amusing. Assist us? Are you certain you are not leading us to our doom? Some have perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 19. The Nightly Informant. Though I possess little power, I shall do my utmost to aid you, as a means of repaying your life-saving grace, Yuqing declared passionately, prompting Li Chaoyan to consider awarding her an Oscar for her performance. Enough of such talk. Let us prepare to depart, Li Chaoyan urged, signaling for everyone to take action as Baisu led the way toward the Snow Fox tribe. Yuqing was taken aback to discover that their destination aligned with her own. She had initially intended to deceive them into heading this way, but it seemed unnecessary now. The three of them thought, do you really think we need your deception? It is you who might be deceived. The journey, originally intended to span 3 days, extended to 5 due to Yuqing's frail constitution, leading to incessant pauses that tested the patience of the three companions. I must say, it would have been better not to bring her along. She truly is a nuisance, Baisu muttered. There was no alternative. This was a strategy to lure the enemy deeper, do you understand? Li Chaoyan seized the opportunity to ruffle Baisu's hair, as she had developed an endearing habit of caressing Baisu's head lately. He, petting the fox is simply delightful. Yin, please receive this week's fortune points coming. The fortune points for this week totaled 300, bringing the current total to 700. Let's keep up the good work. All right. Li Chaoyan, the diligent worker, felt genuinely elated. It was akin to receiving a fixed salary each month. Recently, Li Chaoyan has been indulged and spoiled by the two, and she has increasingly taken to throwing little tantrums. Just moments ago, she was upset with Baisu for not allowing her to touch his head. Humph, not letting me touch your head. She pouted and placed her hands on her hips, executing her little routine with grace. Chaoyan, you're going to make my hair thin out. Baisu squatted beside her, cradling his head, on the verge of tears. For the past few days, Chaoyan had insisted on petting his head daily. Today, she even wanted him to transform into a youthful beast for her amusement. How could that be possible? He, the esteemed high priest of the snowy realm, could never succumb to the allure of beauty. Not allowed to touch? No, he retorted. Then you're not sleeping next to me tonight, Li Chaoyan threatened. Fine. Baisu replied obediently, transforming and nuzzling his head against her side with a smile full of flattery. So be it. What could be more important than making his beloved happy? It was merely fur, after all. It could grow back. At that moment, Li Chaoyan beamed, lifting the small Baisu into her arms. Oh my, he was so fluffy and undeniably adorable. She had always adored furry creatures, fondly recalling times in university when she and her roommates cared for stray kittens and puppies. Now, with a little fox right before her, how could she possibly let this opportunity slip away? Undeniably, at this moment, Li Chaoyan resembled a little devil, complete with 2 grand demonic wings sprouting from her back. The unfortunate Baisu, caught in the devil-esque grasp, had no choice but to submit to her whims. In the distance, Shi Jiu remarked, "Thank goodness I don't have fur." By the campfire, Yuqing commented, "How could that wretched female treat such a powerful beast in this manner? If I were his mate, I certainly wouldn't behave so." The trio safely reached the vicinity of the Snow Fox tribe. That night, Yuqing voluntarily offered to keep watch. No. How could I allow a female to take the night watch? Shi Jiu replied gently, ever considerate. I feel so embarrassed for troubling you all this time. I haven't done anything to help, and I wish to repay you, Yuqing said, her voice sweet and pleading, her eyes beseeching them as if to say she wouldn't relent without their consent. All right. If she wants to keep watch, let her. It's perfect for us to rest for a day. Baisu continued his role as the unamused one, maintaining a serious facade. After some internal conflict, Shi Jiu ultimately agreed to let Yuqing take the night watch. Grateful, Yuqing silently thanked Shi Jiu, believing his decision was genuinely for her consideration. In truth, Shi Jiu's real concern was that her fox tail might soon reveal itself. Meanwhile, Li Chaoyan chose to disengage from their antics. She felt that the three of them could easily perform in 3 different plays, collectively possessing at least 800 cunning thoughts among them. She decided it was best to get some sleep. Later that night, once the 3 had drifted into slumber, Yuqing quietly transformed into her beast form. Her beastly shape resembled that of a cat, yet her tail bore the characteristics of a serpent, and her mouth flickered with a snake's tongue. With excellent night vision, she swiftly discerned her surroundings and raced toward the Snow Fox tribe. Chief, Yuqing is here. As Yuqing walked a considerable distance, the 3 individuals, still lost in slumber, awakened. I set off in pursuit. Jiu Jiu volunteered, asserting that the serpent was more adept at maneuvering under the cover of night. Very well, proceed with caution, Li Chaoyan advised. Jiu Jiu transformed into his beast form, trailing behind Yuqing. The sentinels of the wandering beast tribe, upon spotting Yuqing approaching, hastily obstructed her path. You have already been expelled. What business do you have returning? The guarding beast man reprimanded sternly, showing no leniency simply because Yuqing was female. How absurd. If the clan chief has banished a female, allowing her reentry would surely result in severe repercussions for me. I have urgent matters to report to the clan chief. Yuqing declared confidently, unfazed. She thought to herself that she had acquired significant intelligence. Once I become a favored confidant of the clan chief. Just wait and see how I will deal with you. What urgent matters? Before the sentinel could further insist on her departure, a languid voice drifted from within the city gates. Some have perished, yet not entirely. A figure emerged. As Yuqing beheld her long-cherished clan chief descend before her like a divine being, her breath nearly caught in her throat. Was this what it meant to be rescued by a hero? The towering beastman Rue C beside the clan chief interjected, "My brother is inquiring about you. Answer swiftly." Rue C possessed a fearsome countenance and a booming voice, which startled Yuqing. "I know where you can find the White Sioux," she stammered, gazing adoringly at Jisha. A flicker of disdain crossed Jisha's eyes. "Is that so?" came the languorous voice. "Indeed. I can lead you to them." "Them? Are you implying there is more than one?" "Yes, there is also a beast man and a female. The female poses little threat, but the other beast man should not be underestimated." Yuqing divulged all that she knew to Jisha. Rue C. Gather a few individuals. Let us investigate. Jisha spoke nonchalantly, as if selecting vegetables in a market. Rue-san is utterly useless, and this diminutive female surpasses him in capability. The hue of his violet eyes deepened, and his captivating peach blossom eyes curved upward. His crimson lips curling slightly. Yuqing could not fathom the thoughts of the imposing figure before her, yet she could not suppress her elation. Was she being praised? Jiu Jiu, trailing behind, dared not draw too close, lurking at a distance to observe. He noticed Yuqing conversing with a tall, robust beastman, her demeanor oscillating between fear and admiration. However, he failed to notice the striking man beside Rie. Otherwise, they would not have later misidentified him. Jiu Jiu turned and departed. He needed to return swiftly to inform the others that Yuqing was indeed a spy for the wandering beast tribe. Upon returning to their resting place, Li Chaoyan and Bai Su awaited him by the fire. "We were correct. Yuqing is indeed affiliated with the wandering beast tribe," the 2 discerned, maintaining a calm facade. "She is certainly on her way to summon her kin to capture me." Bai Su's demeanor was nonchalant. He was undoubtedly the most wanted figure of the wandering beast clan. Until they secured the snow spirit, how could they relent? Thus, we shall seize the opportunity to explore the Snow Fox tribe while they pursue us. A brilliant idea suddenly sparked in Li Chaoyan's mind. Excellent. Yuqing led Jisha and the others to their resting place, only to find it utterly vacant. "Where are they?" Rue C bellowed at Yuqing, incredulous that the 3 were missing when he had departed, finding them still asleep. Yuqing, unable to fathom their disappearance, insisted, "Surely they are nearby. Chief, please send someone to search. Look, the extinguished fire pit remains. I am not lying." With a pitiful gaze, Yuqing reached out to grasp Jisha's sleeve, but recalling her expulsion from the tribe, she hesitated and instead pointed to the nearby cold fire pit. "The fire pit? Ah, do you truly believe they did not notice you?" Jisha retorted before departing, his back exuding an air of cold detachment. "What a waste of time. Dispose of her." Rue C understood Jisha's intent and commanded his subordinates among the Orcish ranks. Upon receiving the order, the orc warriors swiftly apprehended the fleeing Yuqing. This woman would be left for their indulgence. The orcs regarded Yuqing with sinister eyes. Females of the wandering beast clan were scarce, and they seldom found an outlet for their frustrations. Now they could unleash their pent-up desires. "No, Chief, go away. You all, leave me." The orcs remained unmoved. Yu Qing cried out in despair. This was not the conclusion she had envisioned. Why had it come to this? A glimmer of resentment ignited in her eyes. How could they know she would leave early? Why was Li Chaoyan faring better than she? Why must she endure such humiliation? Why did the chief not believe her? Jisha and Ruici departed, indifferent to Yu Qing's anguished cries. She surrendered to the whims of the orcs, her physical pain overshadowed by the torment within. Time stretched on, and finally, the orcs ceased their movements. Yu Qing lay on the ground, bruised and battered, her heart ashen. The chief would not accept her again. It was over. The orcs donned their garments, ignoring the fallen female as they exited, their laughter ringing in the air. This time we spare you. Let us see if those unwise lions and wild boars show mercy. Ha 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 ha. This wretch dares to aspire to be the chief's mate? I could never regard her so. Indeed. Ha 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 ha. Let us not be too harsh. Her figure is somewhat acceptable. The lewd remarks pierced Yu Qing's ears. She bit her lip until it bled. Crimson trickling from the corner of her mouth. Under the cloak of night, Li Chaoyan and her companions traversed an alternate path to the Snow Fox tribe. At this hour, while the orcs hunting for them roamed outside, the other stray beasts likely slumbered in their dwellings. With remarkable efficiency, Jiu Jiu dispatched the sentry orc at the entrance. Silencing him without a sound, the swiftness of a serpent is not to be underestimated. Tread lightly, they whispered as they stealthily advanced into the heart of the tribe. Led by the ever-familiar Baisu, the homes within the Snow Fox tribe were closely nestled, necessitating utmost caution. Disturbing even one dwelling could awaken all within. Baisu gazed with reddened eyes upon the disarray of the once harmonious and joyous tribe. What was once a scene of contentment now lay in ruins. With toppled structures and remnants of gnawed bones strewn about, the once pristine animal hides now trampled. All of this bore witness to the atrocities committed by the wandering beast clans. Baisu clenched her fists tightly, attempting to relax, only to clench them again. Repeating this cycle many times over. Li Chaoyan grasped Baisu's fist, her soft and delicate hand holding onto him, bestowing upon him immense courage. He was fortunate to have met Chaoyan. Jiu Jiu was equally incensed. Those wandering beastmen exhibited an extreme level of shamelessness. Years ago, her mother, the matriarch, had kindly rescued a stray beast man, only for him to succumb to his primal instincts and attempt to forcibly mate with her. Failing in his vile pursuit, he murdered her mother, as well as her father, who had returned from a hunting trip. Only Jiu Jiu's father, who had taken them out for leisure, managed to evade that beast man, thereby escaping a dire fate. As Jiu Jiu walked at the rear of the group, she paused momentarily before continuing forward. She needed to be strong. She must protect Yin and safeguard her partner. Yet, those wandering beastmen would eventually face retribution. The trio swiftly arrived at the dwelling of the high priest of the Snow Fox tribe, the very heart of the tribe, which likely served as the residence of Jisha. After circumventing this area, they approached the granary, the most secure place for holding captives within the tribe, built robustly to ensure the safety of its provisions. If any beastmen had been captured, they would undoubtedly be confined here. Two wandering beastmen stood guard outside the granary. Each of the three swiftly dealt with one. While Baisu attempted to open the granary door, only to discover that it had been enchanted, making it impossible to force open. He tried to use his own magic to unlock it, but the door remained unyielding, indicating that the one who cast the spell was more powerful than he. How could that be? It was inconceivable that anyone among the wandering beastmen possessed such magical prowess. After several fruitless attempts by the trio, a voice suddenly emanated from within the door, asking if it was Baisu's brother. The voice was youthful and innocent, clearly belonging to a child. Baigua, it's me. Baisu's brother has come, he gently replied. The sound of rustling came from inside, as everyone gathered at the granary entrance. Baisu is here. It's him. Are we saved? Some inquired anxiously. Some have perished, but not entirely. Chapter 21. Finding a way to escape. Li Chaoyan listened to the muffled sounds emanating from within the granary, feeling a pang of discomfort. These were the kin of Baisu, confined within. Baisu spoke softly to her relatives, urging them to lower their voices, assuring them that she would certainly rescue them. The sounds from inside gradually diminished. Jiu Jiu, is there any way to dispel the enchantment on this granary? Let me take a look. I found it. A mid-level spell immunity talisman, priced at 100 points each. Would you like to exchange? Yes. The exchange was successful. The mid-level spell immunity talisman has been added to your system inventory. Remaining points, 600. Keep up the good work. Li Chaoyan flipped through the talismans in the system's backpack, where a description caught her eye. Intermediate spell immunity. This enchantment grants immunity against intermediate or lower-level spells for a duration of 10 minutes. Method of use. Simply remove the talisman and affix it to the person or object requiring spell immunity. In the realm of the beast world, spells wielded by high priests are categorized by levels: novice, intermediate, advanced, and supreme. Each level represents a significant chasm, making it nearly impossible to challenge beyond one's rank. Within the same level, however, the outcome depends on the practitioner's cultivation prowess. Prior to the Great War of the Beast World, high priests were predominantly of advanced caliber, possessing the ability to turn stone to dust, rendering beings into mere whispers of existence. In contrast, contemporary high priests rarely exceed intermediate levels, with many doomed to remain at this plateau throughout their lives, let alone attain the supreme status. Individuals like Baisu, who exhibit potential yet falter in their training due to distractions, may only reach the novice standard. Consequently, the barrier sealed by intermediate magic remains impervious to them. Chaoyan retrieved a talisman from her system backpack. The yellow paper was adorned with patterns drawn in cinnabar, which she could not decipher. She affixed the talisman to the door of the granary, dispelling the enchantment. Baisu and Jiu Jiu were astonished to witness Chaoyan conjuring an object from thin air and breaking the spell, yet they remained silent. The urgency of rescuing others took precedence. The door of the granary creaked open, allowing the dim light of night to seep into the confined space, revealing a number of orcs seated, standing, or lying within. Among them were older orcs, younglings, and females, all bearing pale complexions and some stained with blood, appearing utterly disheveled. During the skirmish with the wandering orcs, the robust male orcs had either been slain or driven away, leaving only these captives to threaten Baisu. Without time for pleasantries, Baisu and the others urged the orcs to escape. Having been confined for so long, the orcs leaned on each other as they emerged. The moment they stepped out of the granary, they breathed in the fresh air as if reborn. Led by Baisu, the group cautiously made their way toward the outskirts of the tribe. They treaded carefully, some even holding their breath, fearful of losing their hard-won freedom. After all, only Baisu and Jiu Jiu retained their combat prowess. The others were liabilities, potentially hindering their escape. Yet, contrary to their hopes, hurried footsteps echoed from the granary, accompanied by the shouts of wandering orcs urging each other to hurry, proclaiming that their foes had fled. "Su, take them and go quickly. I will hold them off with Jiu," Baisu insisted. "No, Yin, you must go too. I'll stay back," Jiu Jiu quickly countered. Unwilling to let Yin take such a risk, Baisu, familiar with the terrain, needed to lead the escape, while he would remain to buy them time. "I want to leave you behind," Chaoyan thought resolutely, believing she could exchange points for items to save him if necessary, and besides, Jiu Jiu would protect her. "Chow, you should follow me first," Baisu began but was interrupted by Chaoyan. "If we don't leave now, we may never get the chance," she declared sternly, an air of authority enveloping her, compelling both men to acquiesce. Baisu's fox-like eyes bore into Chaoyan with reluctance. "All right, but be careful. Once I've safeguarded our kin, I will find you. I will leave a mark for you." With that, he transformed into his beast form, and the rest of the tribe followed suit, carrying the younglings in their mouths as they surged toward the quieter area. Baisu glanced back at Chaoyan, a premonition of an extended separation weighing on his heart. Jiu Jiu and Chaoyan deliberately created noise to attract the wandering orcs, diverting their attention toward their direction. Here, Weve found them. Wandering orcs have already discovered them. Upon returning to the tribe, Jisha found Ruzin loitering at his doorstep. In truth, Jisha did not reside in the dwelling of the high priest, as he preferred to keep his distance from his kin, choosing instead to live far away from them. "Is there something amiss?" he inquired, raising his delicate eyes, wrapping his fur cloak around himself, his thin lips parting slightly. "Elder brother, I come to seek forgiveness." Ruzin had received no news of the fox, Baisu, in recent days, and the progress was astonishingly lacking compared to that of any female, an utter disgrace. Hearing the reports from his subordinates at night had nearly driven him to despair. Fearing his brother's ire, he had come forth first to beg for pardon, hoping to mitigate his punishment. No sooner had Ruzin uttered these words than an orc hurriedly approached them, gasping for breath. "Chieftain, it is terrible. The foxes have escaped." The orc spoke in hurried bursts, clearly having run in haste. "Useless. How could you fail to keep watch?" Ruisi, with a fiery temperament, scolded without restraint. Jisha remained silent. He had clearly instructed that individual to seal the escape with magic. How could it have been undone? Unless the intruder possessed magical abilities that surpassed his own. This night's excursion had already left him feeling disinterested, longing only to recline upon his bed. Thus he had no intention of intervening personally. "You shall redeem yourself," he said, pointing a finger at Ruzin. Ruzin acknowledged the command and hastened off to capture the fugitives. Jisha then led Ruisi into the dwelling, thinking it would be beneficial to have someone to massage his legs. Li Chaoyan activated her skills, deftly evading the assaults of the wandering beastmen, while Jiu Jiu transformed into his beast form, engaging in fierce combat with the marauding creatures. Both were striving to gain precious moments. Thanks to the training provided by Baisu and Jiu Jiu prior to their arrival, Li Chaoyan was now adept at skillfully dodging the beastmen's strikes. As time gradually slipped away, the roar of Ruisi echoed as he arrived. "Where are those foxes?" "Brother C, there are only these two," responded a bewildered beastman nearby. "Indeed. Where are the foxes? Were they not here to find them? Fools. Quickly, go search for them." With this command, a significant number of beastmen dispersed in search of their quarry, alleviating some of the pressure on the two. They had managed to buy Baisu a bit of time, hoping they could escape unscathed. "Yin Yin. There are only 5 minutes left for the skill." "Understood. Zhu, we must find a way to escape." "All right. Yin, hold on tight to me." Jiu Jiu shook off the beastman he had been grappling with and swiftly moved to Li Chaoyan's side. Grasping his serpentine form, they quickly navigated through the encirclement. Though the beastmen pursued them relentlessly, uncertain of their direction, they fled haphazardly, fortuitously heading towards the direction of the sand hut. Some had perished, yet not all were entirely lost. Chapter 22 released that beauty as the duo was gradually overtaken by the beastmen behind them, and with Jiu Jiu carrying someone on his back. Dawn began to break. Ahead, a small hut emerged, constructed from timber, exuding an aura of cleanliness and order. They dashed to the side of the hut. By now, several beastmen had encircled them from the front, yet they hesitated to advance, intimidated by Jiu Jiu's formidable prowess. Once they discerned that Jiu Jiu's stamina was waning, they would likely swarm to attack. Neither side made a move. "Brothers, charge. Do not allow them to disturb the chieftain's rest," shouted one beastman. Having recognized that the hut was, indeed, the residence of Jisha, Li Chaoyan glanced at the room, suspecting that Jisha was within. Resolute, she declared, "Zhu, we must seize Jisha. There is no other option. Remaining here would only lead to our demise through attrition. Charging in may yet offer us a glimmer of hope." Jiu Jiu forcefully burst open the door, and the two of them rushed inside. They beheld a pitiable beauty lying on the bed, and beside her stood a robust orc, his hands all too familiar upon her. Instinctively, they deduced that this formidable orc was indeed Jisha. "Release that maiden," Li Chaoyan exclaimed, unable to restrain her emotions. Jiu Jiu transformed into his human form and, seizing the moment when the orc was caught off guard, grasped his neck, pinning him against the wall. "Do not move. He has taken Ruisi hostage." Li Chaoyan helped the disheveled beauty rise from the bed, astonished to discover that Jisha harbored such peculiar interests. Truly, one could say he was more beastly than a mere animal. In the eyes of the devoted Li Chaoyan, this exquisite beast-man was undoubtedly coerced by Jisha, evoking deep sympathy. The awakened Jisha, feeling more beast than man, pondered the absurdity of the situation. From where did this female emerge, and how dare she lay a hand upon him? Albeit he felt no significant aversion. Meanwhile, Ruisi, grasped by the throat, could only think. He was merely assisting his elder brother by pressing his leg, having merely intended to cover him with a blanket. Nothing more, nothing less. Outside, a gathering of beastmen murmured in confusion. What were they doing here? How dare that female touch the clan leader? Li Chaoyan gently lifted the weakened Jisha and spoke soothingly. "Fear not, my beauty. Jisha has been captured." She then turned to the assembled beastmen and declared, "Your leader is now under our control. Permit us to depart." Outside, the beastmen were at a loss, unsure whether to charge or hold back. A fierce glint flickered in Jisha's eyes, and a hint of murderous intent surfaced as he leaned closer to Li Chaoyan's shoulder. His right hand, claw-like, crept upward, pausing just before her neck before descending again. He mused that this was the first time he encountered a female who did not provoke his disdain. Such an intriguing individual deserved to be toyed with before meeting her end. Thus, he resolved to indulge in their game. Jisha rose, his body beginning to tremble. "I am finally saved," he thought, joy illuminating his gaze as he raised a trembling finger towards Ruisi. "Jisha, you should perish." Ruisi's lips curled in a semblance of a smile, yet his voice dripped with deep-seated hatred. He withdrew his hand, resting his head against Li Chaoyan's shoulder, his long hair cascading chaotically over them, his shoulders quaking uncontrollably. In the privacy of their concealed moment, the smile at the corner of his mouth was impossible to suppress. How utterly amusing. Everyone was taken aback by this explosive display, particularly Li Chaoyan, who dared not move. She reached out and patted Jisha's shoulder in an attempt to comfort him. Meanwhile, Rui Si, pinned against the wall, was equally bewildered. Yet he unreservedly trusted his elder brother. If his brother wished him to be Jisha, then he would indeed embody Jisha. How careless of me to let this pretty boy get the upper hand. Rui Si shot a provocative glance at Jiu Jiu, whose face turned ashen as he tightened his grip. He recalled that this beastman was the one conversing with Yuqing. It was undoubtedly Jisha. Jiu seized Rui Si's hand, clawing it with his fingers, while his other hand gripped Rui Si's shoulder, dragging him closer to Li Chaoyan. Am I merely a pretty boy? With a mere squeeze. I could easily snap your neck, Jiu uttered softly, and the deepening purple hue of Rui Si's face left no room for doubt about the truth of his words. Rui Si resisted Jiu's hold, but did not exert his full strength. He was uncertain of his brother's intentions and decided to comply for the moment. Jiu effortlessly established dominance over Jisha, thinking to himself how surprisingly weak Jisha seemed. Was the he reputed to be formidable? Stand aside. Let us leave, Jiu commanded, positioning Rui Si defensively in front of him. The beastmen outside stepped aside, equally perplexed by the prior spectacle involving their leader, uncertain of the motives of these prominent figures. They could only follow suit. Holding the captive named Jisha, Jiu supported the frail orc as they navigated through a throng of other orcs. The weak orc cast a glance back at his kin, his eyes ablaze with defiance, revealing no trace of vulnerability. The quartet moved a short distance away, where Jiu tossed Jisha against a tree trunk, transforming into his beastly form, and swiftly carried the two away. In that instant, Rui Si felt as though his spine might shatter from the force. This seemingly delicate figure possessed a surprising strength. He then halted the orcs who were poised to pursue them, exasperated by their lack of understanding. Did they not see that the elder wished to follow? Such foolishness. Yet, he pondered, what could be the elder's motive behind this action? He found himself perplexed. Jiu sought the mark left by Baisu, but found none. Perhaps they had fled in divergent directions. Throughout their journey, Li Chaoyan engaged in conversation with the frail orc, learning that he belonged to the Snow Rabbit clan. Named To. His exquisite appearance had led to his capture by Jisha, who had taken him to the nomadic beast tribe. After bringing him back, Jisha had neglected him. Yet today sought to impose his will. I am grateful for your timely rescue, To expressed, his gratitude evident as he gazed at Li Chaoyan. His peach blossom eyes shimmering with a hint of crimson, devoid of the flamboyant bravado he had displayed before the other nomadic orcs. It was nothing, merely a fortuitous act on our part, Li Chaoyan replied, glancing at the orc beside her. Tears glistened in her violet eyes, her brow slightly furrowed, and her lips pressed tightly together, painting a poignant portrait of beauty and distress. She mused that even if she were Jisha, she would feel a stirring of emotion. The great serpent came to a halt, observing how the rescued orc incessantly conversed with Yin. Let us take a moment to rest, Jiu stated, his voice devoid of inflection. He felt compelled to voice his grievances about Yan's apparent disregard for him, fixating instead on the enigmatic orc, whose gender remained uncertain. Li Chaoyan gently placed Jisha on the ground, tending to him with great care, and Jisha reveled in the attention. His gaze wandered to the silver serpent gliding through the waters, a curious sight indeed. Jiu took Li Chaoyan into his embrace, preventing her from gazing at the beastman on the ground. Yin, I am quite weary as well, he murmured, resting his head against the side of Li Chaoyan's. His eyes fixed intently on the beastman below, asserting his claim. Li Chaoyan gently caressed Jiu's silvery hair. Recognizing the exhaustion from their arduous journey, filled with both conflict and flight. Jiu, you have worked hard, she murmured softly, tilting her head to rest against Jiu's. Jisha observed their intimate exchange, feeling somewhat overlooked. Are you two partners? He inquired weakly. No. I mean no offense, he added, placing a hand over his chest and coughing a few times. His voice, devoid of its usual languid tone, now bore a hint of chill. We will soon be partners. Li Chaoyan replied candidly. Are you unwell? Jiu asked bluntly, irritated that this beast man interrupted their tender moment. I mean no offense, Jisha quickly added. Jiu, what troubles you? Li Chaoyan tugged at Jiu's sleeve, urging him not to quarrel with someone so pitiable. I am indeed unwell. They do not provide me with food and force me to work, Jisha responded, his fist pressed against his mouth as he coughed gently again. His frail physique made him appear even more delicate. As for the wandering beast men, we would never dare to make you work. It is always the finest food that is reserved for you. It is simply that you do not care for it. Li Chao's heart ached as she comforted Ji Sha, expressing her disdain for the loathsome wandering beast men. Zhu did not intend to offend, and Rabbit, please do not take her words to heart, as she sought to explain to Shizhu. However, Shizhu was not easily swayed, despite being a male beast man. He exhibited a fragility akin to that of a female. Some souls have perished, yet they remain not entirely gone. Chapter 23, Parting with Baisu. Shizhu understood why Yin chose to save this beast man. Leaving him among the wandering beasts would undoubtedly spell disaster for him. Those feral beastmen were merciless, and such an ailing creature would not survive for long in their midst. Yet, this rabbit possessed a tenacity that rivaled even that of the fox. The frail Ji Sha remarked, "I appreciate your understanding." As dawn broke fully, the forest was alive with the melodious chirping of birds, a delightful symphony. Shizhu ventured out to hunt a few wild rabbits, violently stripping the fur from their bodies while his gaze remained fixed intently on Ji Sha. Li Chaoyan tugged at the corners of her mouth, feeling somewhat speechless. Ji Sha remained unfazed, still languidly reclining and relishing in Li Chaoyan's tender inquiries, contemplating that this female could remain a few more days. Li Chaoyan spoke to Tui, "I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Li Chaoyan. And this is Shizhu." The girl laughed heartily, revealing her slightly visible little tiger teeth, and though her face bore traces of dust, it could not diminish her vivacity. "Chaoyan, what a lovely name," Ji Sha remarked with a radiant smile, his voice clear, and his peach blossom eyes shimmering with brilliance. Li Chaoyan, ever diligent and uncomplaining, was captivated by the beauty of Ji Sha's smile. She had an inherent fondness for aesthetically pleasing individuals. Who wouldn't be enchanted by beauty? Indeed. While Shizhu and Baisu were also very attractive, she was accustomed to their appearances, but Tui struck her as breathtakingly stunning. Ji Sha reveled in the admiration emanating from Li Chaoyan. He had received such gazes throughout his life, yet those of others often contained elements of greed, fear, and desire that he found distasteful. This female, however, bore none of those sentiments. Well, perhaps I shall spare her for now. He reached out to smooth a stray hair from Li Chaoyan's head, removing a piece of dirt. "Stay still," he instructed, his long fingers delicately extracting a leaf from her hair and taming the unruly strands. The dappled light filtering through the leaves cast shadows upon Ji Sha's profile, rendering his striking features dreamlike in their beauty, which left Li Chaoyan momentarily entranced. Shizhu approached, carrying freshly cleaned rabbit meat, interrupting the flirtatious atmosphere. He glared at Ji Sha, thinking, "This rabbit dares to steal my companion?" Ji Sha paid him no mind, having discerned that this snake was bound to the female. As long as he could maintain a hold on Li Chaoyan, Shizhu would not dare to act against him, although he could best the silver snake in combat. Ji Sha never engaged in mutually destructive endeavors. "Zhu, I will start the fire." Li Chaoyan quickly sought to escape the awkward tension. While the beauty was indeed captivating, she already had two troublesome individuals at home. She could not afford to indulge in such thoughts any longer. Forcing herself to clear her mind, she found it impossible to disentangle her thoughts, as Ji Sha's enchanting visage lingered in her mind. Was this too casting a spell upon her? Shaking her head, she used her black stone to ignite the flames. "You can use this too, cough cough. I've seen those wandering beast men do it," Ji Sha inquired, feigning illness with fervor. "They use this to prepare food." His cool voice trembled slightly, clearly apprehensive at the mention of the wandering beast men. One must admit, his acting had surpassed Yu Qing by several degrees. Li Chaoyan elucidated to Ji Sha the methods of kindling fire and utilizing it for cooking. A flicker of confusion passed through Ji Sha's eyes. How did this female possess such knowledge? It was evident that the foolish beings from the waters had no mastery over fire, each one in a state of frantic desperation. Indeed, the great blaze on the eastern edge of the waters had been instigated by Ji Sha himself, who, in a bout of ennui and lack of assigned tasks from Wang, had whimsically ignited a fire, deriving amusement from watching the Orcish denizens flail about in panic. So that was the case. I too can impart the skill of fire to my kin. Coughing slightly, Ji Sha became animated, his expression sincere, as if this were the first revelation of fire's potential. "Yes, indeed." Li Chaoyan nodded, pleasantly surprised to discover that not only was Tui beautiful, but also possessed a kind and gentle heart. Shizhu quietly grilled meat on the side, offering the first piece to Li Chaoyan. She accepted it, first dividing a portion for Tui before indulging herself. Shizhu felt as though he might grind his teeth to dust, yet he could not voice his grievances. lest Li Chaoyan perceive him as petty. Tui took a bite of the meat, finding it superior to that prepared by the orcs of his own tribe. The aroma was intoxicating, retaining the succulent juices. His own kin would merely place the meat directly over the flames, neglecting to turn it, and he, too lethargic to intervene, often consumed little, subsisting mainly on fruits. "Do you eat rabbits too?" Jiu Jiu inquired, his eyes glinting with a mocking gleam, insinuating that Tui was feasting upon his own kind. He had initially intended to provoke Tui by bringing the rabbit. "I am an orc, and these are merely unthinking beasts devoid of intelligence, thus they are fair game." Jisha responded nonchalantly. In his eyes, all creatures aside from orcs were weaklings, even the females. He never displayed compassion towards the feeble. Li Chaoyan harbored some dissent towards his words, yet refrained from voicing it, perhaps due to differing perspectives in this place. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they resumed their journey. Uncertainty loomed regarding Baisu's situation. After ensuring the safety of his kin in a secluded cave, Baisu retraced his steps, leaving behind distinct markers along the way, yet he still failed to catch sight of the two. He returned to the Wanderer Beast tribe, observing the Orcish figures coming and going. Had they been captured? However, the despondent expressions of the orcs suggested otherwise. It did not appear as though they had apprehended anyone. He circled the tribe, planning to explore further under the veil of night. Perhaps Jiu Jiu and the others had already fled, yet their markings remained unseen. For reasons unbeknownst to him, an unsettling feeling lingered within Baisu. Li Chaoyan and her companions had been walking for quite some time, long enough to behold the expanse of snow, indicating they had reached the outskirts of the orc settlement. "What of Su? Is there any danger?" Li Chaoyan inquired, her voice tinged with concern as she turned to Jiu Jiu. Though she understood that Jiu Jiu could not provide her with answers, she felt the need to voice her worries. Seeking solace in companionship, Jiu Jiu paused, gently ruffling Li Chaoyan's hair, for she appeared somewhat disheartened. "Nothing will happen. We may have simply taken a wrong turn. We haven't seen any signs he left for us along the way." He took her hand, guiding her back. Su, Baisu, behind them, Jisha, initially unaware of their destination, now grasped their intent. His interest had initially been piqued solely by the female, yet now it seemed he could also acquire the snow spirit. Jisha feigned focus on adjusting his garments, concealing the flicker of delight that crossed his eyes. Throughout the journey, he had spoken little, diligently portraying the role of a cold, ailing rabbit man. Some had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 24. The sign found by Su was in a state of agitation. It had been far too long since he had seen his beloved Chaoyan. Ever since their escape, he had circled the vicinity of the Snow Fox tribe daily. Yet he had not uncovered any trace of Chaoyan and her companions. Damn it, they're utterly oblivious to the terrain here. For days, he and his kin had resided in a rudimentary cave, his people yearning to reclaim their tribe. However, the Snow Fox orcs were either wounded or missing, leaving them with little hope of success. Previously, Baisu had made arrangements with the high priest of the Xian Snake tribe to devise a strategy to confront the wandering orcs once they had ascertained the situation. Thus, the pressing matter at hand was to establish contact with High Priest Qiyu. Yet here he was, having lost both Chaoyan and the foul snake. Baisu drooped his ears, transforming into his beast form and reclining at the cave entrance, gazing up at the clouds drifting across the sky. "Brother Baisu, I have found some fruit." A clear, youthful voice chimed, belonging to Baigua, the very cub who had first spotted them outside the granary. A six-tailed snow fox bounded towards Baisu, its tail entwined with several red fruits. Baisu perked up. He could not afford to show dismay in front of the younger ones. Baigua, like him, had been taken in by High Priest Baiwu and always called him brother, and Baisu regarded Baigua as his own sibling. Baigua laid the fruits before Baisu, having noticed his brother's somber mood in recent days, and wished to bring him some cheer. "Thank you, Baigua." The fox-like Baisu nudged Baigua gently to the ground with his nose, playfully prodding at his belly. Baigua erupted into laughter, rolling on the ground in delight. As before, circumstances have changed. Baisu instructed Baigua to wash the fruits before consumption. Over the past few days, Baisu has been diligently teaching the tribe members to improve their food hygiene and how to harness fire. The tribe's people increasingly admire their newly appointed high priest, eagerly anticipating the reclamation of their tribe and the subsequent succession ceremony. A high priest can only gain the approval of the beast god after the succession ceremony, which bestows complete mastery over the spirit of snow, granting access to its full spiritual power. Baisu comprehends the anxiety of the tribe members, and having yet to receive news from Cao Cao, he resolves to establish contact with the Xian Snake tribe first. Baisu formed a spell, inscribing a few characters in the air, which gradually faded into nothingness. In the waters of the Xian snake tribe, High Priest Shiryu was meditating. Surrounded by waves of spiritual energy, when several lines of text materialized before him. Tribe members rescued. He understood this to be a message from Baisu, indicating that their mission was nearing completion. He gathered his subordinates and instructed them to select the strongest orcs to accompany him in reclaiming the Snow Fox tribe in the Snowy Domain. Li Chaoyan and her companions retraced their steps, continuing the search for the markers left by Baisu. Their unfamiliarity with the snowy terrain hindered their progress. And even Tu-E, who was presumed to have a better understanding of the landscape, was at a loss. He explained that due to his poor health, he rarely ventured beyond the clan, thus rendering him equally unacquainted with the geography. Jiu, unable to conceal his disdain, questioned how one could win the affection of a female by relying solely on one's looks, especially if one had been weak since childhood. Jiu Jiu, although offering little assistance, distributed the points. Yin, main quest 4. Rescue the imprisoned members of the Snow Fox clan. Status, completed. Reward points, 300. This week's fortune points, 200. Remaining points, 1100. Finally exceeding 1,000. How wonderful! Upon receiving this news, Li Chaoyan felt a wave of relief, as she now knew that Baisu and his kin were safe. During their days traversing the snowy expanse, Li Chaoyan had lost considerable weight. The nourishment provided by her companions had all but vanished, yet she appeared more spirited and robust. Just as the trio found themselves in a state of ennui, a scratch on a tree caught the attention of Jisha. Is that what you were looking for? Li Chaoyan leaned in closer to examine the scratch. Though hasty, it distinctly resembled the form of a fox. This was the mark agreed upon by Baisu, whose symbol was human-shaped, while Shirju's was serpentine, and Baisu's was indeed this fox. The trio felt a surge of hope as they broadened their search for other patterns in the vicinity. Before long, Shirju discovered the second, followed by the third and fourth. They diligently followed the trail left by Baisu's marks. Suddenly, a small white bundle sprang forth from the thicket, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I've fallen." The youthful voice seemed familiar, and along with him tumbled several bright red fruits. The small white creature straightened his fur, using his tail to gather the fallen fruits, exclaiming, "They're dirty. They need to be cleaned." Baigu raised his fox-like head, gazing at the unfamiliar figures before him, somewhat bewildered. Who were these people? He had merely been picking fruits in the tree when he had tumbled down. Li Chaoyan recalled the voice of the young creature. It belonged to Baisu's kin. That day, she had heard Baisu call him Baigua. "Are you Baigua?" Li Chaoyan crouched down, striving to bridge the distance between herself and the little fox. This tiny fox was irresistibly adorable, with round, dark eyes, fluffy white fur, and behind him, 6 short little tails adorned with several bright red fruits. Simply delightful. "I am Baigua. How do you know my name?" The small fox tilted his head, gazing at Li Chaoyan with wide eyes brimming with curiosity. Li Chaoyan's face radiated joy. "I am a good friend of your brother Baisu. We got separated from him and are looking to find him." Her eyes sparkled with warmth and light. "Ah, you must be Sister Cao Cao," Baigua suddenly exclaimed, realizing that Baisu had mentioned he had a partner, who was extraordinarily beautiful. This sister before him certainly matched that description. With a joyful yelp, Baigua leaped into Li Chaoyan's embrace, exclaiming, "Sister Cao Cao, your brother Baisu misses you dearly." However, his exuberance was short-lived as he was lifted by Shirju, who playfully admonished him, "You little cannonball, don't hurt this sister." Baigua, feeling a bit neglected, glanced at the 2 other beastmen besides Sister Cao Cao, noting that they were quite handsome. It seemed many admired his brother Baisu's partner. But was Sister Cao Cao a fox? If she were not a fox, she could not bear little foxes with Baisu. In the beast world, interspecies beastmen could form bonds. Yet different species could not produce offspring. For instance, the snake tribe and the fox tribe could not have descendants, while the stray beast tribes could. "Don't worry, Jiu." Li Chaoyan took Baigua from Shirju, who had been kicking and punching playfully. Once in her arms, Baigua became tranquil and adorably charming. "Lead us to your brother Baisu." Li Chaoyan gently patted Baigua's head and set him down to guide them. "All right, follow me." The little white ball of fluff began to lead the way. Some had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 25. The long-awaited reunion. Baigua led them to a cave, where they found Baisu languidly sprawled at the entrance, his little figure evoking a profound sense of sorrow. Li Chaoyan urged everyone to silence, stealthily making her way over. Yet, the sound caught Baisu's attention, who gazed at Li Chaoyan in disbelief. At that moment, he felt as though he had discovered a long-lost treasure. During their separation, He had been tormented by longing, finding little joy in any activity. Even the playful banter with Bai Guo lost its charm. Such is the nature of yearning. Now, the person he had been dreaming of day and night stood before him, and the sensation was utterly exquisite. He rushed forward and embraced Li Chaoyan tightly, exclaiming that he could no longer bear to lose her, nor leave her behind. His shoulders trembled slightly, overwhelmed by sheer joy. The thought of losing her was too dreadful to contemplate. Li Chaoyan gently patted Bai Su's back, offering him profound comfort. "It's all right, I'm here now. We shall not part again, shall we?" She soothed him as one would a child, for Bai Su was genuinely fearful of her absence. "Then you must always stay with me." Bai Su lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Li Chaoyan, as he grasped her shoulders and asserted his plea. "Very well. We shall not separate." Li Chaoyan responded decisively, mirroring his sentiment. She too longed for Bai Su, feeling a deep sense of discomfort from their prolonged separation. The absence of someone constantly whispering in her ear was indeed disconcerting. "And you must be cautious with that snake of yours. We need to protect Chaoyan together," Bai Su declared, tilting his head towards Jiu Jiu. Though his tone was brusque, an undercurrent of concern lingered within. "I assure you, I will be just fine." "You ought to worry about yourself," Jiu Jiu replied gently. Although his words were a retort to Bai Su, his tone had softened considerably compared to their earlier exchanges. It was then that Bai Su noticed the subdued presence of Jishan nearby and inquired, "Who is he? Why has Chaoyan brought someone else home?" The stranger possessed a striking beauty, an ambiguous allure that was both delicate and innocent, yet it incited a sense of wariness within him. Was he yet another rival for affection? "His name is To, a fellow victim of the persecuted wandering beast clans. I rescued him," Jiu Jiu succinctly introduced, acknowledging their previous encounters as Bai Su led the group into the cave. Trailing at the rear, Jisha's eyes gleamed with calculation. "Bai Su, caught you at last." He chuckled softly. Earlier, while they engaged in pleasantries outside, Bai Guo had already ventured into the cave, exuberantly proclaiming that his brother Bai Su had found a partner and even brought the individual along. Thus, when the tribe members inside the cave beheld Li Chaoyan, they were not surprised. Rather, they regarded her with affection, pleased that their esteemed high priestess had found companionship. As Li Chaoyan stepped into the cave, she sensed the peculiar gazes of the beastmen upon her. It was only now, in the light of day, that they truly encountered one another, having previously gone unnoticed under the veil of night. Feeling somewhat unsettled, she pondered why they were staring at her. One of the beastmen from the Snow Fox tribe remarked, "This female is rather exquisite, fair and delicate, a fine catch for Bai Su." Bai Su, taking Li Chaoyan's hand, declared to the gathered beastmen with a sense of pride, "Her name is Li Chaoyan, a female of the dragon tribe. Chaoyan is my partner, and once we reclaim the Snow Fox tribe, we shall hold the ceremony of mates." Bai Su's joy was palpable as he revealed Chaoyan's identity before his kin. Li Chaoyan felt a tinge of shyness, as the gaze of Bai Su's kin upon her was excessively fervent, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. Bai Guo was the first to instigate a commotion, circling around Li Chaoyan's legs, rendering her momentarily unable to discern whether the child was akin to a dog or a fox. Meanwhile, Jiu Jiu stepped forward, introducing himself as Jiu Jiu of the Xian Snake tribe, the first companion of Yan. He firmly clasped Li Chaoyan's shoulder, unyielding in his demeanor. The exchanged glances between Jiu Jiu and Bai Su conveyed a resolute standoff, dissipating the warmth that had briefly enveloped them outside the cave. At that moment, the members of the Snow Fox tribe began to comprehend the situation. It appeared that Bai Su had a rival in love. Indeed, such a beautiful female was not easily won over. The previously concealed Jisha finally spoke up, introducing himself as To, a beastman from the Snow Rabbit clan. He coughed, striving to embody the role of a fragile beauty. The beastmen of the Snow Fox tribe, unfamiliar with Jisha's true appearance, harbored no suspicions. Rather, they exhaled in relief, thankful that he was not a love rival to Bai Su. However, the next scene unveiled Li Chaoyan assisting To, causing their hearts to sink once more, realizing he was indeed a concealed competitor. The onlookers regarded Bai Su with expressions of sympathy and encouragement, silently urging the high priest to persevere. Unfazed by their gazes, Bai Su nestled closer to Li Chaoyan, pushing To aside and leading her to meet his kin. Yet, Jiu Jiu grasped Li Chaoyan's other hand, seeking to engage her in conversation, resulting in a stalemate among the three. Li Chaoyan shook off their hands, exclaiming, "Oh dear, we are all family. Let us not behave in this manner. Did we not agree to live together?" She could not comprehend how these two had devolved into conflict once more. The two remained silent, locked in a tense standoff. Meanwhile, the instigator, Jiu tugged at the corner of his mouth and strolled to the cave's entrance to catch the breeze. The wind intensified his cough, drawing Li Chaoyan's attention. Ignoring the childish squabbling of the two orcs, she pulled Jiu to a sheltered spot within the cave. Rabbit 1, you must not stand in this draft. She admonished him with a serious expression. It's all right. I find it inconvenient to stay inside, Jiu replied, casting a glance at Baisu and Jiu, who were gazing toward the cave's mouth. It's nothing. They often behave like this, and it will resolve itself shortly. Li Chaoyan felt helpless. Her two companions frequently quarreled, making matters difficult. It is they who do not appreciate what they have, Jiu remarked, hastily falling silent and casting an apologetic glance toward Li Chaoyan, as if he had spoken out of turn. Yet, a flicker of hope glimmered in his violet eyes, hinting at unspoken desires. Li Chaoyan, however, did not respond to his words, uncertain of how to reply. Having these two at home was sufficient. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome. Ultimately, she could only voice her complaints in this manner. The two engaged in a casual conversation. At that moment, Jiu and Baisu ceased their quarrel, temporarily setting aside their antagonism to analyze the enigmatic Tuyi. Could he possibly have feelings for Chaoyan? Baisu, having had minimal interaction with Jiu, inquired of Jiu. I do not know. I cannot decipher him, Jiu replied, shaking his head. This Tuyi professed affection for Yin yet failed to demonstrate it. He claimed disinterest while persistently drawing Yan's attention. The motives behind his actions remained a mystery. Ultimately, the two adhered to their prior agreement, no internal conflicts. Yet resolutely refusing to recruit anyone else, they instructed Baigui to attract Li Chaoyan, minimizing her encounters with Tuyi. High Priest, how shall we arrange our meeting with them? Shurji, a capable subordinate of Shiyu, inquired. I shall make contact with them first, Shiyu declared, raising his staff to inscribe some characters in the air. Moments later, those characters reached Baisu. We have arrived at the water domain. Where are you? After preparing their hides and provisions, Shiyu and his group hastened to the snowy region. Unlike Baisu and his companions, they were fortunate enough to be transported to a locale inhabited by beastmen, devoid of any traces of snow. Some had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 26. There will be no offspring. Baisu's spiritual energy was not as formidable as Shiyu's, thus he could only transmit information unilaterally to Shiyu. Moreover, these messages could only be perceived by those possessing spiritual power. Those devoid of it remained oblivious to their dialogue. For instance, at this moment, only Baisu could perceive the text sent by Shiyu. The old man is rather swift, Baisu remarked to the others, recounting his prior exchange with Shiyu and informing them that the members of the Xian snake tribe had arrived. The group was filled with excitement, their confidence in reclaiming their tribe bolstered. Jiu, however, remained indifferent. To him, a snow fox tribe was insignificant. He would return it to them. What he truly sought was the spirit of snow, and unexpectedly, the high priest of the Xian snake tribe had also arrived, suggesting hope for the spirit of water. With his violet eyes gently closed, he allowed them to create a commotion while he patiently awaited their arrival, not even contemplating the need to alert his subordinates. Baisu employed his magic to convey his location to Shiyu, who, guided by the spiritual energy transmitted from Baisu, sought them out, the energy leading them to the cave. Meanwhile, Baisu and his companions awaited their guest within the cave. When Li Chaoyan and the others arrived at the cave, it was morning. By the time Shiyu and his group arrived, it was already afternoon. The members of the Snow Fox tribe warmly welcomed the three, preparing roasted meat and fruits for them. Finally, in the afternoon, Shiyu's party arrived, weary from their journey. The snowy region is so cold, it's freezing, Shirsu exclaimed, shivering as he rubbed his hands together. Since Shiyu could not transport many individuals to the water region at once, he selected only a few strong orcs to accompany him. After much pleading with the high priest, Shirsu managed to join the group. Brother Jiu, Sister Yin, Brother Baisu. Shirsu greeted them enthusiastically, bouncing with excitement. Though his hands were clenched tightly together, Jiu quickly approached and draped his fur cloak over Shirsu, saying, "What are you doing here? This is not a place for children to play." He looked at Shirsu with discontent. Shirsu had only recently transformed, so the high priest had initially not considered bringing him along. "I just wanted to come. I was worried about you, brother," Shirsu replied innocently, embodying the fiery spirit of youth, oblivious to the potential dangers of the place. Seeing Shirsu's broad grin, Jiu felt exasperated but ultimately resigned himself to protect him. He was very fond of his only younger brother. As Shiyu's group settled down, many of the older orcs in the Snow Fox tribe recognized him. recalling how he often visited the high priest, Bai Wu, for friendly competitions in his youth, which eventually forged a bond of friendship between them. Thus, they held Shiyu in great esteem. Nodding in acknowledgement to the crowd, Shiyu's white beard trembled with his movements. After gathering some preliminary information, he engaged in strategy discussions with the others. During this period, the orcs of the Snow Fox tribe had gradually located some of their scattered kin, thereby bolstering their combat strength. Additionally, with 2 orcs possessing spiritual powers among them, they were well prepared for battle. Regarding strategy, Shiyu favored a direct assault, while Baisu preferred a surprise attack. Ultimately, they agreed on a plan to strike directly under the cover of night. Meanwhile, Jisha remained impassive, as if they were not deliberating on how to attack their own kin. He observed Li Chaoyan's actions with curiosity. She was unlike any female he had encountered before, possessing a certain uniqueness. Li Chaoyan focused intently on conversing with Jiu Jiu. Once I succeed this time, my main quest should be considered complete, right? Indeed. Yin must strive to reclaim the Snow Fox tribe. All right, then I shall prepare. Li Chaoyan exchanged a few stamina elixirs, hemostatic potions, and healing drafts for unforeseen circumstances. She gazed at her dwindling points with a twinge of regret, having just surpassed the threshold of 1,000 points. Her purse felt utterly empty. There was still much work to be done. Shiryu and Baisu decided to grant the orcs of the Xian snake tribe some additional time to rest and acclimatize to their surroundings. Seizing the moment while others were distracted, Shirsu quietly approached Li Chaoyan and whispered, "I heard that Sister Yin is to become bonded with my brother?" His face was alight with curiosity, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Li Chaoyan responded graciously, stating that once this mission concludes, they would become partners. However, this meant that her brother would not have any offspring. Shirsu expressed some regret, wishing that Sister Yin could also be a female of the Serpent clan. Why is that? A hint of confusion crossed Li Chaoyan's mind. She had never considered the idea of children before, yet was there truly a reproductive barrier here? Observing Li Chaoyan's bewildered expression, Shirsu explained, "Sister Yin, you are unaware? Offspring cannot be produced between different races of beast folk, with the exception of the vagrant beast tribes. Did you truly not know?" "Ah, I see now," Li Chaoyan replied. In her previous life on Earth, her thoughts on marriage revolved around finding a partner who would accept her origins, to strive together in the pursuit of wealth, and to contemplate having children only after establishing a solid material foundation. Now, having found her beloved, did this mean that children were not an option? Shirju and Baisu had never mentioned this matter to her. Li Chaoyan smiled wryly and changed the subject, asking, "Have you thought of me, Sister Shirmu?" Ever since their candid conversation, the bond between them had deepened significantly. Previously, she would often visit Shirmu, but now, after her departure, she wondered if she had crossed her mind during these days apart. Shirsu pondered momentarily, hesitating before revealing, "Sister Shirmu is about to have offspring." "Already?" Li Chaoyan exclaimed, taken aback. It was surprising to learn that Shirmu was pregnant so soon. However, given the affection she shared with Shirxiu, it was not entirely unexpected. She glanced at Shirju and Baisu, who were engaged in lively discussion with others, feeling a twinge of discomfort. They were all aware that she would never bear children, yet they still resolutely chose to become her partners. After their conversation concluded, Shirju and Shiryu had a private discussion before seeking out Li Chaoyan. They found a tranquil patch of grass and settled closely together. "Zhu, do you truly wish to bond with me as partners?" Li Chaoyan inquired, tugging at the grass beneath her, her hands fidgeting as she spoke. Shirju was taken aback by her question. "Of course," he replied, assuming that after all this time, she had already come to terms with her feelings. "But you know we won't have offspring." Li Chaoyan lowered her gaze, avoiding Shirju's eyes, feigning casualness. Shirju understood the source of her discontent. He gently turned her to face him, eliminating any possibility of evasion, locking his gaze with hers before breaking into a warm smile. His laughter was infectious, softening the rugged lines of his face, his silver hair dancing with emotion. Li Chaoyan was puzzled by his mirth, but indeed, Shirju was undeniably handsome, exuding a blend of gentleness and strength. "Are you worried about this?" "Fear not, for I have never been fond of offspring. This suits us perfectly." He pulled Li Chaoyan into his embrace, speaking earnestly. Li Chaoyan understood that he was merely comforting himself. Clearly, she had witnessed him playing with the white fruit today, which hardly suggested a disdain for young beasts. Nonetheless, a warm current coursed through her heart. Indeed, benevolent falsehoods possess a certain warmth. Some individuals may have perished, yet they have not entirely vanished. Chapter 27. Reclaiming the Snow Fox tribe after Baisu concluded his affairs within the clan, he ventured forth in search of Li Chaoyan. Ever since the prolonged disappearance of Cao Cao and Shi Jiu, he felt a perpetual need to keep Li Chaoyan within his line of sight to find solace. Thus he was currently scouring for Cao Cao's presence. He spotted Shi Jiu and Li Chaoyan nestled closely together on the grass, resembling a pair of exquisite lovers. "There you are. You made me search high and low," he exclaimed as he approached, patting Shi Jiu on the shoulder before taking a seat beside them. Shi Jiu then released Li Chaoyan, and the three sat side by side. Baisu toyed with Li Chaoyan's hand. Her hand was delicate and fair, small in size. He held her hand up to compare with his own, before ultimately clasping it tightly. "What are you discussing?" Baisu inquired, directing his question towards the pair. "We're talking about younglings. Baisu, do you desire a young one?" Li Chaoyan asked, her gaze fixated on the hand Baisu was playing with. Baisu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, "No, younglings are too troublesome and would divert your attention from Cao Cao. I certainly do not want that." He scrunched his face, vehemently expressing his aversion. Li Chaoyan felt a sense of relief. Since they all said so, she felt no pressure. If there were no children, then so be it. They could simply choose to remain child-free. The three of them sat side by side on the grassy ground, watching as the sun slowly descended, its golden rays bathing the earth in a warm glow. Although they were uncertain of what tomorrow might bring in this moment, their hearts were content. Time passed swiftly, and soon the night would arrive when they would launch an assault on the wandering beast tribe to reclaim the Snow Fox clan. Li Chaoyan meticulously arranged the garments for Shi Jiu and Baisu, presenting them with the elixirs she had exchanged from the system, explaining each one's efficacy in detail. After their heartfelt conversation, she disclosed to them the possibility of exchanging points earned from completing tasks for various items. The two were not taken aback. Instead, they felt a profound sense of pride in their remarkable companion and were pleased that Li Chaoyan's safety was assured. The orc tribes, fully prepared for battle, harbored a deep-seated hatred for the wandering orcs, and this offensive served as a means of retribution for them. The morale was high. As the strong orcs prepared to embark on the battlefield, the cave remained a sanctuary for Li Chaoyan, Tui, Baiguo, and the weaker orcs, including females and younglings. "I want to go too," protested Shi Jiu. "No, you must stay and help protect Yin," Shi Jiu countered. Shi Jiu yearned to join the fray. Yet Shi Jiu worried that he might inadvertently harm himself in the chaos, insisting that he and Shi Jiu remain behind to guard the orcs in the cave. Shi Jiu felt deeply hurt. Though he had reached adulthood, his brother still treated him as a child in need of protection. Ultimately, Shi Jiu could not defy Shi Jiu and stayed in the cave. As night descended and silence enveloped the surroundings, the orcs, like phantoms, blended into the darkness, led by Baisu as they made their way toward the Snow Fox tribe. "Will they be all right?" Li Chaoyan pondered, seeking reassurance. "Rest easy, Yin Yin. Shi Jiu and Baisu are fortunate orcs. They will be safe." With this comforting assertion, Li Chaoyan felt a slight easing of her anxiety. Indeed, both possessed formidable luck, ensuring their well-being. Within the cave, Baiguo rolled playfully beside Shi Jiu, his curiosity piqued by the elder orc. "Shi Jiu, look at the stones I found." Baiguo proudly presented several beautiful pebbles, having discovered what he deemed the finest specimens. "Stones are toys for younglings. I am an adult now and no longer play with such trifles. Furthermore, you must address me as Brother Shi Jiu," he replied, yearning for the experience of being called brother. He gazed expectantly at Baiguo. Baiguo flicked his fox-like head defiantly. "I will call you Shi Jiu," he huffed. "These are my finest stones. If you don't look, I want to show you." In a fit of pique, he turned his back on Shi Jiu, his entire demeanor radiating a palpable aura of displeasure. Wait, just give me one," Shi Jiu implored, noticing Baiguo's indifference. He had indeed spotted a particularly exquisite stone. "Humph, mischievous Shi Jiu, catch me if you can, and then I'll share," Baiguo teased, scampering around the cave, prompting Shi Jiu to chase after him. The two reveled in their game, lifting the spirits of the entire cave, as other orcs smiled at the antics of these two lively companions. Li Chaoyan also smiled, for the little ones were truly lively and adorable. As two approached Li Chaoyan, they both watched the playful antics of the children together. "Aren't they delightful, Yin? Do you wish to have a little one of your own?" The violet-eyed figure gazed deeply at Li Chaoyan, seemingly attempting to decipher her emotions. "I shall not have little ones," Li Chaoyan replied with a calm demeanor, though the truth of her feelings remained a secret known only to her. Jisha discerned the subtle turmoil within her expression and wisely refrained from further conversation, choosing instead to stand quietly beside her. His current role was that of the slender and beautiful too, not the powerful Jiu who dictated life and death. If someone were to inquire, does prolonged acting lead one to become immersed in the role? Jiu would dismiss such a notion with a laugh, for his allegiance lay solely with power. All his actions were merely stepping stones toward a prosperous future. At most, he could accompany Li Chaoyan, this unique female, on his journey. As dawn broke, the sun gradually dispelled the darkness of the night. They finally awaited the returning Beastman with news. Due to the nighttime operation, the wandering Beastmen were caught off guard and swiftly expelled from their tribe, an instance of poetic justice. Jiu Jiu and the others remained in the Snow Fox tribe to address the aftermath of the skirmish, dispatching a Beastman to deliver the tidings. Some of the wandering Beastmen escaped. Some perished, and a small portion was captured. Regrettably, Jiu was not among those apprehended, which posed a lingering threat. At this moment, the true Jiu was accompanying Li Chaoyan and the messenger Beastman toward the Snow Fox tribe, returning to familiar grounds, yet with a transformed mindset. The Beastmen of the Snow Fox tribe rejoiced, embracing one another. Upon their return, they immediately set to work, using their hands to rebuild their homeland. Some gathered animal skins from the ground to wash by the river, while others repaired the damaged tree houses, and some ventured out to hunt, preparing a sumptuous breakfast. Each individual had their tasks. Among the throng of Beastmen, Baisu smiled brightly, observing the scene before him. He thought that as the high priest, he had not performed poorly, thus honoring the teachings of his master. Li Chaoyan approached the grinning Baisu, standing beside him as they absorbed the unfolding scenes before them. It seemed to represent completeness. Yin Yin, main quest, resolve the turmoil in the snowy realm. Status, fully accomplished. Reward points, 2,000. This week's fortune points, 500. Remaining points, 3,000. Remarkable. Let the celebrations commence. Some have perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 28. Blood Eagle Clan upon the reconstruction of the Snow Fox tribe. Their foremost task was to conduct the mate selection and succession ceremonies. The orc populace busily prepared materials for the succession ceremony. Prior to this, Baisu visited the captured wandering orcs, still confined within the granary. The orcs previously held here were reluctant to utilize the granary again, leading the group to decide to transform it into a prison for misbehaving orcs. Jiu Jiu also dispelled the enchantments on the granary door. The entrance was re-enchanted by Baisu, now securing the wandering orcs inside, akin to how the Snow Fox clan orcs had been held previously. As Baisu opened the prison door, a sliver of light streamed in, and the wandering orcs lunged toward him with ferocious roars, only to be subdued by the Snow Fox clan orcs standing behind him. The captured wandering orcs were all somewhat injured, making them easier to control. Baisu crouched down, his long black hair awkwardly tied back with a hair tie exchanged for points by Li Chaoyan, though his lack of skill rendered it somewhat peculiar. Baisu pressed his elbow against one wandering orc's throat, regarding him with disdain. Where is your lair? Where is Jiu? The orc's eyes bulged in rage, baring his fangs, clearly attempting to transform. Baisu increased the pressure of his elbow, preventing the orc from shifting forms. The orc's face turned purple, lips darkening due to his labored breathing. Despite being restrained by other orcs and Baisu's grip on his neck, he struggled to utter two words. Baisu eased his hold slightly, permitting the orc to speak. Drawing in a deep breath, the orc managed to respond, cough. We do not have a fixed residence. We often seize the homes of other clans. Sometimes we dwell in the woods. As for the chief, I have not seen him in a long time. I do not know. After delivering this information, the orc continued to gasp, evidently still affected by Baisu's earlier forceful grip. Baisu's gaze swept the faces of the other subdued wandering orcs, who hastily echoed, what he said is true. They were eager to avoid further suffering. Yet, there remained another question. Baisu, having not received the desired answer, felt a surge of irritation. Who cast the enchantment? Who assisted you? His dark eyes scanned the faces of the wandering orcs once more, meeting silence. Baisu's gaze sharpened, aware that these individuals dared not speak. Not speaking? Then I shall kill you now. The weight of his words was palpable, causing the wandering orcs to flinch. I will speak. A diminutive. Trembling stray orc hesitantly opened his mouth, unable to meet the gaze of his companions, instead fixating on his own garments. Speak, Baisu commanded, gesturing for the smaller orc to release him. For an obedient captive, he was willing to offer a morsel of kindness. On that day, we besieged the Snow Fox tribe, and the chieftain brought forth a man clad in black. This figure possessed sorcery, having cast a spell upon the door. The voice of the diminutive orc quivered as he lifted his head, revealing mismatched irises, one blue, one yellow. Baisu scrutinized him for a moment before inquiring. Are there any other distinguishing features? Was it solely the black attire? His tone bore a hint of pressure. The small orc involuntarily shuddered and continued. I was on duty that day and saw him. His eyes were red, and he had a hooked nose resembling that of an eagle. Beyond that, I truly know nothing. Fear filled his eyes as he endeavored to convince Baisu of his sincerity. Kong Song, the chieftain will not spare you. A subdued orc on the ground cast a menacing glare at the smaller orc, his words laced with threats. Baisu rose and delivered a decisive kick to the head of the menacing orc, resulting in immediate death. He straightened his garments and left behind a chilling remark. Those who refuse to heed discipline meet such fates. This light statement sent shivers down the spines of the stray orcs. Within the residence of the high priest, Jiu Jiu, Baisu, and other prominent figures from both domains sat in conversation alongside Li Chaoyan. They had already classified Li Chaoyan as one of their own. A hooked nose, red eyes? Jiu expressed disbelief. How could the Blood Eagle tribe have arrived here? They had not interacted for centuries. Furrowing his brow, Jiu stroked his beard with one hand while the other caressed the gem atop his scepter, a habitual gesture during contemplation. Is there anything particularly noteworthy about this? His seemingly perplexing inquiry halted by Su's recounting of the information divulged by Kong Song. This is the emblem of the Blood Eagle tribe. The tribe distinguishes the magnitude of their abilities based on the intensity of the red in their eyes and the curvature of their hooked noses. The Blood Eagle tribe. The orcs present began to converse amongst themselves. They had never engaged with this race, as the Thunder Domain had severed ties with them long ago. The sudden appearance of the Blood Eagle tribe in the Snow Domain, assisting these stray orcs, aroused suspicion. The Blood Eagle tribe was indeed the undisputed sovereign of the skies, with formidable combat prowess. However, they were also exceedingly suspicious and difficult to deal with. Jiu shared all that he knew with the group. During the ancient clash between the beast god and the evil god, the Blood Eagle tribe had refrained from participating, even persuading the Iron Rhinoceros tribe to abandon the battle. Consequently, the other three domains had severed ties with them. This situation is understood by all. However, they initially believed that their only adversaries would be the Stray Beast clan. It has now become apparent that the matter is far more complex. Should the Blood Eagle clan ally with the Stray Beast clan? The situation could escalate into a chaotic conflict among the 5 domains. Are we to witness a reenactment of the Great War from a millennium ago? A heavy atmosphere pervades the room, leaving everyone in a state of unease. Jiu Jiu. The emergence of the Blood Eagle clan adds another layer of intricacy to this already perplexing scenario. Yin, I am equally at a loss. Alas, the very fate of the beast world seems to be unraveling, making it increasingly difficult for me to gather information. I suspect that these events are interconnected. Nevertheless, we shall confront whatever comes our way. When trouble arises, you must come to my aid. Rest assured, for I, Jiu Jiu, am indeed a conscientious system. Li Chaoyan could be considered a semi-outsider. Thus, she felt little empathy. Her sole desire was to quietly fulfill her tasks and collaboratively build a haven with her beast husband. However, trouble often finds one, even when one seeks to avoid it. For several days, Jisha had been conspicuously absent, and despite Li Chaoyan's diligent searches during the day, she could not locate him. One night, Jisha hurriedly returned from outside, only to be intercepted by Li Chaoyan at the entrance of the tribe. She inquired about his whereabouts during the day. I want to seek out my kin, Yin. Ahem. I cannot impose on you all at the Snow Fox tribe indefinitely. Jisha articulated his premeditated excuse, feigning a cough to assuage Li Chaoyan's suspicions. In recent days, everyone had been preoccupied with preparations for the coupling ceremony and the succession ritual, leaving him ample freedom. You could always ask for our assistance. We are friends. Are we not? Li Chaoyan promptly ushered Jisha into his dwelling. He shared the space with another orc, albeit in separate rooms. You are quite busy. I cannot further intrude upon your time. Moreover, Yin, you are on the verge of entering into a union. So there is no need to concern yourself with me. Jisha's violet eyes cast downward, his eyelashes fluttering gently, presenting a visage of melancholy. Li Chaoyan felt as though her throat was obstructed by some unseen force. She struggled to articulate her thoughts, finally managing to utter a phrase after a prolonged silence. Please take care of yourself. Regardless of the circumstances, we remain friends. With that, she hurried out, unable to bear hearing any further words from Jisha. Once she left, Jisha resumed his languid demeanor, showing no trace of the frailty he had just exhibited. Friends? A sardonic smirk played upon his lips. Soon enough, that would no longer be the case. Some souls may perish, yet they do not entirely vanish. Chapter 29. Betrayal. The day of the ceremony arrived swiftly. At the Snow Fox tribe's altar, the orcs from both tribes had gathered in abundance. The planned sequence of events was to first conduct the mating ceremony, followed by the succession ritual. Jiu cheerfully took on the role of host for both ceremonies. With a playful tug at his beard, he summoned Chaoyan and her companions to the stage, his eyes crinkling with joy. He held great hopes for these young individuals, and their willingness to unite brought him immense satisfaction. The process of the mating ceremony was not intricate, as long as the orcs were genuinely in love. They could invite an elder to preside over the ceremony and seek the blessings of the beast god. Children, do you wish to live together for eternity? Once you mate, it cannot be undone, Jiu said, leaning on his staff, his gaze warm and inviting towards the trio. We do, they responded in unison. Very well. I shall pray to the beast god, wishing you a life free from worry and disaster. May all misfortune be far from you, and may you forever dwell together. With his middle and index fingers pressed firmly against his forehead, Jiu fell into a moment of silence before a radiant light enveloped the three, signifying the completion of the mating ceremony. Chaoyan felt a slight itch in her arm and instinctively scratched it. Jiu grasped her hand and said, Yuan, please refrain from touching it. This is the mark of a partner. After a brief moment, a vivid silver serpent and a nine-tailed fox appeared as imprints on Chaoyan's arm, remarkably lifelike. It was truly enchanting. Curiously, Chaoyan reached out to touch the two small markings, finding the experience quite delightful. The serpent, perched above, signified that Jiu was her first partner. Although Baisu harbored some dissatisfaction regarding this matter, he felt powerless, as it was indeed that wretched serpent who first encountered Chaoyan. Both Jiu and Baisu felt a profound sense of contentment, as a significant burden was lifted from their hearts. They had finally formed a partnership with Chaoyan. From the audience, Jisha gazed intently at the stage, his expression solemn and slightly displeased. He felt a twinge of discomfort at being marked by another. The next ceremony, the succession ritual, was about to commence. This ritual was rather formal. Baisu needed to summon the spirit of snow and merge with it, thereby establishing a connection with the beast god and gaining its approval. Presently, only Baisu remained on the altar while Chaoyan and Jiu stood aside to observe. The gathered crowd held their breath in anticipation. Baisu successfully summoned the spirit of snow, and the moment it appeared, a wave of chilling air surged forth, striking everyone with an unmistakable intensity. Jiu began to tremble. The power of the spirit was overwhelming. The others had no time to attend to him, except for Baigu, who leapt into his embrace to provide warmth. The crowd's attention shifted to Baisu and the spirit of snow, waiting in hushed silence. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a figure streaked across the sky at incredible speed. More shadowy forms followed, casting a darkness that enveloped the onlookers. The beastmen below gazed upward in awe. What is that? What creature is it? Look at that one. It carries lightning. That is the Blood Eagle tribe. The leading figure was surrounded by crackling layers of lightning, making it impossible to ignore. Chaoyan felt a tightening in her heart, fearing the worst from the approaching adversaries. Jiu Jiu, is there something akin to a protective shield? Indeed, there is the Golden Bell Shield, which can be employed by either a person or an object to withstand all external physical and magical assaults. It requires 2,000 points and lasts for 1 hour. Would you like to exchange? Yes, exchange it quickly. On the platform, Baisu was oblivious to the external circumstances. Enveloped by the spirit of snow, his jaw clenched. Beads of cold sweat on his forehead, clearly under considerable strain. It seemed he needed more time to integrate. Nevertheless, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him, as he could sense some fluctuations in Chaoyan's emotions due to their bond. Something was amiss outside. He needed to merge with the spirit of snow promptly. The exchange was successful, and the Golden Bell Shield was now stored in the system's inventory. Remaining points, 1,000. Yin, these people are likely after the spirit of snow. Quickly use it on Baisu. Jiu Jiu would ensure Baisu received it, regardless. The leading Blood Eagle charged straight towards Baisu on the altar, while Jiu raised her staff, launching a water sphere towards it. The Blood Eagle deftly evaded the water attack, veering aside, and persistently flew towards Baisu, only to find a female had already reached him first, casting a protective item over him. As she struggled with Jiu, she collided harshly with a solid object, leaving her head buzzing. The Blood Queen, infuriated, summoned lightning from her surroundings to strike Baisu, all of which proved futile. It seemed a protective barrier enveloped Baisu. Now she comprehended that the female was behind this, her fury igniting as she turned to seek out the one responsible. After casting the Golden Bell Shield, Li Chaoyan rushed back to Jiu Jiu's side. The orcs below had already transformed into their beast forms, entangled with the blood eagles in the air. However, being grounded while the enemy soared above left them at a disadvantage. Jiu Jiu also morphed into his beast form, displaying extraordinary ferocity as he lashed his serpent tail at a blood eagle, sending it crashing to the ground, feathers scattering upon impact. Jiu remained focused on battling the Blood Queen, certain that she was the high priestess of the Blood Eagle clan. Meanwhile, Jisha had slipped away to a less populated area as soon as the first Blood Eagle appeared, preparing to seize the Spirit of Snow. Only to find Li Chaoyan had preemptively shielded by Su. He felt a surge of frustration. Jisha, why aren't you making your move? The Blood Queen bellowed at Jisha, her voice strangely sharp like a hawk's cry, sending chills down everyone's spines. Jisha. Now, all attention in the arena shifted to the Blood Queen and Jisha. Isn't he called 2E? The orcs, inherently simple, having worked and conversed with 2E, had long considered him one of their own. Yet now, they were being told he was Jisha, the leader of the wandering beast tribe? He is 2E. Not Jisha as you claim, Li Chaoyan retorted, evading the blood eagles in the sky, her disbelief palpable. It was simply impossible. Blood Princess has now discerned the source of that voice. It emanated from this female. She has thwarted her plans. Once she dealt with this old fool, she would turn her attention to that female. Li Chaoyan remained blissfully unaware of the animosity harbored by the petty blood eagle towards her. She merely gazed at 2E, who responded with a remark, I've been pretending for quite some time. It's becoming rather exhausting. A subtle smile played upon his thin lips, and his peach blossom eyes arched into an oddly intriguing angle as he lifted his eyelids to regard Li Chaoyan. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. He instantly transformed from a frail rabbit-like beast man into a captivating and enigmatic wanderer. His beast form, a formidable blend of lion and jackal, bore no resemblance to his human appearance. In this feral guise, he exuded an undeniable power, his limbs brimming with strength, while his sharp claws glinted ominously. Li Chaoyan was in disbelief, shaking her head as tears welled up in her eyes, only to be stifled back, her gaze clouded with crimson. You were deceiving me from the very beginning. She bellowed at Jisha, her voice filled with a rage she had never exhibited before, a rage born from the most profound betrayal. She had believed that she and 2E shared a deep friendship, forged through the trials of life and death. She had cared for him dearly, even harboring a flicker of affection. Yet now, she discovered that everything had been a facade, a complete charade. 2E was indeed Jisha. I did not deceive you. It is your own foolishness that blinded you to my true identity. Am I being bullied by Ruesi? How utterly laughable. Jisha's formidable figure, combined with the voice Li Chaoyan recognized all too well, further ignited her frayed nerves. But still, I must thank you for bringing me here. Jisha uttered this with malevolence, before turning to unleash a torrent of violence upon those orcs who had once shared his daily existence. Some perished, yet not all were completely lost. Chapter 30. Li Chaoyan vanished. Jisha charged directly at the nearest orc, and before the creature could react, his claw sliced through its throat. The orc's eyes widened in disbelief, life draining from them as it struggled to lift a trembling finger to point at Jisha, but before it could rise, a thunderous crash signaled its fall. Li Chaoyan was constantly preoccupied with the situation surrounding Jisha, her eyes filled with remorse. From the very beginning, she had brought harm upon these orcs. Be careful. Jiu Jiu intervened, shielding her from a sudden attack by a bloodhawk, though a claw grazed his serpentine body, leaving 3 glaring red streaks. Jiu Jiu retaliated, sinking his fangs into the bloodhawk, which gradually succumbed to its injuries and fell to the ground. Noticing Jisha wreaking havoc with a fury in his eyes, Jiu Jiu urged, Yin, protect yourself. He then swiftly darted towards Jisha. Seizing an opportunity, Jiu Jiu lashed his tail at one of Jisha's hind legs, pulling with all his might. Jisha was instantly brought down, his massive form stirring up a cloud of dust that obscured the vision of those nearby. Taking advantage of the haze, Jisha quickly rose, turning to grapple with Jiu Jiu, with neither gaining the upper hand. Jisha, you despicable scoundrel. Jiu Jiu cursed as they fought. Jisha merely scoffed, seemingly dismissive. Thank you. I shall take that as a compliment, he retorted with a flippant tone, though his blows grew ever more forceful. The two became enmeshed in a relentless struggle, exchanging bites and grips, fueled by an inexhaustible hatred. Li Chaoyan could not help but be distracted by the commotion nearby, only to unintentionally feel the sharp claws of the blood eagle rake across her back. Fortunately, Su rushed over to confront the beast, swiftly escorting her to a place of safety. They found refuge in a cellar where a few non-aggressive females and young beasts resided, including Bai Gua. Sister Yin, please remain here for the time being, Su urged as he transformed into his beast form and ventured back out to confront the blood eagle once more. Li Chaoyan felt somewhat disoriented, her gaze struggling to focus, and she dared not look at the other beastmen in the room. Through the crevice of the cellar entrance, she beheld a scene of bloodshed and chaos. Yu and Blood Princess were engaged in a fierce battle, their combat fueled by spiritual energy, making it perilous for onlookers to approach. Jiu and Jisha were locked in a savage struggle, each strike laced with lethal intent, determined to eliminate the other. Her attention eventually turned to Baisu on the altar. Baisu's face was increasingly slick with cold sweat, appearing profoundly distressed. She felt a sense of helplessness, even sinking into self-doubt, questioning whether her presence here truly aided them. If she had not momentarily softened her heart and brought Jisha along, just the thought of that name sent a shiver through her. On the altar, Baisu was in turmoil. He was eager to ascertain the situation outside, to know how Chaoyan was faring. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until he successfully merged with the power of the spirit of snow. A brilliant white light erupted from the altar, causing those present to shield their eyes, while Li Chaoyan instinctively raised her hand to block the light streaming through the gap. A deep voice resonated from the sky. I am the beast god, and you are the next high priest of the snow domain. I am, Baisu responded, bracing against the pressure. Baisu, I recognize you. You are worthy. A beam of golden light pierced into Baisu's being. The oppressive force dissipated. This marked his acceptance by the beast god, establishing Baisu as the high priest of the snow domain. However, how could the beast god recognize him? Baisu chose not to dwell on this. For the moment the divine pressure lifted, the protective barrier shattered, and he surveyed the surroundings. Filled with blood and the chaos of battle, Li Chaoyan burst forth from the cellar, disregarding the admonitions of Bai Gua behind her. She swiftly consumed a hemostatic pill to staunch her bleeding. With her skills still active for a while longer, she had no desire to remain in this place, which served no purpose. The surrounding orcs, having momentarily ceased their slaughter with the end of the beast god's pressure, resumed their fierce combat, both sides more ruthless than before. Blood Princess, realizing she could not seize the snow spirit, was consumed by rage, her eyes burning like fire. She charged directly at Yu, tearing away a piece of flesh from his hand, the spurting blood only fueling her fury further. Summoning the spirit of thunder, she conjured a thunderous array that ensnared Yu, a feat that drained her considerable spiritual energy. Initially, she had not intended to expend such effort, but her loathing had intensified, and she yearned to rid herself of this old man swiftly. Trapped within the thunderous formation, Yu found the array formidable. It would require time to unravel. He anxiously surveyed the battlefield. Baisu had just assumed leadership, and it was uncertain whether he could prevail against the Blood Eagle. While contemplating this, he continued to cast spells, but the overpowering nature of the thunder array, combined with the gentleness of his water spirit energy, forced him to proceed cautiously in his attempts to escape. The next target for Blood Princess was Baisu, who had now entered the fray. Although his spells lacked the potency of Yu's, the snowy environment allowed the snow spirit to reach its full potential, rendering him more than capable of dealing with the Blood Eagles. Initially, the Blood Eagle tribe had the upper hand, but Baisu's arrival had turned the tide, leaving the Blood Eagles increasingly suppressed. Blood Princess spotted Li Chaoyan darting through the chaos of battle and temporarily abandoned her attack on Baisu to pursue a more manageable target. Transforming into her human form, she donned dark attire, her piercing red eyes, hooked nose, and thin, alluring lips presenting a visage of utmost cruelty. With claws poised, she swiftly moved toward Li Chaoyan, aiming for her vitals, but Li Chaoyan evaded her strike. Blood Princess attacked again, yet Li Chaoyan continued to dodge. However, the duration of her skills was drawing to a close. She had no time to linger in confrontation with Blood Princess, so she maneuvered toward Jiu and Jisha while evading blows. The frustration of Blood Princess mounted as she failed to land a hit on Li Chaoyan. How could the seemingly frail female evade her assault? As the most formidable orc of the Blood Eagle tribe, she had bested even the males, which was why she had been granted the exceptional honor of serving as the High Priestess. Yet now, this delicate-looking female was managing to escape her onslaught? This humiliation ignited a fierce anger within her. Blood Princess, what are you doing? Do not harm her, Jisha called out, having noticed Blood Princess targeting Li Chaoyan. His distraction resulted in Jiu biting his shoulder, and it took great effort to shake him off. Blood Princess smirked, utterly indifferent to Jisha's words, intensifying her assault on Li Chaoyan. This female was someone Jisha cared for. All the more reason to obliterate her. Su, having caught sight of the unfolding skirmish, discarded the blood eagle he had been fighting and hurled a snowball imbued with the power of the snow spirit toward Blood Princess. She halted her movements, casting her gaze toward Su. Your opponent is me. In a flowing white garment, Su appeared, its fabric marred by splatters of crimson. Yet, in his fox-like eyes, there resided nothing but disdain, a contempt directed at the Blood Princess. The petty Blood Princess, incensed once more, discarded her female form and lunged towards Su, transforming into her beastly guise and emitting a piercing shriek. This was precisely the response Su sought, as he aimed to draw her ire. Chaoyan found a moment to breathe as she rushed towards Jiu. I demand an explanation. Her voice was laced with fury, regret, and a glimmer of hope. Yin, return. Jiu's tone was stern, the first time he had ever addressed Chaoyan in such a manner. What explanation? This is the explanation. With a surge of power, Jiu hurled the distracted Jiu towards a nearby building, which collapsed upon impact. Jiu coughed up blood, reverting to his human form, his silver attire now stained crimson. He looked at Chaoyan with a sense of helplessness. Chaoyan suddenly let out a piercing scream, crouching down while cradling her head. Her eyes were filled with crimson. A vision of red encompassing her, blood from the stone bamboo, the blood of the beast men, her own blood. It was all red. She could no longer endure it. When Chaoyan rose once more, the terror that had previously clouded her gaze had vanished, replaced instead by a glimmer of golden light, as her demeanor transformed entirely. With a swift motion, she seized the bloodhawk that sought to attack her and crushed it in her grasp. Blood stained her hands as well. Stone Bamboo gazed in astonishment at his companion, unable to comprehend that this could not possibly be Yin. Chaoyan, in a fit of rage, unleashed her fury upon everything before her, indifferent to whether they were alive or dead, friend or foe. The entire arena fell silent, all eyes fixated on Chaoyan, whose ferocity seemed to defy humanity. Chow chow. Su stepped forward, only to be cast aside by a wave of Chaoyan's hand. Clutching his chest, he wore an expression of disbelief. What has come over you, Chow Chow? Jiu was equally taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. Utterly bewildered by the turn of events, Chaoyan turned her head to glance at the nearest sand delivery, her eyes devoid of any color. As if gazing upon a corpse, a fleeting glimmer of gold flickered deep within her gaze. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through. Chaoyan has vanished. Some have perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 31. Who are you? The crowd rubbed their eyes, fearing they had misperceived the scene. Has she truly disappeared? Jiu Jiu and Su wore expressions of despair, fully aware that Chaoyan did not belong to this world. Did she return to her own realm? Despite having promised to remain for their sake, Jiu, for once, found his mind in a state of blankness, taking on human form. He recalled the last glance Chaoyan cast upon him, one filled with such indifference and coldness. A strange discomfort settled in his chest, around the location of his heart. Slowly, he placed a hand over his heart. So he still possessed one. Suddenly, he felt a sense of ennui. With a flick of his voluminous sleeve, he transformed into his beast form and strode away. Jiu, what are you doing? The enraged Blood Queen exclaimed upon realizing Jiu had fled. Just then, Jiu had also dispelled the thunderous formation with a wave of his staff. He unleashed his spiritual energy upon the furious Blood Queen. She staggered back, casting a venomous glare at Jiu before transforming into a blood eagle and soaring away. The remaining blood eagles, witnessing their high priest's departure, found no reason to linger and took flight as well. The newly established Snow Fox tribe now lay in ruins. A scene of devastation painted in shades of crimson. Su surveyed the surroundings, eyelids growing heavy, his body teetering backward. Su, High Priest. Brother Su. The crowd scrambled to lift Su onto a hide-covered bed. Jiu stroked his beard, sighing. He just fused with the spirit of snow and has now endured this battle. His spiritual energy is depleted. He merely needs to rest. The serpent-headed staff struck the ground forcefully, resonating deeply within the hearts of those present. Jiu sat outside, his mind a tumultuous storm as he gazed at the debris scattered before him. Suddenly, a small droplet appeared upon his hand. He stared at it in bewilderment. And then another drop followed. After a prolonged moment, he realized these were his tears. A heavy hand clapped upon his shoulder, prompting him to retract his hand quickly. Aside from a slight reddening around his eyes, he exhibited no outward signs of distress. Brother, I know you are hurting, Jiu said, having appeared behind him. He withdrew his hand from Jiu's shoulder and settled down beside him. Jiu clasped his hands in front of him. I lean on your shoulder. No need. Shi Jiu replied, maintaining his usual gentleness. His nature forbade him from showing weakness before others, even if that person was his brother. Shi Jiu fell silent, content to sit beside Shi Jiu in shared quietude. As night deepened, Shi Jiu spoke once more, "I will find her," and then rose to depart. "I will undoubtedly find her, ensuring she cannot leave again." In an open area, surrounded by orcs, all eyes were fixed upon the female figure that had descended from the heavens. The sun above blazed down, scorching all beneath it. They had been conducting a rain-seeking ritual when unexpectedly, a female being plummeted from the sky, interrupting their sacred rites. "She is so fair. Who is she? Could it be that the beast goddess sent us rain? She fell from the heavens. I wish to pursue her." A dissonant voice interjected amidst the crowd. "Hey, brother. Why did you hit me?" The orc who had spoken earlier was struck from behind, wincing in pain. "You foolish lad, your mind is filled with nothing but frivolous thoughts," retorted the orc who had delivered the blow. He gazed at the female that had captured everyone's attention, her fair skin distinct from the females of the Yanghu tribe. "Who is she?" "The high priest." The other orcs, upon noticing the orc who had struck, instinctively stepped aside, expressing their respect. "The high priest Jiu," replied in a calm manner, inquiring about the situation. "Brother, let me tell you, I was in the midst of invoking rain. My incantation was yet unfinished when this female descended upon the rain invocation platform," exclaimed the previously struck orc, eagerly rushing to his brother. He sported a cascade of soft, golden hair, cascading to his shoulders, with a slight frizz atop his head. His facial contours were gentle, still bearing a hint of baby fat, which added to his youthful charm. His round, tiger-like eyes, with golden pupils, sparkled with radiant light. "Chaoyan, go take a look." Jiu tousled Chaoyan's silky hair with fervor, for his younger brother had an affinity for excitement, having picked up all manner of peculiar things from who knows where, insisting on setting up a platform to invoke rain. "Now, look where we are. The rain has not come, but a female has indeed arrived. Yin Yin, wake up. Quickly. Awaken." Li Chaoyan found herself enveloped in a chaotic void, surrounded by an impenetrable darkness. She struggled to open her eyes, yearning to discern her whereabouts. At last, a narrow fissure revealed itself. Blinding light pierced through, prompting her to shield her eyes with her hand. Once she acclimated, she removed her hand, revealing a youthful, strikingly handsome face. Curious round eyes, akin to those of a tiger, gazed intently at her, while a cascade of golden hair shimmered painfully under the sun's radiant glare. Li Chaoyan instinctively brushed her fingers across the contours of his face, traversing from his eyes to his lips. How could someone be even more captivating than the stars on television? Though his complexion was somewhat darker, was this individual truly real? Chaoyan was taken aback by her bold gesture, his face flushing a deep crimson. Despite his darker skin tone, the blush was unmistakable. Stammering, he uttered, "How could you be so direct, my lady? While I wish to pursue you, I have yet to fully contemplate it." After speaking, he lowered his gaze. But after a moment, he dared to look back at Li Chaoyan, only to quickly avert his eyes again. His blush now creeping down to his neck and the tips of his ears. Was it possible that this person had misunderstood something? Li Chaoyan sat up and surveyed her surroundings. She found herself in an open space, with dilapidated thatched houses beyond. Encircling her was a group of individuals with darker complexions, both men and women, all staring intently at her. Where was this place? Li Chaoyan felt a sharp pain in her head, her hands cradling it as her memory lingered on the moment she was struck by a vehicle. Beyond that, everything remained a blur. Had she perhaps traversed into another realm? She recalled the voice she had heard in the chaotic void. What could that be? "Yin Yin, do you not remember me?" A melodious child's voice resonated within her mind, tinged with a hint of sorrow, evoking a sense of compassion. Li Chaoyan felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet no concrete memory surfaced. Who are you? Some had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 32. The Loss of Memories. I am Jiu Jiu. Yin Yin no longer recognizes me. The childlike voice in her mind seemed to express sorrow, tightening Li Chaoyan's heart. And her head throbbed even more painfully. "Please, stop crying, my head hurts." Darkness enveloped her vision, and Li Chaoyan fainted once again. Chaoyan, quick-witted and agile, swiftly supported her, preventing her from collapsing onto the ground. He scooped Li Chaoyan into his arms, signaling the onlookers to part ways. "Chaoyan, what are you doing?" Jiu inquired, perplexed by his younger brother's antics. Chaoyan's face remained flushed, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother, I wish to take her as my mate." He eagerly shared his enthusiasm with his sibling. Seeing his foolish brother's infatuation, Jiu was momentarily speechless. This female's origins were still unclear. Yet his naive brother was already entranced. No, the serious Jiu Jiu promptly rejected the notion. Qi Yang's eyes dimmed with disappointment. This female is of unknown origin. We must first ascertain her identity, Jiu Jiu added, exasperated. Qi Yang's eyes brightened once more, and he nodded vigorously, his golden hair cascading with emotion. I shall take her to my room to rest. With that declaration, he dashed away, cradling Li Chaoyan in his arms. The gathered beastmen, seeing that there was no further spectacle, gradually dispersed. Only the shattered rain-seeking altar and the parched yellow earth remained in the open space. After a while, Li Chaoyan slowly regained consciousness once more. As she opened her eyes, she was greeted by the familiar handsome visage, unchanged in expression. She stirred her parched lips and murmured, "Water, I wish to drink water." The orc before her promptly filled a wooden bowl with water, though it contained a faint sediment. Li Chaoyan, disregarding her surroundings, was not one to indulge in pretentiousness. She lifted the wooden cup and drank deeply. The dryness of her lips was somewhat alleviated, though the water seemed less than pristine. She licked her lips, her rosy tongue smoothing the skin at the corners of her mouth. Chaoyan felt a rush of heat to his face. Unable to gaze at this female, he pondered to himself how this woman was so impatient, not only touching him but also enticing him. Li Chaoyan was entirely oblivious to Qi Yang's thoughts, merely expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for taking me in." She surveyed her surroundings. The dwelling was constructed from a mixture of thatch and earth, appearing exceedingly rudimentary. Various animal skins and bones adorned the walls, imparting a sense of a primitive lifestyle. "It's nothing," Qi Yang replied, ruffling his hair, but his words were abruptly interrupted by a voice from outside. "Has the female awakened?" It was Qi Yu's voice. "Oh, brother, she has awakened. Come to my room." The footsteps outside grew fainter, indicating the departure of that individual. "Hello, I haven't asked your name yet. I am Qi Yang, and the person outside is my brother Jiu Jiu. We belong to the Yanghu tribe of beastmen. What about you?" Qi Yang's barrage of questions left Li Chaoyan flustered. Yanghu tribe? Beastmen? What is this? Initially, she believed she had traversed to a primitive tribe, but it now appeared otherwise. "Yin Yin, this is the beast world. I will explain it to you again." A voice in her mind meticulously detailed this realm. "I belong to the dragon clan, but I cannot transform." Li Chaoyan responded without a change in her demeanor. For some inexplicable reason, upon uttering these words, she felt a peculiar familiarity, as if she had expressed them before. The dragon clan? And cannot transform? Qi Yang was bewildered. He had never heard of such a thing. "Never mind. Let us take you to find my brother." Li Chaoyan followed Qi Yang to a rather decent thatched cottage, feeling a twinge of concern about whether it would leak mud and water in case of rain. Upon entering, she discovered a strikingly handsome orc standing in the center of the room. With short golden hair that lacked the luster of Qi Yang's, he bore sharp brows and starry eyes, and his dark complexion did nothing to diminish his allure. Yet, he exuded a rare maturity and depth uncommon for one of his age. Jiu Jiu spoke slowly. "That mischievous younger brother of mine is under my supervision. Allow me to introduce myself." Li Chaoyan reiterated her identity, causing Jiu Jiu to furrow his brow, seemingly skeptical. "Regardless of your belief, I became separated from my kin and subsequently plummeted down a cliff, leading me to this very place." Li Chaoyan wore an expression of unwavering candor, devoid of any hint of deceit. Jiu Jiu suppressed his doubts and said, "Qi Yang, please find her a place to stay. After all, a guest deserves hospitality." He then turned his back to the two, adopting an attitude that suggested he wished to dismiss them. Qi Yang made a face at his back and took Li Chaoyan's hand, saying, "Come, I will help you find accommodation. Why not stay at my place?" Qi Yang, Jiu Jiu, still turned away from them, interjected with a warning. "I won't stay at your place. I will help you find a house." Qi Yang quickly retorted as he pulled Li Chaoyan away, as if something were pursuing them from behind. Li Chaoyan freed herself from Qi Yang's grasp, wishing to walk independently. Qi Yang felt a twinge of sorrow. Had this female grown weary of him so swiftly? He hastily caught up with her. "Do you not like me?" Qi Yang inquired, his tiger-like gaze fixed on the ground as he absent-mindedly kicked a small stone, his voice tinged with disappointment. "No, that's not it. I simply am not accustomed to being led by others," Li Chaoyan replied, concerned that her actions might have hurt the beast man. She hastened to clarify, for thus far, he had treated her with kindness. As they conversed, they arrived at a thatched cottage not far from Qi Yang's abode. Although smaller than his, it was acceptable. Rather than an exchange of dialogue, the journey had been predominantly Qi Yang's monologue, with Li Chaoyan offering occasional affirmations. Nevertheless, his discourse provided her with valuable insights into the realm of flames. The region was characterized by arid weather and scarce rainfall, resulting in a significant lack of water resources and sparse vegetation. They often had to wait for the opening of the 5 Domains Gate to transport considerable amounts of water for storage, enabling them to endure the droughts of the ensuing 3 years. Recalling her earlier request for water upon awakening, Chaoyan promptly fetched a large cup for her, which deeply touched Li Chaoyan. "This is the place, Yin. Allow me to tidy up," he stated, returning to his home to retrieve several animal hides, which he laid upon the bed, while also dusting off the table. "There's no need to trouble yourself," Li Chaoyan protested, but Chaoyan was undeterred, engrossed in his tasks. To him, the prospect of becoming partners with Li Chaoyan made it imperative that he, as a noble male, should not allow his female to toil. The more he thought about his work, the more invigorated he became. Li Chaoyan found herself unable to intervene or voice her thoughts. Once the task was completed, she expressed her gratitude to Chaoyan, who waved his hand dismissively, assuring her that it was his duty. He then returned to his residence, bringing forth several game and a few somewhat dried fruits. "You haven't eaten yet, so please indulge," he said, presenting the food to Li Chaoyan with a sense of pride, his large eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Li Chaoyan was utterly bewildered by his fervent enthusiasm. Are the inhabitants of this beastly world always so exuberant? For reasons unknown, an image materialized in her mind. A silver-haired man and a dark-haired man encircled her, with an array of roasted meats and fruits laid before her. In the distance stood a man with violet eyes, his features obscured from her view. As her memories began to blur, the clarity of the scene faded, ultimately dissipating, leaving her unaware of what she had just recalled. "Are you not going to eat?" Chiang's words interrupted Li Chaoyan's reverie. She felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of consuming his provisions, yet she found herself devoid of food. There truly was no alternative. With practiced ease, she retrieved the black stone she always carried. Why did she possess the knowledge of having a means to kindle a fire? A sense of confusion washed over her, particularly since the arrival of Jiu Jiu had sparked doubts within her. It seemed as though she had lost fragments of her memory. Some had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 33. Digging a well, Li Chaoyan picked up some dry grass and, after locating a few twigs in the distance, beckoned Chaoyan to join her in an open area. She certainly did not wish for her new abode to be engulfed in flames. Skillfully, she struck flint with a piece of black stone, igniting sparks that swiftly caught the dry grass alight. Once she had skinned Chiang's catch, she skewered the meat with wooden sticks and placed it over the fire, contemplating how splendid it would be if only she had some chili to sprinkle atop. Fragments of thoughts flickered through her mind, yet eluded her grasp. Chaoyan gazed blankly at Li Chaoyan's actions, having never encountered this vibrant red substance before. As he reached out a finger to touch it, she swatted his hand away. "Aren't you afraid of the heat?" she playfully inquired, puzzled by her own choice of words. "Just wait a moment. I assure you it will be delicious," Li Chaoyan proclaimed with confidence, for no beastman could resist her roasted delicacies. As Li Chaoyan grilled meat, she imparted to Chiang the significance of fire, advising him to instruct his kin on its use while ensuring they maintained a safe distance from their dwelling to avert any mishaps. She cautioned him earnestly. Chiang, with his hands resting on his knees and his palms cradling his cheeks, resembled an innocent sprite, unacquainted with the world's complexities. "Yin, you possess such vast knowledge. Do you know how to locate water?" he inquired. "I had intended to conduct a rain-seeking ritual, and let me tell you, I spent a considerable sum to consult a sage for this." Chiang beamed with pride, yet Li Chaoyan remained skeptical. "What did the sage instruct you?" she asked. "I'll let you in on a secret," Chiang whispered. "He said all that is required is to set up a rain altar and recite an incantation, and the rains will come." He confided, "I had to offer 5 wild boars for him to divulge this knowledge." Li Chaoyan gradually understood that this child had undoubtedly been deceived. If such a method could summon rain, it would imply that rain could be conjured at will. However, she did not wish to dampen Yang's enthusiasm and could only offer a few words of praise. Suddenly, an idea struck her. "Yang, have you ever dug for water?" "Dug? From the ground? How could there be water in the ground?" "So you have never dug before?" "This is quite simple. If we were to dig a well, they would have access to fresh water." A random task appeared. Assist the Yanghu tribe in digging a well, with a reward of 300 points. How fortuitous that her thoughts aligned perfectly with the task at hand. Li Chaoyan shared the delectable grilled meat with Chiang, who, upon inhaling the enticing aroma, eagerly dug in and swiftly finished the piece in his hand. Li Chaoyan graciously offered him more. Gradually, a few orcs, drawn by the alluring scent approached with longing gazes fixed on the grilled delicacies. "Go fetch some game, and I shall teach you the art of roasting," Li Chaoyan proclaimed. The orcs hurriedly returned home to gather their prey, while Li Chaoyan kindled several fire pits, instructing them on the technique of grilling meat. As the orcs savored the roasted fare, their faces radiated joy, and they expressed profound gratitude towards Li Chaoyan by presenting her with water. In the Jiu tribe, water was an invaluable commodity. Receiving it indicated a high regard for the recipient. Jiu observed from a distance as they feasted, ultimately departing. The meal lingered for quite some time. Though Li Chaoyan contemplated digging a well, her greater desire was to unravel the mystery of her lost memories. Upon returning to her room, she asked Chaoyan to leave for now, promising to seek him out later. "Jiu Jiu, do you know anything about the memories I've lost?" "Yin, what I know is." She was aware that Jiu Jiu was speaking, yet the words eluded her, remaining indistinct. It seemed Jiu Jiu could not divulge anything further. In the end, she relinquished her inquiry and simply asked, "What is your purpose then?" "My usefulness is substantial. Here, I can trade points for items, and I can issue tasks. Impressive, right? By the way, Yin, that Chaoyan is also a fortunate orc. You should spend more time with him." Li Chaoyan gradually understood that she needed to complete tasks to earn points, ultimately exchanging them for the Blue Star Pass to return to Earth. However, a subtle sense of resistance lingered within her. Did she truly wish to return to her home planet? "Yin, do you really not remember it?" Jiu Jiu inquired tentatively. "Who?" Unfortunately, Li Chaoyan could not discern the names being mentioned. She was unaware of whom Jiu Jiu was referring to. "Ah, never mind. They will surely come to find you," Jiu Jiu conceded. Ending her struggle, Li Chaoyan was enveloped in confusion, pondering why Jiu Jiu was so certain that those two individuals would seek her out. Who might they be? A sudden tightening in her chest brought forth an inexplicable wave of sorrow, and her arms felt strangely warm. She rolled up her sleeve to discover two intricate patterns adorning her skin. When had she gotten these tattoos? And there was even a serpent? She had always harbored a fear of snakes, yet now she felt remarkably indifferent. The heat had dissipated, but she remained entranced by the designs. Jiu Jiu remarked. Yin has changed. She feels different from before. In the Snow Fox tribe, Baisu had awakened. His gaze vacant as he recalled the events leading up to his fainting spell, a sense of bewilderment flooding his mind. At that moment, Jiu, who had entered to bring food, caught sight of Baisu's lethargic state. He handed a piece of roasted meat to Baisu while he began to eat his own portion. "Stupid snake, do you know where Cao Cao has gone?" Baisu asked weakly. Jiu paused momentarily before quickly regaining his composure, replying with a gentle yet distant tone, "I do not know." After a brief silence, Baisu suddenly sat up with determination, exclaiming, "I will definitely find her." He grasped the roasted meat and devoured it as if to vent his frustrations. Jiu smiled faintly, as if finding solace in the shared sentiment. In that moment, the two locked eyes, their gazes filled with an unyielding spirit. Li Chaoyan lay on the bed, resting for a while. Once the hottest part of the afternoon had passed, she rose to seek out Chaoyan. As she opened the door, the sunlight glinted off his golden hair, momentarily blinding her. "What are you doing here?" Li Chaoyan inquired, exasperated, as she reluctantly ushered Chaoyan into the room. "I was afraid you might forget," Chaoyan replied, his hands clasped together, betraying a hint of nervousness. A flicker of emotion stirred within Li Chaoyan. Yet she opted not to voice her thoughts. "It's so hot outside. You shouldn't be so reckless next time," she said with genuine concern. Feeling a growing fondness for Chaoyan, reminiscent of her younger brother from the orphanage with whom she used to play, Li Chaoyan and Chaoyan had agreed to dig a well together. Considering such a free labor force, she believed it would be foolish not to take advantage of it. Chaoyan transformed into his beast form, a majestic tiger, proudly raising his head, exuding an air of unparalleled superiority. Li Chaoyan found it amusing. After all, he was just a child. The great tiger Chaoyan lowered his front paws to the ground, inviting Li Chaoyan to climb aboard. She gently caressed his tiger head and mounted his back. It was utterly astonishing. She felt no fear whatsoever. Chaoyan straightened his front paws and let out a thunderous roar, tinged with a hint of excitement. Startled by his action, Li Chaoyan instinctively leaned down and embraced Chaoyan's neck. Chaoyan abruptly ceased his roar and, somewhat bashfully, inquired, "Yin, where shall we go?" Li Chaoyan expended 50 points to enlist Jiu Jiu in her quest for a location abundant in subterranean water. Heading west, the sparse vegetation on the western edge of the Jiu tribe consisted solely of diminutive plants. Upon reaching the site, Yin was filled with uncertainty. "Is this the place?" she inquired, observing the scant greenery that seemed to contradict the presence of a water source. This is the nearest water source to the Yanghu tribe, Jiu Jiu asserted with unwavering confidence. Li Chaoyan gently patted Qi Yang, signaling him to halt. She dismounted and crouched down to examine the plants. Yin Yin, do not underestimate them. Despite their diminutive stature, their root systems extend deep into the ground, often several times longer than their visible portions. Some may appear dead, yet they are not entirely lifeless. Chapter 34. Why are you so foolish? Then let us take action. Li Chaoyan surveyed her surroundings and discovered a vacant plot of land. This is the spot. Let us begin to dig. Li Chaoyan exchanged 2 shovels with Jiu Jiu, tossing one to Qi Yang. He caught it effortlessly, staring blankly at the female before him. A myriad of questions swirling in his mind. What is this operation? How can one conjure items out of thin air? Li Chaoyan blinked playfully at Qi Yang and whispered, actually, I can conjure up anything at will. This is our little secret, so you mustn't tell anyone. After saying this, she placed her index finger to her lips and shushed him. Aware of Qi Yang's gullibility, she fabricated a whimsical reason. All right. Qi Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. Brimming with excitement, he was determined to keep the secret safe. A secret that belonged solely to him and Yin. He picked up the shovel, ready to dig. But then paused. How do I use this? He inquired, tilting his head towards Li Chaoyan, his expression utterly innocent. Li Chaoyan was utterly charmed by Qi Yang's adorable head tilt. She leaned in closer and gently ruffled his hair, guiding him hand in hand on how to use the shovel. Before long, Qi Yang was able to manage it on his own. Though he turned his back to Li Chaoyan, his face flushed crimson to the nape of his neck. Just moments ago, she had touched me again. Li Chaoyan also picked up a shovel and busily joined Qi Yang. The two toiled for half a day, and as the sun began to set, the pit they had dug measured approximately 4 to 5 meters in depth, yet the excavated soil showed no sign of being even slightly more damp than the ground. It seemed that the task of digging a well was far more arduous than she had initially anticipated. Li Chaoyan wiped the sweat from her brow and, utilizing the small pit left behind during the excavation, climbed out of the well. She called up Qi Yang, who was still laboriously digging below. Let us take a break. Qi Yang had initially intended to dig in his beast form, but due to the unwieldy size of his beast shape, Li Chaoyan dismissed the idea. I shall seek assistance from others tomorrow. Qi Yang was thoroughly exhausted. Mere digging was one thing, but he also had to transport the earth out of the hole at intervals. His cheeks flushed, sweat cascaded down his face like rain, and his golden hair clung to his cheeks and forehead. Most of the effort today had been exerted by Qi Yang. Even though Li Chaoyan could not match his speed, she was equally fatigued. Sigh, very well. Li Chaoyan felt a twinge of reluctance. What if they failed to unearth water? Would the others be displeased? However, considering Qi Yang's exhaustion, she acquiesced to the idea of seeking help. Before departing, she concealed the shovel in a secluded spot. Qi Yang cast a lingering glance at Li Chaoyan's retreating figure, remaining silent while resolutely making a decision. He transformed into his beast form, that of a magnificent tiger. Li Chaoyan adeptly climbed onto the tiger's back, and as the sun set, the pair ambled homeward. Turning back, Qi Yang noted their achievements for the day, committing the location to memory. The following morning, Li Chaoyan rubbed her sore arms and shoulders, preparing to rise and seek out Qi Yang. As she stepped outside, still rubbing her eyes, she collided with a solid object, causing a painful throb at her forehead. Upon closer inspection, she discovered Qi Yang waiting at her doorstep. Despite the early hour, he stood ready, hands clasped behind his back. What brings you here so early? She inquired while stretching. Qi Yang remained silent, transforming into his beast form, his tiger head raised and eyes wide, awaiting Li Chaoyan. Here we go. With her companion's enthusiasm, Li Chaoyan felt compelled to keep pace. She shook her arms before climbing onto the tiger's back. After a short distance, she remembered to ask, aren't we supposed to call others for help? Yet Qi Yang still chose not to respond. Li Chaoyan pondered why this loquacious individual was unusually quiet today, as he did not respond even after she posed 2 questions. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the same spot as yesterday, which appeared largely unchanged. However, Li Chaoyan noticed that the mound of earth they had unearthed had grown larger. To confirm her suspicions, she approached the well, which was significantly deeper than the previous day, and to her surprise, a trickle of water was flowing within. In that instant, she comprehended the situation and turned her gaze toward Qi Yang, who had now assumed a human form. He responded with a broad smile, his face adorned with a few specks of mud. Li Chaoyan found herself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. You were so foolish, she exclaimed, turning away in a huff and squatting by the well, her back to Qi Yang. Confused, Chaoyan wondered why she seemed displeased. "What is the matter? I have brought up water," he said, leaning closer and pointing emphatically at the bottom of the well. He whispered to Chaoyan, "Don't tell anyone else." Seeing Chiang's earnestness, a flicker of warmth crossed her heart. He understood her desire to keep it a secret and had ventured out at night to dig the well himself. This realization touched her deeply. Though Chiang appeared carefree and oblivious, he was remarkably observant and considerate in his actions. It was hard not to be fond of him. Once she processed her feelings, her anger had subsided, yet she maintained a stern expression. Chiang, perplexed by her demeanor, pondered what he might have done wrong. Tentatively, he suggested, "Shall I fill the well back up?" His eyes reflected uncertainty and confusion. Chaoyan couldn't help but burst into laughter. "How foolish you are." This remark, albeit rather nonsensical, brought a sense of relief to Chiang, allowing him to ease the tension in his heart. He rubbed the back of his head, tousling his silky hair into delightful disarray. Chaoyan rose to her feet, halting his movements, and stood on tiptoe to smooth his hair. She spoke softly, "It's not that I wish to withhold information from others. I merely fear they may doubt my words. Furthermore, why are you so foolish? I can assist you, yet you have completed the task all on your own." Her heart ached as she gazed up at the towering figure of the orc. Male orcs were generally quite tall, averaging over 185 centimeters, while she stood at merely 165 centimeters, necessitating her upward glance. "I am a male. I possess great strength," Chaoyan proclaimed, flexing his arms to display his robust biceps. It was only then that Chaoyan realized that despite Chiang's youthful and innocent visage, his physique rivaled that of a seasoned athlete. She had always regarded him as a younger brother. The power emanating from the areas concealed by his clothing left her momentarily speechless. His form was truly remarkable. Shaking her head to dispel her thoughts, Chaoyan finally asserted, "We must inform the others so that everyone can join in digging the well. This will ensure our tribe has a plentiful water supply." Chaoyan strode back, for now that water had been unearthed, there existed no doubt among the other beastmen regarding his credibility. Chaoyan stood in a daze. Why must they inform others? He tapped his forehead, struggling to comprehend. Never mind, it was beyond his grasp. Transforming into his beast form, he hastened to catch up with Chaoyan, and once Chaoyan settled, they surged towards the Yanghu tribe. "You mean to say you have discovered a water source?" Jiu exclaimed, astonished that his seemingly aimless brother could indeed unearth water. "It is true, just to the west of the tribe. You are welcome to accompany us to see it," Chaoyan replied courteously. "Very well. Let's go and take a look." Jiu summoned a throng of beastmen to join him, with Chaoyan leading the way. As they all marched towards the east side of the tribe, some had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 35, How shall we find it? Indeed, it is water. Water. We can truly excavate water from beneath the earth. The beastmen gasped in astonishment, their eyes fixated on the slender stream of water trickling at the bottom of the well. The flame domain had once again entered its dry season, and the Yanghu tribe had been grappling with a severe water shortage, having not witnessed a drop of rain for 2 months. Their anticipation for the next journey to the water source had been palpable. Now, to learn that they could extract water themselves brought them immense joy. "Let us widen the opening of that water stream a bit more." Chaoyan commanded the beastmen at the well's bottom. Obeying his directive, the beastmen continued to dig deeper, and the well's water gradually increased, slowly rising to cover the base. Chaoyan instructed someone to procure some resilient reeds and had Chaoyan craft a wooden bucket with a hole. She twisted the reeds into a rope-like form and secured it tightly to the bucket. The water at the bottom of the well gradually ascended, now reaching a considerable depth. Chaoyan grasped the uppermost end of the straw rope and tossed the wooden bucket into the well, drawing up a bucket of water. Gradually, she pulled the rope back, and both the bucket and water emerged onto the shore. The crowd erupted in exclamations. Although the well water remained somewhat murky, it was indeed water, precious water. After a few days, the impurities would settle, and the water would become considerably clearer. Furthermore, it is advisable to boil the water for a while before drinking, to avoid falling ill. Chaoyan took the opportunity to enlighten everyone with some hygiene knowledge. "How wonderful! Yin, you truly are the blessing of our tribe. Splendid!" The expressions of the orcs were filled with uncontainable joy. Now everyone would have access to water even during the dry season. Undoubtedly, Yin is the most astute female in the world. Chaoyan proudly lifted his chin, and if he had a tail behind him, it might have been wagging. "Humph. Yin is not your female," one of the orcs retorted sharply at Chaoyan. "Humph. Sooner or later, she will be," Chaoyan defiantly replied, still holding his head high. In the next moment, a hand appeared on his ear, giving it a twist. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Who is it? Once Chiang realized it was Li Chaoyan twisting his ear. His tone shifted dramatically. Yin, does your hand hurt? Please stop pinching me, he said, looking at Li Chaoyan with his big, watery tiger eyes. Li Chaoyan released her grip, exclaiming in indignation, do not speak recklessly. Yet her face had already flushed entirely. Truly, how could Chiang speak so indiscreetly? I did not speak indiscriminately, Yin. I have declared my intention to pursue you. Chiang, oblivious to Li Chaoyan's embarrassment, continued to speak loudly. A chorus of teasing erupted around them. Li Chaoyan was infuriated. She pushed through Chiang and the surrounding crowd, resolutely making her way back. Hey, wait for me. Chiang hurriedly caught up with her, transforming into his beast form to signal her to mount. However, Li Chaoyan ignored him and continued walking forward. Chiang, distressed, lowered his tiger head, realizing she was angry again. He trailed behind her at a leisurely pace. Don't follow me, Li Chaoyan exclaimed in exasperation. No. I insist on following you. Please don't drive me away, Chiang pleaded, displaying vulnerability in front of Li Chaoyan, knowing well that she had a soft heart. Li Chaoyan chose not to elaborate further and continued walking ahead in silence. Yin, why are you angry again? Came Chiang's perplexed voice from behind. If you find me annoying, then don't follow me. Li Chaoyan herself was unsure of the reason for her anger. She simply felt embarrassed by Chiang's words spoken in front of so many people. After all, they had only known each other for 2 days. No, Yin, please don't be upset. What I said was sincere. I am genuinely pursuing you. I do not harbor such feelings for you. Li Chaoyan halted and turned to face Chiang, speaking earnestly. Moreover, we have only just met a few days ago. How can you dare to claim you like me? I like you. Never has any female captivated me as you have. I simply like you. Chiang's voice trailed off, growing softer and more pitiful with each word. Li Chaoyan merely assumed that he was still oblivious to the nuances of emotions, mistakenly conflating friendship with love. Furthermore, she had always regarded him as a younger brother, and this unexpected shift in perception left her utterly astonished. Li Chaoyan stepped forward and gently touched his little tiger head. I regard you as my brother. Do you not see me as your elder sister? This is not merely affection. Chiang, however, dashed away before she could finish her thought, leaving behind a parting remark. It is indeed affection. After this brief interlude, upon receiving the news from Jiu Jiu regarding the completion of their task and the increase in points, Li Chaoyan felt no surprise whatsoever. Jiu Jiu, I am so weary. Li Chaoyan lay on the fur-covered bed, confiding in Jiu Jiu. The only person she felt familiar with in the Yanghu tribe was Chiang. Yet she regarded him as a younger brother, while he viewed her as a potential wife. The complexity of this relationship grew increasingly perplexing. Yin, you could accept him, Jiu Jiu remarked, lacking the convoluted thoughts of Li Chaoyan. Chiang harbored feelings for Yin, and being a formidable orc blessed with fortune, Yin could certainly forge a bond with him, much like she did with Jiu Jiu and Baisu. But I see him as a brother. How could I possibly cross that line? Li Chaoyan cradled her head, yearning to escape reality. Yin, I believe Chiang will not easily let go. Jiu Jiu, on the other hand, remained indifferent, merely anticipating the unfolding drama. Upon hearing Jiu Jiu's words, Li Chaoyan tightened her grip, praying to the heavens for respite. The patterns on her arm radiated warmth, even prickling with discomfort, stirring a wave of sorrow within her. For the past few days, the designs on her arm had intermittently flared with heat, the cause of which remained a mystery. Even Jiu Jiu could not elucidate it. It felt as if another's emotions were dictating her thoughts. Fragments of memories flickered in her mind, elusive and fleeting, eluding her grasp. What were those vanished recollections? She sensed a change within herself, distinct from her former self on Earth. Once a person brimming with enthusiasm and surrounded by friends, she now yearned to distance herself from strangers, shunning the idea of forging new friendships. The word friend now felt foreign and painfully poignant. Since arriving at the Yanghu tribe, her only familiarity had been with Chiang, leading her to wonder if she had unwittingly offended fate or if she had yet to find her path. In recent days, Jiu Jiu and Baisu had scoured the entire snowy realm and waters, yet still found no trace of Li Chaoyan. Baisu slumped onto a stone, bewilderment clouding her fox-like eyes, before managing a self-deprecating smile. Will Chaoyan forget us? Impossible, Jiu Jiu replied without a moment's hesitation. Let us continue the search. What if she had returned to her own world? Baisu's tone faltered, her voice softening. How do we even search? Jiu Jiu found himself at a loss for words, gazing toward the endless snowy expanse. Indeed. How shall we find her? Some may have perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 36, Pursuit. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock echoed. Who is it? Disturbing my peaceful dreams? Li Chaoyan's head still felt heavy as she donned her beast-hide shoes and made her way to the door. Her serene morning reverie was abruptly interrupted by a series of knocks. Frowning slightly, she opened the door, her eyes betraying a hint of displeasure. However, that displeasure dissipated instantly upon seeing the visitor. She tidied her unruly hair and adjusted her attire, calling out neatly, "High Priest." The visitor, however, did not respond. Instead, a pair of golden eyes scrutinized Li Chaoyan, filled with an intense appraisal that, rather than unsettling her, made her feel somewhat self-conscious. To be fair, Li Chaoyan felt a sense of reverence towards this seemingly meticulous high priest. She was not accustomed to interacting with such individuals, even in the past. When answering questions posed by her teachers, she would stumble over her words. Now, that familiar sensation of nervousness resurfaced within her. "What brings you here this early?" she inquired, suspecting that there must be something significant at hand. "It's nothing. I merely wish to thank you for locating the water source for us," came the cool, detached response, markedly different from the way she spoke with Chaoyan. "It was no trouble at all, merely a gesture of goodwill. Besides, you have offered me shelter." "I have yet to express my gratitude," Li Chaoyan replied politely, her formal tone pleasing Jiu. "There is one more matter." Jiu paused momentarily, a fleeting look of conflict crossing his features, reminiscent of Chaoyan. Chaoyan did not return yesterday. Li Chaoyan's pupils constricted as countless possibilities flashed through her mind. Had Chaoyan withdrawn into solitary sorrow due to the heart-wrenching words he had spoken? Or perhaps he sought a secluded spot to vent his frustrations in secrecy. The truth remained elusive, yet the immutable cause of it all undoubtedly stemmed from her and the words she had uttered. Li Chaoyan let out a barely perceptible sigh as she faced Chaoyue, recounting the events of the previous day. As she spoke, Chaoyue's brow furrowed deeper with each word, until he finally uttered an apology, stating, "I will resolve this matter." With that, the tall orc turned and departed. Unbeknownst to Chaoyue, the female harbored no affection for his brother. He was under the impression that Chaoyan had spent the night at Li Chaoyan's abode. Li Chaoyan stood at the doorway, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts. She was not adept at handling such troublesome matters, thus she hoped that Jiu could manage his younger brother well. However, did she truly wish to accept Chaoyan? A fleeting tremor resonated within her heart as Chaoyan's muddy, foolish grin flashed before her eyes, only to be swiftly buried deep within. A voice within her cautioned against being with Chaoyan, for it would bring harm to them. Them? Who were they? After standing for quite some time, Li Chaoyan shifted her numbed legs, feeling the fresh morning breeze tinged with the scent of earth brush against her face, and slowly made her way indoors. "Brother, I truly like her," Chaoyan cried out fervently, lying beside a small mound. This mound held a special place in his heart, for their parents rested within. Thus, whenever Chaoyan felt disheartened, he would retreat to this spot in search of solace. Gazing at the small mound, Chiu's expression softened. Having lost their parents at a young age, he and Chaoyan had grown up leaning on each other, and he had taken upon himself the responsibility of providing both paternal and maternal love to his younger brother. "Chaoyan, cease this nonsense. She does not harbor feelings for you," Jiu said with a hint of exasperation, striving to speak gently. To him, Chaoyan still appeared as a child, merely caught up in a fleeting infatuation, which he deemed not a significant matter. "Brother, she must have some feelings for me," Chaoyan replied, his voice tinged with grievance. Confident in his instincts. "Stop this folly." Chiu's tone grew increasingly stern. He cared deeply for his brother, but that did not mean he would indulge every whim. Chaoyan, with a hint of disappointment, lifted his gaze towards him. "If you truly like her, you should make her like you in return." Rather than lamenting to our parents, Jiu ultimately found it difficult to suppress his harsh words. "I will. I just miss them," Chaoyan murmured, his tiger-like eyes lingering on the small mound. His memories of their father and mother were scant, yet he recalled the warmth of their hands as they lovingly stroked his head, enveloping him in boundless tenderness. Knock, knock, knock. Another series of knocks echoed. "Here it comes." Upon opening the door, she found no one outside, yet the ground was strewn with freshly hunted game, a colorful assortment arranged at the threshold. It was easy to deduce who the culprit was. Li Chaoyan, feeling helpless, decided to move the prey indoors to prevent them from losing moisture under the scorching sun. As she gazed at the room filled with her catch, she fell into deep contemplation. She had made her intentions clear, and Jiu had surely conveyed her message. This child truly would not turn back until she encountered an insurmountable obstacle. As her thoughts returned, she remained uncertain about what to do with these items. And she even felt awkward about meeting Chaoyan. Knock, knock, knock. Another visitor? Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a kindly smiling female orc, accompanied by several male orcs. The female orc introduced herself. I am Jiu Jiu, and these are my husbands. Her skin was not as dark as that of the male orcs, yet it was still far from fair. She beamed at Chaoyan, revealing a pair of charming dimples at the corners of her mouth. I am Chaoyan. What brings you here? Chaoyan responded in a somewhat distant tone. Feeling slightly disoriented by this sudden warmth, Jiu Jiu seemed oblivious to Chaoyan's discomfort and continued. Thank you for finding water for us. We are about to fetch some more. Would you like us to help you as well? Chaoyan was momentarily taken aback. You came to help fetch water? To be honest, her efforts in digging wells for the Yanghu tribe were primarily for her own benefit. So receiving such a formal expression of gratitude left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. It's all right, I can manage on my own. She recalled that it was indeed time for her to gather water, as the small amount she had in her dwelling was entirely provided by Yang. And there was little left now. How could I allow you to do that? Let the males take care of it. Jiu Jiu glanced at the male orcs behind her, who all nodded in agreement. Given the circumstances, Chaoyan felt it inappropriate to decline any further and simply expressed her thanks. Turning back to her dwelling, she retrieved 2 empty wooden buckets. As she pivoted, Jiu Jiu found her view unobstructed, allowing her to glimpse the general layout of the interior. And she naturally noticed the pile of game. Without further inquiry, she could easily deduce who had provided it. Chaoyan set off empty-handed with Jiu Jiu and her companions. To assist her, Jiu Jiu had her beast husband carry the barrel along. In consideration of Chaoyan's inability to transform, they deliberately refrained from taking on their beast forms, even though it would make their journey considerably longer. A wave of emotions surged within Chaoyan. Although she currently had no desire to forge friendships, she could not respond coldly to the kindness extended towards her. Throughout their journey, she engaged in conversation with Jiu Jiu, wondering if perhaps all the members of the tiger tribe were particularly loquacious, as Jiu Jiu certainly enjoyed chatting. In no time, she had swiftly categorized Chaoyan among her closest friends. Leaning in closer to Chaoyan, she remarked, Yingyang truly treats you well. Why do you say that? Chaoyan inquired, puzzled. They had not previously discussed Yingyang, and this sudden shift took her by surprise. He has provided you with so much game. He is indeed pursuing you, Jiu Jiu teased, her smile revealing deep dimples. In the young tiger tribe, courting a female required one to present her with a substantial amount of prey. My beast husband also brought me plenty of game, though not as much as you have in your dwelling, she candidly shared. Chaoyan felt a blush creeping upon her. Is that so? The male beastmen behind them appeared somewhat disgruntled. However, when it came to hunting, they could not rival Yingyang's prowess. Some had fallen, yet not all were entirely defeated. Chapter 37. Is it that he is incapable? Chaoyan found herself at a loss for words, feeling somewhat helpless as Qiyang currently refrained from intervening. Seemingly reluctant to hear her refusal, the group arrived at the well, where the water had become considerably clearer, devoid of impurities. Additionally, several other wells had sprung up nearby. Some completed while others were halfway done. After drawing water, they began their journey back. Chaoyan felt an inexplicable gaze upon her from behind, yet upon turning, she found nothing amiss. What's wrong? Jiu Jiu inquired, observing Chaoyan's unease. Nothing, let us just keep moving, Chaoyan replied, not wishing to elaborate further. She grasped Jiu Jiu's hand and continued their return, feeling as though her purpose was merely to accompany Jiu Jiu in conversation. Drawing water was not her responsibility, nor was carrying it. Relishing the treatment befitting a queen, Chaoyan couldn't help but think that it was rather pleasant. After placing the water inside the house, the others departed, and Jiu Jiu promised that Chaoyan must visit her home next time, which was just around the corner ahead. Chaoyan nodded in agreement. Although their interaction was brief, she had discerned Jiu Jiu's character, a lively and forthright woman whom she found quite endearing. Knock, knock, knock. The incessant sound of knocking continued today. Upon opening the door, 2 buckets of water came into view. Qiyang, come out. Chaoyan felt that she could no longer endure the silence. What kind of affliction was it to continually send gifts without uttering a word? She had now confirmed that the gaze she had felt by the well belonged to him. An emptiness enveloped her, devoid of any response. Had he resolutely decided not to meet her? If I count to 3 and you still do not emerge, I assure you that you will lose even the chance to pursue me. 1, 2, do not. A voice emanated from the rooftop, and a shadow appeared on the ground, followed by a tall figure descending. Qiyang lowered his head, never daring to meet Chaoyan's gaze. What is it? Are you afraid to look at me? Chaoyan placed her hands on her hips, her tone laced with irritation. I am not. I fear you might utter such words again. Qi Yang raised his head, his tiger-like eyes fixed intently on Li Chaoyan, the corners of his mouth drooping in a pitiful pout. Witnessing his expression softened Li Chaoyan's anger considerably. "Come in," she said, turning to walk away while slightly ajar the door. Qi Yang's eyes instantly sparkled as he carried 2 buckets of water into the room. He placed the water neatly beside the 2 buckets already in the room, then cast an irritable glance at the original buckets. They were not filled by him. "What are you standing there for?" Li Chaoyan had settled into her seat, feeling the need to converse with Qi Yang in a calm manner. "Sit down." Qi Yang obediently took a seat. Li Chaoyan gently massaged her temples, seeking to soothe her tumultuous emotions. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Her tone carried a hint of distant detachment, which was unmistakably perceived by Qi Yang. A fleeting shadow of disappointment flickered in his golden eyes, only to vanish in an instant. "I wish to pursue you," he declared with stubborn resolve. "Do you not think this is rather hasty?" Suppressing the twinge of reluctance that bubbled within her, Li Chaoyan articulated her thoughts. "I do not believe so. When I encounter someone I admire, I feel compelled to pursue them, regardless of whether you accept my feelings. I shall pursue you. Moreover, you currently have no commitments, so you need only relish my pursuit." The resolute determination in his golden gaze was unmistakable, leaving no room for doubt regarding the sincerity of his words. As Qi Yang rose to depart, he left her with a final remark: "Do not accept their aid. I shall manage it for you." His words were laced with a subtle undertone of grievance and earnestness. The heart of Li Chaoyan, which had been tightly sealed, seemed to have been ever so slightly pried open. Though merely a whisper, the sound of this subtle shift resonated profoundly. Another dawn had arrived. Accustomed to the sight of the entrance cluttered with prey and water, Li Chaoyan was unsurprised by the accumulation before her door. She chose to circumvent it. After all, these items would ultimately assist her in moving indoors, rendering her acceptance or rejection of them inconsequential. Moreover, it was thanks to this abundance of water that she had been able to bathe and wash her hair without concern for water pressure during these recent days. Li Chaoyan carried a platter of roasted meat as she stepped outside. In recent days, she had been wandering about and discovered a fruit whose juice could serve as a substitute for salt. She had gathered an abundant supply of it. Additionally, she found Sichuan pepper and chili peppers, which undoubtedly delighted Li Chaoyan, a connoisseur of spicy and numbing flavors. With her meticulously prepared food in hand, she intended to pay a visit to Jiu Jiu, for apart from Qi Yang, Jiu Jiu was the first in the tribe to extend kindness towards her. Moreover, she recalled how Jiu Jiu had helped her fetch water, albeit only that once, as thereafter it had been Qi Yang who took on that task. The thought of Qi Yang lingered in her mind. Recently, she found herself often reminiscing about him, his flowing golden hair, sun-kissed skin, golden eyes, and robust physique. She shook her head, resolutely deciding not to dwell on those thoughts any longer. She felt her resolve wavering. Indeed, it was the gentle, enduring companionship and emotions that touched the heart, even for someone like Li Chaoyan, who sought to evade her feelings. Upon reaching the dwelling Qi Jiu had directed her to, Li Chaoyan adjusted her attire and knocked gently on the door. "Just a moment," came Qi Jiu's voice from within, followed by the soft rustle of fabric and a few ambiguous sounds of bodies brushing against one another. "All right." Qi Jiu finally opened the door. Li Chaoyan's gaze was immediately drawn to Qi Jiu's disheveled clothing and the faint pink or deep red marks adorning her neck. She felt her cheeks flush, a wave of embarrassment washing over her. How fortuitous! Qi Jiu, however, seemed unfazed. The beast folk were typically more liberated in such matters. Unlike Li Chaoyan, who was still innocent and unworldly, Qi Jiu's attention fell upon the offerings Li Chaoyan had brought. "Is this for me? Come in, come in." Li Chaoyan hesitated for a moment before finally stepping inside. The room had already been tidied up, presumably by Qi Jiu's beast master, one of the companions who had accompanied Qi Jiu to fetch water earlier. He felt no embarrassment at all, nodding in acknowledgement to Li Chaoyan before effortlessly pouring her a glass of water. He then exited, leaving the two of them alone. Li Chaoyan felt that she had interrupted the intimate moment between the two, her hand gripping the water cup tightly, reluctant to release it or meet Qi Jiu's gaze. In an awkward tone, she remarked, "I didn't know you were feeling embarrassed." Qi Jiu, amused by her demeanor, cheerfully replied, "It's nothing. It was about to end anyway." With Qi Jiu's candidness, Li Chaoyan felt relieved and dismissed her earlier thoughts. However, unexpectedly, Qi Jiu uttered a nonsensical remark, "Haven't you?" and Yang, while casting her a suggestive glance, embodying the wisdom of experience. Upon grasping the meaning of the statement, Li Chaoyan's face, which had just regained its normal color, flushed crimson once again. No, we are not in that kind of relationship." To bolster her assertion, Li Chaoyan even shook her hands in protest. Qi Jia appeared skeptical of her words, responding playfully, "Is it that he is lacking? If so, I can introduce you to a few more. There are plenty of strong orcs in our tribe." Li Chaoyan gestured more emphatically, just as a cough from outside echoed, reminiscent of a gentle reminder. It turned out that the orc had not left after all. Qi Jia quickly covered her mouth, effectively bringing the conversation to a close. Li Chaoyan could hardly fathom how Qi Yang would react upon hearing such words. He would undoubtedly linger at Qi Jia's doorstep, demanding an explanation. The image of Qi Yang throwing a tantrum made Li Chaoyan involuntarily chuckle softly. Meanwhile, Qi Jia, who had returned to normalcy, gazed at Li Chaoyan with a look of perplexity. "This is for you. I specially prepared it." Li Chaoyan quickly diverted the conversation, pushing the platter of barbecued meat towards Qi Jia. Some souls have departed, yet they linger in a state of half-life. Chapter 38. I promise you, Qi Jia exhibited no restraint. She had long coveted the delectable barbecue that Li Chaoyan had brought. She tore off a piece of rabbit leg, savoring it slowly, while Li Chaoyan gazed at her eagerly, anticipating the first critique from someone other than herself. After finishing one morsel, Qi Jia swiftly tore off another, her mouth full, casting a satisfied glance at Li Chaoyan. Words eluded her, so she could only nod vigorously in approval. All right, take your time." Li Chaoyan sighed in relief, noticing Qi Jia's evident satisfaction. She extended her untouched water to Qi Jia, aiding her in swallowing. "Yin, your cooking is simply exquisite." Qi Jia's expression was overly dramatic, as if she had never tasted anything so delightful. Her eyes glistened with tears of joy as she looked at Li Chaoyan. Indeed, they had previously subsisted on raw meat. Qi Jia invited Li Chaoyan to join her, but she politely declined. If she wished to indulge, she could prepare it herself. And seeing Qi Jia's delight, she could bring her some next time. A woohoo soft cry resonated from the entrance. "Mother Beast, I'm back." A small, clumsy tiger cub stumbled in, followed closely by a male beast man, who was Qi Jia's other mate. "Wait for me, brother." A softer voice trailed behind, as a white tiger cub tumbled in, accompanied by another beast man. Li Chaoyan surmised that the small tigers trailing behind were likely their paternal guardian, while the one recently seen inside the house appeared to be engaged in some earnest endeavor. The golden-hued cub staggered towards Qi Jia, clinging to her leg and waving its front paws in playful exuberance. Meanwhile, the white cub, slightly slower, lifted its head and spotted Li Chaoyan nearby, as if it had discovered a far more intriguing plaything. With an even more unsteady gait than its yellow counterpart, it scampered towards Li Chaoyan. "Hug me." It seemed to plead, its soft, fluffy voice accompanied by round, glistening eyes. The snowy white fur adorned with delicate black patterns was irresistible, captivating the gaze of anyone fortunate enough to behold it. Li Chaoyan's expression softened as she gently cradled the little tiger in her lap, affectionately rubbing its small head, which bore an expression of pure bliss. Qi Jia had also picked up another little tiger, gazing at it with tenderness. "This one is Qi Wan, and the one in your hands is Qi Lu. They are all my children," Qi Jia introduced to Li Chaoyan. "I never expected you had given birth." Li Chaoyan teased as she playfully interacted with little Qi Lu, feeding her the roasted meat she had prepared herself. Qi Jia, in turn, offered roasted meat to Qi Wan. Chuckling, after reaching adulthood, "I chose a beast husband. You must strive hard too." Noticing Qi Jia's playful banter directed at her, Li Chaoyan wisely chose to remain silent. In their world, reaching adulthood for orcs equated to the human age of 16, and Li Chaoyan did not share the same belief in such early unions. "By the way, are you and Qi Yang together? Have you considered having offspring?" Qi Jia remained convinced that Li Chaoyan and Qi Yang were a couple, and he expressed his concerns for them. Li Chaoyan concealed a fleeting hint of disappointment in her eyes and smiled, saying, "I have already mentioned that Qi Yang and I do not share that kind of relationship, and moreover, I have no desire for offspring. We shall discuss it later. Interspecies relationships do not yield descendants. This is delicious. I want more." Qi Lu was oblivious to the conversation of the adults. She only knew that this beautiful elder sister provided her with such delightful treats that she had never tasted before. Li Chaoyan gently stroked Qila, handing her another generous piece. The little one was simply adorable. "Such a little glutton," Qi Jia remarked with a smile, recalling something. "This is a gift from your Aunt Yin. You should thank her." "Thank you, Sister Yin." Two soft voices chimed in unison, melting Li Chaoyan's heart. "Mother Beast, you are mistaken. Sister Yin is so beautiful. She is not an aunt." Qila exclaimed, nuzzling into Li Chaoyan's embrace with a look of pure contentment, exuding delightful sweetness. Seeing this, Jiu also wished to burrow into Li Chaoyan's arms, but was swiftly restrained by Jiu Jiu, who grasped the soft flesh at the back of her neck. Don't you want Mother Beast anymore? Jiu Jiu's mournful words resonated. Quick to read the situation, Jiu promptly turned to hug her own mother's arm, pleading for Mother Beast and expressing her desire for Sister Yin as well. After stating this, she leaped into Li Chaoyan's embrace. Li Chaoyan carefully protected her two young cubs, who were satisfied after consuming just 2 pieces of meat, leaving the remaining portions for Jiu Jiu and her beast husband. The atmosphere was momentarily harmonious, with Li Chaoyan playfully engaging the little ones while Jiu Jiu channeled her sorrow into appetite. The other beast husbands also began to eat, expressing their admiration for Li Chaoyan's culinary skills. After the meal, Jiu Jiu indeed indulged a bit too much and urged Li Chaoyan to accompany her for a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. Along the way, the little cubs chattered incessantly. Some of their words were clear, while others required Jiu Jiu to interpret. Li Chaoyan hesitated momentarily as she caught sight of Chaoyan ahead. The latter, clearly aware of her presence, attempted to flee. Halt! Li Chaoyan commanded, and Chaoyan obediently came to a stop. Allow me to see. Li Chaoyan stepped forward and pulled aside Chaoyan's clothing, revealing that his outer garment was stained with blood. Yin, don't be here, he said. Their actions had evidently attracted the attention of the surrounding beastmen, as well as the unmistakable jeering from behind, led by Jiu Jiu. After explaining the situation to Jiu Jiu, Li Chaoyan grasped Chaoyan's hand and headed towards the house. Slow down. Yin, it hurts. Chaoyan's voice trembled, his words laced with a hint of restraint. Slowing his pace, Li Chaoyan spoke softly. What happened? No one responded. I do not wish to ask a second time. If you choose not to speak, so be it. Is Yin concerned for me? Chaoyan's eyes brightened with joy. Li Chaoyan momentarily froze, her voice stiff as she replied, I saw a beautiful bouquet today, perched upon the cliff. I thought you would surely adore it, so I picked it, but I lost my footing in the process. Chaoyan responded with evident reluctance. He wished to spare Yin from any burdens and had no desire to deceive her. The flowers were gone, despite his efforts to protect them. His tone was tinged with regret, as if his own well-being paled in comparison to that singular bouquet. Li Chaoyan felt a warmth in her eyes as she slightly lifted her head, her voice trembling as she spoke. How foolish. Why be so kind to her? So foolish indeed. The door within her heart, which had merely been ajar, was now flung wide open, allowing the unique sunlight belonging to Chaoyan to pour in. I have promised you. Chaoyan was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated a scolding from Yin, but upon hearing these words, all he could perceive was the thundering of his own heart. He opened his mouth, yet found himself unable to utter a sound. What if you were unwilling? Then let it be. The tone rose at the end. Chaoyan's spirit was stirred by her words, and he finally managed to part his lips, but replied with a firm no. He stepped forward and embraced Li Chaoyan, the strength of his hold akin to a desire to merge their very beings. The veins in his arms standing out, a faint scent of blood wafting around them. Realizing the force of his grip had exacerbated his wounds, Li Chaoyan used her strength to break free, scolding him for his recklessness, as if her own life were expendable. Take it all. I give it all to you. The typically strong-willed and domineering Li Chaoyan flushed crimson, for sincerity was her eternal trump card. You are the only one who can speak. Come with me to tend to your wounds. With that, she took his large hand in hers, the heat radiating from Chaoyan's palm to her own, as fervent as their hearts. Some may have died, but not entirely. Chapter 39. Jealousy. A pained hiss escaped from the bed, where Chaoyan, his upper body bare, grimaced in complaint about Li Chaoyan's grip. It hurts, doesn't it? Will you venture to such perilous places again? Her words were as dangerous as the pressure of her hand. Ouch, it hurts. The bravado he had attempted to maintain dissipated, leaving him resembling a pitiful large pet. Chaoyan's wound extended from his shoulder to his chest, with various scrapes scattered across his body, fortunately sparing his vital arteries and bones. Li Chaoyan exchanged some external and internal medications, as well as blood tonics, for Chaoyan, and is now meticulously wiping his body. The soft animal hide glides from his neck down to his powerful chest muscles, then to the clearly defined 8-pack abs in the alluring V-line. Her gaze gradually descends, and Li Chaoyan's face has turned a deep shade of crimson. Is this something she could behold without payment? Noticing the stillness of the animal hide against his skin, Chaoyan sensed Li Chaoyan's evasive glance. Following her line of sight, a confident smile crept onto his lips. Is his physique admirable? Perhaps. What a joke. Li Chaoyan nearly revealed her feelings and quickly changed her course of conversation, silently lamenting when her infatuation would cease to be such a burden. Not wishing Chaoyan to discern her attraction to his physique, she feigned indifference, claiming he was not as handsome as she had previously observed. The world spun around her, and she found herself transformed from a dominant position to a submissive one. Beneath her lay the soft embrace of animal hides, while Chaoyan's warm breath brushed against her ear, causing her earlobes to flush with heat. A tender, moist sensation emanated from her ear, sticky yet lingering, as Li Chaoyan hesitated to touch Chaoyan's wound, her hands rising and falling indecisively. In a moment of frustration, he bit down lightly, his voice tinged with a hint of darkness. Really? As he spoke, the warmth of his breath enveloped her neck, making her shiver involuntarily. An electric thrill coursing through her waist. No, you are not more handsome. After stumbling through that declaration, she finally dared to place her hands between herself and Chaoyan, realizing that even in his frenzy, he was unyielding. However, Chaoyan seemed unwilling to let her off so easily. His warm hand glided along her waist, sending tingles of electricity through her. Unable to suppress a shudder, she stammered. Don't be so touchy. You promised to pursue me, Chaoyan declared, his body pressing against her with an undeniable force. For an instant, Li Chaoyan felt that his previous vulnerability was merely an act. How could he transform so swiftly from an adorable puppy to a fierce wolf? Displeased by her distraction, Chaoyan retaliated by biting her shoulder. Focus, sister. The way he called her sister was imbued with a desire that overwhelmed her with shame. Chaoyan seemed to sense her tension, a playful smile returning to his face as he resumed his previous sunny yet foolish demeanor. Can I call you sister from now on? Absolutely not. Yes, I must. As Li Chaoyan raised her hand to push him away, the sleeve of her arm slipped down, revealing two striking and prominent patterns. Chaoyan's pupils constricted as he grasped her hand. What is this? The force was so intense that Li Chaoyan could not help but cry out in pain. She turned her gaze to her arm. I do not know either. What is so special about this pattern? Li Chaoyan broke free from Chaoyan's shackles, yet his gaze remained fixed on her arm. What could this pattern signify? A flicker of hurt passed through Chaoyan's eyes. Did she have a partner before? However, upon observing Li Chaoyan's expression, it was evident that she was unaware of its meaning. Should he reveal the truth to her? The scales of his heart swayed back and forth, deliberating whether to speak or remain silent. It was the mark of a partner. Chaoyan found himself unable to deceive Li Chaoyan, and he spoke truthfully, his eyes filled with melancholy and pain. Li Chaoyan could not bear to gaze into his eyes, as she grappled with the enormity of the revelation. Had she, during her lost memories, forged a bond with another? This thought compelled her to look at Chaoyan, and an overwhelming sense of guilt surged within her. I do not know. A segment of my memory has vanished. Her feeble explanation did little to alleviate the heavy atmosphere enveloping them. The previous enchantment had been shattered, leaving only an enduring silence. After a prolonged moment, Chaoyan, who had been gripping his fist tightly, relaxed his hold, his tiger-like gaze shimmering with an uncharted light. Sister, will you only love me from now on? Forget them forever. Do not recall their existence. The malevolent seed, once sown, had tainted her innocent heart. Chaoyan found himself yearning for a descent into darkness, wishing to drag the angel down with him. Very well, Li Chaoyan murmured, lost in the depths of his eyes. Wonderful, Chaoyan exclaimed as he embraced Li Chaoyan, momentarily forgetting the wounds he bore, the scent of blood abruptly cutting through the air, inciting a flurry of chaos. Be more careful in the future. Li Chaoyan tenderly stroked Chaoyan's silky hair, and he nestled against her side, repeatedly affirming, all right. When shall we hold our bonding ceremony? Chaoyan nuzzled into the crook of her shoulder, his excitement palpable. Once you have healed. Li Chaoyan felt a slight tickle from his brother's proximity and shifted slightly to the side, only to have Yang follow closely behind. Well, he is indeed a clingy younger brother. Have you cultivated it? Came the anxious and tense voice. In the past, Jiu Jiu would never have lost his composure like this. All right. The delighted voice belonged to Bai Su, who was engrossed in tending to a snow spirit herb. He held the cultivated herb delicately, his eyes momentarily shedding the exhaustion from several sleepless nights, although the lingering dark circles betrayed his true state. Jiu Jiu was hardly in a better condition. As the two searched for Li Chaoyan, feeling cornered, they suddenly recalled the request made by Lian Qing earlier. The snow spirit herb. Perhaps Lian Qing knew where Li Chaoyan had gone. After all, she was the most formidable person they had encountered. If she was unaware, then hope would truly be lost. Initially, they intended to set off to the Ghost Valley as soon as the herb was ready, but were abruptly halted by Shiyu. You need to rest. The serpent-headed staff struck the ground with a resounding thud, halting their advance. In your current state, even if you find Yin, she likely wouldn't wish to return with you. The two indeed appeared utterly worn out, yet not to the extent Jiu implied. They understood his intent was to have them rest before embarking. Thus, they delayed their departure for another night. The following morning, Baisu entrusted the Snow Fox tribe temporarily to Jiu and set out with Jiu, the snow spirit herb in hand. Jiu quietly observed the two from behind, caressing the serpent-headed staff, silently wishing them well. Ghost Valley. Baisu produced the petals Lian Qing had left them last time. A faint glow emerged as they were enveloped by a force that transported them to the cavern they had previously visited. Lian Qing observed them leisurely. "Where is Li Chaoyan?" she inquired, seemingly puzzled by the absence of the third companion. "She is missing," Baisu replied, his words heavy with sorrow. "Missing?" After uttering this, Lian Qing fell silent, leaving her thoughts enigmatic. She gently caressed the ice sculpture of the nine-tailed fox, her expression cold, an air of aloofness exuding from her. "You have made some progress." During their last parting, Lian Qing had reminded Baisu to diligently cultivate and not tarnish the nine-tailed fox's reputation. And Baisu had indeed honored her words with his daily practice. "I will accept the snow spirit herb. You may return now." With that, she waved them off. "Senior." Jiu, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "Can you help us find Yan?" "Oh, of course, I can. But why would I assist you?" Lian Qing raised her eyelids, an amused glint in her gaze. "I can promise you anything." Lian Qing seemed to ponder the temptation of this offer, tilting her head slightly with a faint smile. "Very well. Some have departed from this world, yet they remain, not entirely gone." Chapter 40. The Turmoil of Three Men. The Yanghu tribe is gathered around the altar, their gazes fixed intently upon each movement upon it. Jiu, the officiant of this union ceremony, bears a solemn expression, tinged with an unspoken sorrow that suggests the sentiment of letting go of a beloved child. "Let us have a moment of silence," he intones, his voice grave, prompting an immediate hush among the gathered crowd. Today marks the union ceremony of Chaoyan and Li Chaoyan. The ritual commenced, with Jiu eloquently articulating words of blessing, invoking the favor of the beast god. The ceremony unfolded until its conclusion, at which point Jiu placed his middle and index fingers upon his forehead, pausing in contemplation. A radiant light enveloped the couple, signaling the completion of their union. Li Chaoyan felt an uncomfortable sensation in her arm, yet she refrained from scratching it. Instead, she remained still, and soon a vivid golden tiger pattern appeared beneath the fox. Raising her gaze, she met a pair of astonished silver-gray eyes. Their silver hair tousled from a long journey. She sought confirmation and glanced towards the silver-haired man's side, where stood a man with black eyes and black hair. His fox-like gaze now fixed on her and the intertwined fingers of her and Qi Yang. A sudden jolt surged through her, akin to an electric shock, as she swiftly withdrew her hand from Qi Yang's grasp. What was wrong with her sister? Beside her, Qi Yang seemed a bit injured, following Li Chaoyan's line of sight. He noticed two strikingly handsome men glaring at him with an intensity that suggested they were ready to unleash their wrath. What unfortunate timing, she thought, never expecting their arrival to be so swift. Li Chaoyan suddenly regained her senses and gazed at Qi Yang's wounded eyes, a wave of compassion washing over her. "Is everything all right? Are there any further proceedings?" Gasps arose from the crowd. The two men who had abruptly appeared strode directly towards the altar, and for reasons unknown. Li Chaoyan felt as though each of their steps resonated within her heart, drawing closer with every stride. "What are you doing?" Qi Yang interposed himself in front of Li Chaoyan, extending his hand to halt their advance. The three of them were of similar height, their gazes locking, charged with tension. "I have come to retrieve my partner," Baisu declared angrily, brushing aside Qi Yang's hand and moving forward to seize Li Chaoyan's wrist. As he felt her attempt to break free, a tremor of anxiety gripped Baisu's heart. Chow, what is wrong? Come home with us." The gentle words seemed incongruous, emanating from the once rebellious Baisu, whose sharpness had dulled significantly over time. All he desired was to see Li Chaoyan once more. Yet, why did the encounter only intensify his pain? "Who are you?" Her bewildered eyes and slightly parted lips bore a look of confusion. Baisu was incredulous. He had never anticipated that Chow would truly forget them. "I am Baisu." Another piercing gaze, like a needle, directed towards her. Li Chaoyan dared not look, for Jiu's eyes were filled with a chilling intensity. He interrogated Qi Yang. "What have you done to her?" Before Qi Yang could respond, he received a punch to the side of his face, his head snapping to the side, his lips splitting open. He forced a cold smile as he wiped the blood. A commotion erupted from the audience as some of the beast men, unable to tolerate the scene, roared in outrage. Were these two men here to disrupt the proceedings? Li Chaoyan broke free from the stunned Baisu and rushed to Qi Yang's side to examine his injuries. How could you strike him? Shi Jiu remained silent, a flicker of malevolence flashing in his eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. How could Yin show concern for that beastman and even question him? Who are you? Qi Yu, who had been observing, finally spoke up, noting that it would not be so easy to speak with his brother after this altercation. I am Baisu, the high priest of the Snow Fox tribe. Baisu regained his composure, recalling that they were in another tribe's territory, thus tempering his demeanor. Can we have a private conversation among ourselves? His tone was bleak. Very well. Upon learning their identities, Qi Yu's hostility diminished somewhat. Qi Yang grasped Li Chaoyan's face, which was tending to his wound, and held it to his heart, his eyes pleading. Sister promised to love only me. You cannot go back on your word. The two other beastmen watched Qi Yang's display with increasing ire, particularly Shi Jiu, who pondered why he had been so restrained earlier. He should have struck harder. Inside Qi Yu's abode, he politely poured 2 cups of water for them. What brings you here? I am looking for my partner, Baisu replied, raising an eyebrow as he fixed his gaze on Li Chaoyan, who stood beside Qi Yang. Qi Yang subtly shifted to block Baisu's line of sight. Oh, this is my partner, he retorted without hesitation, his gaze sharpening into a blade. We have just completed our bonding ceremony. This statement effectively incensed both Baisu and Shi Jiu, who glared at him furiously. You are taking advantage of a vulnerable moment. Yin, come here. Shi Jiu softened his tone, striving to calm his expression. After a prolonged silence, the light in Shi Jiu's eyes gradually faded as he fell into a trance. The sound of footsteps echoed in the stillness. Li Chaoyan emerged from behind Qi Yang, and all eyes were drawn to her. Qi Yang embraced her, gently whispering in her ear, Sister, do not approach. A tingling sensation coursed through her as she soothingly patted his hand, reassuring him, It's fine, do not be afraid. Did I not promise you? This statement effectively calmed Qi Yang, prompting him to release his embrace. Li Chaoyan stepped forward gracefully, only to be abruptly seized by a strong grip, plunging into an embrace imbued with a chilling essence. The skin of Shi Jiu was frigid, yet the heartbeat within his chest thudded fervently. Silvery locks cascaded across her cheek, imparting a delicate tickling sensation. The pattern on Li Chaoyan's arm radiated warmth, and her heart raced for a fleeting moment. She felt that she ought to surrender herself to this embrace, casting aside all thoughts of the outside world. She believed that this embrace would forever shield her from life's tempests. Qi Yang gently cleared his throat, and reason returned to her. Li Chaoyan pushed away Shi Jiu with ease, as the latter had not even attempted to restrain her. Li Chaoyan rolled up her sleeves, revealing 3 prominent patterns. She pointed to the top 2 patterns and asked, Is this what you are referring to? Apologies, but I cannot recall. Her words were harsh, leaving the 2 men across from her pale-faced. Li Chaoyan dared not meet their gazes, averting her eyes as she let her sleeves fall. I am truly sorry, I no longer possess that memory. Li Chaoyan lowered her head, and Shi Jiu could only glimpse the crown of her head, the very spot he had kissed countless times. Truly, do you remember nothing at all? His trembling fingertips revealed the turmoil within him. I apologize. You need never utter such words to me, yet I shall never depart. In his response, Shi Jiu concealed his frailty, presenting instead his unwavering gentleness and resilience. I too, Baisu retorted, unwilling to yield. That is not acceptable. Qi Yang objected, attempting to advance, but was halted by Qi Yu's outstretched hand. Do you intend to remain here? Qi Yu inquired. You are Qi Yu, the high priest, are you not? High priest Qi Yu has spoken of you to me. We have come for another matter. Baisu, having unconsciously tempered her sharpness, no longer resembled her previous carefree self. What matter? Concerning the alliance of our 3 domains. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Baisu's eyes. This was a strategy devised in concert with the water domain. Only through the unity of the 3 domains could they contend with the other 2 domains and the wandering beast tribes. I believe some individuals may exit first. Baisu's gaze inadvertently brushed over Qi Yang, the implication clear. Perhaps I shall take my leave. Li Chaoyan truly wished to avoid this bizarre atmosphere. Ordinarily, today would mark her wedding with Qi Yang, yet an array of troubling matters had unexpectedly arisen. Her heart was tumultuous. No way, they spoke in unison, sending a shiver down Li Chaoyan's spine. Some had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 41. A headache in the end. Li Chaoyan was unable to fulfill her desire to leave, and Qi Yang, too, could not heed Baisu's wish to depart. The ambience within the room remained peculiar, and Li Chaoyan yearned to bury her head beneath the table. Yet, Qi Yang would not relent. He seized one of her hands and began to knead it. Li Chaoyan felt as though the gaze of the other two was piercing through the hand he held. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but Chiang gazed at her with his watery eyes. Her heart softened, and she acquiesced to his whims. Unbeknownst to her, Chiang exchanged a provocative glance with the other two. Su recounted all that had transpired to Jiu Jiu, and when she reached the part about the alliance between the wandering beast men and the people of the Thunder Domain, Jiu's brow furrowed, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation. Rubbing his temples, Jiu spoke in a measured tone. So what is it that you intend to do? I trust you understand the seriousness of this matter. Do you genuinely believe that those wandering beastmen seek only the snow spirit? It is prudent to consider that we may very well be their next target. Jiu, representing the water domain, smirked, avoiding the sight of the entwined hands of the two. He possessed profound insights regarding the alliance of the three domains. Ever since the clash between the beast god and the evil god, the 5 domains had been fragmented. It was impossible to remain uninvolved. Jiu's words struck a chord with Jiu. He had no desire to wade through this murky water, yet given the current circumstances, it seemed that the flame domain could not remain detached. What do you propose we do? Jiu asked, a note of resignation in his voice. We must unite, came the resolute response. As Li Chaoyan began to speak, a throbbing headache engulfed her, intensifying with each passing moment. Her lips drained of color, pale and feeble. She leaned weakly against Qi Yang. The pain. Qi Yang swiftly supported her, lifting her into his arms. You all continue your discussion. I shall take care of her, he declared before hastening outside. Jiu and Su abruptly rose, leaving behind a promise to continue their conversation another time, and followed suit. Jiu, holding a cup in hand, took a sip of water. Observing the four with a contemplative expression, he mused that his brother's romantic endeavors were likely to be fraught with difficulties. What brings you all here? Qi Yang protectively cradled Li Chaoyan in his arms, gently laying her on the bed. We are Chaoyan's loyal guardians, logically. You should be behind us in the line. A dangerous glint flickered in the fox-eyed figure, accompanied by a cold smirk, momentarily revealing a hint of murderous intent. Where did this brash young fellow come from? 100 times more irritating than a vile snake. Sister has said she only loves me. Qi Yang pressed his face into Li Chaoyan's palm, tenderly nuzzling. In her agony, Li Chaoyan could not respond. Still calling her sister? Aren't you weaned yet? Su's temper flared, and he retorted sharply. Qi Yang stood to confront him. Meanwhile, Jiu had approached Li Chaoyan's bedside, gently brushing aside the damp strands of hair clinging to her forehead, his hand resting lightly against her brow. This gesture soothed her, prompting her to lean towards Jiu's comforting touch, grasping his hand as she murmured, Don't go. Very well. I shall not leave. Jiu's soft words swiftly calmed Li Chaoyan, alleviating her headache significantly. As her hazy eyes fluttered open, they met the gaze of those silver-gray orbs. Imbued with profound, unyielding affection, Li Chaoyan felt her heart scorched by those piercing eyes, instinctively wanting to reach out her hand, only to realize that she was still clasping the other's hand. She recoiled slightly, but her hand was firmly held. Qi Yang. Li Chaoyan was feeling much better, scanning her surroundings for Qi Yang's figure. I am here, sister, Qi Yang said as she crouched by the bedside. Her gaze fixated on the hand that Li Chaoyan was grasping, an enigmatic expression lingering in her eyes. Li Chaoyan seized the opportunity to withdraw her hand. I wish to rest for a while, she declared. With a mere wave of dismissal, Qi Yang expelled the two individuals from the room, only to find himself eventually ousted by Li Chaoyan as well. Standing at the door, he touched his nose and called out, Sister, if you require anything, just summon me. I shall remain outside. Turning around, he noticed Jiu and the other person staring at him, their eyes filled with hostility. Shall we converse? I had thought you intended to engage me in combat, Qi Yang retorted with a sardonic smile, addressing Su coldly. I am not so foolish. Otherwise, Chaoyan would surely be distressed for you. Su's words were laced with self-deprecation, the underlying sorrow known only to him. What on earth is happening? Li Chaoyan held her head as she conversed with Jiu Jiu. Yin, you are aware that I cannot articulate what I wish to say. The words regarding your past memories remain unheard by you. I understand. Li Chaoyan's eyes were filled with a profound sense of loss. The sensation of being aware that others understood what transpired while she remained in the dark was truly unbearable. Yin, I sense that something is stifling your thoughts, preventing you from hearing what it does not wish you to hear. Of course, this is merely my conjecture, and I cannot ascertain its accuracy. Now, the mere act of touching upon those memories brings me excruciating pain. Jiu Jiu likely found herself at a loss for words and ultimately fell silent. Li Chaoyan reclined on her bed, her mind a muddled haze as the faces of 3 individuals danced before her eyes. Ultimately, she chose to relinquish her thoughts and succumb to a deep slumber. What do you wish to express? In order to avoid disturbing Li Chaoyan, the trio opted for a spot neither too close nor too distant for their conversation. We need not be adversaries, Jiu Jiu proclaimed, his words imbued with his utmost concession. Yin cannot possibly have only you as her beast master. Should her memories return one day, do you truly believe you could possess her for a lifetime? Jiu Jiu's piercing words struck at the very core of Qi Yang's deepest fears, though he displayed no outward sign of distress. Oh, have you considered that she may never regain her memories? The sharp retort bore little resemblance to the innocent demeanor he displayed before Li Chaoyan. Laden with an intense desire for possession, Bai Su arched an eyebrow, her eyes glinting with disdain. Then let us wait and see. If Cao Cao could develop affection for them once, she could certainly do so a second time. He was brimming with confidence in this regard. The following morning, a restful night dispelled the shadows that had enveloped Li Chaoyan the previous day. She had also promised Qi Lu and Qi Huan that she would deliver roasted meat to them today. Li Chaoyan stepped outside, holding a platter of roasted meat. When suddenly her line of sight was obstructed by 3 orcs, forming an impenetrable wall before her. The trio eagerly vied to take the platter from her, prompting Li Chaoyan to halt her movement, reluctantly handing the dish to Qi Yang while softly articulating, "Please, step aside." She had already resolved that. Even if those 2 were indeed her orc husbands, she had made a promise to Qi Yang and could not bear to see her younger brother in sorrow. Bai Su was taken aback, unprepared for Chaoyan's tone. However, Jiu Jiu displayed a greater capacity for acceptance, instinctively stepping aside, yet continuing to trail closely behind Li Chaoyan. I wish to reiterate, I truly do not remember anything. Perhaps the Li Chaoyan who was once with you is simply not me. With that declaration, Li Chaoyan quickened her pace. It is you. Li Chaoyan was perplexed by the confidence radiating from the 2 individuals, a sentiment she herself could not fully embrace. 3 tall and handsome orcs trailed closely behind her, while curious glances were cast upon them by the orcs lining the roadside. They had witnessed the events that transpired at the altar the previous day, and thus, a keen interest in the dynamics among the 4 began to blossom. Some had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 42, Not Yet Prepared. Tap, tap, tap. Li Chaoyan knocked on the door of the Qi family. I'm here. A sweet, melodious voice chimed. Qi Lu playfully pushed the door open with her head and leapt into Li Chaoyan's embrace. The 3 beast men behind instinctively reached out to steady Li Chaoyan. But upon realizing their hands had collided, they let out a soft grunt and turned their heads away, displaying a touch of awkwardness. Li Chaoyan paid no heed to the commotion behind her as she embraced Qila and stepped through the door. Was Qila obedient? Indeed, Qila was exceptionally well behaved. Sister Yin Yin intended to treat her to some meat. The soft, delicate voice of the little white tiger brought immense joy to Li Chaoyan, prompting her to take a deep breath of the creature's essence. She instructed Qi Yang to bring the meat, feeding Qila small morsels with care. Before she could utter a greeting, Qi Jia was struck by the sight before her. 3 strikingly handsome beast men surrounded Li Chaoyan, exuding an aura that clearly signaled do not approach. Each individual possessed a presence that demanded attention. A beastman accompanying Qi Jia shielded her eyes, squeezing out a stern command, do not look. Qi Jia attempted to pry his hands away, murmuring, I won't look, I'll only gaze at you. Satisfied, the beastman finally released her. Qi Jia returned indoors, cradling the dreamy-eyed Qi Huan, who had also sensed Qila's arrival and awakened early. Unlike Qi Huan, who still yearned for slumber, she was now wide awake. Drawn by the enticing aroma of meat, meat, the scent had driven away her drowsiness, and her eyes sparkled as she fixated on the bowl of meat on the table. Come, let us eat. Li Chaoyan called for Jia and her beast men to join her. As she had prepared a generous amount of roasted meat today, Qi Yang settled down with familiarity, eagerly indulging in the feast while playfully teasing the 2 little ones. After a brief moment of hesitation, Li Chaoyan turned and spoke, You should join us for a meal. I have made plenty. The eyes of the 2 beast men brightened at her words, as if granted a pardon, and they promptly took their seats. Qi Yang let out a barely perceptible hum of approval. Delicious. Chaoyan's roasted meat is even better than before. Indeed, I have now discovered other ingredients, Li Chaoyan replied, momentarily taken aback by her own swift response, realizing they had only known each other for less than 2 days. What other ingredients? Jiu Jiu interjected, a playful glint in his eyes. Just other ones. Li Chaoyan, preferring silence, lowered her gaze to play with the young creature in her arms. Her features soft and amiable. The three individuals gazed at her intently, harboring thoughts of how delightful it would be if that were their own offspring with Li Chaoyan. Although Qi Jiao was occupied with her meal, her eyes remained fixated on the quartet, her mind evidently preoccupied. Her words, however, proved swifter than her thoughts. So, are these all your beastly husbands, Yan? Qi Jiao inquired, relishing the unfolding drama. No, not quite, and yet it is, Li Chaoyan faltered, unsure how to articulate the complexities of her relationships. Her words were vague and indistinct. Qi Jiao looked at her in confusion, momentarily pausing her eating. Let us set this discussion aside for now. I'll explain when the opportunity arises, Li Chaoyan replied, wishing to avoid discussing the matter in front of the three. After the meal, the two little ones turned their attention to the newcomers, Jiu Jiu and Baisu, clambering onto them and refusing to leave. Brother, hold me. Li Chaoyan found herself in a state of bemusement, realizing that these two little creatures employed the same endearing tactics of clinginess. Jiu Jiu and Baisu hurriedly scooped up the tiny cubs, as Shirsu and Baiguo had never been particularly affectionate in their youth, leaving them at a loss on how to handle these two overly attached little ones. Yan, I fear I might bump into him, Chila nestled in Jiu Jiu's embrace, wriggling about until he found a comfortable position to lean against. Li Chaoyan expressed her helplessness. Do you no longer hold affection for Sister Yin Yin? These words seemed familiar. They were once spoken by Qi Jia as well. Li Chaoyan meticulously adjusted Chila's posture to prevent her from bumping into anything. As Chila was a delicate girl, Li Chaoyan paid her special attention. In contrast, Baisu was not as fortunate. Qihuan was bouncing on him incessantly, leaving Baisu flustered and casting desperate glances toward Li Chaoyan for assistance. These two little rascals were utterly unafraid. Meanwhile, Qi Yang quietly approached Li Chaoyan, wrapping his arms around her and burying his head in the crook of her shoulder. He seemed particularly fond of this position, and the softness of his golden hair tickled Li Chaoyan, causing her to laugh. Well, you two are just like Qihuan and Chila, aren't you, little rascal? Upon hearing their names, Qihuan and Chila turned their heads, with Chila's sweet voice chiming in. Brother Qi Yang, so shy. Jiu Jiu and Baisu's expressions darkened. They handed the two little ones over to their paternal beast. One lifted Qi Yang by his collar, while the other took hold of his arm, unceremoniously escorting him away without regard for his wishes. Let us have a chat, Baisu said, peering through the door with a smile directed at Li Chaoyan. Outside. Qi Yang's voice echoed with indignation, but alas, he was outmatched by the two, and his protests faded into the distance. Qi Jia invited her mates to take the little ones out to play, while she remained behind to converse with Li Chaoyan. Yin, what exactly is your relationship with him? Qi Jia inquired earnestly, shedding her usual carefree demeanor. Li Chaoyan lay languidly on the table, her palms cradling her chin, her voice barely a whisper. I truly do not know. Both of them are my beast husbands. Yet, I have lost all memories of the past. I cannot recall anything. With no recourse, she glanced towards Qi Jia for assistance, aware that the two men would not relent, and she had a veritable cauldron of jealousy brewing at home. Qi Jia sighed, her finger gently tapping Li Chaoyan's forehead, her voice tinged with exasperation. How could you allow them to have such control over you? As a female, it is imperative that you master all your beast husbands, guiding them eastward, so they would dare not venture west. Come, let me impart my 108 methods of training husbands to you. Leaning closer to Li Chaoyan, Qi Jia began to share her secrets. As Li Chaoyan listened, her cheeks flushed deeper until she could no longer contain herself and covered her ears to block out Qi Jia's incessant chatter. I understand, Jia. You need not educate me further. A glimmer of mischief danced in Qi Jia's eyes as she smiled and remarked, You have yet to mate, have you? Upon hearing her words, Li Chaoyan turned her face away, unable to meet Qi Jia's gaze, nor could she bear to listen to her speak. Observing her demeanor, Qi Jia realized her suspicions were correct. She wiped away a tear for Qi Yang and decided not to tease Li Chaoyan any further. With a gentle tone, Qi Jia began, Yan, once a bond is forged, it cannot be easily severed. If you do not accept them, they shall have no other female to turn to. Li Chaoyan's heart trembled slightly, and she lowered her head in contemplation, sensing Qi Jia's gaze upon her from behind. Yet, she felt unprepared. Oh, it was Qi Jia's sigh that broke the silence. Without uttering another word, Qi Jia returned to her own tasks. After bidding farewell to Li Chaoyan, she departed without delay. Li Chaoyan wandered in a daze, inadvertently stepping on a small stone. Her foot slipped, and with a startled cry, she toppled to the side. Contrary to her expectations, the anticipated hardness did not greet her. Instead, she found herself cradled in an embrace imbued with a chill. Be careful, do not lose yourself while walking. A gentle voice floated down from above. Li Chaoyan looked up to see Shi Zhu's tender silver-gray eyes gazing back at her, filled with concern. Thank you. Li Chaoyan extricated herself from his hold, but as a sharp pain shot through her ankle, she let out a hiss and leaned precariously to one side once more. Shi Zhu caught her yet again, a fleeting, satisfied smile gracing his lips. You have sprained your ankle. I shall carry you back. Before Li Chaoyan could protest, her body was lifted effortlessly, suspended in the air, and securely nestled in Shi Zhu's embrace. Throughout the journey, Shi Zhu remained silent, while Li Chaoyan pressed her ear against his chest, listening to the steady and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, which enveloped her in a profound sense of peace. A vivid memory surfaced in her mind, on the riverbank. Soaked to the skin, she had nestled in this silver-haired man's arms, gazing at the graceful contours of his profile. Li Chaoyan found herself lost in thought. It seemed she had begun to recall fragments of memory. Some individuals had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 43. Unsettled. A creaking sound pierced the air as the door was pulled open. Sensing the stiffness of the person in her arms, Shi Zhu gently caressed her temples. Suddenly, a powerful force yanked him backward, and a punch struck the side of his face. Shi Zhu's head tilted momentarily before he straightened it again, raising an eyebrow at the furious Chaoyan. A fleeting grimace crossed his face as he tugged at the corner of his mouth, evidently causing him pain. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he spoke, "Let us consider that blow even." You. Chaoyan was poised to retaliate when Bai Su seized his fist from behind, declaring, "That's enough." Bai Su's icy gaze swept over Li Chaoyan's swollen lips. Yet he chose to remain silent. "What are you doing?" Chaoyan glared back at Bai Su, resembling a tiger whose territory had been encroached upon. "Enough. Stop the commotion." Li Chaoyan felt dizzy from the bickering of the three. She picked up the long-neglected ice pack and pressed it against her ankle. "Sister, allow me to assist you." Noticing Li Chaoyan's injury, Chaoyan took hold of the ice pack in her hand. Unable to resist, she ultimately relinquished it to him. "Be gentle." Chaoyan's movements were slow and careful, and as Li Chaoyan stroked his head, the softness of his golden hair brushed against her fingers. Li Chaoyan lightly coughed while holding her fist to her mouth, casting an uneasy glance at the two individuals in the room. "Perhaps you might step outside for a moment." The atmosphere within the room grew tense for an instant. Upon hearing her words, Bai Su attempted to speak on her own behalf, only to be halted by Shi Zhu, who insisted, "You should go out first. Yin, you need to have a conversation with Chaoyan." After speaking, he cast a cryptic glance at Li Chaoyan, his eyes shimmering with a bright glimmer. Chaoyan appeared oblivious to the exchange, fixated on Li Chaoyan's ankle, exhaling softly as if his breath could alleviate her pain. From Li Chaoyan's perspective, Chaoyan seemed more like a younger brother. Li Chaoyan paused for a moment, her hand entwined in Chaoyan's hair, before finally speaking, "Yang, I do not wish to hear from those two individuals." For reasons unbeknownst to her, Li Chaoyan's heart trembled profoundly. She had intended to remain with Chaoyan. Yet the recollection of that particular fragment unsettled her. Ultimately, she imperceptibly shook her head. "I seem to have recalled a little." Chaoyan halted his breath, a flicker of panic evident in his eyes. "But rest assured, I shall never abandon you." Li Chaoyan grasped Chaoyan's hand, drawing him closer. As a gentle kiss graced his forehead, untainted by any ulterior motives, yet imbued with Li Chaoyan's boundless tenderness and affection. "Sister, I shall not let you face difficulties." Chaoyan's head rested against Li Chaoyan's chest, listening to the rhythm of her heartbeat. A fleeting glimmer of reluctance crossed his eyes, only to vanish swiftly, as if it were but an illusion. "Sister, you owe me a reward for breaking your promise." Chaoyan, with a playful demeanor, leaned in closer, resembling a large domesticated dog. He lightly nibbled on Li Chaoyan's collarbone, the tingling sensation prompting a soft gasp from her lips. "Chaoyan, cease your antics." Li Chaoyan attempted to push him away, but, recalling his earlier plaintive words, halted her movement. Chaoyan left a vivid crimson mark upon her collarbone. "It hurts." Li Chaoyan winced in pain, causing Chaoyan to pause, his gaze shifting to her swollen lips, bruised by Shi Zhu's bullying, a shadow of darkness flickering in his eyes as he pressed down heavily. He sought to erase the sin of other males. The ice pack lay forgotten. Outside the room. "Why did you come out?" Bai Su crossed her arms, casting an annoyed glance at Shi Zhu. She had yet to voice her discontent about that wretched snake getting cozy with Chaoyan in his absence. Memories of Yin began to resurface for her, fragments of recollection surfacing. For now, she needed to calm down. Perhaps she would come to accept us naturally. Shi Zhu tilted his head back, shielding his eyes from the blinding light, a relaxed smile gracing his lips. Occasionally, a few fluttering birds would flit by, their chirps sounding remarkably delightful. Next, we should seek out Chiyu. We have tasks to attend to. With the smile fading, Jiu returned to his gentle demeanor, turning to Baisu to speak. Some may have died, but they are not entirely gone. Chapter 44. Bathing. The following day, Chaoyan's foot had improved considerably. However, walking remained inconvenient, prompting her to ask Chiang to fetch a stick for support. Sister, I could carry you. Chiang's hopeful tone reached her ears, but Chaoyan was not swayed, playfully tapping his head. Must I have you carry me, even while bathing? Well, that's not out of the question, Chiang replied teasingly, inciting Chaoyan to consider delivering another playful smack to him. Previously, Chiang had crafted a bath barrel for Chaoyan, which offered ample space. Chaoyan did not bathe yesterday, which may seem insignificant to a beastman, yet for her, a modern individual, it was quite alarming. Please draw some water for me. I wish to bathe. Leaning on her staff, Chaoyan limped towards the bathing tub, directing Chiang to pour water for her. Chiang let out a sigh, seemingly a bit disappointed, yet he complied and filled the tub with water. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound resonated from outside the door. Who is it? A stranger's voice responded. Chiang, the high priest requests your presence. Chiang promptly replied with an acknowledgement, planting a gentle kiss on Chaoyan's cheek before departing. Just before he left, he added, remember to think of me. What a clingy yet endearing fellow. Chaoyan removed her garments and settled into the bathtub, gradually submerging herself until the water reached her neck. The soothing liquid alleviated her weariness, and apart from her legs being unable to move freely, everything felt delightful. Unbeknownst to her, the door outside was gently ajar, and the edge of a white garment slipped into the room. Baisu, initially believing that Chaoyan was still in slumber, refrained from knocking and quietly entered. However, upon stepping inside and failing to find Chaoyan, a hint of perplexity crossed his mind. He then heard the sound of water being disturbed and the gentle flow of water gliding across skin emanating from within. Intrigued, Baisu approached to investigate. Chaoyan stood with her back to him, bathing, her snow-white skin adorned with glistening droplets of water. Her long, inky hair clung closely to her spine, a striking contrast to her pale complexion. Like Pandora's fabled box, Baisu remained motionless, merely observing the scene before her. Every movement of Chaoyan captivated his senses, leaving his mind blank and compelling him to approach uncontrollably. Ah, how did you get in here? Chaoyan discovered Baisu behind her and hastily picked up the animal hide meant for drying off to cover her body, though it was of little help. Her feet were immobile, leaving her to maintain her position draped over the edge of the bathtub, while the hide clutched closely to her vital areas. Get out, Chaoyan exclaimed, a mix of shame and anger in her voice. How could you forget about me? Baisu replied, seemingly oblivious to her earlier words. His tone laced with a wicked charm. He strode forward, his hand grazing the injured leg of Chaoyan, then continuing its descent. Try moving again. Chaoyan seethed with indignation, yet she was powerless to intervene. Should she reach out, the hide would inevitably slip away. Then perhaps you might remember me. I'm on the verge of losing my sanity, Baisu yelled at Chaoyan, his voice tinged with desperation. Realizing his outburst was inappropriate, he quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have raised my voice at you. His fox-like eyes, now tinged with red, were filled with bloodshot veins, and dark circles marred the area beneath them. Chaoyan couldn't help but reach out, gently wiping the corners of Baisu's eyes. Do not cry. The beast's skin slipped to one side, and Chaoyan quickly withdrew her hand, pressing it tightly. Yet, the scenery beneath was already fully revealed to Baisu. Chow chow. I can accept that you do not remember us, but why? Why can Jiu Jiu? Why can't I? Wasn't it your fondest wish to see me in my juvenile form? I can transform. As soon as the words were spoken, Baisu morphed into a petite nine-tailed fox, leaping directly onto Chaoyan. Do not forget me, dear lord, please. The slick skin glided past Chaoyan, brushed by Baisu's soft fur. She shivered slightly, realizing that her resistance was futile. With a sense of resignation, she spoke, let me put on my clothes first. Gradually, Baisu calmed down. Ultimately, considering Chaoyan's injured state, Baisu transformed into human form, assisting Chaoyan in donning her garments, all the while indulging in a bit of mischief. Chaoyan finally understood that Baisu merely sought to take advantage. Were his bloodshot eyes and dark circles merely a guise for his ulterior motives? After Chaoyan donned her attire, she was swept into bed by Baisu, who bestowed a fleeting kiss upon her forehead. Assuming the form of a youthful beast, Baisu nestled beside Chaoyan, and with an air of pride, he spoke. Here, let me offer you my touch. Li Chaoyan was amused by his actions, momentarily forgetting the awkward scene that had just unfolded. She gently ruffled Bai Su's hair. Before long, a soft, rhythmic sound of breathing emanated from beside her. Bai Su had fallen asleep. In slumber, he appeared remarkably docile, contrasting sharply with his usual boisterous demeanor. Revealing a delicate beauty, Li Chaoyan gently caressed his head, his abdomen, and then the delicate nine tails. A vivid image surfaced in her mind, depicting Bai Su in a similar pose. Yet that Bai Su bore numerous wounds, the pristine white fur stained crimson with blood. Li Chaoyan felt a sharp pang in her heart as she gently cradled Bai Su in her arms, unable to quell the waves of affection surging within her. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the seemingly slumbering Bai Su wore a subtle, triumphant smile at the corners of her lips. Some souls may have departed, yet their essence lingers on. Chapter 45, The Family Meeting. Li Chaoyan was roused from her slumber by the pangs of hunger. She attempted to shift her hand, which was pinned beneath the weight of Bai Su, and an instant wave of discomfort surged through her, ascending to the crown of her head. Ouch! The sound stirred Bai Su from his sleep as well. I seem to have pressed down on you, he remarked lazily, nuzzling against Li Chaoyan's cheek before leaping away. Li Chaoyan rubbed her sore and numb arms, cautiously shifting her feet, only to turn and meet two pairs of eyes as sharp as blades. She was momentarily taken aback. Clearly, Bai Su noticed too, but he was indifferent, almost eager for those two to observe him further. What brings you all here? Li Chaoyan was genuinely uncomfortable in the presence of these three individuals. She felt out of sorts conversing with anyone, akin to a beastly version of Chinshimi. How could we not come when we see our sister embracing this fox? Chaoyan was the first to approach the bedside, gently assisting Li Chaoyan to sit up. Resting his head softly against her shoulder, it appeared he had been there for quite a while. Bai Su, dismissive, continued to maintain his beast form, attempting to burrow into Li Chaoyan's embrace, only to be thwarted by Qi Yang's swift intervention. Bai Su transformed back. Jiu spoke in his usual gentle tone, though his brow furrowed, as if he found the antics of the two rather childish. Humph, that's only because you lack fur, and Chaoyan doesn't like touching you. So you're jealous of me? Bai Su retorted, reluctant yet ultimately transforming back into human form, likely due to having enjoyed a restful slumber. Appearing refreshed and poised like a young gentleman. We need to have a discussion, a family meeting. Jiu, embodying the essence of a natural leader, was the first to propose the idea, as the relationship among the four had become excessively entangled and required clarification. Who are you calling family? Qi Yang interjected bluntly. As if anyone wishes to be with you. We are Chaoyan's beastly husbands. Bai Su, not one to hold back, felt an innate discord with Qi Yang. You. As the two were about to bicker once more, Li Chaoyan hastily intervened. Stop. Let us begin. She could no longer endure the petty jealousy among them. Realizing it was indeed time for some order, the four sat upright at the table. And Jiu spoke first. Bai Su and I have been searching for you for quite some time. He gazed tenderly at Li Chaoyan, his eyes brimming with affection. Do not play the emotional card. Qi Yang shot an annoyed glance at Jiu. I have also spent considerable time with my sister, but I met Chaoyan first. As the tension threatened to escalate once again, Li Chaoyan recalled the techniques of husband training that Jiu Jiu had imparted to her. Stop. Let me make one thing clear. If anyone argues again, they will be asked to leave, and I shall not pay them any heed. I mean it. Instantly. The two fell silent. It was remarkable how effective this tactic was. Since it was a family meeting, they needed to establish some house rules. In any case, regardless of whether my memories have returned, you are all my husbands. Therefore, the first rule is no infighting. Heaven knows the pressure Li Chaoyan felt when uttering those words. As two pairs of mournful eyes fixated upon her, she shrank her neck, lowering her head to avoid their gazes. Secondly, you must have my consent before touching me. After stating this, the mournful expressions tripled. Ultimately unable to withstand the pressure, Li Chaoyan stammered. Well, that is not entirely out of the question. Just don't be too excessive. This was her greatest concession. Their gazes softened, and only then did Li Chaoyan relax. Thirdly, the household responsibilities will be divided among us. This regulation evidently met with no objections. I shall impose no further demands. I leave the rest to your suggestions. Li Chaoyan let out a sigh of relief. But the very next moment, that breath caught in her throat once more. How should they arrange their sleeping arrangements? The one posing this question was none other than the frivolous Bai Su, and upon hearing him, Li Chaoyan felt an overwhelming urge to give him a good beating. We shall sleep separately, she responded with a forced determination. That is unacceptable. The objection came from Jiu, who asserted, we are your beast husbands, and naturally, we must accompany you in slumber. Moreover, Yin, your foot is still injured. We must take care of you. Let us take turns. It's all right. My foot is almost healed. Li Chaoyan hastily rejected the idea, for the thought of them all sleeping together was simply unbearable. Since the sister has voiced so many opinions, we ought to have our say as well. On this matter, Chiang found common ground with the other two for the first time. Very well. Thus, the three began to debate the order of their turns. How about you draw lots? Li Chaoyan suggested, producing 3 wooden sticks of varying lengths for them to choose from, with the longest stick determining who would go first. Li Chaoyan found herself in a tumultuous state of mind, realizing that she had been sold yet was still assisting others in counting their fortunes. Ultimately, Shizhe emerged victorious, followed by Qi Ying, and lastly, Bai Su. Bai Su glared at her little wooden stick with a simmering hatred, angrily snapping it in two. When she looked up to meet Qi Ying's taunting gaze, she contemplated retorting but recalled the family rules and thought better of it. There was another matter. Although she struggled to recollect her past memories, she was determined to endeavor. The hearts of the two trembled as if they had received a tremendous encouragement, believing wholeheartedly that Li Chaoyan would surely remember their shared history. Chiang turned his head away, unconsciously tightening his grip. I will not forget you. Li Chaoyan grasped Qi Yang's clenched hand, realizing that she had caused him sorrow. Yet, there was little she could do. She could not escape the moniker of Chinshimi. Due to the necessity of avoiding frequent visits to the 5 domains, even the most formidable among the 3 high priests, Xiu, required a period of rest. This explained why Qiyue refrained from directly retrieving water from the water domain unless in dire circumstances, as this technique consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. When will you set off? Qiyue inquired, seated at the table, addressing Shizhe and Bai Su. We must wait a little longer. This technique is quite taxing, Shizhe replied. What you propose, I shall contemplate, Qiyue sighed, furrowing his brow. But must we truly proceed in this manner? It is imperative, otherwise, do you believe they will let us be? Bai Su exclaimed passionately. The thought of the blood eagles from the wandering beast clan and the thunder domain, which had caused them such losses, ignited his fury. He wished nothing more than to consume their flesh and drink their blood. The best defense is a counterattack. To dismantle them, one must first weaken them from within. Is it not so? A cold smile curled at the corners of Shizhu's lips, reminiscent of the frigid winter in the 12th month. There was no need to hesitate in dealing with such adversaries. Very well. Qiyue understood the wisdom of remaining vigilant in times of peace. He could not tolerate the existence of such a threat to their Yanghu tribe. The 3 came to a consensus, signifying an agreement among the 3 domains. Brother, I'm going. Qi Yang, who had been listening outside for what felt like an eternity, finally spoke up, unnoticed by the others within. No. Qiyue immediately rejected the idea. It is far too dangerous. How could you? Please, hear me out. Our tribe needs you to remain as a stronghold. As for me, I am quite formidable. Have you forgotten? Indeed, Qi Yang's strength within the tribe was comparable to that of Qiyue. But there is no buts. I am your brother. Yet I am no longer a mere cub. I wish to contribute to our tribe. Qi Yang's resolute words moved Qiyue deeply, causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears. This brother, once dependent on him and reluctant to leave his embrace, had truly grown up. Then, a thought struck him. If you all go, what will happen to Li Chaoyan? The 3 fell silent. They could not allow her to venture forth. As Qi Yang took the lead in speaking, the other 2 nodded in agreement. The last time they had ventured into the snowy expanse with Li Chaoyan had proven perilous. Such a situation must not arise again. Thank you for your understanding. Shizhe gazed at Qiyue with a look of helplessness, her eyes filled with entreaty. If she were to cause a commotion, we will manage it well. After all, there is still time ahead. Some have perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 46. The first night that evening, Shizhe entered the room. And Li Chaoyan, feeling somewhat anxious, stammered. You have arrived. A soft chuckle resonated, accompanied by Shizhu's uniquely gentle voice. Yin, do not be nervous. I shall not harm you. He winked, a hint of amusement glimmering in his silver-gray pupils. With each step, he drew closer, his presence weighing heavily upon Li Chaoyan's heart, echoing like a drumbeat. Yin, your heart races quite swiftly. Shizhu's breath enveloped her, a blend of warmth and an undeniable assertiveness. Li Chaoyan couldn't help but blush. Before she could ponder further, a warm sensation enveloped her leg. Sensing her stiffness, Shizhu spoke gently. Did you not mention the need for a hot compress? The heated animal hide pressed against Li Chaoyan's leg stirred her heartstrings, sending ripples of emotion through her. You still remember, she remarked. Shizhu, bending slightly to wrap the hide around her, naturally replied, I remember everything you say. Unable to suppress her feelings, Li Chaoyan was undeniably touched by those words. At a loss for a response, she fell silent, leaving only the sound of the hide's gentle friction in the room. Let me know when it cools down. I will go heat some water. Li Chaoyan curved her lips into a sweet smile. It's not necessary. Just a light application will suffice. Let us retire for the night. Upon hearing these words, Jiu Jiu obediently climbed onto the bed. He assisted Li Chaoyan in arranging her legs comfortably. In truth, there is no need for such caution. My leg is not that serious. Li Chaoyan found herself in a state of amused exasperation, as this situation led her to almost believe that her leg was fractured. Matters concerning yin require utmost caution. It is undeniable that Jiu Jiu possesses an extraordinary ability to entice. The ripples in her heart grow ever larger. With both hands resting beside Li Xiaoyan's face, he holds his gaze upon her, his eyes exuding a tenderness that invites one to willingly surrender to its depths. Slowly, Jiu Jiu leans closer, asking, May I kiss you now? Li Chaoyan seemed entranced, nodding gently as the tempestuous winds approached. Li Chaoyan experienced a fleeting moment of mental blankness before hearing the subsequent words. Now, may I proceed further? Li Chaoyan nodded imperceptibly. Although she was uncertain about what the next step entailed, the gentle caress of Jiu Jiu's hand against her skin sent shivers coursing through her. Descending further, Jiu Jiu embraced Li Chaoyan. Biting her shoulder, and in a husky voice asked, Is it still permissible now? Li Chaoyan had no time to concern herself with the implications of his words. Her entire being was trembling. Silence enveloped her, a tacit agreement to the unspoken. The room was alive with a tapestry of passion and chaos. The following morning, Bai Su and Qi Yang arrived early at Li Chaoyan's door. Cautiously, they opened it, revealing an odd, lingering scent within, a disheveled bed, and garments strewn about. All remnants of the previous day's frenzy. Jiu Jiu awakened the moment the door creaked open, hastily draping a fur cover over Li Chaoyan's body. Upon recognizing the visitors, he relaxed somewhat, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he embraced the sleeping figure. They have arrived. His shoulder bore vivid crimson marks, which he displayed nonchalantly to the two. Bai Su and Qi Yang's veins surged with tension. Despite anticipating this outcome, they found it hard to accept. Jiu Jiu, sensing their discomfort, gently laid the still slumbering Li Chaoyan back onto the bed, her arms marred with similar red stains. After dressing himself, Jiu Jiu remarked coolly, she was utterly exhausted yesterday. Whatever needs to be discussed can wait. Though they wished to voice their concerns, they refrained, mindful of Li Chaoyan's slumber. The two retreated outside to deliberate their matters. Ji Sha, do you intend to linger here for a lifetime? The shrill voice of Blood Princess pierced the air, her frustration palpable as she could no longer tolerate Ji Sha's presence, demanding that his band of wandering beastmen find that woman. Why is that woman so significant? Do you have any idea how much of my spiritual energy was expended in the last battle? How are we to justify this to the king? Blood Princess's shoulders shook with anger. She had been displeased with Ji Sha for quite some time. Which woman? The one who vanished? She merely has some utility left. He retorted. Did you not observe her demeanor that day? The man in the armchair spoke with a flippant tone, his peach blossom eyes narrowing with a hint of indifference. Suddenly, the violet eyes of Yu Qing snapped open. Or are you referring to the one behind you? A slight smirk danced on his lips, laced with contempt. Yu Qing instinctively recoiled behind Blood Princess, attempting to shield her fearful yet yearning gaze. Blood Princess instinctively moved to protect Yu Qing. Why invoke that woman when speaking of Shaoqing? Blood Princess shot back. Shaoqing, such a familiar term you use. He elongated the word familiar with a teasing lilt, as if casting a hook to entice curiosity. When Blood Princess arrived in the snow realm, she beheld Yu Qing sprawled on the ground like a broken doll. She was enamored with such a fragmented and tragic beauty, instantly deciding to bring her to the Thunder Realm and keep her close. This decision spared Yu Qing from a fate of degradation. At that moment, as she negotiated terms with Ji Sha, her foremost demand was to have the beastmen who had tormented Yu Qing handed over to her. Ji Sha, indifferent, agreed, considering them merely a nuisance. In retrospect, he mused that perhaps those beastmen were enduring a fate worse than death. It appears your Shaoqing is not particularly eager to remain by your side. Look. She is still gazing at me. Ji Sha slightly raised her exquisite chin, directing her gaze towards Yu Qing, who was evading her eyes. Tears welled up in Yu Qing's eyes as she fervently shook her head at Blood Princess. Clenching her fists tightly, Blood Princess suppressed the urge to strike Ji Sha's stunning face, turning instead to grasp Yu Qing's hand, leading her towards the exit. If you wish to search, do so swiftly, otherwise, it will be difficult to explain. Blood Princess left behind a rather menacing remark. After a short while, they indeed heard Yuqing's anguished cries, each piercing sound more intense than the last, laced with an unsettling sharpness. To obtain something, one must be willing to sacrifice. Jisha felt an inexplicable joy, reclining against the back of her chair. Her expression relaxed as if she were savoring a symphony, listening intently and slowly. It is said that like attracts like, and people gather in groups. Jisha picked up a piece of roasted meat from the table, took a bite, and quickly spat it out. It paled in comparison to their delicacies. Her violet eyes were tightly shut, and there was a hint of impatience in her brows. In recent days, she often found herself thinking of that pair of eyes that looked at her devoid of warmth. How bothersome. It was time to find it quickly. Some may have perished, yet they have not entirely departed. Chapter 47. Anomaly. Li Chaoyan gradually awakened, feeling the lingering signs of fatigue and discomfort throughout her body, particularly around her waist. Fortunately, Jiu Jiu had restrained himself the previous night and refrained from resting upon her legs. Otherwise, the days spent alternating between ice and heat treatments would have been in vain. Li Chaoyan wrapped herself in animal skin, her heart filled with indignation. Where have the people of Jiu Jiu gone? Have they simply fled? Li Chaoyan struggled to sit up, and upon noticing her neatly folded clothes beside the bed, her inner frustration dissipated somewhat. As she donned her garments, she flexed her ankle. The sprain had improved significantly, allowing her to rise from the bed without the need for crutches. However, once she stood, a wave of discomfort surged through her body, overwhelming her senses, and she quickly settled into a chair. On the table lay some vibrant red fruits, plump and inviting, a remarkable find in the scorching realm. Taking a bite, the juice burst forth, nearly overflowing from her mouth. At that moment, aside from her physical discomfort, Li Chaoyan felt quite content. It appeared that yesterday's family meeting had gone exceedingly well. Yin, how was your experience last night? A sudden spray of the fruit's juice erupted from Li Chaoyan's mouth. She had forgotten about Jiu Jiu, who must have witnessed everything. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. What are you thinking? Our system adheres to professional ethics. Anything inappropriate has been thoroughly masked. Humph. Yin, your thoughts sadden me greatly. Boo-hoo. I'm sorry, please don't cry. Unless you share your experience from last night, I won't stop. Is that a threat? Li Chaoyan, with a head full of dark thoughts, wondered who Jiu Jiu had learned such mischief from. Disturbed by the incessant whimpering in her ears, she reluctantly responded. Actually, it's quite good, Li Chaoyan shyly admitted. Upon hearing this, Jiu Jiu's cries ceased, satisfied as it had not only encountered a delightful pairing but also garnered points. It was utterly content, especially after earning a substantial number of points last night. Kiki. Li Chaoyan had grown weary of responding. It seemed she was merely a tool for others. In the subsequent 2 nights, the other 2 individuals did not spare her either. Each time, she was reluctant to acquiesce, yet she found herself unable to withstand the allure of handsome men. Alas, it was her youth that rendered her vulnerable, her heart unstable and easily swayed by temptation. On the nth night, Li Chaoyan painfully rubbed her waist, extending her hand to ward off Bai Su's approach. Today, under no circumstances would she relent. Bai Su blinked her injured eyes, gazing at Li Chaoyan with a look of grievance, as if silently accusing her of heartlessness. Li Chaoyan simply closed her eyes, insisting that nothing would change her mind. You should leave. I want to sleep alone for the next few days. Bai Su sighed, embraced Li Chaoyan, and gently stroked her head, smoothing down the strands of hair that were askew. He helplessly replied, I won't touch you, but I will stay by your side as you sleep. You said the same thing before. Huh? Did I? Bai Su feigned innocence. That wasn't me. It must have been Qiyang. Li Chaoyan found herself at a loss against his rogue demeanor, ultimately conceding to allow him into her bed. Just for sleep, she stipulated, with no frivolous movements. The rich timbre of Bai Su's voice resonated. All right. This time, Bai Su refrained from any inappropriate gestures. Instead, he propped his head on his hand, observing Li Chaoyan's sleeping form, his other hand gently tracing her features, from her tightly shut eyelids to the delicate curve of her nose, and finally to her lips. He longed to keep her by his side forever. Lowering his head, he planted soft kisses where his fingers had lingered moments before. A subtle smile graced Bai Su's lips as he enveloped Li Chaoyan in his embrace, drifting into a deep slumber. The following morning, Li Chaoyan was roused from her slumber, a searing presence pressing against her lower abdomen, akin to a heated poker. A wave of discomfort washed over her as she turned, murmuring softly, do not disturb, Chow, please assist me. Bai Su forcefully drew closer, lamenting, last night, it was quite a struggle for me to endure. The words of Li Chaoyan startled her awake. As she regained her senses and attempted to leap from the bed, she was seized by the large hand of Baisu. What are you waiting for? Aren't you the best at playing coy? Baisu nudged Qi Yang, his narrow, fox-like eyes giving him a knowing glance. I won't go. You should, Qi Yang retorted, pushing back against Baisu. Baisu deftly sidestepped, declaring, no way. How about drawing lots? The three of them agreed that this was indeed the most equitable method. Come on, everyone pay attention. I assure you, these 3 sticks are untouched. Baisu held out 3 sticks of varying lengths for the others to inspect. They began to draw lots. The one who picked the longest stick would be the one to go. Ha ha ha, you clumsy old tiger, you can't escape this time. Baisu laughed heartily, playfully shoving the dazed Qi Yang, who was still holding the stick, inside. Once the door was securely closed, Baisu exchanged a knowing glance with Jiu Jiu behind him, both sharing a smile. In their other hands, they revealed a small, broken stick. Inside the room, Qi Yang was suddenly pushed in by Baisu, feeling a slight flutter of nervousness. How should he begin? Li Chaoyan was in the midst of preparing the game they had hunted, contemplating the possibility of marinating the meat with those salty fruits, hoping to dry it and turn it into jerky for the winter. She pondered whether the flame domain even experienced winter. In her childhood, the matron had insisted on involving the children in farm work due to the insufficient funds of the orphanage, which fostered a strong sense of resourcefulness in Li Chaoyan. Noticing Qi Yang entering through the door, she took a moment to compose herself and said, Ah, you have arrived. Li Chaoyan noticed that Qi Yang seemed somewhat peculiar today. Unlike his usual self, who would enthusiastically rush towards her upon seeing her, he stood idly at the door. If you're here, you might as well lend a hand. Over the past few days, the trio had often vanished without a trace, yet they still remembered to fetch water and hunt for her daily. Oh, all right, sister. I have something to say, Qi Yang reluctantly began, scratching his head, his eyes filled with confusion and hesitation. As Qi Yang reached out to assist, Li Chaoyan swiftly swatted his hand away. After bumping your head, you dare to touch my food? Wash your hands first. Li Chaoyan was a person who valued cleanliness, and she had instilled this notion in the other beastmen as well. No longer the shy individual she once was, she had grown increasingly adept at commanding the trio. This remark effectively shattered the mood Qi Yang had been trying to cultivate, rendering him speechless. After washing his hands, Qi Yang helped Li Chaoyan squeeze the briny juice from the fruit onto the meat, spreading it evenly. Li Chaoyan stepped outside with the well-marinated meat, only to find that the 2 individuals had vanished. She suspended the meat using a clean vine, hanging it from the eaves. As the scorching sun bathed the skewered delicacies in its warm embrace, filled with anticipation, she gently patted it. However, as she turned to retrieve other pieces of meat, she abruptly collided with a wall of flesh. Rubbing her sore nose, she exclaimed with a hint of irritation, Qi Yang, why are you standing behind me? What is the matter with you today? With a look of panic in his eyes, Qi Yang bent down to assess Li Chaoyan's condition and, in a flustered tone, replied, Sister. It was not my intention. His tiger-like gaze shimmered with regret. Li Chaoyan reached out to touch Qi Yang's face, her voice softening as she asked, What troubles you? Is there something you wish to discuss? Her soothing tone comforted Qi Yang, who then resolved to speak. The 3 of us must embark on a journey to the wood domain. There is no danger involved. Oh, foolish tiger, she mused. Some individuals may have perished, but they are not entirely gone. Chapter 48. Pregnancy. The 4 of them sat around the table, the air thick with an awkward tension. Baisu now regretted allowing that foolish tiger, Qi Yang, to broach this matter. Well, it seemed they would all have to confront it together. Let us hear it, Li Chaoyan said expressionlessly, betraying no emotion. Yin, listen to me. This is a mission, Jiu Jiu said, bracing himself against the pressure as he began to speak. A fleeting pang of headache crossed Li Chaoyan's mind, yet she restrained herself. So, you intend to venture into the wood domain? Baisu interjected. Indeed, we must investigate the connection between the wood domain and the thunder domain, to ascertain whether there exists any collusion between them. This statement was uttered by Baisu through gritted teeth. Li Chaoyan fell into silence for a moment. Cannot you take me along? She implored. As they prepared to leave, Jiu Jiu quickly interjected, unwilling to let Yin persuade them once more. No. We have already entrusted your care to Qi Yue and Qi Jia. They are capable. You may seek their assistance. His tone softened as he endeavored to maintain composure. We must go. However, it is best for you to remain in a secure location, Yin. Qi Yang, who had kept his head lowered since the onset, finally lifted it and reassured. Elder brother will take care of you. Li Chaoyan let out a cold laugh and said, Do not get it twisted. You are my beast husbands, not Jiu Jiu, nor Jiu Jiu. If you choose to depart, how could I possibly remain here alone? She fell into silence once more. Su rose and carefully encircled her from behind. Speaking with unwavering resolve, regardless, you are not permitted to go. I am already filled with trepidation. Su recalled with lingering unease the day Li Chaoyan suddenly vanished. That day, it was evident that Chaoyan had lost control due to some provocation. If given the choice, he would have preferred not to take her to the snowy realm in the first place. If it were possible, he would certainly investigate the identity of To thoroughly. Li Chaoyan felt the trembling hands around her, and above her, she heard Su's voice pleading, "Is it really impossible?" Unable to restrain her softening heart, she wavered at Su's unexpected humility, so different from her usual arrogance. Yin, they definitely want to take you with them. You might as well agree to their terms. Random task, proceed to the wood domain. Reward points, 300 points. Look, I cannot simply go along with them. While I must go, it is unfeasible to accompany them. We have other means. What means? Silence followed. No matter how much Li Chaoyan called out, Jiu Jiu remained unresponsive. It seemed she had to vanish from sight. Under the gaze of the three, Li Chaoyan reluctantly acquiesced to Jiu Jiu's suggestion. The trio breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Li Chaoyan had ceased her resistance. In the following 2 days, they became even more clingy, following her wherever she went. Li Chaoyan turned her head in silence to look at Qi Yang. You're coming with me to the restroom? Qi Yang blushed. Well, it's not out of the question, sister. Li Chaoyan pushed him away and resolved to manage on her own. The resources in the beast realm were indeed scarce. She had exchanged a considerable amount of toilet paper from Jiu Jiu, and fortunately, the prices for such daily necessities remained quite reasonable. However, she could hardly fathom how other orcs, lacking paper, managed their affairs, nor had she inquired about it. After all, the orcs possessed their own wisdom, and it might lead to an awkward situation if she were to ask. In recent days, the trio had collaborated to bring her an abundance of game and had also gathered numerous buckets of water. At present, they were busy drying the meat for her. This is more than enough. I cannot possibly handle so much myself. Li Chaoyan gazed at the skewers of meat that nearly encircled the room, and she rested her forehead on her hand, aware that the three of them were reluctant to part with her, fearing she might go hungry. However, this was rather excessive. Nevertheless, her elder brother would lend a helping hand. Qi Yang was diligently toiling away, putting forth great effort. Li Chaoyan sat upon a stone, observing the three busy individuals, who were set to depart in the afternoon. As Su opened the gate of the 5 domains, Li Chaoyan silently stood by, bidding farewell to the departing figures. The white light faded. Jiu Jiu, what exactly is the method you mentioned? Jiu Jiu had been teasing her for days, withholding the information. There is already a suitable candidate. A suitable candidate? Li Chaoyan raised her head, meeting Qi Yu's expressionless face, which bore a striking resemblance to that of her principal. It was indeed him. Oh, how I wish I could refuse. But alas, that is not an option, dear Yin Yin. Li Chaoyan accepted her fate. The following day, Li Chaoyan knocked on the door of Qi Yu, having conceived a thought. Qi Yu opened the door with an icy demeanor, displaying no surprise at the arrival of Li Chaoyan. He gestured with his eyes, prompting her to speak. Have you eaten? The moment those words escaped her lips, Li Chaoyan wished she could bite her own tongue for uttering such a foolish question. Qi Yu furrowed his brow, seemingly pondering why his sister-in-law appeared rather dim-witted. Shall we not share a meal together? At that moment, Li Chaoyan yearned to rid herself of her tongue, wishing to donate it to someone in need. Li Chaoyan was perplexed by the unexpected turn of events. As she grilled meat and brushed on the marinade, Qi Yu sat nearby, observing her intently. Have I added everything? Li Chaoyan inquired, holding her assortment of seasonings. Qi Yu's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of tension. Not that red thing. The red thing? You mean the chili? You cannot tolerate spicy food? Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyan refrained from adding chili to his meat, and her apprehension towards Qi Yu diminished somewhat. This side of Qi Yu felt more genuine, at least he was not perpetually wearing a stern expression. Li Chaoyan handed the roasted meat to Qi Yu, simultaneously pouring him a glass of water and offering some fruits. Qi Yu regarded her with a puzzled expression, wondering why this female was being so attentive. I will be coming to assist you for the next few days, fetching water as per Qi Yang's instructions. Feel free to call upon me if you need anything. He stated tersely. He had never pursued a female nor formed a partnership, and it was beyond comprehension how long he had mentally prepared himself to agree to care for this female. She was delicate and soft, proving to be even more troublesome than Qi Yang. Li Chaoyan rubbed her hands together, observing Qi Yu as he savored the roasted meat. Well, I do have something to trouble you with. Qi Yu lifted his head, his golden eyes fixed intently on Li Chaoyan. Li Chaoyan, braving the psychological pressure, spoke up. I wished to go to the wood domain. However, the more she contemplated it, the more she realized how absurd it was to even suggest such an idea. Li Chaoyan had long anticipated this outcome. Undeterred, she resolved to persevere. Just allow me to go. With the three of them absent, I cannot eat or sleep well. And even the child within me is restless. Li Chaoyan's eyes brimmed with tears, presenting a visage reminiscent of pear blossoms drenched in rain. Jiu paused in his eating, gazing vacantly at Li Chaoyan's abdomen. A child? Are you not of the dragon clan? How could you possibly bear a child? Jiu scoffed, utterly incredulous of her words. Li Chaoyan let out a sigh, having already devised a strategy. You are unaware of our kind. The females of our lineage possess a constitution akin to that of the wandering beast men. Regardless of the race with which they mate, they are capable of conceiving. Jiu's mouth gaped wider, and the expression on her face grew increasingly bewildered. Just take a look. Li Chaoyan rolled up her sleeves, revealing that the small snake pattern on her arm had turned red. When a female becomes pregnant, the markings of her beast partner on her arm change to red, leaving Jiu no choice but to believe it. Do they know? Jiu stammered, realizing that with the delicate, soft female and a cub, his burdens had grown heavier. I don't know. I only discovered it today, which is why I sought you out. You must be aware that a pregnant female cannot leave her beast partner. Therefore, I must go to the wood region. Li Chaoyan gazed at Jiu with her reddened eyes, stirring a wave of unease within him. After a long silence, Jiu finally spoke. Come to me tomorrow morning. Some have died, yet not entirely. Chapter 49. The falsehood. I once thought that deceiving Jiu would be a formidable task. Li Chaoyan poked at the crimson pattern on her arm, a hint of red smudging onto her fingertip. Indeed, this vibrant hue was applied using the pigments exchanged from Jiu Jiu. The previous night, Jiu Jiu. How could I possibly persuade him? I am genuinely apprehensive of such individuals. Li Chaoyan rested her head despondently upon the table, her mind a blank canvas. Who am I? I am the omnipotent Jiu Jiu. I have long since devised a plan. The light-hearted voice of Jiu Jiu chimed in. Hurry, hurry, do share. Jiu Jiu feigned an air of mystery as she spoke. The females of the beast clan must receive comfort from their mates during pregnancy. Otherwise, the fetus becomes restless, and the chances of preserving it diminish significantly. Pregnancy, mate? But I am of a different race altogether. Li Chaoyan furrowed her brow, contemplating, yet soon her expression softened, enlightenment dawning upon her. Indeed, I do not belong to any of their races. In fact, this puts me at an advantage. I can speak freely. Clever. Truly worthy of my... Jiu Jiu hastily silenced herself. What? It's nothing. Jiu Jiu quickly shifted the topic. One more thing to note. When a female of the beast clan is pregnant, the corresponding pattern of her mate turns red. Though this change typically occurs about a month after mating. Yet this does not align with the timeline. Both the individual and the system fell into contemplation. Then it would be best to find someone I am less familiar with. After all, there would be no evidence to gather. Jiu. Early morning. Li Chaoyan arrived at the appointed hour and gently knocked on the door of Jiu. The door opened with a soft creak, revealing Jiu, who appeared to be weighed down by a low mood, his eyes bearing traces of dark circles, indicating he had not rested well the previous night. Li Chaoyan felt a pang of guilt, knowing that his turmoil was undoubtedly caused by her actions. Please, come in. His deep voice lacked the impatience often associated with a morning disturbed. Instead, it carried a subtle air of detachment. Li Chaoyan entered with a sense of restraint, instinctively seeking a chair to sit upon. Jiu poured her a glass of water, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her abdomen. Subtly, she shifted her hand to shield her belly, finding it difficult to endure his probing stare. Jiu averted his eyes, yet could not resist stealing glances from the corner of his vision. The two were momentarily suspended in this palpable tension. May I begin? Ultimately, Li Chaoyan could no longer tolerate the atmosphere and broke the awkward silence. Wait a moment. There is still someone who has yet to arrive. Though curiosity stirred within her, Li Chaoyan refrained from further inquiries, patiently awaiting the individual Jiu had mentioned. As the minutes passed, the door was suddenly rapped upon with an urgent knock. I have arrived. A coarse voice resonated from beyond the threshold, setting Li Chaoyan's nerves on edge. She thought to herself that this person, brash as they sounded, could very well be the one they awaited. Jiu opened the door, and as it swung wide, Li Chaoyan beheld the figure outside. A robust man. Towering even over Jiu, his square face was tanned, the lower half obscured by stubble, rendering his features indistinct save for his piercing, lively eyes. The man's gaze swept the room before settling upon the modestly diminished presence of Li Chaoyan. Are you the bride that Yang has found? The sensation of being scrutinized from head to toe by such a formidable figure was decidedly uncomfortable, causing Li Chaoyan to take a moment before managing to utter a single word. Yes. The imposing man seemed dissatisfied with her soft-spoken response, retorting, "Speak up. You sound like a mosquito. Don't lower your head. I want tea bite." Li Chaoyan was taken aback by his words, rendered motionless for a considerable time. Her gaze lowered even further. Observing their exchange, Jiu wore a smile and finally interjected, "Uncle Ya, she is timid. Please do not tease her." He turned and poured a glass of water for Jiu, respect glimmering in his golden eyes. Jiu lifted the glass and drained it in one gulp, the cup appearing diminutive in his grasp. "Pour me another. This cup is far too small," he complained disdainfully, waving his hand and tossing the cup back to Jiu. Flustered, Jiu hastily caught the cup and, with a sigh of resignation, turned to refill it. Upon returning, he found that Jiu had already settled into a seat. And this time he savored the freshly poured water. With eyes as sharp as an eagle's, he fixed his gaze upon Li Chaoyan. "Are you taking her to the wood domain to find Yang Zai? You need not trouble yourself further. I trust you will manage." "Indeed, just lead her to Qi Yang. That will suffice." "I appreciate your assistance," came the reply, and through their exchange, Li Chaoyan's subsequent itinerary was swiftly arranged. Jiu rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat guilty. She is expecting a child. Please be cautious on the journey." With a heavy thud, the cup was set down on the table, and a gruff voice echoed, "You never mentioned this to me. She is with child." "I am not doing this." Jiu turned to leave, but Jiu quickly intercepted him. "If you refuse, you shall remain the high priest." The motion to depart halted, and Jiu slowly resumed his seat. "Well, it is not entirely impossible." "Ahem, young lady. What is your name?" Jiu inquired, clearing his throat as if to mask the awkwardness. "My name is Li Chaoyan. It is a pleasure to meet you." "I apologize for the inconvenience," she replied. Li Chaoyan replied respectfully, her voice tinged with a hint of nervousness. "Ah, young lady, do not be afraid of me. I am most intolerant of such things." The resounding slap of the table once again startled Li Chaoyan. A prolonged silence ensued. Jiu turned away, ceasing all movements. "All right then, I shall remain still. Do not fear me." Li Chaoyan silently expressed her trepidation. Observing the harmonious interaction between the two, Jiu cleared his throat and spoke. He addressed Uncle Ya, the previous high priest, known for his formidable abilities. "If you wish to venture into the wood domain, it is essential that someone ensures your safety. Therefore, Uncle Ya, I implore you to look after her." Once Jiu concluded his statement, he visibly exhaled in relief and turned his gaze toward the two. "Are there no objections? Prepare your belongings. We shall depart from here this afternoon." "Understood," they replied. Li Chaoyan silently observed the expressions of the two individuals, and her mind began to form a clear understanding. Jiu appeared to harbor a profound aversion towards the role of the high priest. She seemed willing to go to any lengths to avoid assuming such a position. It was likely that she had often been utilized as a mere tool by Jiu. As it turned out, Li Chaoyan's assumptions were indeed correct. Initially, Jiu intended to send both Jiu and Zhu to the wood domain, but was swiftly preempted by Qi Yang. In the afternoon, Li Chaoyan arrived at the departure point with her luggage in hand, where the two of them were already waiting. Jiu extended a hand towards Li Chaoyan, yet her face bore no expression. Li Chaoyan was perplexed by the meaning of this, standing there in a daze. "The luggage. Concise and to the point. It's fine. I can manage it myself." She shook her head, not wishing to trouble anyone, and quickly added, "Give it to me." In an authoritative tone that brooked no argument, Li Chaoyan, in resignation, handed over her luggage to him. "All right, it appears you have developed a good rapport. So let us embark." Jiu chanted an incantation, and a verdant portal materialized before the trio. Logically, this should have marked Li Chaoyan's inaugural passage through this gateway. Yet she exhibited no trace of anxiety, as if she had traversed it countless times before. As the portal swung open, the two stepped through without hesitation. When the door closed behind them, the sphere of light dissipated. Just before it vanished entirely, Li Chaoyan's voice echoed, "Please keep an eye on the mead outside my dwelling." Jiu was left speechless. Suppressing the faint unease that stirred within him, he turned to exit, for he needed to inspect the surroundings of the tribe today, as well as check on her meat. Some had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 50. The Fish Thief in the Wood Domain. As the name suggests, the trees thrived abundantly. The vitality of the foliage reached an astonishing level. Thick layers of intertwined leaves obscured the sunlight, casting a somber gloom over the entire forest, which also resulted in a notably low temperature. Li Chaoyan gently touched her goosebumps on her arms. The temperature here was rather low, and having just arrived from the scorching realm, they were undoubtedly feeling the chill. Chia, however, seemed unfazed, handing her luggage back to her and suggesting, "You should put on an extra layer, little girl." After expressing her gratitude, Li Chaoyan accepted her luggage and draped a garment over herself, feeling considerably better. Regarding Chia's inquiry about her name without actually addressing her by it, she remained indifferent, and furthermore, she dared not bring it up. Nevertheless, she harbored profound suspicions that Chia had simply forgotten. Occasionally, the crisp chirping of birds resonated through the forest, enhancing the overall tranquility of the woods. In this serene woodland, even the sound of the wind was absent. In Li Chaoyan's mind, the sound of the task completion notification echoed, but her heart remained unperturbed, for she had accumulated a considerable amount of points. "How shall we find her, little girl?" Chia inquired. His voice softened as he ran his rough hand over the back of his head. He was genuinely concerned about frightening the young girl further, especially since she was with child. "Let us head to the Iron Horn tribe. They are surely bound for that place as well," Li Chaoyan surmised, believing that the trio's mission must be linked to the Iron Horn tribe. "All right, lead the way," Kia replied nonchalantly, knowing that once this task was completed, he would not entertain any further requests from Chao. The dilemma, however, was that they were unaware of the Iron Horn tribe's location. What does it matter? We shall proceed and inquire with any beastman we encounter. Surely, they will not refuse to answer, he remarked, contemplating a rather blunt approach. Li Chaoyan surprisingly found herself in agreement. The two wandered aimlessly through the forest, listening to the melodious chirping of birds, accompanied by the gentle rustle of leaves. And they fell into an eerie silence. Unfamiliar with each other, they found it difficult to engage in conversation as an impromptu team. Ultimately unable to endure the quiet, Li Chaoyan broke the silence. "Why don't you assume the role of the Grand Priest?" The tall figure ahead paused momentarily, and a rugged voice replied, "I'm too busy, it doesn't suit me." This indeed aligned with Chia's character, as he appeared to be the type who shunned excessive activity. "Then why did you decide to run for the position in the first place?" Li Chaoyan inquired as they walked, eager to learn more about her companion. Chia fell silent for a while, seemingly grappling with how to respond. After a lengthy pause, he stammered, "At that time, a group was competing, and I wasn't even sure what they were competing for. I saw a commotion and joined in, not expecting to win outright and become the Grand Priest." Li Chaoyan harbored no doubts about Chia, pondering the remarkable prowess he possessed. The two conversed as they walked, with Li Chaoyan predominantly posing questions while Chia provided answers. Occasionally, Chia would inquire about her relationship with Qi Yang. Thus, a bond began to blossom between them. After a considerable stroll, they finally came upon a river, where the water source was significantly less abundant compared to the vast water bodies they had encountered earlier. "Uncle Ya, there's a river. We can catch some fish," Li Chaoyan exclaimed, her appetite stirred, unconsciously licking her lips. "All right, wait here while Uncle Ya catches some fish for you," Chia replied, having not savored fish in quite some time. The last occasion was during their water-fetching expedition. As they spent more time together, Li Chaoyan discerned that Chia was not as brusque as his exterior suggested. Rather, he exhibited a remarkable attentiveness, surpassing that of many other beastmen. He shed his upper garment, revealing a physique of impressive musculature, a level of fitness that many who frequented gyms might never attain. With a powerful leap, he plunged into the river. Perhaps owing to the inherent acute senses of the Yanghu clan, Chia swiftly caught the first fish, followed closely by a second. He tossed the fish onto the bank, focusing solely on his task. The woods were dense and chaotic, requiring caution when kindling a fire. Therefore, Li Chaoyan cleared a small patch of ground and gathered some wood to build a fire. Once the flames crackled to life, she produced a finely crafted bone knife, a gift from Jiu Jiu. She wondered momentarily about the well-being of the three individuals they had parted ways with. Shaking off her thoughts, Li Chaoyan began to prepare the fish on the riverbank. Although the fish in the woods were relatively small, they possessed few bones, by simply removing the central spine. There were hardly any other bones to contend with. Li Chaoyan set the meticulously prepared fish and meat aside on a clean leaf, then sprinkled it with her exclusive secret seasoning. After finishing applying the seasoning, Li Chaoyan felt something was amiss. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why are there only 5? I distinctly remember having washed at least 7. Counting once more, it still amounts to 5. Li Chaoyan cast a glance around. The silence enveloping the surroundings made it implausible for anyone to have stolen their fish without a sound. Suppressing her inner doubts, Li Chaoyan instructed Chia to ascend the shore first. She stealthily approached Chia, whispering a few words. The two exchanged a knowing look and nodded in agreement. Li Chaoyan expertly threaded the prepared fish onto branches, allowing them to roast for a while before applying a second layer of seasoning. The enticing aroma of the fish wafted through the air, causing Chia to involuntarily swallow. "What have you smeared on that, girl? It's driving me mad with hunger." Chia's gaze remained fixated on the sizzling fish in Li Chaoyan's hands, the rhythm of his swallowing quickening, accompanied by the rumbling of his stomach. "This is a seasoning I concocted myself. Just a moment, this one is almost done," Li Chaoyan replied. During her time in the fiery domain, she had not been idle. Each day, while taking leisurely strolls, she observed her surroundings. This diligence led her to discover several plants reminiscent of modern seasonings. After identifying them, she had Jiu Jiu ascertain their edibility, subsequently grinding the safe ones into powder and experimenting with their proportions. Ultimately, she crafted her unique blend of seasoning. Concerned that Jiu Jiu and the others might find the local fare unpalatable, she generously shared a substantial portion of her seasoning with the trio. The thought of those three rascals crossed her mind again. Those ruthless fellows. Li Chaoyan shook her head, attempting to banish thoughts of them. She offered the first skewer of perfectly grilled fish to Chia, watching intently as he took his first and second bites. With his mouth full, Chia managed to murmur a few words of praise. He devoured the first fish with remarkable speed, repeatedly giving Li Chaoyan a thumbs up, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Li Chaoyan received an answer that pleased her. Then she handed 2 more skewers to Chia, having consumed only one herself, for that was ample for her. The two of them were satiated, and Li Chaoyan gazed at the solitary remaining skewer of fish. "Oh dear, Uncle Ya, there's still 1 skewer left that I cannot finish," she said, winking at Chia. "I cannot manage it either. What shall we do?" Chia waved his hand and responded in unison. "Let us discard it." Li Chaoyan rose and grasped the string of fish, feigning an intention to cast it into the river. From the nearby thicket emerged a rustling sound, and her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of it. No movement followed. Li Chaoyan approached the riverbank, on the verge of releasing her grip. Suddenly, a brown figure darted past her, snatching the skewer of fish from her hands. In the blink of an eye, that figure was captured by Chia. It was a slender brown monkey. No wonder it had made no sound while pilfering their fish earlier. "Who are you, and why have you stolen our fish?" "Some souls have departed, yet not entirely." Chapter 51. Ho Shuang the monkey appeared quite frail, yet spoke in a melodious and youthful voice tinged with a hint of innocence. "Please, do not harm me. It was unintentional." Tears glistened in its eyes, reflecting a mixture of fear and despair, while its grip on the skewer of fish remained firm. Li Chaoyan had no genuine intention to harm him, yet she feigned intimidation and asked, "Who are you? Why have you stolen?" "My name is Ho Shuang. I came to find someone, and I sincerely apologize for taking your belongings." Ho Shuang lowered his head, falling silent, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Please, do not cry. Since you can speak, you must be a beast man as well. Transform into your human form." Chia quickly set Ho Shuang down, her bell-like eyes fixed upon him. Unperturbed by the possibility of his escape, Ho Shuang continued to weep uncontrollably, his shoulders shaking, while he attempted to wipe away his tears with the hand that had not grasped anything. I cannot transform yet." He cautiously lifted his eyes to glance at Chia. "Woo, I'm scared, brother." Ultimately, unable to contain himself, his soft sobs erupted into loud wails, the piercing cries startling a flock of birds into flight. "I'm sorry. I stole something. My brother taught me that stealing is wrong. Please, punish me. Woo, I'm a bad person, a wicked Ho Shuang." As he spoke, his shoulders trembled, and tears continued to cascade from his eyes, each droplet tugging at the heartstrings. His hand, still clutching the fish, reached out towards Li Chaoyan, trembling in rhythm with his cries. Li Chaoyan, feeling a pang of compassion, gently patted his head and said, There, do not cry. It is indeed wrong to steal, but how about I give you this fish? That way, it will no longer be considered theft." Li Chaoyan's gentle tones soothed Ho Shuang, and his cries gradually diminished, yet tears continued to trickle down from his eyes, as if they were inexhaustible. "Your name is Ho Shuang, is it not? Such a tender young one. I apologize. I raised my voice a bit too much just now. Oh, please, do not weep. I truly have no intention of harming you." Chia appeared quite flustered, unsure of how to act, for he held a deep fear of both young ones and females. To clarify, his greatest dread lay with weeping younglings and pregnant females, and how fortunate it was that he encountered both at this moment. Ironically, his attempts at comfort seemed to have the opposite effect. As Ho Shuang's tears flowed even more profusely, his shoulders shaking with greater intensity, yet he endeavored to stifle his sobs. Brother said I must be a man. So, when will brother come to find Ho Shuang? Li Chaoyan embraced Ho Shuang, holding him gently, soothingly stroking his back. Gradually, Ho Shuang ceased his sobs and began to hiccup. Here, take this, he said, extending the fish skewer tightly clutched in his hand. I'm sorry, realize my mistake. Please, don't tell my brother. His tender voice emerged, with tears still glistening in his eyes, which he valiantly attempted to suppress once more. As Li Chaoyan's words caught in her throat, she took a moment before gently pushing Ho Shuang's hand away and finally spoke. You have been very good. This is a reward. Your brother will be very pleased as well. Please don't cry. At these words, Ho Shuang lifted his previously downcast head, his tear-filled eyes sparkling with hope. Really? Brother will be happy for me? Gently stroking Ho Shuang's frail back, Li Chaoyan reassured him. He certainly will. At this, Ho Shuang's spirits lifted. As children's emotions are fleeting. Sister Yin Yin, your cooking is truly delicious, he exclaimed while enjoying the fish skewers, his demeanor polite and cautious, evidently a testament to his brother's excellent upbringing. While Ho Shuang savored his meal, Li Chaoyan inquired about his background. She learned that he and his brother, Ho Dan, were originally from the Beastman tribe of the Wood Monkey clan, living a quiet and harmonious life in this wooded realm, surrounded by family and friends. However, everything changed when the Iron Rhinoceros tribe invaded their territory, forcibly conscripting the able-bodied and seizing food and females. What they labeled as conscription was, in reality, a brutal abduction, leaving no room for dissent. Ho Shuang recounted how the Iron Rhinoceros tribe had recently commenced an enormous construction project, leading to their indiscriminate capture of strong males and plundering of resources. Despite their efforts, Ho Shuang and his brother managed to escape, but their parents and friends were tragically lost. On their flight, they encountered members of the Iron Rhinoceros tribe once more, and in a valiant attempt to protect Ho Shuang, Ho Dan was apprehended. Ho Shuang yearned to rescue his brother but was at a loss, as their tribe was already secluded, and he had no knowledge of the Iron Rhinoceros tribe's whereabouts. As he spoke, tears threatened to spill again. I feel so helpless. It has always been my brother who protects me. Li Chaoyan quickly embraced him. She had witnessed the child's prowess in weeping and knew she must not allow him to cry any longer. Ho Shuang stifled the tears that threatened to overflow and continued speaking. However, the clan elder had once told me that the place where the sun rises is the Iron Rhinoceros tribe. Each day, I await the dawn, for it is then that I shall discover the Iron Rhinoceros tribe. A resolute expression brightened Ho Shuang's small face, for he believed he could find his brother. This time, he vowed to protect him. The place where the sun rises, surely, that is the east? Li Chaoyan had made up her mind. This child shared their path as well. Ho Shuang, let us also journey to the Iron Horn tribe. Why not travel together? Li Chaoyan's voice was gentle as she gently patted the not-so-shiny fur atop Ho Shuang's head. However, the monkey beneath her hand seemed startled, springing up abruptly. He hastily waved his hand, discarding the stick that he had already gnawed clean of meat. No, Sister Yin, you are too beautiful to go. In a rush to assure them he was not deceiving, Ho Shuang quickly added, the Iron Rhinoceros tribe is capturing females. I am not lying to you. Li Chaoyan felt a warmth in her heart. Ho Shuang was indeed adorable. At this moment, the previously silent Kia finally spoke up, declaring, I will protect you. He had refrained from speaking earlier, fearing he might frighten Ho Shuang, but now it was time to express his stance. He flexed his muscular arms. Disregarding the Iron Rhino clan, it had been long since he had sought a fight. His rugged voice startled Ho Shuang, making him tremble slightly, yet in the next instant, Ho Shuang cast an envious glance at Kia, wishing to possess such strength. I want to protect my brother and Sister Yin Yin. Ho Shuang raised his own arm, but it was still frail, almost resembling skin stretched over bone. The days of wandering had rendered Ho Shuang even weaker. Compounded by the scarcity of meals, the light in his eyes dimmed, and his lips pursed in disappointment. A coarse yet warm sensation brushed against his head. He looked up to find Kia's gaze flicker awkwardly, though he did not withdraw his hand. From now on, you will fight alongside me, and you will gain strength too. In an instant, Ho Shuang's spirits lifted, and he clung to Kia's arm, tugging at his slightly long beard. You're so wonderful, big guy. Kia beamed at Ho Shuang, not at all irritated, and even began to play along with him. Li Chaoyan was amused by the playful banter between the two, yet her mind was racing. The Iron Rhinoceros tribe was indeed peculiar, and it had only recently undergone such transformations, making it even more enigmatic. Moreover, how could Kia alone contend with the entirety of the Iron Rhinoceros tribe? She needed to swiftly locate the three individuals to strategize together. thoughts of them resurfaced. Some were dead, yet not entirely gone. Chapter 52. Li Chaoyan captured as the playful squabbles between Ho Shuang and Kia continued. Dusk began to fall. They both insisted on keeping watch, to which Li Chaoyan timidly suggested, "Actually, I could do it too." "No way." They both vehemently rejected her, their stance resolute. Ho Shuang patted her small chest with her tiny paw, her eyes glimmering with determination as she declared with righteous fervor, "We are males. It is our duty to protect the males. This is what my brother taught me." "Indeed, I concur," Kia chimed in, draping an arm around Ho Shuang's slender shoulders. He then added, "You are still a cub, so let me, an adult male, take the night watch. You should rest more to grow taller." With that, he gave her a gentle pat on the head. Ho Shuang crossed her arms defiantly, puffing up indignantly. "No, the big guy needs rest too. I will keep watch for the first half of the night, and you will take the second half. That's how it's decided." Her tone allowed for no dissent. And she added, "If you look down on me, I shall go on my own." Li Chaoyan hurriedly spoke. "How could I possibly look down upon you? Let us proceed as you suggest." She then turned to Uncle Ya and said, "If he wishes to guard, then let him do so. Without some engagement, he will remain restless." Uncle Ya, resigned to the situation, gazed helplessly at the diminutive yet spirited Ho Shuang, pointing a finger at him, yet words eluded him. "Very well. I shall retire for the night. Little one, do remember to call for me." With a wave of her hand to Li Chaoyan and the others, Uncle Ya found a spot beneath a tree and lay down. "Uncle Ya, I have some animal hides here." Li Chaoyan called out at Yaki, saying, "No need for that. I am not accustomed to such things. Give it to that little one instead." Li Chaoyan, feeling helpless, handed a piece of animal hide to Ho Shuang and laid down on another. She grasped Ho Shuang's paw, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "You must protect me well." Ho Shuang was momentarily taken aback, then nodded vigorously. This phrase lingered in his mind for a long time. Upon awakening from her slumber, Li Chaoyan discovered that the animal hide she had originally given to Ho Shuang was now draped over her. As she sought the whereabouts of the two, Ho Shuang averted her gaze. With a smile and a shake of her head, Li Chaoyan rose to her feet. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a peculiar soreness and numbness around her waist today. After pondering for a while, she surmised it might be due to an uncomfortable sleeping position the night before. She chose to dismiss this odd sensation. Li Chaoyan exchanged for a simple compass with Jiu Jiu, crafting a falsehood about having brought it from her tribe. "I've never seen you take it out before," Chia remarked, a sense of unease creeping over her as she scratched her head. Li Chaoyan paused briefly and spoke naturally. It was previously unnecessary. Without suspicion, the trio continued their journey eastward. After several days of travel, they encountered various signs of orc habitation along the way, even discovering a few remnants of campfires. If the Iron Rhino tribe indeed refrained from using fire, then these traces were likely left by Jiu and his companions. This realization invigorated Li Chaoyan's enthusiasm for the journey, reaffirming that they had not strayed from their path. In the afternoon, the two men and the monkey stumbled upon a spring and decided to set up camp there. After days of relentless pursuit of clues, they could no longer withstand the fatigue and opted to rest. Chia set off in search of game, while Ho Shuang played merrily in the waters of the spring. Li Chaoyan observed him with a smile, still such a child at heart. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted around them, causing Li Chaoyan's heart to race. She quickly scooped up Ho Shuang and grabbed their belongings, retreating behind a rock. Just as they had finally found a place to rest, a sharp voice pierced Li Chaoyan's mind. She shook herself back to reality, but her head throbbed anew. Reaching up to rub her temples, Li Chaoyan peered through a gap and saw a woman clad in black embracing another woman dressed in red, both frolicking by the spring. Li Chaoyan could not discern their faces, dismissing them as mere females from a nearby tribe enjoying their leisure. She struggled to suppress the discomfort rising within her. "You certainly possess a refined taste," a languid yet sinister voice echoed, as a figure draped in flowing purple fabric captured Li Chaoyan's gaze, leaving her with nothing but that striking hue. A pain akin to being pricked by needles surged through her head. Li Chaoyan vigorously pounded her head, attempting to dissipate the lingering pain. Ho Shuang grasped Li Chaoyan's arm, preventing her from striking him. "Sister Yin, please." Li Chaoyan quickly covered his mouth, relieved that the two had not been noticed. Cold sweat beaded on Li Chaoyan's brow as she endured her pain. "I sincerely hope your method proves effective," she thought, as the sharp voice of the woman in black echoed again, tinged with a hint of malice. Soon, a throng of orcs emerged from the nearby forest, and Li Chaoyan noticed that among them were numerous females, alongside bound male orcs, while others carried a substantial haul of prey. "What is the purpose of this?" The voice of the man in purple resounded once more. The high priest of the Iron Rhinoceros clan will undoubtedly appreciate the gifts we present. As he turned, Li Chaoyan caught a glimpse of his face through a narrow opening. It was strikingly handsome, rivaling that of her own beastly husband. Yet, an overwhelming chill enveloped her heart. The captured ones are from the Wood Domain, Ho Shuang cautiously whispered into Li Chaoyan's ear. Li Chaoyan understood in her heart that these individuals were likely seeking the high priest of the Iron Horn tribe, and these items were presumably their offerings. They did not appear to be virtuous individuals. Li Chaoyan cautiously retreated, and upon reaching the jungle, she parted ways with Ho Shuang to search for Qi. In her frantic quest, a sudden pain pierced the back of her neck, and her vision faded to darkness. Still hoping to escape, the wandering beast man who found Li Chaoyan assumed she was merely a female who had managed to flee, and he hoisted her back, discarding her among a pile of other females. Before departing, he contemplated caressing Li Chaoyan's delicate face, admiring her beauty, so fair and tender. However, before his hand could touch her cheek, he was nearly throttled by a figure behind him. Unwanted hands? Jisha disdainfully cast the man aside, indifferent to his fate. While the surrounding females had already retreated in terror, leaving only the unconscious Li Chaoyan beside him, Jisha slowly crouched down, his long fingers tentatively reaching out to brush against Li Chaoyan's face, only to retract immediately, his expression unchanged. He then lifted Li Chaoyan into his arms, transporting her to his domain. Found you again, you really cannot hide. Hiding nearby, Ho Shuang's eyes widened in fear, tears threatening to spill over. He attempted to rush forward, but was seized by a large hand from behind. Shoo, it's Qi. He finally ceased his struggles. Qi led him to a slightly more distant location before releasing his hand that had covered Ho Shuang's mouth. Sister Yin Yin has been captured and is to be taken to the Iron Rhino tribe. We must rescue her. Ho Shuang's anxious voice rang out, his movements frantic like a headless fly. He regretted not persuading her further, preventing her from coming, which could have averted this situation. Overwhelmed with guilt, tears welled in his eyes. Don't cry, I'll find a way. Qi, feeling helpless, was frustrated that while he was out hunting, the girl had been taken. A profound sense of defeat washed over him. Those individuals belonged to the wandering beast clan. After a long pause, he stood up. Some have perished, but not entirely. Chapter 53. Do you not recognize me? What are you pretending for? Let us go. She spat out these words gruffly and headed toward the group. Confused, Ho Shuang followed closely behind. He leaped and tugged at Qi's sleeve. Don't do anything reckless. There are too many of them. His slender monkey tail wrapped around Qi's arm as he swiftly climbed onto his shoulder. Really, big guy, you cannot be caught again. His tone was urgent and filled with grievance. Qi firmly grasped the monkey, holding it before him as they exchanged glances. I am not that foolish. His tone of resignation eased Ho Shuang's worries. He freed himself from Qi's hold, leaping back onto his shoulder. What shall we do then? Qi found a tree entwined with vines, tearing off a handful and raising it before Ho Shuang. You bind me with this, but leave it a bit loose. I will blend in shortly. In the recent observation, Kia discovered that the bound orcs were all ensnared by these vines. Their imposing figures appeared to be weak and unsteady, unable to even free themselves from such tendrils. You must infiltrate. Ho Shuang's eyes widened in astonishment, his simian features reflecting shock. Gaining entry would facilitate the rescue of that girl. Remain here and do not wander. I shall return to find you once I have saved her, Kia instructed, handing over his belongings to Ho Shuang. Once secured, he strode purposefully toward the group. A mist of uncertainty clouded Ho Shuang's gaze. If only he were stronger. This was something he had never encountered before. A Blood Eagle tribe orc scratched his head and remarked to a companion nearby. The latter, without even glancing, retorted dismissively. If you haven't seen it, then you haven't seen it. Who would be foolish enough to infiltrate here? The Blood Eagle orc wished to elaborate further, but his companion, clearly impatient, clasped his shoulder and forcibly led him away. What is there to discuss? Let's eat. I'm starving, he grumbled. Kia successfully blended into the group of bound orcs, navigating the situation without incident. It was then that he noticed the lifelessness in the eyes of the captured Wood Domain orcs, their expressions vacant, particularly their lips, which were cracked and peeling. When Kia attempted to speak to one of them, the orc seemed oblivious to his presence, merely sitting vacantly on the ground. Kia began to comprehend the reason behind their feeble condition. These individuals were given minimal sustenance each day and were forced to scavenge for that meager portion like dogs. Under such circumstances, their strength and dignity were severely diminished, rendering them unlikely to escape even if freed. What a ruthless strategy. Kia furrowed his brow, suppressing any surge of compassion, for his foremost priority was to rescue the girl. If these individuals could be of assistance, then so be it. scanning his surroundings. He failed to spot Li Chaoyan's figure. A tall, sturdy tree stood nearby. Li Chaoyan's long, delicately curved eyelashes fluttered gently. Jiu, as if discovering something amusing, reached out to playfully poke at her lashes. The person in her embrace seemed displeased, struggling to evade his hand. Ultimately, Li Chaoyan, growing weary of the antics, swatted his hand away and muttered, "Bai Su, stop it." The atmosphere instantly turned frigid, and sensing something amiss, Li Chaoyan opened her eyes. Who is this? How did she end up in this person's arms? As her thoughts coalesced and her hazy gaze sharpened, she recognized him, the scoundrel. Li Chaoyan hurriedly pushed aside Jiu. Yet her body felt a sudden sense of weightlessness. Just then, an arm from behind encircled her waist, drawing her back into Jiu's embrace, where she was compelled to gaze up at his handsome visage. The chill that enveloped Li Chaoyan deepened, an instinctual awareness whispering to her that this individual was truly formidable. Indeed, Jiu, did I know him previously? Why does an overwhelming sense of dread wash over me? Can you hear me? I apologize for forgetting. Even if you spoke, I would remain oblivious. Suddenly, a gentle twist at her waist snapped Li Chaoyan back to reality. Lost in thought, were you pondering about your little beast husband? A languid voice drifted to her ears as Jiu reclined against a branch behind her, hands clasped behind his head, appraising Li Chaoyan with a curious gaze. Li Chaoyan finally discerned her surroundings. How did she end up in a tree? This tree was grand, and its branches robust. Yet it could barely accommodate the two of them. Thus, when Li Chaoyan had stepped back moments ago, she nearly tumbled from her perch. She turned her gaze towards the orc before her. Jiu had been staring at Li Chaoyan with an expression full of intrigue. Li Chaoyan's eyes sparkled with vigilance, and a myriad of prickling sensations coursed through her head. "Put me down," she exclaimed. Peering down at the branches, she beheld a dense canopy of leaves, obscuring any view of the ground below, leaving her uncertain about the prospect of leaping down. It was as if Jiu had divined her thoughts, a pleased smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Stop looking. Jumping down would surely lead to your demise." Li Chaoyan felt an intensifying pain in her head. With great effort, she maintained her composure and asked, "Who are you? Do we know each other?" The mockery in Jiu's eyes diminished somewhat, replaced by a fleeting, imperceptible panic, which was soon overshadowed by anger. Jiu clenched Li Chaoyan's chin fiercely, her eyes ablaze with fury. "You don't recognize me? How is that possible? What are you pretending for?" Releasing her grip on Li Chaoyan's chin, a clear imprint of her hand was left behind, a testament to Jiu's considerable strength. Li Chaoyan was besieged by excruciating pain, utterly oblivious to the words and actions of those around her. She pressed her hands against her head, her lips turning ashen, and beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Such agony. Jiu was taken aback, wondering if she was merely feigning her distress. Tentatively, he extended his hand, drawing Li Chaoyan into his embrace, resting his palm upon the area she held so tightly. After what felt like an eternity, long enough for Jiu's arm to grow weary, Li Chaoyan's curled form finally stirred. Since her arrival in the flame domain, she had experienced intermittent headaches, but never had the pain been as relentless and intense as it was now. Her hair was dampened by cold sweat, and as she lifted her gaze, she noticed that Jiu too had become soaked. Upon observing him again, she found that the fury on his face had completely dissipated, replaced by a languid, nonchalant demeanor. With his long fingers resting casually against his temple, Jiu slowly spoke. "Do you truly not remember me?" Li Chaoyan kept her lips sealed, refusing to respond. "If you remain silent, I shall cast you aside," a languid voice echoed once more. "I cannot recall, yet I am certain you are no virtuous individual." Li Chaoyan glared at Jiu, her eyes brimming with discontent. "I want to go down." Laughter erupted, initially soft, then crescendoing to a boisterous volume. Jiu, with a fist pressed against her mouth, chuckled so heartily that her shoulders quivered, yet her violet eyes bore no trace of mirth. As she lifted her gaze, a sickly and shadowy gleam flickered within them. "You have spoken a truth. I have never been a good person." Jiu's face inched closer to Li Chaoyan's, until their noses nearly touched. Li Chaoyan gradually retreated, until there was nowhere left to back away. Once more, her waist was encircled, a strong grip pulling her towards Jiu, who laid her down. "Do not think of leaving. Stay and sleep with me." Li Chaoyan found herself ensnared by Jiu's arm, firmly pressed against his chest. Despite her feeble attempts to break free, she realized the strength he possessed belied his slender frame, compelling her to concede. A myriad of thoughts flickered through her mind. Ultimately, she stealthily shifted her hand to her waist, her fingers brushing against a familiar hard object. Drawing forth the bone dagger, She raised her hand in readiness. In a fleeting moment, Jisha's grip seized her wrist. His enchanting violet gaze locked onto her, his chiseled profile grazing her hairline as his lips parted slightly. A surprise attack? Do you have any idea how many ambushes I have endured throughout my life? Li Chaoyan trembled as she shook her head, her delicate lips parting once more. Do you wish to know what ultimately became of them? Li Chaoyan shook her head once more, trembling even more violently. The flowers surrounding our tribe are flourishing beautifully. I shall bring you two on another day. Jisha's tone shifted, laden with an inscrutable meaning. He snatched the bone knife from Li Chaoyan's grasp and gently brushed her forehead, saying, "Rest now. This object is perilous, and I shall take care of it." Resuming her previous posture, Li Chaoyan dared not to move again, her ears attuned to the steady rhythm of Jisha's heartbeat. Li Chaoyan unconsciously pondered. If that blade had descended just now, would her heartbeat have ceased? Time passed without her notice, and eventually, her consciousness began to wane, surrendering to a profound slumber. In the darkness, a pair of violet eyes opened. Jisha turned her head to gaze at the whirl of Li Chaoyan's hair, her hand involuntarily reaching out to pinch her cheek. Forgotten, are we? Then allow me to reintroduce myself. This time, it is the true me. Some may have perished, yet they have not entirely vanished. Chapter 54. Merely a plaything as dawn broke. The crowing of roosters echoed through the air. Li Chaoyan shifted her aching arm. Having spent the entire night sleeping on that side, which naturally left her feeling rather uncomfortable. Her waist was tightly constricted. She found it increasingly difficult to contain herself. The grip around her waist severely limited the range of her movements. Li Chaoyan tugged at Jisha's arm, which was as unyielding as iron. Yet she could not budge it an inch. Defeated, she surrendered to her despair and lay down. Jisha's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and a faint smile graced her lips. This gesture caught Li Chaoyan's attention, prompting her to prod Jisha and exclaim urgently, "You must be awake. Stop pretending to be asleep." Li Chaoyan's tone was rather harsh, her words revealing a sense of impatience. She could no longer contain herself. Jisha remained unmoved. Li Chaoyan's face flushed crimson, and her grip tightened with increasing urgency. "Hurry. I need to go to the restroom." It was as though the words were a struggle to utter. Li Chaoyan found herself compelled to voice such an embarrassing request before this rogue. Jisha, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. His violet locks danced teasingly against Li Chaoyan's neck with his movements. Li Chaoyan felt an insatiable itch, an overwhelming sensation intensifying beneath her. "Stop laughing, or I shall unleash my wrath upon you," she exclaimed in a state of urgency, her face flushed crimson and her body trembling uncontrollably. At last, Jisha rose, effortlessly leaping to embrace Li Chaoyan and gently placing her on the ground. As he released her, she swiftly darted away. After addressing her predicament, she surveyed her surroundings, contemplating an escape. Yet Jisha's voice resonated from nearby. "Do not even think about fleeing. Wherever you go, I shall retrieve you." Resigned, Li Chaoyan had no choice but to obediently return, ignoring Jisha as she made her way towards a nearby spring, with Jisha trailing her at a measured distance. Li Chaoyan washed her hands and, upon turning around, found herself face to face with the woman in red behind her. The sound of a wooden basin crashing to the ground echoed through the air. "Li Chaoyan," Yu Qing exclaimed through gritted teeth, one finger pointed accusingly at her. Her body trembling uncontrollably, her eyes shimmering with disbelief and animosity. Li Chaoyan was taken aback by her sudden action, remaining utterly still. A dull ache began to throb in her head, yet it was not overwhelming. Li Chaoyan could not fathom the source of such animosity from this female adversary, whose gaze bore into her like a tangible blade. Yu Qing advanced relentlessly, her eyes glinting with malice, with hands claw-like. Her once exquisite visage contorted grotesquely as she emitted a piercing shriek and charged at Li Chaoyan. Alas, in the next moment, she was unceremoniously kicked aside by Jisha, who cast a disdainful glance her way, a profound warning flickering in her eyes. As a woman clad in black approached, drawn by the commotion, Jisha's lips curled into a smile as she leaned closer, fixating on Yu Qing's frantic yet infatuated gaze, and spoke slowly. "Dare you lay a hand on her? First, consider your own worth." With her mirth extinguished, Jisha grasped Li Chaoyan's hand and prepared to depart. Ahead, a shadow materialized, the blood princess fixating malevolently on Li Chaoyan's lowered face and the hands they clasped. A sharp voice pierced the air, causing the hearts of those present to tremble. "Jisha, since you have found this woman, why did you not inform me?" Her crimson eyes blazed with fury, yet Jisha remained unfazed. With frost in his violet gaze, he replied, "Why should I inform you?" The blood princess was infuriated by his retort, her chest heaving uncontrollably. Whose side are you on? You have even harmed Xiaoqing. Jisha tilted his head, seemingly contemplating, his grip on Li Chaoyan tightening as he spoke again. Just a plaything. Much like your Xiaoqing, merely a plaything. Why should we allow such trifles to provoke us? The Blood Princess was momentarily rendered speechless. Taking a considerable time to regain her composure, she pointed accusingly at Jisha. Very well, Jisha. It better be so. She strode forward, forcefully colliding with Li Chaoyan as she passed, her blood-red gaze fixed upon her. When you tire of her, hand her over to me. Jisha adjusted his grip, gently caressing the inner wrist of Li Chaoyan, his violet eyes meeting the Blood Princess's. Certainly. He then led Li Chaoyan away. The Blood Princess approached Yuqing, assisting her to her feet and, disregarding Yuqing's struggles, dragged her towards her domain. Soon after, Yuqing's anguished cries echoed throughout the forest, startling the birds into flight. The wandering beastmen and the Blood Eagle clan were unfazed, pausing momentarily before resuming their activities. Jisha and Li Chaoyan sat by the riverside. The person beside her lost in thought, startled by Yuqing's scream, as Jisha pinched Li Chaoyan's cheek. With a dangerous tone, he inquired, "Do you wish to follow that madwoman?" His long fingers glided from her cheek to her ear, applying a gentle yet firm pressure. "Be obedient, and I shall not tire of you." Li Chaoyan silently lamented the madness of the two, yet dared not voice her thoughts. Relegating her grievances to the confines of her mind, she fervently hoped that Xia could devise a means of salvation. For prolonged association with this lunatic would surely not bode well for her. Nonetheless, for the time being, it seemed that safety could only be found in the presence of this eccentric individual. Yuqing's cries grew increasingly harrowing, sending shivers down Li Chaoyan's spine. Was this truly a scene of crime? A wave of warmth brushed against her ear as a hand, belonging to Jisha, enveloped it. Li Chaoyan shuddered from the scalding heat, attempting to pull her hand away from Jisha's grasp. Yet, it remained steadfastly unmoving. Li Chaoyan relinquished her resistance, allowing him to hold her. Her heart was in turmoil, and she instinctively wished to distance herself from Jisha. I am not afraid. Please let go." Sensing the falsehood in her words, a flicker of anger crossed Jisha's eyes. Releasing his grip, he clicked his tongue in disinterest. Li Chaoyan ceased all extraneous movements, her gaze fixated upon her own toes. After a considerable silence, her stomach let out a faint growl. A touch of embarrassment washed over her. It had indeed been quite some time since she last ate. Jisha chuckled softly and rose to her feet. "Let us indulge in some food. It seems my little companion is quite famished." A teasing glint flickered in her eyes as they swept over Li Chaoyan, prompting the latter to awkwardly rise as well. "What exactly do you intend to do?" With a surge of courage, Li Chaoyan inquired, her gaze locking onto Jisha's eyes. "To eat, of course. Are you not hungry?" As she spoke, Jisha playfully brushed her hand against Li Chaoyan's abdomen, her eyes filled with mischief. "What I mean is..." Before she could finish her thought, Jisha tugged at her, her languid voice whispering close to Li Chaoyan's ear. "I said you were hungry. Did you not comprehend?" Without regard for Li Chaoyan's struggles, she resolutely pulled her away. Truly a capricious individual. Some may perish, yet they do not entirely fade away. Chapter 55. Do you fancy me as your plaything? Li Chaoyan allowed him to hold her, while secretly feeling a sense of resentment towards him. "I wish to go out," she thought to herself. "Yin Yin, after assessing your capabilities, perhaps it would be wise for you to remain here for a while? After all, he poses no threat to you." Main quest: to thwart the sinister plot of the Iron Rhinoceros tribe's high priest and acquire the Spirit of Wood. Reward: 10,000 points. Main quest 1: Journey to the Iron Rhinoceros tribe. Reward: 400 points. Indeed, the high priest of the Iron Rhinoceros tribe is quite peculiar. However, what is the significance of obtaining the Spirit of Wood? Li Chaoyan was being led forward by Jisha, yet her mind was engaged in a conversation with Jiu Jiu. Lost in thought, she inadvertently collided with the back of the person ahead, covering her reddened nose as she muttered in a sulky tone, "Why did we stop?" Jisha turned around, observing Li Chaoyan's embarrassed demeanor, and a smile crept across her lips, for they had arrived. It was only then that Li Chaoyan realized they had arrived at the barbecue site. The orcs of the Wandering Beast tribe had prepared food for Jisha, placing it reverently on clean leaves, accompanied by an assortment of fruits. The spread looked utterly tantalizing. Unable to suppress a gulp, she instinctively touched her stomach, wondering how she could be so famished. Observing her reaction, Jisha promptly guided Li Chaoyan to her designated spot, urging her to eat. As one might tend to a beloved pet, Li Chaoyan cast a resentful glance at him before turning to pick up a piece of roasted meat. She took a bite, only to spit it out. It lacked flavor and was utterly unpalatable. Casting a pitying look at Jiu Li Chaoyan retrieved her secret seasoning that she always carried and sprinkled some over the meat before taking another bite. Now, this was delightful. As she observed the female version of herself enjoying the meal, a flicker of amusement passed through Jisha's eyes, and he then extended his hand. "What are you doing?" Li Chaoyan inquired, perplexed. "I want some too," he declared with a tone of unwavering confidence. Li Chaoyan could hardly believe that such a childlike request for candy could be made by this villainous character. Momentarily at a loss for how to respond, she impulsively extended the skewer of roasted meat in her hand towards him. To her surprise, he accepted it. Li Chaoyan's mind was in turmoil. It was a disaster. She hurriedly attempted to reclaim the piece of meat, only to be obstructed by Jisha. "Once it is in my possession, can you truly take it back?" Li Chaoyan rolled her eyes, muttering under her breath that she hoped he didn't mind. She then took a piece of meat, seasoned it generously, and began to eat, contemplating how marinating the meat before grilling indeed enhanced its flavor. Meanwhile, Jisha felt a surge of irritation, holding the grilled meat in uncertainty, questioning her own foolishness. Her elder brother, known for his fastidiousness, was now accepting meat that had been touched by a female. Nearby, Rue C, who was secretly observing, was nearly taken aback. He recognized this female as the one who had previously abducted his elder brother. Could it be? Was she the sister-in-law? Rue C's imagination soared, and within mere seconds, he had devised a plan to ingratiate himself with her. A person capable of taming his elder brother was indeed a rarity, oblivious to the reactions of her subordinates. Jisha, almost instinctively, took a bite of the grilled meat in her hand. "You actually ate it," Li Chaoyan exclaimed, astonished, pausing her own meal to gaze incredulously at Jisha. Jisha's face flushed, and she tossed the meat into the nearby thicket, stammering that she merely wanted to taste the seasoning. Her violet eyes darted away, betraying a vulnerability that was a stark contrast to her usual disdain or playful demeanor. It was a rather pale explanation. Li Chaoyan smirked, her lips stained with grease curling in jest. "I would prefer it this way. Otherwise, I might assume you have a secret infatuation with me, as plaything." Her tone rose sharply at the end, laden with sarcasm. Jisha was instead amused by her wit. Acknowledging her awareness of her own position, the spiteful little creature was rather endearing. Chia, however, was in a state of agitation. Having spent the entire night anxiously waiting without catching sight of the girl, he was stamping his feet in frustration. Get up, get up." At that moment, a Blood Eagle tribe orc wielding a whip made of vines began to lash at the captured orcs. Still not up. Crack. The whip struck the orc beside Chia, whose lips turned pale, lying on the ground with vacant eyes. He had not eaten for 3 days. Crack. Another lash echoed, the orc whimpering helplessly, breathing shallowly. Unable to bear it any longer, Chia rushed forward to take a lash for him. Though it was insignificant to him, it incensed the Blood Eagle orc. "Who are you? A hero, perhaps?" Another whip struck Chia, furrowing his brows as he growled, "You should at least feed him something. You are an orc yourself. Yet you mistreat your kin." Bound and unable to use his hands, Chia could only evade the incoming whip while arguing with the orc. "Who considers this wretched creature kin?" The Blood Eagle orc was infuriated by his words, swinging the whip with even greater ferocity, as if intent on killing Chia in a fit of rage. Losing patience, Chia snapped, "Strike me again, and I swear I will end you." Who will end whom remains uncertain. The lashes grew increasingly frequent, and the fury in Chia's eyes escalated. Many began to notice the commotion, including Li Chaoyan, who stood beside Jisha. Li Chaoyan heard a familiar, rugged voice. She turned and ran towards the source of the sound, leaving Jisha alone in place. Her gaze filled with confusion. He hastily followed suit, urging her to stop. Li Chaoyan was taken aback by the scene before her. The feeble beastmen, some standing and others lying down, all bore vacant expressions in their eyes. One beastman was wielding a whip, relentlessly pursuing and striking Uncle Ya. She hastened to follow, but Ya noticed her and quickly shook his head in warning. Li Chaoyan failed to notice the panic and warning reflected in Chia's eyes. Instead, her gaze was fixated on the bloodstains covering Chia's body, which stirred within her an inexplicable sorrow. The scene before her filled her with profound unease. The Blood Eagle clan orc seemed to take note of this oblivious female and, having heard her words, lashed out at Li Chaoyan with his whip. Snap! The pain was excruciating, a piercing agony. Li Chaoyan's arm was slashed open by the whip, and she was propelled to the ground by the force of the blow. Chia's eyes burned with fury as she broke free from her restraints, transforming into a tiger form and charging at the Blood Eagle clan orc. Her sharp fangs tore through his neck, extinguishing his breath in an instant. This was the first time Li Chaoyan beheld Chiya's beast form. It bore a resemblance to Qi Yang's yet was distinctly different. Chiya's beast form was more imposing, adorned with numerous wounds and scars. "Come here, little girl. I shall take you away," she called out. At that moment, a multitude of orcs surrounded them, including both the wandering orcs and the Blood Eagle clan orcs. Jisha had also approached closely. Li Chaoyan did not hesitate and climbed onto the back of the tiger. "How dare you?" The furious voice of Jisha echoed, causing Li Chaoyan's spine to stiffen momentarily, her palms beginning to perspire with cold sweat. Could they truly escape? Blood continued to flow from the wound on her arm as she pressed her hand against it. Yet, the cold sweat on her forehead persisted. "Little girl, can you endure?" The concerned voice of Uncle Yu resonated. I am fine," Li Chaoyan replied. Li Chaoyan, unwilling to cause Kia any concern, forced herself to speak. "Come down." The commanding tone of Jisha resonated once more. Li Chaoyan felt a wave of fear wash over her palms growing clammy with sweat. Yet she remained silent in response. Jisha let out a cold snort and transformed into his beast form, towering and formidable, showing no sign of inferiority to Chiya. The atmosphere crackled with tension, ready to erupt at any moment. Jisha initiated the assault, and Chiya was equally resolute. Yet both were acutely aware of Li Chaoyan perched upon Chiya's back, carefully ensuring she remained unharmed. However, with a passenger aboard, Chiya gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Li Chaoyan bit her lip, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes as her lips gradually lost color. "Stop. Some have perished, yet not entirely." Chapter 56. Or should I call you Rabbit? The two did not heed her words. "I said stop." The authority in her voice momentarily stilled the two combatants, causing them to halt instinctively. A fleeting glimmer of golden light flickered within Li Chaoyan's eyes, vanishing almost instantaneously. Yet it was still captured by Jisha. He inwardly mused, once again this phenomenon. Li Chaoyan clutched her arm, beads of cold sweat soaking her strands of hair, which clung to her face, embodying a tragic yet captivating beauty that evoked sympathy. "Jisha, I will follow you. However, you must release Uncle Ya." Jisha transformed into human form, his entire being relaxing and stretching, a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "Why should I let him go? None of you can escape." The orcs behind Jisha stirred restlessly, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Among them, particularly the feral orcs, their primal instincts had been ignited. At that moment, Blood Princess had also arrived at the scene, her resentful gaze fixed upon Li Chaoyan, as if she could hardly wait to tear her apart. Li Chaoyan grasped the fur around Chiya's neck, her grip tightening further. She leaned slightly forward, whispering a few words into Chiya's ear. After a brief pause, she insisted, "We must find them." She then dismounted from the tiger's back. Chiya cast a deep, lingering glance at Li Chaoyan before charging towards the most vulnerable point of the encirclement. The previously agitated orcs transformed into their beastly forms, rushing towards Chiya, yet none could withstand the force, as a faint golden light shimmered around Chiya. Li Chaoyan had already enveloped Kia in a protective golden shield moments ago. Suddenly, she sprang into action, employing the graceful technique of Lingbo Weibo. And the dagger she had exchanged from the system was now pressed firmly against the neck of the Blood Princess. With increased pressure, a distinct crimson mark appeared upon the Blood Princess's throat. "Cease your actions at once, or your neck shall be severed in twain." Li Chaoyan spoke in a somewhat soft tone, yet it sent a chill through the air, as if she were on the verge of taking action. The sharp voice of Blood Princess pierced through the tension. "Cease at once." The restless orcs halted, their claws still scraping against the ground in evident discontent at being restrained. Li Chaoyan maintained her stance, motionless, as she sought to buy more time for Uncle Ya. Jisha, on the other hand, stood idly by with his arms crossed, his expression devoid of emotion, seemingly indifferent to the fate of his companion. He appeared far more concerned with the dagger in Li Chaoyan's grasp. "Where did that come from?" "Jisha, look at your people. I want her dead." The sharp voice rang out, piercing and harsh, while the eyes of the Blood Queen glimmered with malicious intent. Li Chaoyan tightened her grip ever so slightly, the crimson liquid cascading down the Blood Princess's neck. The Blood Princess ceased her words. She stirred her hand, a bolt of lightning coalescing in her palm. Before Li Chaoyan, darkness enveloped her vision, and the bleeding wound remained untreated, oozing blood profusely. At that moment, Jisha appeared beside her with remarkable swiftness, delivering a precise strike that rendered her unconscious, and he cradled her lifeless form, casting a frigid glance at the Blood Princess. Jisha's eyes betrayed no emotion. "How much spiritual power do you possess?" He inquired coldly before hastily departing with Li Chaoyan in his arms. She nearly killed me. You. Jisha. The blood princess seethed with frustration, her companion being an erratic individual who favored that female. Her icy gaze fixated on Jisha's retreating figure. After a prolonged moment, she turned to command the motionless beastmen. What are you waiting for? Pursue. Chase after that tiger. Upon uttering these words, she transformed into her beast form and soared into the woods. Regrettably, the dense trees of the wood domain provided ample concealment, and their group searched fruitlessly for Chia's whereabouts. With the need to press on, the blood princess had no choice but to return, swallowing her silent indignation. Meanwhile, Jisha meticulously wiped the wound on Li Chaoyan's arm with a damp animal hide, while the female in his arms was drenched in cold sweat and incessantly struggled. Jisha pinched Li Chaoyan's face with force. As he lifted her sleeve slightly, 3 distinct patterns came into view, deepening the shadow in his eyes. Another one, he mused. Is this the tiger from earlier? His thumb pressed down firmly over the 3 patterns, as if attempting to rub them away. Li Chaoyan winced in pain, her brows knitting together more deeply. Fragments of memories flickered through her mind, a vivid, blinding red. Jisha glided across the neck of an orc, her eyes reflecting a profound indifference to life. Li Chaoyan trembled uncontrollably, her body quaking from the vivid images that assaulted her mind, her teeth chattering in response. Fragments of memories eluded her grasp, slipping away like wisps of smoke. Faintly, she could discern words, a gentle voice belonging to Jisha introducing itself as To. The scene shifted to a dimly lit cellar, where she embraced Jiu in the enveloping darkness. The imagery transformed once more, revealing Baisu in a beastly form, bloodied and sprawled upon the ground, his muffled whimpers echoing in the air. Blood, once again, flowed like a relentless tide. Li Chaoyan awoke, unable to endure the throbbing pain in her head any longer. Upon regaining consciousness, she beheld the striking visage of Jisha, a chill coursing through her heart. The memory of Jisha's merciless act as he sliced through the neck of that beastman lingered vividly in her mind. The shock in the beastman's eyes etched into her memory. She trembled involuntarily, her gaze filled with trepidation as she looked into Jisha's eyes, instinctively drawing her neck in, yearning to escape. Yet, Jisha held her firmly in his embrace. What was there to flee from? His cool fingers caressed Li Chaoyan's pallid face, sending shivers down her spine. It's nothing, she hastily averted her gaze, concealing the panic within her. Had she not been so courageous moments ago? Jisha's fingers tightened around her chin, compelling her to lift her head. His mesmerizing violet eyes were captivating yet terrifying. Li Chaoyan dared not gaze for long, closing her eyes as she attempted to untangle her chaotic thoughts. Jisha reached out, rubbing his fingers against her chapped, pale lips, each stroke growing heavier. Finally, he leaned in and bit down, causing a few droplets of blood to emerge from her lips. Satisfied, Jisha smeared the blood evenly across her lips, nodding in approval. Li Chaoyan struggled as if jolted by electricity, her eyes snapping open to glare fiercely at Jisha, her doe-like orbs brimming with animosity. Her crimson lips parted as she spoke. You cannot possibly have developed genuine feelings for me, this mere plaything, can you, Jisha? Or should I refer to you as Rabbit? Is deceiving me truly an amusement for you? Li Chaoyan enunciated each word, a flicker of golden light glimmering in her eyes. Though the memories she recalled remained fragmented, certain emotions could never fade away. For instance, the piercing hatred she felt towards Jisha. Some souls may perish, yet their essence lingers. Chapter 57. Conditions. The grip that held Li Chaoyan's chin descended, Jisha's hand viciously tightening around her neck. Breath eluded her, her complexion gradually turning crimson. Veins protruding on her neck, her mouth agape in a desperate attempt to inhale, yet rendered utterly helpless. A broken whimper escaped her lips. Remember? Jisha's tone was indifferent, casually uttering words as if the life he grasped was of no consequence. His cold violet gaze fixated on Li Chaoyan, as though she were nothing more than a lifeless object. Terrified by his stare, Li Chaoyan flailed her fists, her face growing increasingly red, edging towards a purplish hue. Her once vigorous strikes grew feeble, ultimately sliding down slowly. Only then did Jisha relax his grip, yet his hand lingered on the side of Li Chaoyan's neck, caressing her skin with an intimacy akin to that of lovers, infused with an overwhelming sense of longing. His fingers were chillingly cold. Li Chaoyan was finally able to breathe deeply, yet this very act triggered a violent coughing fit, reminiscent of a fish that had been stranded returning to the water, willing to endure the choking sensation in exchange for the life-giving element. Do not rush, breathe slowly, he urged, as his hand glided to her back, gently stroking her repeatedly. As if the man who had just moments ago nearly taken a life was not he. Li Chaoyan's gaze was fixed intently on Jisha, her voice rough, yet compelling. What is it that you truly seek? Seizing the moment when he was distracted, she reached for the dagger cast aside by Jisha. Unfortunately, her attempt was thwarted as a pair of slender fingers grasped it first. The cold blade pressed against her throat, compelling her to remain still. I have long been curious about your true identity, she mused, her lips, stained with dried blood, curling into a slow smile. Her doe-like eyes lifted, imbued with a hint of mirth, her entire visage radiating an angelic grace. As her smile deepened, she transformed into a captivating sprite. I am Li Chaoyan. This unexpected smile caught Jisha off guard, momentarily rendering him speechless. In the next heartbeat, the female in his arms pressed against his hand, utilizing this position to exert pressure on him, the icy sensation now resting against Jisha's own throat, a trickle of blood seeping forth. I too am intrigued. Who might you be? Li Chaoyan returned the words verbatim to Jisha. A tremor resonated through her chest as a soft chuckle reached her ears. A slender finger glided along the side of Li Chaoyan's face, prompting her to tilt her head away in disdain. What do you desire? Came the languid voice. Explain what the Iron Rhinoceros clan is currently engaged in, and I wish to meet their high priest. The nonchalance in Jisha's eyes vanished, replaced by a hint of intrigue. Ah, that matter. Release me, and I shall divulge. I will not, Li Chaoyan replied warily, pressing Jisha's hand further forward, causing more blood to seep through. With a smirk, Jisha remarked, I have no qualms about your current position. This posture resembled Li Chaoyan willingly surrendering herself into Jisha's embrace. Frustration bubbled within her, and she impatiently demanded, Speak first. I shan't harm you. After all, I require your assistance with the Iron Rhinoceros clan. Jisha's lips parted slightly, amusement flickering in her eyes. The high priest of the Iron Rhinoceros clan is named Tai Hui, a character akin to a weather vane, maintaining ties with the Blood Eagle clan while hesitating to declare enmity with the other three realms. She shifted her tone. Just 2 months prior, Tai Hui altered his stance, severing connections with the Blood Eagle clan and retreating into this wooden domain. Recently, he has begun to capture orcs en masse. We remain oblivious to his intentions. Her violet eyes glimmered. I have finished my account. May I be released? And what of the orcs you have captured? Li Chaoyan inquired. Asking so many questions, Jisha replied, a hint of impatience creasing her brow. Let us cooperate and indulge each other's desires. Li Chaoyan finally released her grip and rose to her feet. Just moments ago, in her fervent exertion, the wound on her arm had reopened, causing blood to trickle down her arm, dripping onto the ground with a soft patter. Her hand trembled uncontrollably, and the dagger slipped from her grasp. Jiu Jiu, hemostatic powder. Retrieving a pouch of medicinal powder from her backpack, Li Chaoyan sprinkled it onto her arm. The powder's contact with the wound elicited a sharp intake of breath from her. Jisha observed as Li Chaoyan, without any prior indication, conjured a packet of powder seemingly out of thin air, a look of heightened curiosity glimmering in her eyes. Truly remarkable. Li Chaoyan turned to Jisha, a fleeting moment of conflict flickering in her eyes. Ultimately, she raised the remaining half of the powder and casually sprinkled it over the wound on Jisha's neck, a makeshift remedy to staunch the bleeding. The utterance rendered Jisha motionless, allowing her to apply the powder. His gaze lifted slightly, violet strands of hair dancing in the breeze, brushing against his face. Do you feel pain for me? After dispersing the powder, Li Chaoyan discarded the packaging into the system space, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Remember to take me to the Iron Rhinoceros tribe, she remarked before striding directly to the edge of the spring, where she settled down. Her icy, tranquil gaze was fixed upon the spring's outlet, while her mind was a tangled mess. What was her true purpose in this beastly world? Why were there so many bizarre occurrences surrounding her? Could she not simply enjoy a peaceful existence with her beloved? Ultimately, she found herself at an impasse, letting out a sigh as she pinched her brow. You didn't use to sigh so often, came the voice from behind her. Li Chaoyan retorted without a moment's hesitation. Are we so well acquainted? Jisha offered no reply, and a prolonged silence ensued. When Li Chaoyan turned around once more, the figure had vanished without a trace. The Blood Queen and her entourage had lingered here for quite some time, but now they resumed their journey. A grand procession set forth, heading eastward. For several consecutive days, Li Chaoyan had not seen Jisha during the daylight hours. However, at night, he would still forcefully embrace her, and they would sleep together in the trees, remaining entirely disconnected otherwise. The other beastmen, too, did not dare to neglect Li Chaoyan, for they had witnessed Jisha holding this female. They had never seen this living Yama show such devotion to anyone before. Consequently, every day, Rui Si would approach Li Chaoyan, eager to curry favor. "Sister-in-law, please sit here." This form of address. Li Chaoyan had offered her opinion several times, yet this foolish fellow remained obstinate. She decided to let it be. Rui Si cleaned a stone thoroughly, beckoning Li Chaoyan to take a seat there, and brought over some clean food and water, gazing at her with eager anticipation as she prepared to eat. Not wishing to dampen his enthusiasm, Li Chaoyan had been forcing herself to consume the oddly flavored roasted meat over the past few days. However, today, she truly found herself disinclined to eat. Li Chaoyan raised her hand and pointed in a direction. "Look, your elder brother is over there." Taking advantage of Rui Si's momentary distraction, she hurriedly sprinkled her secret seasoning onto the grilled meat. However, she had evidently overestimated Rui Si's concentration. He cast a brief glance, but, failing to spot Ji Sha, turned back only to witness Li Chaoyan's motion of seasoning the meat. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing?" Li Chaoyan's hand came to a halt, her expression becoming somewhat awkward. After clearing her throat, she inquired, "Would you like to try some?" Almost immediately, she regretted her choice of words, nearly biting her tongue in the process. What was she saying? Surely she could not imply that his barbecue was unpalatable. Rui Si, however, thought little of it and poured some onto his own skewer before tasting it. His eyes lit up with delight, and he nodded vigorously, "Delicious." He did not dwell on why his sister-in-law had surreptitiously sprinkled this seasoning. Instead, he indulged himself happily in the meal. After finishing, he gave Li Chaoyan a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, you are truly remarkable. No wonder you can tame elder brother." As Li Chaoyan was about to defend herself, Rui Si dashed out, calling, "Elder brother, Ji Sha." She turned her head to glance, witnessing the purple hem vanish behind the trees, with Rui Si chasing after. Some had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 58. A fateful encounter. Rui Si followed Ji Sha into the woods, a sheen of grease still glistening at the corner of his mouth. He was perplexed as to why his elder brother, upon seeing his sister-in-law, did not join her for a meal but instead signaled for him to follow. After much contemplation, he surmised that his elder brother must be plotting something that he wished to keep from his sister-in-law, thus beckoning him over. He then inquired, "Elder brother, what is it?" Ji Sha, without a moment's hesitation, perceived that this fellow had surely misconstrued the situation. Her gaze lingered briefly on the grease at his lips before swiftly averting. She replied coolly, "What did you discuss with her?" Rui Si was taken aback, hastily retorting, "Elder brother, I assure you, I harbor no ulterior motives towards my sister-in-law. I hold her in great esteem. Our conversations have solely revolved around you. She mentioned that she particularly adores you." Truly. After stating this, Rui Si nodded emphatically, as if to bolster the veracity of his words. Adore him? One could easily discern the absurdity in such a claim. Ji Sha's expression remained impassive, though the tension around her dissipated somewhat. Only then did Rui Si exhale, quietly adding, "Elder brother, are you feeling jealous?" He patted his chest reassuringly. "Rest assured, my sister-in-law will always be yours." The tension that Ji Sha had just released surged back, prompting Rui Si to lower his gaze. "What now?" came a languid voice. "Keep your distance." With that, Ji Sha departed. Rui Si watched his elder brother's retreating figure, utterly bewildered, and yet he denied feeling jealous. "TCH men, have you found him, big guy?" Ho Shuang leapt down from the tree, landing squarely on Chiya's back. Chiya could not suppress a low grunt, his form swaying slightly. Ho Shuang quickly jumped off, exclaiming, "What is wrong with you?" Only then did he notice Chiya was marred with numerous lacerations. Tears welled up in his eyes. Yet Ho Shuang restrained himself, unwilling to appear too vulnerable. Chiya had transformed back into human form, and besides the whip marks, Ji Sha's claw marks were evident, some so deep that bone was visible. He retrieved the hemostatic powder that Li Chaoyan had secretly bound to himself and sprinkled it onto his wounds. The bleeding soon ceased. "Big guy, sit down. How did you sustain so many injuries?" Ho Shuang urged, bouncing up and down to coax Chiya to sit beneath a tree, where he began to blow gently on the wounds. The coolness against Chiya's injuries made him furrow his brow. "Brother said, every time I blow on it, it won't hurt." Ho Shuang was evidently unaware that his brother was merely comforting him and genuinely believed in the efficacy of his breath. With a calloused hand, Chiya affectionately ruffled Ho Shuang's hair, his rugged voice resonating, "Indeed, it no longer hurts. You did wonderfully, Ho Shuang." Ho Shuang beamed, reassured that his brother had not deceived him. He leaped towards Chiya, entangled in his thoughts, and finally inquired, "Where is Sister Yin Yin?" The light in Chiya's eyes dimmed, His fist clenched tightly, with nails piercing into his flesh, yet he felt nothing. There was no salvation. His tone was laced with disappointment, mirroring his current state of heart. Ho Shuang lowered his head, tears welling in his eyes. The droplet struck Chiya's arm, resonating heavily upon his heart. His tightly clenched fist struck the ground with force. Ho Shuang quickly embraced his hand, murmuring softly, "It's not your fault. It's not your fault." It was Ho Shuang's inadequacy. After a long pause, Chiya recalled Li Chaoyan's instructions, meticulously tracing the shape she had drawn on his back onto the tree trunk. It resembled a humanoid girl. "Ho Shuang, carve over there. Carve this." He pointed to the design he had etched. Rising, Chiya, whose physical condition was excellent and wounds healing swiftly, knew that as long as there was no bleeding, he would recover quickly. He and Ho Shuang split up to expand their carving efforts, progressing eastward. "Look, a carving of a humanoid girl," Bai Su exclaimed, pointing at the marks on the tree, prompting Jiu and Qi Yang to glance over. Jiu's pupils constricted as he approached the tree, his fingers delicately tracing the carving, which indeed resembled the design Li Chaoyan had once agreed upon with them. Yet, hadn't Tian forgotten? Qi Yang approached as well, though he was unaware of the significance of the design. Thus, the two explained it to him. The trio then dispersed to search for more carvings, continuing their journey eastward. They were filled with urgency, yet they found themselves unable to contact Chia, completely unaware that Li Chaoyan had also arrived in the wood domain. Initially, they had intended to seek out the high priest of the Iron Horn clan to observe their demeanor, but they had randomly landed on the farthest western edge of the wood domain, far from the Iron Horn clan. Consequently, they inquired for directions along the way, encountering numerous instances of Iron Horn beast men seizing females and capturing others, offering help wherever possible. By this point, their goodwill towards the Iron Horn clan had plummeted to its lowest. This path led them towards the Iron Horn clan as well. The trio quickened their pace. Suddenly, a mysterious object fell beside them. A monkey? They halted, maintaining their beast forms. Ho Shuang, who had fallen to the ground, took a moment to collect himself, dazedly gazing at the three beast men with wide eyes. Big guy, found you." Ho Shuang incessantly called out to Chiya, and soon after, a tiger's roar echoed nearby. It was Chiya's voice. Qi Yang, filled with excitement, also shouted a response. "Uncle Ya." In no time, a magnificent golden tiger appeared before them. Chiya's wounds having healed significantly over the past few days, his fur now gleaming with vitality. Transforming back into human form, he stepped forward and patted Qi Yang's tiger arm, exclaiming, "Young one, at last, I've found you." Three individuals gradually transformed into human form, their faces revealing the fatigue born of a prolonged journey. This was Uncle Ya, the former high priest of the Yanghu clan. This was Jiu Jiu and Bai Su. Qi Yang introduced them, and then Ho Shuang interjected, her monkey-like eyes fixed intently on the trio. "I am Ho Shuang. I know you are Yin Yan's beast husbands." The three turned their gaze towards the chattering little monkey. "Where is Yin?" Jiu, momentarily shaking off his weariness, looked at Ho Shuang with glimmering eyes. She was taken by a villain." "What did you say?" Bai Su's eyes were bloodshot, now glaring at Ho Shuang, causing the latter to shudder in fright. Qi swiftly positioned himself in front of Ho Shuang. "Allow me to explain. That girl is pregnant and insisted on coming to the wood domain. Yu instructed me to bring her here. That lad should have clarified matters with you. Upon our arrival, we encountered the Wandering Beast clan and the Blood Eagle clan." The trio felt a surge of anxiety. It was indeed them. Pondering for a moment, pregnant? When did this happen? The girl had told me she wished to accompany them to meet the high priest of the Iron Rhinoceros clan, allowing me to escape first. She instructed us to draw this symbol on a tree and then head east. That is how it transpired. Chiya, in a state of despair, sank to the ground, covering his face with his hands. The three felt a tightening in their hearts. The Wandering Beast clan, Jisha. Is there a purple-eyed beast man among the Wandering Beast clan? Jiu inquired, his brow furrowing. Yes, he was the one who took that girl. Some are dead, but not entirely so. Chapter 59, The Peculiar. Iron radiance as they drew closer to the eastern region, the forest grew increasingly sparse. The winds within the woods howled, rustling the leaves. For beastmen raced through the underbrush. "We should be nearing our destination, right?" Qi Yang spoke while running, catching mouthfuls of wind. He spat out the leaves that had unwittingly lodged themselves in his mouth. Since their encounter with Chiya, they had continued their journey, heading east, with ever more signs of that group left in their wake. Li Chaoyan occasionally left marks on some tree trunks, albeit sparingly. This subtly affirmed her safety. Thus, although the others were anxious, they had not reached a breaking point. Jiu glanced at the sky, noting the sun's imminent descent. We should take a moment to rest, he suggested, leading the halt. Rest? Chaoyan is still in their hands. Are you not worried? The fox-eyed one shot a glare at Jiu, though fatigue lingered in their gaze. Ever since Baisu learned of Li Chaoyan's capture, his mood had been fraught with tension, his demeanor unsettling, often leading to heated exchanges with the others. We must rest, regardless of our anxiety. Chia gently patted Baisu's shoulder. The flicker of light in Baisu's eyes dimmed as he brushed off Chia's hand and sat down, turning his face away from the others. Don't sulk with us. Do you think I'm not anxious? Chi Yang plopped down, twisting his shoulder joints, producing a series of crackling sounds. I am also quite concerned, he muttered, lowering his head and falling silent thereafter. The relentless journey over the past few days had cast a heavy pall over everyone's spirits. Jiu, typically the decision-maker, appeared more composed than the rest, yet his brow was furrowed, unconsciously toying with the branches of a nearby sapling. Ho Shuang had been nestled on Chia's back throughout the journey, so he still had energy. Now, he busily fetched water and prepared food for the group. The small monkey-like figure darted among the beast men, bustling about. Once finished, he spoke up. What if Sister Yin has already entered the Iron Horn tribe? How will we get in? The others clearly shared this concern. The ideal scenario would be to locate Li Chaoyan outside the Iron Horn tribe and lead her to safety, but if she had already entered, it would be a predicament. If that were the case, should they enter openly, or? Taking the roasted meat that Ho Shuang offered, Jiu glanced at him. We will help you find your brother. Rubbing his temples, he began to eat. Ho Shuang held a particular fondness for this silver-haired elder, finding him remarkably reliable, and naturally believed his words. Thank you, Ho Shuang whispered, expressing his gratitude. No need, and thank you as well, Jiu replied, lifting the roasted meat in his hand. In the latter half of the night, it was Jiu and Baisu's turn to keep watch. Baisu still bore a troubled expression as he looked up at the night sky, where stars twinkled brilliantly, and a gentle breeze tousled his dark hair. In truth, he was not as brave as he appeared. He feared loss, having already endured the death of his master and nearly losing Bai Guo and the Shuehu tribe. If he were to lose Chaoyan, he could not fathom what he might do. A sensation brushed against his shoulder, following the slender fingers. He met the steady gaze of silver pupils fixed upon him. What is it? Baisu whispered, with a slight motion of his lips. Jiu indicated for Baisu to relax. Jiu smiled and released his hold. You seem to be in poor condition. Jiu softly spoke, in such circumstances. Who can truly be in good spirits? Baisu reclined on the grass, his once pristine white attire now marred by patches of dust, a testament to the grime that clung to his beastly form. Jiu lay down beside him, urging, You must learn to trust Yen. She is capable of taking care of herself. If she chooses to stay, there must be a reason behind her decision. Turning to Baisu, she continued, Our role is simply to believe in her without question. Baisu remained silent, gazing intently at the starry sky. I never said I didn't believe. With that, Baisu rose, brushing off the remnants of grass and twigs from his clothing. He attempted to establish a connection with you through a spell, but to no avail. He tried reaching out to Shiyu, yet there was still no response. This wooden realm was indeed peculiar, unbeknownst to him. The comforting look in Jiu's eyes had shifted to deep concern, her anxiety mirrored Baisu's. Here we are, a sharp voice echoed from the front of the group. The sound of scores being announced resonated in his mind. Li Chaoyan stealthily maneuvered to the back of the line, deftly carving her mark into a tree with the dagger in her hand. What is our next task? To act according to the situation, she replied. It seems the feelings are still undecided. Li Chaoyan lifted her gaze. The Iron Rhino tribe was strikingly different from the Yang Tiger tribe. The latter resembled a poor and backward mountain village, while the former resembled a small county town. The stones used for the walls were meticulously shaped into perfect squares, creating an impressive structure. The central gate was crafted from wood, adorned with two rudimentary door rings made of an unfamiliar metal. The guardian orc stood at the entrance, wielding a simple spear. Wait, metal? Has the Iron Rhino tribe advanced so rapidly? Li Chaoyan harbored a flicker of doubt as memories of the past began to resurface in her mind over the past few days. Even in the realms of snow and water, such advanced technology was unheard of. With these ponderings, she followed the main force into the gates of the Iron Rhinoceros tribe. Her hand was held tightly as Jisha guided her to the front of the line. She attempted to pull away, but Jisha's grip only tightened. Once inside the tribe, the peculiar sensation within her intensified. At every household, heaps of metallic scraps were piled at the door, and not far away. Thick smoke billowed accompanied by a cacophony of clattering sounds. This tribe, too, had harnessed fire. Jiu was also filled with questions, noting the stark differences from his previous visits. He had been here before, during his time of wandering, when the Iron Rhinoceros people possessed none of these strange artifacts, let alone the ability to wield fire. Had the king bestowed such gifts upon them? Blood Empress remained blissfully unaware. She had never been to this place. And her arrogance stemmed from the fact that it was Iron Radiance who had always come to her. She strode forward, embracing Yuqing. Irritated, she remarked, "Why hasn't Iron Radiance come out yet?" From a distance, a voice called out, followed by hurried footsteps. "I'm coming." Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Iron Radiance dashed out, hastily discarding the female he had been entertaining, fully aware of the Blood Empress's temperament. If he delayed even slightly, chaos was sure to ensue. Iron Radiance, disheveled, hurried to the scene. Upon arrival, he greeted the Blood Empress with a smile. "I was just about to reach out to you. I didn't expect you to arrive so soon." His eyes betrayed a hint of sincerity as he gestured for her and her companions to enter a larger dwelling. The Blood Empress, with a hint of sarcasm, replied, "I thought you had forgotten about your old friend." "How could I?" Iron Radiance chuckled awkwardly, his gaze flitting toward Yuqing in the Blood Empress's arms and Li Chaoyan, who was held by Jiu, his eyes darting around. He instructed the orcs to pour water for everyone. "Those outside are gifts for you," the Blood Empress stated, taking a sip of water, her tone indifferent. Iron Radiance quickly expressed gratitude with a smile. "However, you must thoroughly explain what you have been up to these days," the Blood Empress demanded, raising her gaze. Her crimson eyes fixed intently on Iron Radiance. Previously, it was Iron Radiance who sought her out in the Bloodhawk tribe, although she had never known him well. She was certain that this Iron Radiance seemed rather peculiar. Some had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 60. The key? What could I possibly be busy with? Merely handling some matters within the tribe, Iron Radiance quickly replied, struggling to maintain his smile as the cup in his hands trembled slightly. Li Chaoyan was pulled by Jiu to sit beside him. As she surveyed the room, an odd sense of familiarity washed over her. The space resembled a quintessential parlor, with Taihui occupying the seat of honor while they were positioned on either side of him. Was there a hierarchy even in the beast world? Suppressing her discomfort, she lifted her gaze to scrutinize the individual in the prominent seat. He was tall, with an unremarkable face, yet his eyes sparkled with intelligence. At his waist hung a string of metallic rings, adorned with trinkets that astonishingly resembled modern keys. Like a clap of thunder, Li Chaoyan's mind struggled to comprehend this revelation. She stared at the keys, utterly captivated. Could it be that Taihui was also a traveler from another world? Sensing her gaze, Taihui turned to look at Li Chaoyan, his smile imbued with a depth of meaning that left her perplexed. Jisha's sharp eyes pierced through the moment. He had remained silent since entering. But now he broke his silence with a question. "Really? Those orcs outside. What do you intend to do with them?" Taihui took a sip of water, concealing the impatience in his eyes, then turned his attention to Jisha and Li Chaoyan. "This is a matter concerning my tribe. There is no need for you to concern yourselves with it." Jisha curled his lip but chose not to press further. He then turned to grasp Li Chaoyan's hand. Idly toying with it, leaning in close to her ear, he whispered, "What do you think? Is he deceiving me?" Li Chaoyan cast him a look of incredulity, as if to say only a fool could overlook such blatant indifference. Having received the desired gaze, Jisha curled the corners of his mouth, resting his elbow on the armrest of his chair, his head cradled in his palm, exuding an air of utter languor. He squinted slightly, listening intently to the conversation between Blood Princess and Taihui. "You were absent during the incident in the snow domain. Today, you must provide a definitive answer." With a heavy thud, she slammed her hand onto the table, her gaze fixed intensely on the individual seated at the head. With a flicker of her crimson eyes, she lowered her gaze to her nails, as if to question, "Do you truly believe the king will spare you?" Her hand slowly tightened into a fist, and Taihui, observing this formidable female, felt his lips tremble with indignation. These individuals were here to coerce him into making a decision. Concealing his discomposure by placing a hand near his lips, Taihui spoke, "We have always been partners, have we not? Let us not lose our cordiality. I assure you, I will assist." He beckoned his subordinates to prepare some food, addressing Blood Princess. "It's not that I was unwilling to help. I was simply preoccupied with matters within the tribe at that time. You've traveled such a long way. Please, eat something first." Blood Princess let out a scoff, doubting his sincerity, yet at least Taihui had provided a response before she turned to leave. Jisha lazily rose, gently lifting the still-dazed Li Chaoyan by the chin. Whispering softly, "What are you pondering?" Lost in thought, "Do you find Taihui more appealing than I?" "It's nothing," she brushed aside Jisha's hand. hastening to catch up with the others. The further she walked, the more she felt something was amiss. Upon reflection, she realized the clattering noises that had accompanied their entrance had ceased. This change did not escape Jisha's notice either. He glanced back to see Taihui still seated at the head, his smile now replaced by an expression of impatience, snorting through his nostrils. He rummaged through the keychain at his waist, recalling the peculiar gaze the female had cast upon the keys. It struck him as somewhat odd, though her beauty was undeniable. He hurried back to his quarters, unlocking a door to a room filled with metal blocks, sheets, and rods. Upon confirming the safety of these items, Taihui locked the door once more. If Li Chaoyan were present, she would undoubtedly be astonished. For the tools within this room bore a striking resemblance to those used by modern blacksmiths, differing perhaps only in materials. Taihui then proceeded to his living quarters. Retrieving the female he had hastily bound and discarded earlier. Grasping her by the hair, he unlocked the cellar door and unceremoniously tossed her inside. You scoundrel! May you meet a wretched fate. My beast husband will come to rescue me." The female, cast into the depths, exhibited faint traces of blood at the corners of her mouth, her body marred with bruises. She fixed her gaze upon the orc at the cellar's entrance, her eyes brimming with resentment. Within the cellar, numerous other females, each radiating an aura of fear and hatred, directed their stares towards Taihui. Unmoved, Taihui regarded the females below, adjusting his collar with indifference. "Are you jesting? Rescue you? They are likely to be preoccupied with their own survival." Utterly ludicrous. With a resounding thud, the cellar door slammed shut, secured by a lock that extinguished any flicker of hope for the captive females. Still feeling uneasy, Taihui placed a heavy iron barrel atop the door. "What are you doing?" The cold voice of Jisha emerged from the entrance, leaning casually against the doorframe. Having arrived unbeknownst to Taihui. Startled, Taihui flinched but quickly regained his composure, forcing a smile as he replied, looking for something. "And how is it that you are here?" His gaze turned sharp as he scrutinized the guard outside. "Dining. The master is absent. Is that appropriate?" Jisha's eyes briefly glanced at the iron barrel before he strode inside. "Or is there something within?" Jisha pointed at the conspicuous barrel, his gaze fixed intently on Taihui. "Just disobedient females. Jisha, take care of your own. Why must you meddle in mine?" Taihui retorted sharply, his words laced with disdain. Jisha's long fingers lightly tapped the exterior of the barrel, again and again, as he murmured, "One must be gentle with females." Leaving behind a gaze shrouded in inscrutability, Jisha departed. Furious, Taihui kicked the barrel with force, eliciting a painful gasp as he cradled his foot. His eyes narrowed in the direction of Jisha's exit. "I shall deal with you in due time. You are merely inferior creatures, compare not with me." Once the pain subsided, he paced about, pondering the strangeness of a world where beasts could transform into men. "I will eradicate you all," Taihui muttered, making his way outside. As he passed the bruised guards at the door, he spat disdainfully. "What use are you if you cannot even guard properly?" The two orcs bowed their heads, trembling with fear. "Ensure it is guarded, or your hands shall pay the price." Yes. As the high priest departed, the orc at the entrance exhaled a sigh of relief. For the past 2 months, the high priest had been inexplicably irritable, frequently issuing threats. The recollection of the piercing screams emanating from within the dwelling sent a shiver down their spines. Some had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 61. Threats. After dinner, Taihui arranged accommodations for them. The orcs and females were taken away by the Iron Rhino clan, and Li Chaoyan remained oblivious to their destination, though it was undoubtedly not a favorable place. Meanwhile, the orcs from the Blood Eagle clan and the Wandering Beast clan were settled in the abodes of other tribesmen. As for the Blood Princess and Jisha, Taihui had prepared a separate dwelling for them, and Li Chaoyan was led to his room by Jisha. She endeavored to disregard the meaningful glances from the other orcs and the piercing gaze of Yuqing. Inside the room, the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Li Chaoyan found herself at a loss for words. During this period, her memories had gradually returned, and she was acutely aware of Jisha's past deceit and the harm he had inflicted upon her. Given her current predicament, where remaining by his side was her only option, she swallowed her impatience and disdain. She could only pray that Uncle Yu would locate them. Li Chaoyan spread a piece of animal hide upon the ground, uttering coldly and distantly, "You shall sleep on the bed." Jisha, seated on the bed with arms crossed, lifted his eyelids to observe her actions. "Today, I encountered Taihui." His words trailed off as he smiled at Li Chaoyan, a smirk curving his lips, and he chose not to elaborate further. Li Chaoyan had just spread out the animal hide and was seated on the ground, gazing at Jisha. Upon hearing his words, she quickly inquired, "What did you see?" She was aware that Jisha had ventured out alone earlier and that shortly after his return, Tai Hui had joined them for a meal. Could it be that he had witnessed something? Jisha remained silent, merely fixating on the animal hide beneath Li Chaoyan. If you choose not to speak, so be it. Li Chaoyan comprehended his intention and promptly reclined. The ground was uneven, with protruding stones and clumps of earth that caused discomfort, rendering her sleep rather restless. Yet it was far preferable to resting beside Jisha. A pair of hands slipped beneath her head and around her waist. Just as Li Chaoyan intended to grasp her dagger, she heard Jisha's words, "Make a move, and I shall cast you out." The harmonious coexistence of the past few days had almost led her to forget that Jisha was inherently such a person, indifferent to the desires of others. He lifted Li Chaoyan onto the bed, turned on his side, and delicately arranged the stray strands of hair at her forehead. With his lips slightly parted, he uttered, "You might as well follow me. Cast aside those snakes and tigers, and in the future, I shall share my power with you. What do you say?" His affectionate tone was laced with an ambiguity that hinted at an unknown measure of sincerity. Li Chaoyan evaded his slightly cool fingers, narrowing her eyes. "Well then," she said, her tone rising playfully, "I never expected you to truly be interested in me, your plaything." She deliberately emphasized the term plaything, as if to remind him of their relationship. Turning to face Jisha, she tightly clenched her fist atop her head. Once, she had genuinely considered nurturing a relationship with him. Yet now, speaking these words only felt like a bitter irony. "Just teasing you, and you took it seriously." Jisha smirked, feigning indifference. Reclining back, he pulled Li Chaoyan closer, sensing the rigidity of her form, and let out a self-deprecating chuckle. "I am genuinely curious about you, who you are, and where you come from. Aside from striving for power and climbing the social ladder, you are the first person to pique my curiosity." He remained unfazed by Li Chaoyan's rejection. Yet he felt compelled to keep her close. His hand gradually tightened, prompting her to struggle against his hold. After a long pause, Li Chaoyan inquired, "What exactly have you seen? So you were still pondering over this? Are you so fixated on that rhinoceros? It is not as handsome as I am." Jisha touched his own face, exuding confidence in his appearance. "Is this a matter of looks? Speak swiftly." Li Chaoyan's voice was muffled, tinged with reluctance. "Do you not find those iron blocks peculiar? I certainly did not encounter them during my previous visit." With a scoff, Blood Princess remarked on the naivete of her companion, asserting that, in her view, this iron radiance had never intended to collaborate with us. The captured orcs and females must undoubtedly serve a significant purpose. Li Chaoyan attentively listened to Jisha's discourse. It must be said that Jisha's analysis was remarkably astute, likely due to his own extensive misdeeds, which afforded him such insight. "You also sent those beasts and females to him, making you an accomplice," Li Chaoyan murmured softly, idly tugging at the nearby animal hide. "Of course, it was beneficial." Jisha's eyes gleamed with a cunning light, his peach blossom eyes brimming with calculation. "This is it." Jiu Jiu and his companions followed the markings left by Li Chaoyan. Arriving at the entrance of the Iron Rhinoceros tribe, they concealed themselves amidst the foliage, scrutinizing the situation at the gate. They observed that occasionally, several orcs escorted captured kin in and out. Not far off, another group approached. Jiu Jiu broke some vines and distributed them among the others, who then entrusted their belongings to Ho Shuang and stealthily made their way towards the escorting orcs. With swift movements, Jiu Jiu seized the leader of the orcs, his hands claw-like against the orc's throat. With a tightening grip, he could easily extinguish the orc's life. "What are you doing?" The orc realized, just as he attempted to call for help, that none of his companions remained unbound on the ground. His eyes darted in panic, and words failed to escape his throat. "If you dare to scream, you'll lose that neck," Jiu stated coldly. The orc nodded incessantly, his head shaking so fervently it seemed he might dislodge it from his body. Jiu relaxed his grip slightly, casting a disdainful gaze at the orc. The orc took several deep breaths to compose himself, saying, "I do not know what the high priest is planning. My only duty is to escort these orcs." He gestured towards the bound orcs. "Where are you taking them?" "To the mountain behind the tribe. Someone will be there to receive them. Beyond that, I know nothing," the orc replied hurriedly, divulging all he knew. "Moreover, have you received a group of guests recently?" The orc hesitated, seemingly pondering how Jiu Jiu had knowledge of this. Feeling the pressure on his neck intensifying, he quickly responded, "Yes. A group arrived, and they brought several orcs and females with them. They just arrived yesterday and are currently residing in the tribe." The orc's eyes widened, frequently glancing downward, anxious to safeguard his own neck. "Now, take us inside." "No," the orc blurted out in refusal, fearing the unimaginable consequences should the high priest discover that he had allowed outsiders to enter. As Shirju's grip tightened further, he hoisted the orc up, who, unable to endure, turned a deep shade of purple, his eyes rolling back. When the orc was finally released, a distinct, bruised handprint appeared on his neck, evident and brazen. He gasped for fresh air, his body still trembling. Shirj offered him a gentle smile, his silver-gray pupils exuding an aura of harmlessness. Yet, his words dripped with demonic malice. "So, can you lead us inside?" The orc, filled with trepidation, cautiously touched his neck and nodded, unable to meet Shirju's gaze. He thought to himself how terrifying this silver-haired orc was, appearing so gentle and harmless. Yet this was merely a fade. Some had perished, but not entirely. Chapter 62. A nocturnal escape. The other orcs in this group had, to varying degrees, suffered torment at the hands of Chaoyan and Baisu. Now, they regarded the four with the same fear one would reserve for the king of hell. In the realm of beasts, orcs typically revered strength. Withstanding the pressure emanating from the quartet, the leader of the orcs began to converse with Shirju. Upon learning that they had come to rescue their female, he expressed his sympathy profusely, introducing himself as Taishur, the captain of the guards. Captain of the guards? Seeing Shirju's confusion, Taishur scratched his head and replied, "To be honest, I'm not entirely sure what that entails. It's a title bestowed by the high priest. By the way, what does your female look like? Perhaps I have seen her. She is beautiful, intelligent, and agile." Just as Shirju was about to embellish with every positive adjective he could muster, Taishur quickly interjected, "I understand." Generally, orcs describe their females in such terms. After uttering this, Taishur lowered his head, for deep down, he was reluctant to carry out the high priest's orders to capture orcs and seize precious females, actions that could only be attributed to a true villain. However, the high priest had warned that failure to comply would result in losing his hands and feet and being cast out from the tribe. As they approached the main gate, Taishur instructed Shirju and the others to loosely bind the vines around themselves, concealing the wounds on his neck. He patted the shoulders of the two guards stationed at the gate and announced, "Open the door. It is I. Taishur, you are rather slow today." The gatekeeper orc glanced at the group, noting the battered appearance of some Iron Horn tribe members, and inquired, "How did you sustain such injuries?" "We encountered a particularly fierce orc today, but he has already been captured." "Enough chatter. We need to proceed to the rendezvous." Taishur feigned impatience. Only then did the gatekeeper refrain from further questioning and grant them passage. Once they reached a secluded spot, Taishur released their bindings. "Brother, my subordinates are discreet. However, remember to leave once you locate the female. Should you jeopardize our tribe's interests, I will not show mercy. As for the newly arrived orcs, I do not know where they reside. You will have to find them yourselves." Taishur bore the marks of being choked around his neck. Glancing at the group before escorting the orcs away, Chiang stepped forward, his tiger-like eyes gleaming with intrigue. "I did not anticipate that the Iron Horn tribe harbored such individuals." Throughout their journey, they had witnessed numerous acts of arson, murder, and pillaging by the Iron Horn orcs, leading them to subconsciously categorize the rest of the tribe in a similar light. Baisu crossed his arms, gazing at him. "Indeed. But his request this Iron Horn tribe is exceedingly peculiar. That rear mountain must also be explored." Shirju gazed at them, letting out a sigh. "Let us first locate Yan." Baisu closed her eyes, forming a hand sign, and 9 white foxes darted forth in an instant. This spell could only search within a limited vicinity and required the caster's utmost concentration to direct the movements of the 9 foxes. Shortly thereafter, Baisu opened her eyes. "I have found it. Follow me." She guided the 3 towards Jisha's humble abode. Along the way, they encountered several patrolling beastmen, skillfully circumventing them. Random task: join forces with Shirju and Baisu. Reward points: 100 points. Li Chaoyan had merely been in a light slumber, but now, stirred by Jiu Jiu's words, she opened her eyes, unable to suppress the excitement within her. They have arrived. Feeling the hand of Jisha resting at her waist, her heart was a tangled mess. Quietly, she shifted Jisha's hand away from her waist. He remained deeply asleep, oblivious to the disturbance. Li Chaoyan carefully donned her shoes and tiptoed to the door, gently opening it to step outside. Just after her exit, Jisha's eyes suddenly snapped open, devoid of any trace of sleepiness. Li Chaoyan, heeding the guidance of Jiu Jiu echoing in her mind, deftly evaded the patrolling orcs, but upon hearing footsteps approaching from behind, she sprinted forward only to collide into a solid embrace. Instantly, she was pulled close, her mouth covered, and they concealed themselves behind the wall of a nearby house. Gradually, the footsteps faded away as the patrolling figures moved on. Li Chaoyan sensed the familiar aura behind her, and her eyes gradually became moist. The hand covering her mouth was released, and she turned to embrace Baisu. I have missed you so much, she choked out, tears cascading from her eyes like an unrestrained flood. Baisu's hand froze in midair before slowly descending to tenderly caress the trembling figure in her arms. Do not cry. Chaoyan, we are here now, aren't we? In her heart, Qi felt an overwhelming ache and approached Li Chaoyan's side, gently patting her head as she leaned against her shoulder. Sister, I have missed you too. Li Chaoyan managed to suppress her overwhelming emotions. Realizing that she had smeared her tears all over Baisu, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Raising her gaze to Baisu, she recalled that he was always impeccably tidy, obsessively clean to the point of fastidiousness. Yet now, his face bore traces of dust, stirring a profound discomfort within her. She reached out to gently caress his cheek. Glancing at the other three, she noted they too appeared travel-worn and weary. Turning, she embraced Qi, who remained as clingy as ever, refusing to let go until Li Chaoyan gently pushed him away. Lastly, her gaze fell upon Jiu Jiu, who did not rush towards her the moment he saw her. Instead, he stood to the side, smiling at her, his eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. As if merely being in her presence brought him immense satisfaction. Li Chaoyan approached Jiu Jiu, extending her arms, and as expected, Jiu Jiu enveloped her in a warm embrace. His silver-gray hair brushed against her cheek, and she could not resist tidying it up. Her fingers gently caressed Jiu Jiu's cheek, smooth as jade. I remember everything now. Our past, you, Baisu, I remember it all. Jiu Jiu's lips curled into a smile, his eyes reflecting a sense of relief. Good. Upon hearing this, Baisu also felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Jiu Jiu maintained his position for a long time, holding Li Chaoyan close. She allowed him to do so. Unlike Qi, Jiu Jiu's nature was one of quiet restraint and enduring affection. Li Chaoyan often felt a sense of indebtedness towards him, compelled to shower him with more affection. For he was indeed the first to capture her heart. Eventually, realizing that they were still not in a secure environment, Jiu Jiu finally released her. At this moment, Li Chaoyan turned her gaze towards the last person, Uncle Ya, and expressed her gratitude for his efforts. Qi Ya waved his hand dismissively, speaking with an air of nonchalance. What can't your Uncle Ya accomplish? He then turned away to keep watch. Qi grasped Li Chaoyan's arm, urgency evident in his voice. We must leave. We cannot remain here. Li Chaoyan gazed into his eyes, slowly withdrawing her hand. No, she replied. Why not? Qi inquired, astonished. Do you have another mission? Jiu Jiu was the first to voice the thought, and Li Chaoyan nodded in affirmation. This Iron Rhino tribe is quite peculiar. My task is to thwart Tai Hui's conspiracy and seize the Spirit of Wood. However, I have yet to make contact with Tai Hui, and I remain uncertain about his true intentions. Li Chaoyan lifted her head, casting an apologetic glance at Jiu Jiu. Jiu chuckled softly, playfully brushing her nose with his finger. Pursue whatever you wish. We must also venture to the back mountains. Moreover, we need to locate Hodan. Some individuals may have perished, yet they are not entirely gone. Chapter 63. Truly pregnant, by the way. Where is Ho Xuan? Li Chaoyan suddenly realized she had not seen the frail little monkey. She inquired curiously. He is outside the tribe waiting for us. He is quite safe. Kia's rugged voice echoed nearby. Hold on. A patrol team is approaching this way. The group tensed up, with Baisu gripping Li Chaoyan's hands. Chao, wait for the young master. Be extremely cautious of that Jisha. His expression darkened with palpable resentment at the mere mention of Jisha. Under no circumstances should you engage him directly. He is exceedingly capricious. Li Chaoyan grasped his hand firmly, feeling the chill of Baisu's fingers. You must also exercise caution. Once we have finished our tasks here, let us live together peacefully. Shall we? A glimmer of white light emanated from Baisu's palm, coursing into Li Chaoyan's body. Do not be afraid. You will be unharmed. Should any danger arise, I will shield you. Tears welled in her eyes as Li Chaoyan gazed longingly at the departing figures, hastily retreating in the opposite direction. Qi clenched his own hand tightly, his golden tiger-like eyes glinting with a hint of menace in the darkness. Once again, we part ways with my sister. Baisu summoned a small fox, which would guide them, and the four no longer pondered further, solely focused on swiftly completing their mission. What secrets does this back mountain hold? Li Chaoyan walked briskly ahead, feeling a subtle discomfort in her abdomen since her recent encounter with a few individuals. It felt as if something was stirring within her. Now, the sensation of heaviness in her belly had intensified. Could it be that her monthly cycle was approaching? Calculating the days, she realized it had indeed been over a month since her last visit. During her previous cycle, She had specifically asked Jiu Jiu to exchange for sanitary pads and noted the purchase date. It was certainly overdue. She pressed her hands against her abdomen as the pain grew increasingly acute, compelling her to crouch down. After a moment, a pair of familiar shoes appeared before her. Long fingers brushed against her face, gripping her shoulder and lifting her up. Jisha pinned Li Chaoyan against the wall, his fingers gently tracing her cheek. "Where have you been? Why have you been so disobedient?" Li Chaoyan shivered, the pain in her abdomen intensifying. She clasped her belly and gradually slid down to the ground. Her complexion as pale as snow, beads of sweat forming on her forehead like tiny pearls. A sharp sting emanated from the patterns on her arm, compelling her to spare a hand to scratch at the spot. It hurt tremendously. Li Chaoyan called out softly in a daze. Jisha grasped her hand, which was attempting to scratch her arm, his expression fraught with anxiety. He reached out to part her clothing, revealing a pattern on her arm that was gradually suffused with a vivid crimson hue. "Damn it!" Cursing under his breath, Jisha swiftly gathered the curled-up Li Chaoyan into his arms and hurried back to the room. Initially, Jisha had assumed that Li Chaoyan was attempting to flee, and after much deliberation, he resolved to discipline his disobedient plaything. However, upon witnessing her frail demeanor, his resolve softened. Moreover, how could it be? How could she possibly be pregnant? She did not belong to any of those races. The person in his embrace was restlessly shifting, igniting a fire of anger within Jisha, who smacked her bottom. "Stay still." He placed her on the bed and carefully examined the pattern, which had transformed entirely into a striking red, the serpent motif of the dianthus. Unable to contain himself, Jisha rubbed it vigorously, channeling a bit of his energy into it. Yet, rather than fading, the color became even more pronounced. Frustrated, Jisha bit down hard on Li Chaoyan's shoulder. This female was truly something else. Li Chaoyan had originally descended into a state of hazy consciousness, but upon his sudden bite, she was jolted back to awareness by the sharp sting. "What on earth are you doing?" Weakly pushing away the head of Jisha that had leaned in too close, Li Chaoyan took a moment to gather herself. "Jiu Jiu, why is this visit from Aunt Flo so excruciating? My stomach hurts terribly. Please exchange for some painkillers." "Yin Yin, is there a possibility that you are not actually on your period? Look at your arm." There was a brief pause as the gravity of the situation sank in. Li Chaoyan, under the piercing gaze of Jisha, lifted the sleeve of her garment, revealing a strikingly vivid hue imprinted upon the stone bamboo pattern. "I had just watched this last time. Could it be that she is truly with child?" Li Chaoyan found the world to be extraordinarily fascinating. Although she was engaged in a cross-species romance, the world did not adhere to the expected norms. How wonderfully peculiar. She extended her hand to touch the pattern, her pale lips parting in astonishment. "You truly are remarkable," she remarked. Jisha cast a dark, ironic glance in her direction. His hand slowly slid from her waist to her lower abdomen, which remained notably flat. Generally, female serpents give birth after 3 months of pregnancy. However, they lay serpent eggs that require a beast husband's careful attention for a month before they can successfully hatch. Thus, Li Chaoyan's abdomen was exceedingly flat, as typically, even a female serpent 3 months into pregnancy would have a belly comparable to that of a normal human at 4 months gestation. Li Chaoyan, seemingly provoked, forcefully swatted away Jisha's hand, cradling her abdomen with both hands as she warily scrutinized his every movement. Suppressing the pain radiating from within, she crawled backward, eventually sitting up with her back against the wall. "Do not come any closer," she intently fixed her gaze upon Jisha. Noticing his body leaning forward, she attempted to shimmy to the side, only to be effortlessly seized by the waist. He yanked her back with ferocity. "Where do you think you're running off to?" Jisha ground out through clenched teeth. With one hand, he pried her hands away from her abdomen and pinned them above her head, while the other hand lifted her clothing, probing beneath. The cool touch of his hand against her skin sent a shiver coursing through Li Chaoyan. "You, please refrain from such actions, Jisha. Act like a human." His hand persisted in its ascent, and Jisha let out a soft chuckle. "I have never claimed to be human." His fingers finally made contact with her abdomen, her skin radiating warmth, as if a life was pulsating within, rhythmically thumping against his palm. With a lazy smirk, Jisha remarked, "He seems to be greeting me. Do you think that if I press down like this, he might perish?" A dangerous smile spread across his face as he increased the pressure. Li Chaoyan glared at him furiously, struggling incessantly, yet their disparity in strength rendered her efforts futile. "Jisha, I truly despise you," she declared, her eyes brimming with an intense, unyielding hatred that pierced through the air like a tangible force. A glimmer of golden light flickered in her gaze. Jisha felt a profound tremor within him, for it was this very hue that unsettled him. In a flurry of panic, He released his grip and turned his back to Li Chaoyan, his eyes filled with deep confusion and regret. He could not fathom why he invariably lost control in her presence. He had contemplated treating her well, ensuring she would rely solely on him. However, he mused, without a beast companion at your side, conceiving this child is impossible. It would be wiser to sever this connection early. I will devise a means to ensure no harm befalls you, and then you may terminate the pregnancy. Uttering these dry words, Jisha sought to justify his previous actions. He continued, if you insist on keeping it, the only harm will befall both of you. Li Chaoyan brushed aside her damp bangs, her voice steadying as she spoke. That is none of your concern. Do not forget, we are merely fulfilling our own needs. Her words struck deeply at Jisha's heart, piercing right through to her core. She returned to her position by the bedside, grasping Jisha's face to direct her gaze. You are merely dependent on me at this moment. What audacity do you display? Some have perished, yet they remain not entirely gone. Chapter 64. Entering the back mountain. Li Chaoyan met his gaze, her chin held firmly, rendering her speechless. She rolled her eyes at Jisha in response. To her surprise, Jisha found her expression amusing and released his grip on her face, prompting her to silently curse him. As she felt a heavy weight settle in her abdomen, she collapsed onto the bed, cradling her belly. Babe, your timing is truly unfortunate. Jisha stood up, crossing his arms, and regarded her with a cold indifference. Do you truly not want me to assist in terminating this? His casual remark drew an angry glare from Li Chaoyan. Mind your own business. Jisha clenched his fist momentarily before reverting to his usual nonchalant demeanor, leisurely sitting nearby and indulging in some fruit. After such a tumultuous ordeal, sleep had long since evaded him. Thus, the long, quiet night unfolded. The following morning, as Li Chaoyan opened her eyes, the first sight that greeted her was the serene visage of Jisha in slumber. She had lost track of time last night, unable to discern when pain had finally lulled her into sleep. Yet, how had Jisha, who was previously seated in a chair, found her way back to the bed? Without hesitation, she circumnavigated Jisha and descended from the bed. Ever since she learned of her pregnancy, an unusual sensation had been stirring within her, compelling her to gently caress her abdomen. It was a wondrous feeling, for within her resided the offspring of her and Jiu Jiu. Li Chaoyan gently caressed her abdomen, playfully holding a fruit in her hand. Jiu Jiu, I neglected to inquire last night. Are we not from different species? How could we possibly have offspring? Well, it might be attributed to your unique constitution, yin yang. You see, you do not truly belong to this beastly realm, which could mean you have transcended the conventional rules. Jiu Jiu was not entirely certain. It was merely a conjecture. All right, a little one. Oh, how I adore it. When Jisha opened his eyes, he saw Li Chaoyan tenderly touching her belly, her gaze vacant as she stared ahead, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips, lost in thought. A surge of inexplicable frustration welled up within him. He particularly disdained her carefulness regarding the creature nestled inside her. Were it not for the fear that forcing the young one out would severely harm Li Chaoyan's health, he would have long since dealt with the offspring harshly. He sat up, tidied his long hair and clothing, donned his shoes, and walked from Li Chaoyan to the door, preparing to exit. Glancing back, he noticed she was utterly oblivious to his presence, her focus solely on her abdomen. Jisha's irritation intensified. He returned to grasp Li Chaoyan's hand, roughly pulling her outside. Where are we going? Jisha offered no reply, instead resolutely leading Li Chaoyan forward. Jiu Jiu felt his eyelids twitching with increasing frequency, a vague sense of unease settling in his heart. He pressed a hand against his rapidly beating chest. Ahead, Bai Su's little fox had already located the entrance to the back mountain. The continuous exertion of spiritual energy left Bai Su's complexion somewhat pale, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance of the back mountain. The terrain here was narrow. They found themselves in a low valley, unable to discern what lay within the entrance, only catching glimpses of groups of beastmen being escorted inside. Several beastmen guarded the entrance. Behind them loomed a large metal gate, firmly shut. Knock them out? Chia was quite direct, contemplating simply rendering them all unconscious. The four of them hid in the nearby woods. Jiu Jiu gestured for them to cease their movements. Let us not rush. Let us observe for a moment. Bai Su summoned the little fox back, crouching down to watch the activity ahead. Uncle Ya and I will go over there. Our view is limited from this side. Chiang led Chia to a vantage point opposite them, observing from multiple angles. Before long, commotion arose at the back gate, as Taihui approached with a group of beastmen. After reprimanding the guards at the entrance, he entered. The heavy iron gate closed behind him. They distinctly observed the mouth movements of the guard beastmen. High Priest, Chiang exchanged a glance with Chia, both their eyes gleaming with excitement. Let us go? By the time Jiu Jiu and Bai Su turned to check on them again, the two had already vanished without a trace. Where have they gone? Alarmed, Jiu Jiu quickly looked towards the entrance of the back mountain. The pair had seamlessly blended into the next group of beast men being escorted inside, even walking ahead of the others. Truly, Jiu Jiu pinched the bridge of his nose, unable to suppress his growing worry. We must go as well. The two individuals stealthily blended into the throng, lowering their heads and binding themselves with vines. They aspired to approach Chiang but were thwarted by the crowd. You there, stop jostling. An orc wielding a whip lashed out at the group, directing his ire towards Bai Su. Sensing the danger, Bai Su promptly ducked, feigning fear. The four of them managed to navigate into the rear mountains, albeit with some distance between them. The interior bore little alteration, the scenery resembling that outside, yet an array of metallic fragments alongside the path imparted an odd sensation. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Su discreetly employed magic to lift a piece of iron, concealing it within his palm. This way, quickly, no dawdling, commanded a haughty orc, gesturing towards the front of the line where Chiang was situated. Following the main contingent, they veered off in another direction. Chiang glanced back at the two, offering a reassuring glance. The remainder, send it to Chaoyan, the orc waved dismissively, directing the rest to proceed. Subsequently, several orcs brandished their whips, herding them towards another path. Bai Su fiddled with the object in his hand, noting its rigid and frigid texture, accompanied by some thin, sharp edges. Accidentally, he grazed his skin, drawing blood. They followed the main group to a cave entrance, filled with choking dust and the clanging of metal. Torches flickered outside, where one orc lounged with his legs crossed, surveying the newcomers. There, the tools are over there. Go fetch them, he ordered. As they were untied, one orc attempted to flee, only to be seized and thrown to the ground by the lounging orc, who kicked him repeatedly until blood spurted from his mouth. Still want to escape? Get to work, he barked. This orc seemed to be Chaoyan, displaying remarkable reflexes and strength. The other orcs, witnessing the scene, dared not resist further, hastily taking the tools, which were fashioned from the very metal they had seen, resembling modern pickaxes. Jiu Jiu also grabbed two tools, tossing one to Bai Su and leaning in close to whisper. Something feels off. Stay alert. Bai Su patted his shoulder, and the two ventured into the cave. Inside, the air was extremely thin and of poor quality, with scant light filtering in, revealing motes of dust suspended in the air. Jiu Jiu and Bai Su covered their mouths and noses, the stench overwhelming. They feared that prolonged exposure could lead to illness. As they delved deeper, the cave's layout became increasingly labyrinthine, with junctions appearing intermittently, some sealed while others remained open. From the unsealed passages, the sound of hammering occasionally echoed. Stop, the leading orc commanded, halting their advance. Inside the mountain, the surroundings were primarily earthen, yet certain areas within the cave were adorned with the same iron fragments from outside. The orc pointed at the iron blocks and addressed them. Your task is to excavate these iron pieces, and someone will come to transport them later. Get to work. And no food will be allowed if you do not comply. After delivering this command, the orc pinched his nose in disgust as he observed the crowd. Exhausted from their long journey, both mentally and physically, the group felt anger but dared not voice it, thus they complied with his orders. Jiu Jiu exchanged a glance with Bai Su, and the two began their labor. Some had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 65, The Cave Entrance. Uncle Ya. This place is quite peculiar. Chiang approached Chia, surveying the surroundings. Their destination lay far ahead, and along the way, several orcs were tasked with transporting iron blocks, seemingly aligned with their intended path. Indeed, Yang, I truly cannot grasp what you all aim to achieve, Chia pondered, feeling lost yet following along without knowing their purpose. We initially came to investigate the Iron Rhinoceros tribe, under the impression that they had allied with the Blood Eagle tribe and the Stray Beast tribe. However, it appears something is amiss. The Iron Rhinoceros tribe's stance was once ambiguous, yet now they seem to desire independence. Observe. None of the Blood Eagle tribe orcs are present here, indicating they remain unaware. Had they been allies, they would not have concealed this. Casting a glance at the domineering orc ahead, Chiang kicked a stone on the path, sending it crashing into the leader's leg. Ouch! Who kicked me? The orc turned, only to find the group staring at the ground, unable to provide an answer. Humph. He exhaled through his nose, squinting as he surveyed the crowd. Realizing he could not identify the culprit, he resumed leading the way, limping slightly from the pain of the impact. Eventually, they arrived at a location resembling a furnace, where numerous metallic materials were piled up, flames roaring and emitting thick black smoke. the acrid odor assaulting their senses. How unpleasant. Chaoyan held his breath. Observing the perspiring orcs who had been captured earlier, performing their tasks without any awareness of the foul air, merely engaging in mechanical movements. They added materials to the furnace, retrieving the red-hot metal blocks to forge them into various shapes. Some orcs burned their hands on the iron, while others had their skin worn raw, blood dripping down. The scene resembled a hellish nightmare. The leading orc directed others to untie them, wielding a whip that stirred up clouds of dust. You were fortunate. Come. Learn the art of forging with them. He gestured towards the orcs engaged in their labor. Move, follow him and learn. You, over here. Constantly. Orcs are assigned to various locations, and Chaoyan and Chia find themselves allocated to the same place. Their instructor is a frail orc, his hands calloused and thickened, suggesting a long tenure in this labor. His complexion is sallow, marked by malnutrition. Cough, you need only use this to strike the glowing iron block. Shaping it into this form, he instructs, demonstrating as he tirelessly hammers the heated metal. Once the shape aligns, it is placed into a nearby water tank to cool. Cough. You may work over there on the stones, he adds, his cough increasingly severe, his posture bending under the strain. Are you all right? Chia inquires, gently patting his shoulder. The orc quickly waves his hand, insisting, I'm fine, you need not concern yourself with me. Hurry and attend to your tasks. If you don't finish, there will be no food. With that, he returns to his work, his demeanor robotic. As if the harshness of life here has dulled their primal instincts, akin to blunting a tiger's claws. Chaoyan observes him for a while before mimicking his actions. Hammering away at the glowing metal, shaping it into a slender form with a handle at the base. What is this? As twilight descends, some orcs gradually cease their labor. And soon, inspectors arrive. You've done well. Go eat, one remarks. This is acceptable. How did you manage this? Those who have not met the required standard find themselves without dinner, pleading for scraps, only to be met with indifference and a swift kick. Chaoyan and Chia, having produced a significant amount, are permitted to eat. However, the food they receive consists solely of leftovers from the inspectors. What an insult! Chaoyan exclaims, indignantly. Yet, Chia offers him a piece of meat, saying softly, think of it as sustenance. Eat. Leaning closer, he whispers, let us sneak out tonight. All right. Thankfully, these orcs retain a semblance of humanity, sparing them from labor after dark. As night falls, the stars twinkle brightly, and a cool breeze rustles the leaves. Chaoyan and Chia venture towards the outside under the moonlight. Meanwhile, Jiu Jiu and Baisu also plan to explore, but their guards are notably more vigilant, and they are confined within the cave, making it impossible to evade the watchful eyes. The air inside the cave is stifling, and after a day of hard labor, both find their throats strained. We must get out. The air here is unbearable, Baisu rasps, his voice quivering. Let us see what lies beyond. He summoned a small fox, which darted out of the burrow at an astonishing speed, a flash of white light vanishing in an instant. The guard orc, startled by the commotion, chased after the little fox. Foolish creature. A smirk curled at the corners of Baisu's lips as she directed the fox to run further away. And together they slipped out of the cave under the cover of night. Outside, a mountain of iron blocks lay piled, the fruits of their labor from that day, some of which had already been dispatched. Baisu surveyed these objects, uncertain of their purpose. However, such stealth and evasion surely would not yield favorable outcomes. The pair skillfully dodged the patrolling orcs, yet they remained unfamiliar with the terrain. The little fox that Baisu had previously summoned returned on its own. Evidently having outpaced the orcs, Baisu affectionately ruffled its fur. In a flash of white light, the fox vanished. In the stillness of the night, faint rustling sounds emerged, barely perceptible but amplified by the profound silence. Even the sound of fabric brushing against itself was strikingly clear. The duo approached the source of the noise. Ahead, a furtive figure crept forward, crouching low, but his build did not resemble that of the iron rhinoceros orcs. Baisu gestured subtly, and they followed the orc ahead. The orc reached a concealed spot, brushing aside a clump of grass to reveal an entrance, glancing back nervously before leaping inside. Jiu Jiu and Baisu exchanged glances and nodded. The entrance was narrow, as if hastily excavated, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. Without hesitation, they both jumped into the cave. Once past the constricted entrance, the interior opened up, with torches affixed to the sides, making it somewhat bearable. The cave offered only one path, and they proceeded along it, faint voices echoing from within. When does it begin? A youthful voice inquired. Tomorrow night. Came the response from an older voice, tinged with frailty. Is it truly feasible? I am on the brink of exhaustion if we do not act soon. It will be too late. The weak voice continued. I must escape and find my brother. Priest, you must hold on. I will ensure our escape. The youthful voice quivered with emotion, yet carried a resolute tone. Some have perished, yet they are not entirely gone. Chapter 66. Hodan Jiu Jiu and Baisu listened attentively from outside, realizing that these individuals were not the iron rhinoceros orcs, but rather those they had previously captured. Perhaps this was their refuge? The two found themselves in a dilemma, watching the shadowy figure, hoping to uncover some clue. Little did they know. He might simply be seeking sanctuary. They exchanged glances, contemplating their next move. Should they leave? They turned around, preparing to depart. Who goes there? The orcs within were exceedingly vigilant, for all the individuals present had stealthily emerged from concealment. One orc rushed into the passage and halted the two. Stone Bamboo and his companion froze, left with no recourse but to turn back into the depths. They offered a congenial smile and raised their hands, proclaiming, We are not members of the Iron Rhinoceros tribe. We too are orcs who have been captured. We are not malevolent. As they entered the cave, their gazes met those of the inhabitants within, who regarded them with suspicion. The cave housed only a scant few, their garments tattered, bodies marred by lash marks, and wounds inflicted by iron shards and fire. Stone Bamboo transformed into his beast form, a silver serpent coiling elegantly within the cave, showcasing to all, see. We truly are not iron rhinoceros orcs. He reverted to his human form, adding, We merely followed an individual here, believing there to be something peculiar. Why should we trust you? A youthful voice interjected, belonging to one of the two voices they had previously heard. This orc was of average height and slender build, possessing a handsome visage adorned with a few scars that lent him an air of wildness. Above his right eyebrow lay a striking crimson mole, captivatingly vivid and impossible to overlook. Wait, earlier, Ho Shuang had remarked while perched on Chia's back, My brother is quite recognizable. He has a red mole above his right eyebrow. It's particularly striking. Baisu glanced at the orc with curiosity, uncertainly inquiring, Are you named Hodan? Hodan's eyes flickered with surprise, a hint of confusion evident on his attractive lips as he replied, No. Baisu crossed his arms, casting a sidelong glance at him. You must be lying. Your brother has already described your appearance to us. Hodan's expression tightened. Ho Shuang. Where is he? He rushed toward Baisu, gazing intently at him. Stone Bamboo smiled back, fully aware that Hodan had lost his composure. However, he could not feign indifference concerning matters pertaining to his brother. Have you admitted it? A gentle voice emerged as Stone Bamboo smiled softly. In truth, we are not foes, but rather allies. Ho Shuang is someone we encountered along our journey. He informed us that his brother had been captured here and implored us to rescue you. He has accompanied us all the way, providing considerable assistance, and we agreed to help him. To their astonishment, they fortuitously encountered Hodan and his companions. Is that true? Hodan's voice trembled slightly. His sole concern was for his brother, and he had no knowledge of how Ho Shuang had fared in his absence. Absolutely. If you remain skeptical, I can describe Ho Shuang's appearance and character in detail. Baisu interjected, still with arms crossed. His slightly long black hair obscured his vision, and he brushed it aside. Very well. The aged voice resonated as he introduced himself to the two individuals, stating that he was Ho Jiat, the priest of the Wood Monkey tribe. The people present were the remaining members of the Wood Monkey tribe who had been captured. Seizing an opportunity when the guards were inattentive, they had excavated a tunnel one fateful night. Ho Jiat remained in this place daily, for his advanced age rendered him incapable of labor. On that particular day, he feigned sudden death, as many orcs perished from exhaustion in their toil. The Iron Rhinoceros orcs, unsuspecting, discarded him in the nearby woods. Thus, he survived, albeit precariously. This location also served as their meeting point. Whenever there was a matter to discuss, he would inform Ho Shuang, who stealthily brought them food, to summon everyone for a meeting that evening. Alas, these were all that remained of our tribe's orcs. This place is insatiable. Hatred welled in the elder's eyes, his white beard and hair quivering incessantly. He discerned the formidable nature of the two individuals before him and pondered whether he could place his hopes in them. If you were allies sought by Ho Shuang, might you lend a hand to these remnants of our tribe? Moreover, our females have all been abducted by that iron radiance. I implore you. He lowered his head. His fingers pressed tightly against his forehead, tears welling in his eyes. The other orcs followed Ho Jia's lead, bowing before the two. Please, rise, Jiu Jiu urged, supporting Ho Jia in an attempt to help him stand straight, yet the elder stubbornly remained still. I assure you, Jiu sighed in resignation, We have matters to attend to. But rest assured, we will find those females and rescue them together. Finally, Ho Jia straightened, coughing violently a few times. His lips were pale, yet his eyes sparkled with gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. Ho Dan quickly assisted him to sit on the ground, helping him to regulate his breathing. He addressed the two. Thank you for your kindness. The priest has long suffered ill health, and now, after enduring labor, his condition has deteriorated further. I am grateful for your willingness to assist. His beautiful eyes brimmed with appreciation, and after a moment, he continued, My brother, is he unharmed? Bai Su chuckled softly, finding the bond between the two brothers amusing. Their concern for each other evident. He is well, sheltered by the young lord. Leaning against the wall, Bai Su's eyes shimmered with light as he inquired. How long have you been here? Over a month, responded an orc from the corner. And your duties? What tasks do you perform? Another small, dark-skinned orc glanced over. I initially excavated metal blocks, then transitioned to smelting and forging those blocks, and ultimately, I had to polish the finished products. Is there any variation in these tasks? Jiu Jiu asked, somewhat surprised, as he had assumed an individual would typically be responsible for a single task. Indeed. Every 10 days or so, they rotate us. By the way, there is something quite peculiar. After we refine that object, Taiwi will personally come to inspect it and instruct someone to remove those items. When Taiwi was mentioned, a thick resentment almost materialized in the orc's eyes. It is peculiar that we have never encountered this object before. The orc continued to respond, evidently familiar with the entire process. Very well, Jiu Jiu understood. What exactly is Taiwi planning? What is the purpose of the iron block? After their discussion, these orcs intended to return to their respective posts. Their original plan was to find an opportunity to escape together tomorrow night, seeking Taiwi and their females in the Tieshi tribe. The hope was slim, at worst. They would simply face death. However, encountering Jiu Jiu and Bai Su might rekindle their hopes. Li Chaoyan was being led by Jisha, and as she walked, she cradled her abdomen, attempting to break free. Jisha, where are you taking me? She demanded. Jisha remained silent, merely tightening his hold around her waist, undeterred by her struggles as he hastened towards their destination. Some had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 67, The Females Beneath Let Go. Li Chaoyan glared coldly at the hand that encircled her, her tone devoid of warmth. Jisha paused momentarily, but his grip only tightened. His expression as impassive as ever as he continued to escort her onward. Li Chaoyan carefully cradled her belly. As Jisha paid no heed to her discomfort and strode ahead with brisk determination, she had to quicken her pace to keep up with him. Feeling a dull ache in her abdomen, recalling Jiu Jiu's earlier words about the necessity of having a beast husband to provide comfort during pregnancy, lest the child be lost, she resolved that she could not allow this situation to linger. The task could wait. Her priority was to remedy the present circumstances. Yin yin. Jiu Jiu's irate voice echoed in her mind. Do not forget that I can hear your thoughts. I was merely jesting. I am certainly intent on completing the mission promptly. I would never succumb to defeatism, Li Chaoyan reassured fervently. However, if you're truly suffering, it is acceptable to postpone the task, Jiu Jiu's youthful tone chimed in, causing Li Chaoyan to pause, a wave of warmth washing over her. Despite Jiu Jiu's occasional demands for excessive points, it had never genuinely put her in peril. Main Quest 2. Locate the captured females. Reward, 500 points. The sound of Jiu Jiu outlining the mission resonated in her mind, snapping Li Chaoyan back to attention. Indeed, this Taiwi had captured several females, and the memory of his lingering gaze upon her sent a shiver down her spine, leaving her with goosebumps. We have arrived. Jisha's voice declared from above, as Li Chaoyan surveyed her surroundings. There stood a solitary building, the area enveloped in tranquility, with towering stone walls and two beastmen guarding the entrance. What is the purpose of this? Why are there guards? She inquired in a hushed tone, intrigued by the air of mystery surrounding the place. Jisha remained silent, gesturing for her to observe the house. Shortly thereafter, Taiwi emerged from within, casting a few wary glances around before instructing the guards, and then he departed. Is this Tiehui's residence? Li Chaoyan felt a surge of excitement. There must be something within the room. Otherwise, why would someone be stationed outside? She poked at Jisha's arm and inquired, How do we get inside? Jisha, crossing his arms, cast a sidelong glance at her, retorting, Who said I intend to enter? The amusement in his eyes was unmistakable. Li Chaoyan shot him a glance, contemplating the prospect of entering alone. Utilizing her skills was certainly feasible, and if necessary, she could enlist the assistance of Jiu Jiu. Moreover, she harbored no illusions about Jisha's motivations for bringing her here. Concealed within the thicket, she keenly observed the two orcs, awaiting an opportune moment to slip inside. Noticing her apparent indifference, Jiu pouted, finding the situation rather dull. "Aren't you going to say anything more?" he urged, as he reached out to take Li Chaoyan's hand. She deftly evaded him, her gaze warily fixed upon his elegantly outstretched hand. Retracting his hand, he gradually clenched it into a fist, his nails digging into his palm. He then turned, guiding Li Chaoyan around to the opposite side of Tiehui's dwelling. Unlike the last time when he had barged in recklessly, this time he aimed to avoid alarming anyone. Before Li Chaoyan could fully comprehend his intentions, he swiftly enveloped her in his embrace and leapt over the towering wall constructed by Taihui. Jisha's leaping prowess was remarkable, and despite the considerable commotion, not a sound was uttered. Truly astonishing. Li Chaoyan was startled by his sudden movement, instinctively covering her mouth to suppress any sound. She glanced around the surroundings, questioning how she had arrived here. Jisha caught a glimpse of her astonished expression, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his lips. As he led the way into the room, Li Chaoyan followed closely, their movements light as a whisper. Outside, a glimpse of red fabric peeked through the layers of intertwined tree trunks. Jisha led Li Chaoyan to an open room, where Iron Hui had left the door unlocked, leaving one to ponder whether it was due to negligence or an air of confidence. However, Li Chaoyan's gaze was drawn to another independent structure that was securely locked. What secrets lay within? As she ventured further into the room with Jisha, she faintly discerned some sounds, seemingly emanating from below. Her attention was captured by a peculiar, large vat that stood conspicuously in the room, its substantial weight making it seem oddly out of place. Before she could articulate her thoughts, she witnessed Jisha push the vat aside, revealing a substantial hole beneath it. The sounds that Li Chaoyan heard emanated from within this place. The light penetrated the cave, and the females inside closed their eyes, trembling incessantly. Hadn't that person just claimed to have left? For days, they had been confined at the bottom of this cavern, surviving solely by listening to the faint sounds above. Some of the females had completely lost hope for life, their eyes devoid of any spark. Li Chaoyan's eyes widened. Filled with astonishment, there were so many females confined here. Clenching her hands tightly, she paid no heed to the incessant voice in her mind announcing scores. Her eyes reddened slightly as she trembled and spoke. "How did you end up here?" Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice, the females below raised their heads in recognition. Was it not that scoundrel? They called out to Li Chaoyan for help, their voices rising in urgency. Jisha, growing impatient, shushed them, and the crowd quickly fell silent. After observing the scene, Jisha remarked, "Let us go," and proceeded to move the vessel back. Li Chaoyan extended her hand to obstruct him, asking, "What are you doing?" Below, a soft rustling sound emerged from the females. "Please, don't abandon us," came a gentle plea, the voice imbued with tenderness. Li Chaoyan felt a pang of compassion, her gaze fixed intently on Jisha. "You brought me here merely to observe? What else should I do? Am I to rescue them? By what right?" He tilted his head, feigning confusion, as his chilling words flowed effortlessly from his lips, devoid of any sense of dissonance. Li Chaoyan found herself at a loss for words. She simply could not comprehend the thought process of Jisha, who had brought her along merely to observe. Ignoring Jisha, she positioned herself at the entrance of the cave and measured the distance from the ground to the bottom of the pit. It was a bit too high. She hesitated to leap. The females within the cave gazed at her with longing. During the days they had been captured, it was the first time they had seen someone other than the ironclad guard and the person who brought their meals. Li Chaoyan gazed downwards, a pang of pain gripping her heart. Below, some of the women had already begun to weep. They could only briefly attend to their garments and bodies whenever that iron-gleaming figure summoned them, which left many of them adorned with stains and dust. The gentle voice spoke again. "We are the females from other tribes of the Wood Domain, captured by that iron-gleaming figure. We have been imprisoned here for far too long. Are you here to rescue us?" She clasped her hands together, looking at the two with a pleading gaze. "I will save you," Li Chaoyan declared, her eyes ablaze with fury. That iron-gleaming figure was a scoundrel. Li Chaoyan was about to reach out, attempting to pull them up, when the female below suddenly paused. After a moment, the light in her eyes dimmed. She spoke with a hint of resignation. "Perhaps it is best to let it be. I cannot involve you in my plight. Moreover, I no longer possess a tribe. What purpose would it serve to venture out?" The other females nodded in agreement. Huddling against the wall with their knees drawn to their chests, tears glistening in their eyes, engulfed in a sense of numbness. I promised I would save you." Li Chaoyan leaned down, attempting to reach them, but the distance was evidently insufficient. Below, some of the females were eager to grasp her hand, yet after a moment's contemplation, they refrained. "You should go. If Tai Hui returns, it will be troublesome for you. Having endured hardship for so long, they were reluctant to witness another suffering. The gentle voice of one female turned towards Li Chaoyan, saying, "You two cannot save us. We will not speak of you to them. However, if possible, my name is Lu Shu, a beastman of the Deer clan. If you see my kin, could you kindly convey a message on my behalf?" Her round, deer-like eyes glimmered with a plea. Li Chaoyan nodded, her heart weighed down with emotion. "I belong to the squirrel tribe," another female spoke. "My name is Song Siyo." Li Chaoyan gazed below at the females, each announcing their names and races. Lost in a reverie. Some had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 68. Returning after the tasks are completed. It was only when Jisha properly placed the jar, cutting off the scant light, that the females in the cavern embraced one another, seeking a modicum of warmth. Li Chaoyan stared blankly at the jar that had been placed. Her eyes filled with bewilderment, momentarily lost in thought. "All right, let us proceed," Jisha said, tugging at her clothing, but noticed that Li Chaoyan remained motionless, a hint of confusion crossing her face. "I have already informed you of the treasures hidden by Tai Hui. It is time for you to embrace your role as my plaything." "Treasure?" Li Chaoyan turned to look at Jisha. "Did you know all along how Tai Hui treats these females?" Jisha regarded her with an air of indifference, indeed. Inside Li Chaoyan's heart, an incessant chill settled, for this individual was indeed devoid of compassion. She should have realized this long ago, especially when he callously turned against a companion with whom he had shared time. Was it not evident? Casting a cold glance at the nearby Jisha, Li Chaoyan lifted her foot, each step feeling as though it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, crushing down upon those beneath her. She arrived before the locked door and inquired if Jiu Jiu could craft a key. Such a simple task, of course it was feasible, at a fixed price of 100 points. Ignoring Jiu Jiu's attempt to inflate prices, Li Chaoyan promptly ordered the key to be made. Jisha, witnessing Li Chaoyan conjure a metallic object from thin air, felt a flicker of intrigue in her eyes. Uncontrolled power was certainly not without its allure. Li Chaoyan opened the door and swiftly entered the room, which was filled with meticulously polished metal blocks of various shapes. She approached what resembled a workbench, cluttered with an array of components. At that moment, Jisha also stepped inside, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the room brimming with metal. This sight instilled in him an unsettling sense of foreboding. Li Chaoyan pondered for a considerable time, clutching the items on the table. She came to the realization that Tai Hui must also be a traveler from another realm. Otherwise, how could he have crafted so many components that are only found in modern times? Yet, what purpose do these objects serve? She was utterly perplexed, examining the items in her hand. This one resembled a screw, that one bore a likeness to a screwdriver, and these were arranged in individual pieces. Li Chaoyan felt a throbbing headache, thoroughly exasperated by the situation at hand. As a literature student, her skills were limited to simple tasks like changing a light bulb. And now she found herself in a predicament akin to asking a kindergarten child to assemble a complex puzzle with over 1,000 pieces. It was utterly maddening. "What are these?" she queried. "I have no idea," replied Jisha. "Let me scan them briefly. My initial assessment suggests they can be pieced together, but their purpose eludes me." "What use are you?" Chaoyan retorted. Jisha, with a keen interest, observed her fiddling with the tiny contraptions, pondering what on earth Tai Hui intended to do with them. They had been there for quite some time, and as dusk settled, Jisha recalled that Tai Hui usually returned later in the evening. He interrupted Li Chaoyan, who was still engrossed in her investigation, urging, "We must leave. Tai Hui will be back soon." Despite her reluctance, Li Chaoyan had no choice but to depart. As she leapt over the wall, a voice inquired from behind, "What are you doing?" After Kia and Qi Yang ventured out that evening, they thoroughly explored the rear mountain and stumbled upon a peculiar sight, heavily guarded by numerous beastmen, with a dark cave looming behind, shrouded in mystery. Occasionally, the chilling cries of the beastmen echoed from within, faint yet unmistakable, intermingled with the roars of wild creatures. They lingered for quite some time, their gaze fixed intently on the cave's entrance until a figure emerged, none other than the high priest, Tai Hui. He appeared quite satisfied, his demeanor unexpectedly amiable, in stark contrast to the grim visage they had witnessed earlier that day. Whistling a tune, Tai Hui departed, his heart lightened. Shortly after his exit, several beastmen appeared, carelessly discarding corpses into the forest without a second thought. Qi Yang, eager to investigate the cave further, was restrained by Kia's firm grip on his shoulder. Kia gestured towards a patrolling beastman approaching from the opposite side, urging him to retreat. "Uncle Ya, something sinister lies within," Qi Yang declared emphatically, to which Kia nodded in agreement. They retraced their steps to the site where the bodies had been discarded, discovering a corpse that had evidently just met its end, blood still oozing from its wounds. Its eyes wide open in disbelief. Upon closer inspection, Chaoyan noted that the gashes had been inflicted by a sharp object, the most grievous being the wound on its neck, an agonizing sight. He gently lifted the corpse's clothing to cover the injury and smoothed its eyes, silently vowing, "You shall not have died in vain." At that moment, another group passed by, prompting Kia to pull Chaoyan behind a tree. Could the entire Iron Rhino tribe be mobilized by Tai Hui for patrols? What secrets lay hidden here? Suppressing their curiosity, the duo returned to their daytime worksite and encountered the slight beast man who had taught them earlier that day, who also appeared to have just returned. They exchanged nods without words and settled back into their respective spots to rest on the ground. Meanwhile, Baisu and Jiu Jiu no longer needed to dismiss the gatekeepers, for their heads had begun to nod, nearly colliding with the ground. With a scoff, they walked inside brazenly and found a relatively odorless spot to sit and reflect on the day's events. They had indeed located Hodan and arranged to meet again the following evening. However, they had yet to encounter Chaoyan and his companions, leaving them puzzled about the fate of the metallic object and its true nature. Jiu Jiu, unable to endure any longer, rubbed his brow, his face betraying an unmistakable weariness. He could not fathom why he was plagued by an incessant twitch in his eyelids and a rapid heartbeat, accompanied by an unsettling sense of anxiety, as if he had neglected some pressing matter. Baisu, too, was not in a much better state. His spiritual energy had been excessively depleted here, rendering him incapable of further exertion. Otherwise, he was uncertain if their collective strength would suffice for their return. The thought of the radiant white light he had infused into Li Chaoyan's being brought a satisfied smile to his lips. Once their tasks here were concluded, he would return. Some souls had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 69. The Origins of Tai Hui. What are you doing? The chilling words of Blood Princess pierced the air, sharp and jarring. As they emerged from behind Li Chaoyan and Jisha, Blood Princess stood rigidly against the wall, arms crossed, her gaze icy as it fixated on the two. Accompanied by Yu Qing, who bowed her head, her form shrunken and timid, the initial bravado she had exhibited in the face of Li Chaoyan long since faded. Whether this retreat was solely in the presence of these two, Li Chaoyan could not discern. Li Chaoyan pinched her brow, still struggling to process the recent events. When these two bothersome individuals emerged again, she had no desire to engage with them. Closing her eyes, she awaited Jisha to take care of the situation, knowing she had little to contribute. Meeting the cold, blood-red gaze of Blood Princess, Jisha slightly furrowed his brows. "Do I need to report every action to you?" With that, he intended to turn and leave. Blood Princess, infuriated by his nonchalant demeanor, felt her chest rise and fall with agitation. "We are on Tiehue's territory. Should you not exercise some restraint? If you are discovered, I will not stand by your side." Although she and Jisha were allies, her tolerance stemmed solely from the king's favor towards him. She considered herself the most loyal and knew that even if she abandoned him, the king would not punish her. Blood Princess was quite confident in her stance. Recognizing they were in someone else's domain, she insisted he leave quickly. A cold smile crept across Jisha's lips as he grasped Li Chaoyan's hand and swiftly vanished from sight. Blood Princess's previous remark had been rather loud, and the orc at the entrance sensed something amiss, the sound of hurried footsteps echoing in the air. Cursed be it. Blood Princess, aware that they must not be discovered, hurriedly grasped Yu Qing and departed. By the time the two orc sentinels reached that spot, they found no trace of anyone. They scratched their heads, convinced they must have misseen. Tai Hui returned, humming a tune, proud of his successful endeavor, only to find his two sentinels peering anxiously to the side. "What are you doing?" Tiehue's voice brimmed with anger. The two orcs trembled, turning to him. "Great priest, there was a disturbance here earlier." Bowing their heads, they dared not meet his gaze, fixating instead on their toes. Tiehue's ink-black eyes glanced towards the side, finding nothing but the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. "Probably just a wildcat," he scoffed, dismissing the matter as he swept inside. Upon entering, his first action was to approach the locked room, unlocking it with a click. He dashed in to inspect. Finding everything intact, a sigh of relief escaped him as he turned to the workbench, moving closer for another look. More items remained. He picked up a long strand of hair, scrutinizing it. It was black. His grip tightened, causing the hair to break. A portion fell away. Someone had indeed been here. He closed the door and locked it, his steps heavy as he moved to the inner room, shifting aside a vat. With a smile, he inquired of the individual within. "Has anyone come by today?" His grin was peculiar, lips curling wide. Silently counting the number of individuals present, he confirmed his suspicion. Though her face was unremarkable, it conveyed an overwhelming sense of dread and fear. The females below, upon his query, were rendered speechless, trembling and burying themselves between their knees, shaking their heads repeatedly. Tiehue's gaze shifted to the most composed among them, Lu Shu. She merely shook her head, her eyes as tranquil as a still well. Today, it is your turn. Come up. He extended his hand, pointing toward Lu Shu, his fingers beckoning her closer. Lu Shu met his gaze, neither rejecting nor resisting, and like a marionette. She moved forward to grasp his outstretched hand. In the stillness of the night, haunting screams echoed from the towering walls, accompanied by the curses of men. In truth, Tai Hui was powerless to effect any change, resorting instead to tormenting the females under his command, for he was impotent. Since assuming this body, he had realized that he was not Tai Hui, but rather Wang Tai, an ordinary worker from the 21st century, tasked primarily with welding machine casings. In his previous life, he was considered an older bachelor at 40, having never married due to his unattractiveness and laziness, compounded by a physical ailment that deterred companionship. During one of his shifts, while welding, exhaustion had overtaken him, and a stray spark ignited the factory, leaving him unable to escape as he perished in the inferno. Yet fate had other plans, allowing him to transcend into this world as Tai Hui, inheriting the memories of his predecessor. Here, the people regarded him with profound respect, none daring to defy him. The suffering he endured in his former life was finally compensated in this realm. Possessing the spiritual power of the Wood Spirit, he commanded absolute authority within this tribe. Contemplating that perhaps his arrival here was predestined, and that he was destined for greatness. Reflecting on the dynasties of history, he saw parallels between himself and those rulers. Thus, he established a hierarchy among the Iron Rhinoceros tribe, categorizing them by ability and swiftly expelling those who resisted discipline. Though there were murmurs of discontent, he wielded overwhelming power. As for the females, a king must have his women, so he commanded his subordinates to capture them. Yet upon their return, he discovered his own impotence. Enraged and humiliated, he confined the females, subjecting them to daily torment, perpetually affected by the frustration of desiring what he could not possess. Initially, he had been somewhat gentle, but his methods grew increasingly severe. At present, Lu Shu lay upon a hide-covered bed, her body marred with bruises, some wounds even raw and bleeding. Tai Hui had seized her hair, slamming her head against a vat, leaving a trail of blood. Her once calm eyes now glimmered with resentment as they bore into Tai Hui. He caressed her cheek, a sickening smile gracing his lips. You are truly beautiful. I long to have you. Lu Shu felt a wave of nausea wash over him as he listened to those words. Fortunately, he was unable to act on his impulses. Otherwise, he might as well have wished for his own demise. He could only endure a few blows, gritting his teeth in silence. The woman's blatant disregard for him only fueled Tai Hui's repulsive grin, and his subordinate's grip tightened further. The anguished cries reverberated through the room, causing the females below to huddle tightly together. Even the orcs stationed outside could not suppress their trembling. The high priest had once been gentle with the females, but now, they dared not contemplate the consequences of defying the high priest and simply shrank back, pretending not to hear. After venting his frustrations, Tai Hui lay on the bed with a furrowed brow, longing for a cigarette as he would have in modern times. That strand of hair was indisputably not his. It indicated that someone had entered his space. His subordinates were too fearful to disobey his orders, having witnessed the severe repercussions of insubordination over the past 2 months. The remaining threat came from those who ventured in from outside. The memory of the way that person had looked at him sent a shiver down his spine, though it quickly dissipated. After all, they were merely a pack of transformed beasts. Could they truly rival him? He was resolute in his belief that he was the chosen one. Upon his arrival in this realm, he had discovered metallic fragments buried in the mountains, reminiscent of modern iron. He mused that perhaps they could serve as tools for his quest to unify the world. Was this not the mark of the chosen one? Tai Hui thought, convinced that no one in this era could surpass him, for he was a superior being endowed with modern intellect. With this notion, he drifted off into a sweet slumber, dismissing the concern over that stray hair. Yet, he may have forgotten the identity and status he held before his journey. Or perhaps he simply wished not to recall. Some had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 70, I'll go to the cave. Li Chaoyan stumbled as Jisha pulled her, shaking off his hand while carefully cradling her abdomen. Jisha remained silent, his cold gaze fixated on her belly, observing the beads of sweat that emerged on her face. Before letting out a derisive laugh, your beastly husbands are utterly incompetent, leaving you all alone. It's all you're doing. Without reservation, Li Chaoyan retorted as she sat down. still holding her stomach. She had heard that Jiu Jiu and the others were heading to the back mountain. The back mountain? What sort of place could that be? They had not elaborated. Those iron blocks might be connected to the back mountain. Should she venture there? Perhaps there would be some clues. She cast a sidelong glance at Jiu, calculating. He still possessed some utility. The other day, I overheard someone mention the back mountain. Do you think it might harbor the secrets of Taiwi? Seemingly casually raised, her words sparked Ji's curiosity. He fixated on Li Chaoyan's eyes. Let us go tomorrow. After a brief wash, Jiu lay down to sleep, not insisting that Li Chaoyan take the bed. She made do with a makeshift bedding on the floor, though uncomfortable. At least it was non-intrusive. Li Chaoyan found herself ensnared in a web of contemplation. After today's observations, it became evident that the bond between Blood Princess and Jiu was far from steadfast. They seemed to harbor reservations towards one another. Their connection appeared insincere, merely a facade of collaboration. Yet, why did Jiu choose to involve her in this intricate dance? Li Chaoyan could not fathom it, for logically, her position was the most precarious, as she ought to be regarded as their adversary. Nevertheless, perhaps it stemmed from a sense of indebtedness towards her. Yet, she knew she could never grant forgiveness. She detested being trifled with, and now, she questioned the purpose of their pretentious camaraderie. Li Chaoyan tightly closed her eyelids, her mind drifting back to those underground females, her fists clenched. The following morning, the two of them pushed the door open, preparing to have breakfast. The Blood Princess had been waiting outside, casting a cold glance at the pair, seemingly awaiting an explanation, yet also appearing to feel otherwise. However, Jiu was reluctant to engage her in conversation. He despised speaking with those devoid of intellect. He bypassed her directly, taking Li Chaoyan along to their meal. As the Blood Princess's hand pressed down on his shoulder and Yuchen grasped his sleeve, he disdainfully shook off the hands that lingered on him. Do not touch me. The Blood Princess shot him a glare, her eyes flickering towards Li Chaoyan. Tonight, we shall go to the back mountain. The Blood Princess, perhaps privy to some information, was not so foolish as to let her guard down. She likely knew that Jiu had been investigating Tieshing's residence the previous night, but it mattered little. She had long grown accustomed to Jiu's temperament. Jiu raised an eyebrow, surprised that the Blood Princess sought his company. He had assumed that if he did not inform her, she would not call upon him. This indicated that the woman was not entirely lacking in wit. However, having an additional ally would be beneficial, a mutual arrangement. His gaze shifted to Yuchen beside him. Do not bring her along. With that parting remark, Jiu departed, tacitly agreeing to the arrangement. In recent days, the Wandering Beast clan and the Blood Eagle clan had remained idle here, which had caused the other Iron Rhinoceros clan orcs to lower their guard. The High Priest's command to keep a watchful eye on these individuals had also relaxed somewhat. Tieshing had subtly indicated in their recent meetings that they could return. But the Blood Princess had skillfully evaded the topic. Despite his frustration, he could do nothing, for the time was not yet ripe. That night, the Blood Princess knocked on the door. Li Chaoyan opened it, only to receive a scornful glance. Let us go, she addressed Jiu inside. They resided in a separate house, making their outings more convenient. Very well, Jiu replied nonchalantly, taking Li Chaoyan along with him. Are you bringing her? The Blood Princess could not contain herself, her voice rising slightly. Jiu nodded and stepped outside. The Blood Princess nearly lost her composure. While she acknowledged that Li Chaoyan possessed some skills and would not add to their troubles, she found it incredulous that Jiu trusted her so implicitly. Clearly, she could not afford to let this continue. The Blood Princess cast a fierce glance at Li Chaoyan, bumping into her as she strode ahead of them. Li Chaoyan remained indifferent. She had no desire to entangle herself in their complexities, as long as her objectives were met. They stealthily followed Blood Princess to the rear mountain, where she appeared quite familiar with the terrain, suggesting this was not her first visit. Indeed, it was not her inaugural foray. Previously, she had simply flown directly in. However, now, casting a glance at the two, her crimson lips parted to declare, I can only bring one. Subsequently, she formed a sardonic smile. So, you shall return. Her gaze fixated on Li Chaoyan as she uttered these words, her eyes glimmering with mirth. Li Chaoyan glanced back at her, mockery evident in her eyes. It appeared that the Blood Princess had been waiting here all along, harboring no intention of including her, merely biding her time to humiliate her. Indeed, the guards here were on high alert, making it exceedingly difficult to enter without causing a disturbance. Shall I call out to them? She proposed, glancing towards the orcs at the entrance. Can you escape? If so, your precarious alliance will soon be in jeopardy. Li Chaoyan feigned innocence as she uttered these words. her nonchalant demeanor suggesting she could genuinely act on it. Jiu observed them from the side, unable to suppress a laugh at Li Chaoyan's unabashed reply. He then spoke up. Addressing the Blood Princess, take her with you. I shall enter alone. What a farce. There was no way he would allow this woman to lead him inside. The Blood Princess glared furiously at Li Chaoyan, transforming into her beastly form, her claws digging into Li Chaoyan's shoulder, drawing forth a trickle of blood. She soared into the air, her grip tightening. If you wish for me to escort you inside, you must offer something in return. The Blood Princess's claws continued to constrict. Li Chaoyan bit her lip, her hands gripping the feet of the Blood Princess in trepidation, fearing that she might be cast down without mercy. The Blood Princess soared through the air, bringing her directly to a grove outside a cave. Prior to their flight, she had used her sorcery to provide guidance to Jiu Jiu, enabling him to track their whereabouts. Before long, Jiu Jiu arrived as well. Li Chaoyan observed that he had merely torn his clothing and was unsure how he had entered. She had no desire to inquire further. Glancing towards the cave, Blood Princess spoke. I come here every evening and have noticed that the place Iron Hui frequents the most is indeed here. Every day, corpses are brought out. She gestured with her chin, and Li Chaoyan saw more bodies being carried out, accompanied by Iron Hui's hearty laughter as he emerged from within, clearly in high spirits. Meanwhile, Jiu Jiu and the others had arranged to meet Ho Dan and encountered Chaoyan and his companion on their way. Given the relatively small size of the rear mountain, their meeting seemed inevitable. They decided to proceed together to meet Ho Dan. The narrow underground cave felt even more constricted with the arrival of the two beastmen. They briefly recounted their experiences from the previous night, and the group promptly agreed to investigate the cave. Some had perished, yet not all were entirely dead. Chapter 71. The Metal Man. To avoid alarming any potential threats, only Jiu Jiu and his three companions, along with Ho Dan, were permitted to venture forth, while the others returned to await news. Ho Jia's condition had deteriorated significantly. He was coughing incessantly, his body hunched, and he appeared barely able to endure much longer. Grasping Ho Dan tightly as he attempted to leave, a profound sorrow lingered in his eyes, and his dry, cracked lips moved. If I die, you shall be the next priest. His gaunt face turned to survey the others of the Wood Monkey tribe, his gaze sharp from years of holding power. Do you have any objections? The crowd shook their heads. Unlike the high priest of the Iron Rhino tribe, their tribe's priest possessed no spiritual power. Their selection process was based on who could bring prosperity to the tribe. Presently, their best choice was Ho Dan, young and vigorous, with a keen intellect. Thus there were no dissenting voices. Ho Dan looked resolutely at Ho Jia. No, you must at least escape with us. His expression solemn, he surveyed the group. Our tribe cannot afford to lose anyone else here. A heavy silence enveloped them. Ho Jia released his grip, turning away contemplatively, and nodded. Once the five departed, he began to cough violently, blood faintly staining the ground beneath him. Some beastmen attempted to assist him, but he waved them off. His voice weathered yet firm. You should go. Do not speak of this. Here, this is the place. Chaoyan pointed towards the cave, where a faint glow flickered, casting an eerie light on the faces of the guards, rendering them increasingly ghastly. It was indeed terrifying. No, it was not merely terrifying. Those individuals were already lifeless. Jiu Jiu observed intently, noting the pallor that had drained from their faces. Murder had claimed them. Jiu Jiu had never anticipated that the Blood Princess summoned him merely to serve as a pawn. As he watched her strike the first victim, he felt compelled to join in, swiftly dispatching them before they could make a greater commotion. Afterward, Jiu Jiu disdainfully shook his hands, his dark eyes fixed on the Blood Princess. Is this your purpose tonight? To sever ties? The Blood Princess let out a lilting laugh, startling Li Chaoyan, who had just caught up, causing her to shiver at the unsettling sound. Her blood-red eyes flicked between Li Chaoyan and the Blood Princess, and she mused on the ambition that Iron Hui, that worthless fool, openly displayed. Suppressing a laugh, she noted that Li Chaoyan found no amusement in the situation. Indeed, the mind of a madman often diverges from the norm. I have been following him these past few days. There is undoubtedly something amiss. The Blood Princess disdainfully kicked at the corpse beneath her feet, her slender brows knitting together as she brandished a torch and ventured deeper into the cave. Jiu Jiu, furrowing his brow, cast her a meaningful glance before following suit. Observing that neither of them paid her any heed, Li Chaoyan cautiously trailed behind, shivering in the coolness of the cave, rubbing her arms for warmth. The night air was laden with dew and chill. She should have worn an extra layer for this mountain excursion. Jiu Jiu, with a frown, listened to the sounds behind him and halted, pulling the person towards him. Yet, before he could warm her, Li Chaoyan wrenched herself free, retreating a few feet in fright, her eyes glinting with wariness. Bored, Jisha decided to disregard her, though his hand instinctively tightened at his side. If that serpent were to embrace her, would she manage to escape? Li Chaoyan, now refraining from even rubbing her arms, was fearful that the madman ahead might make another move. The three of them entered the cave enveloped in an oddly tense atmosphere. The cavern was excavated to considerable depths, and Li Chaoyan felt as though she had been walking for an eternity. Was it truly the penchant of the Iron Rhinoceros clan to dig tunnels? Such behavior was utterly perplexing. Unable to contain herself, she began to share her grievances with Jiu Jiu. As they proceeded, they soon found themselves in a vast, open expanse ahead. Li Chaoyan was utterly astonished by the sight before her, as she instantly comprehended the purpose of those tools and components. Was this iron beast intended to forge a metallic army? In the expansive terrain ahead, a series of humanoid metal figures were arranged in a meticulous and orderly manner. At the very least, they bore a semblance to human shapes. Wrapping around their chests were layers of creeping vines, delicate tendrils extending toward the heads, hands, and legs of these metal beings, moving as if imbued with life. Additionally, sharp metallic shards intersected and adorned their forms, instilling an instinctive fear of proximity. For approaching too closely would undoubtedly result in a grievous wound. What was this iron spectacle intended for? And what purpose did it serve for those who, like her, had traversed into this realm? Surely, it could not be for waging war. Li Chaoyan gazed in disbelief at the metallic figures before her, resembling the terracotta warriors, armed with razor-sharp metal shards. The potential for devastation in an attack was immense. A strange glimmer flickered in Jisha's eyes as she pondered over these entities. However, Blood Queen remained largely indifferent, snorting with disdain, realizing that what iron radiance had concealed from them were merely these contraptions. She regarded them with utter contempt. Li Chaoyan looked at her speechlessly. This elder sister was exceedingly self-assured. A sudden sensation surged within her abdomen, causing Li Chaoyan to gasp and clutch her belly. Shueji turned her gaze towards the sound, a chilling smirk curling at the corners of her mouth, momentarily forgetting the presence of an annoying individual nearby. She would deal with that later. Approaching the metallic fragments, the vines began to stir as if they possessed awareness, agitated by an unseen scent. The metallic beings hummed to life, commencing their movements. Shueji sensed something amiss. Her advance halted. Why did these entities feel so lifelike? She paused and took a step back. Yet, the vines, as if drawn by the aroma of prey, propelled the metallic beings toward Shueji, their glinting, sharp blades lunging directly at her. They swung their arm-like appendages, brandishing metallic shards with ferocity. Shueji evaded, narrowly missing several of the razor-sharp edges that grazed her face. Meanwhile, Jisha and Li Chaoyan remained at the entrance of the cavern, hesitant to step further into the expansive space. Strangely, the metallic beings did not direct their aggression towards them. Li Chaoyan gazed intently at the chaotic scene unfolding within, where the metallic figures seemed devoid of thought, merely governed by the twisting vines. They flailed their arms in a disordered manner, emitting a chilling luminescence. An increasing number of metallic beings entered the fray, and Blood Princess, sensing imminent defeat, resolved to hurl a lightning orb into the melee. However, to her astonishment, the lightning was entirely intercepted by the metallic figures, orchestrated by the vines, inflicting not the slightest harm upon them. At this moment, Li Chaoyan harbored but a singular thought: the metal was non-conductive. Blood Princess, realizing that her spiritual energy could not harm them, ceased her futile efforts and transformed into her beast form, soaring into the air. However, the vines seemed to anticipate her intentions, directly extracting the metal plates embedded in the metal beings and hurling them at Blood Princess. The metal plates, being detachable, were evidently not secured deeply. Caught unawares, she felt a sharp impact on her wing, causing her feathers to flutter awkwardly as blood began to drip incessantly. The vines, unable to restrain themselves, ensnared the blood that fell from her, thrashing about with renewed vigor, akin to a child delighted by sweets. Startled by their antics, Blood Princess glanced at the two seemingly unscathed individuals outside, a sudden realization striking her. She evaded the incessantly launching metal plates and ascended behind the two. The metal beings indeed halted their assault, initially perplexed, before retreating to their original positions, leaving the vast expanse in a prolonged silence. Some had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 72. Retribution. Blood Princess tended to the feathers at her wounded spot, where the bleeding had ceased, transforming back into her human form. She yanked the iron plate embedded in her forearm and cast it onto the ground, pressing her hand against the injured limb. Her gaze fixated intently on the two. Why did you not warn me? Jisha leaned against the cave entrance, his eyes drawn to her injured forearm, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth, which he quickly replaced with an innocent expression. I, too, am at a loss as to why they only targeted you. Narrowing his eyes, he pressed his tongue against the inside of his cheek, a small bulge forming on his cheek. He spoke dangerously. Perhaps your flavor is simply more delectable. Blood Princess understood that he harbored a grudge against her for summoning him as a lackey. TCH, a petty man, she thought. Her gaze then fell upon the contemplative Li Chaoyan, and a wicked idea began to form in her mind. She softened her expression and slowly approached the two. Particularly Jisha, who flinched at her movement, a hint of apprehension crossing his face. He did not wish to be too close to this woman. Blood Princess tilted her head and innocently inquired of Li Chaoyan, "What are these things?" Li Chaoyan regained her composure and fixed her gaze on the Blood Princess, the shoulder she had grasped still throbbing with pain. Warily, she distanced herself from the Blood Princess, refraining from responding to her words. However, there was little she could do. She had originally been positioned closest to the cave's entrance. Jisha had begun to settle beside her, having just moved behind them to evade the Blood Princess. Consequently, Li Chaoyan found herself unable to escape as the Blood Princess slowly advanced. It appeared she sought to observe the interior of the cave. Yet her steps were deliberately inching closer to Li Chaoyan. Li Chaoyan found herself with no avenue for retreat. Any further movement would plunge her into the territory of the metallic beings. At that moment, Jisha also sensed something amiss. He stepped forward, intending to draw Li Chaoyan to his side, but as he extended his hand, it was abruptly withdrawn, disturbed by the cacophony in his mind. For some time now, he had been plagued by incessant voices that whispered insidiously, inciting the violent impulses within him. He struggled to disregard these sounds and adhere to his own thoughts. Yet he invariably faltered. Presently, the voice echoed within his mind, "Disregard her, disregard her, disregard her." A dull ache surged through his head, compelling him to squeeze his eyes shut. When he opened them again, his gaze was a vivid crimson, intently scrutinizing the two figures before him. Blood Queen stood perilously close to Li Chaoyan. She curled her lips into a vindictive smile and forcefully pressed her hands against Li Chaoyan's wound. Inopportunely, the offspring within Li Chaoyan's womb began to stir restlessly, causing a series of contractions in her abdomen. Consequently, she was unable to evade the push from Blood Princess, resulting in a sudden and intense pain radiating through her shoulder. Gently, she patted her belly, realizing that this little one had become overly stimulated. It seemed that the young creature sensed its mother's distress and subsequently settled down. Li Chaoyan wiped the cold sweat from her forehead as a cacophony of sounds erupted behind her. She attempted to dash towards the cave entrance. But just as she was about to cross the threshold, she was met with a jolt of electricity that coursed through her legs, eliciting a muffled groan from her lips. Raising her gaze, she beheld the triumphant expression of Blood Princess within, while the entrance pulsated with a web of electric currents. In Blood Princess's hand, a glowing orb of electricity flickered before vanishing into thin air. Meanwhile, the figure of Jisha, standing behind her, appeared utterly oblivious to the unfolding drama, his crimson eyes betraying no indication of thought. Blood Princess felt a twinge of surprise at Jisha's lack of reaction, soon followed by a sense of acceptance. Perhaps he merely regarded this woman as a mere trinket. This would not impede their collaboration. As she stepped forward to pat Jisha on the shoulder, she was met instead by a pair of bloodshot eyes, and with a fierce motion, Jisha sent her crashing against the wall. Blood Princess cursed under her breath. Yet those piercing eyes remained fixed upon her. For reasons unknown, Jisha exuded an oddly familiar aura that unsettled her. Approaching the electrified net, Jisha revealed a chilling smile. His red-hued gaze locked on to Li Chaoyan as if she were the centerpiece of an enthralling spectacle. Li Chaoyan was taken aback by his expression, letting out a cold laugh. Indeed, these two were in cahoots. She forcefully suppressed the unsettling feeling within her. Turning around, she came face to face with the approaching metallic figure. Her heart raced like a drum, yet she compelled herself to remain calm. Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead like tiny pearls. For the scene before her was utterly terrifying. Li Chaoyan felt an overwhelming sense of crisis, a sensation that differed greatly from the peril she experienced in the presence of Jisha. It was a threat to her very existence. She fervently called out for Jiu Jiu, and only after receiving assurance of her safety did she finally relax. With a discerning gaze, she scrutinized the advancing metallic beings, who did not attack directly but instead formed a surrounding circle, attempting to corral their prey within. Naturally, Li Chaoyan had no intention of complying with their intentions. She skillfully evaded their encirclement while carefully observing these sentient vines. Indeed, These vines possessed consciousness. A realization that struck her when she witnessed them hurling metallic shards at the airborne blood princess. It was curious how Taihui commanded these vines. The vines attached to the metallic beings were evidently incensed by their prey's evasion, abandoning their playful antics and charging directly at her. Li Chaoyan curved her lips into a subtle smile, possessing a modicum of wisdom, though not in abundance. She deftly maneuvered around the cold metallic shards, engaging in a strategic dance with these automata. Their reflexes lacked the swiftness of the little fox that Bai Su had trained her with, making her skirmishes against them rather effortless. However, their sheer numbers posed a formidable challenge. If such a multitude of metal beings were unleashed upon the outside world, the beast men, devoid of skills and spiritual energy, would stand no chance in close combat. It is not that Li Chaoyan harbored a deep concern for this beast realm. After all, conflict is an inevitable aspect of any world. Yet, she was acutely aware that the ambitions of this iron radiance extended far beyond this modest wooden domain. Perhaps his aspirations included the unification of the 5 territories. In such a scenario, the hard-won friendships, familial bonds, and happiness she cherished could be obliterated in an instant. She held no illusions that this iron radiance was a benevolent and democratic figure. Li Chaoyan deftly evaded the onslaught of the metallic beings. Yet their overwhelming numbers rendered her susceptible to several cuts. However, she had grown accustomed to bearing wounds whenever she traversed this wooden realm, though it did not imply she relished the experience. With a composed demeanor, she scrutinized the metallic entities, endeavoring to discern their vulnerabilities. The tendrils, remarkably intelligent, maneuvered at will, consistently positioning themselves in the safest locales atop the metallic figures. It was exceedingly challenging for an ordinary person to inflict harm upon them. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her. These tendrils must possess something they feared. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the cave. Some had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 73. Bai Su injured. Regrettably, Li Chaoyan did not register this noise, as her full attention was fixated on the metallic beings and the tendrils entwined around them. Recalling a game she had played in the modern world, she remembered that the most effective method of combating such tendrils was through fire. While these metallic creatures were non-conductive, they surely conducted heat. Yet, conventional torches would undoubtedly be thwarted by the metallic beings. So, what should she employ? At this moment, Li Chaoyan felt somewhat exhausted. However, the thought of having potentially discovered a solution provided her with a modicum of reassurance. She moved to a more distant spot, leaning against the wall as she drew in labored breaths, and gradually a notion began to take shape in her mind. In a war film she had previously watched, the soldiers utilized a certain weapon that could project flames. What was it called? Ah, yes. I must exchange for a flamethrower. A portable flamethrower, a close-range incendiary weapon that ejects a jet of burning liquid, capable of being used 3 to 5 times per canister, with a range of 40 to 80 meters. 600 points per canister. How expensive. Yet, it is not without merit. I shall exchange for 2. The transaction was successful, consuming a total of 1,200 points, leaving me with 5,200 points remaining. Li Chaoyan retrieved the hefty apparatus from her backpack. How weighty it was. The flamethrower bore a striking resemblance to a firearm at the front, complete with a trigger and even equipped with 2 supporting brackets. At the rear, it featured 2 small canisters slung over her shoulders, filled with a specially formulated combustible gel-like substance. Li Chaoyan carried the jar on her back, weighing the object in her hands, which felt particularly heavy. She aimed at a metallic figure and pulled the trigger. A colossal fire dragon engulfed the metal being, and the vines entwined upon it. The temperature must have soared to at least 800 degrees Celsius, and Li Chaoyan could not escape the scorching wave of heat herself. Sweat cascaded down her body like water. Indeed, several of the metallic figures collapsed before her, their vines reduced to mere ashes. The remaining metallic figures, seemingly startled by her action, scattered in all directions, fleeing in haste. Li Chaoyan pursued relentlessly. Yet the recoil of the flamethrower was formidable. Each time she pulled the trigger, a jarring sensation coursed through her hands, leaving her with a constricted feeling in her chest. Enduring this discomfort, she finally witnessed the last metallic adversary collapse. The second canister of the flamethrower was nearly depleted, only capable of one final use. Suddenly, a piercing scream from Blood Princess echoed at the entrance, accompanied by Iron Huey's furious roar. Li Chaoyan stood in the center of the vast cave, her face smeared with grime, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead, and strands of hair clinging tightly to her visage. Her eyes, devoid of any emotion, coldly regarded the throng outside the cave. Those gathered outside were kept at bay by the electric barrier created by the Blood Princess. Iron Hui, uncertain of his arrival time, was immediately confronted with the sight of Li Chaoyan dismantling his prized possession, a surge of fury igniting within him, causing his vision to blur with rage. Struggling to catch his breath, he lunged towards the electric fence in a frenzied attempt, only to be repelled by a jolt of electricity. The Blood Princess stared in disbelief at Li Chaoyan. Even from outside, the heat radiating from within was suffocating. She gazed incredulously at Li Chaoyan, who appeared as a harbinger of death within the cave. Iron Hui clutched the Blood Princess's hair tightly, pointing vehemently at the electric net, his throat emitting a primal roar akin to that of a wild beast, demanding, "Open it for me." Iron Hui had initially intended to retire for the night, but an unsettling twitch in his brow compelled him to conduct one last inspection. Meanwhile, Jisha leaned on his hands, coldly observing the scene, his crimson eyes betraying inscrutable thoughts, before turning to Li Chaoyan and silently uttering a statement. Li Chaoyan was momentarily captivated by the haze, failing to discern the words he spoke. Blood Princess, startled by Tai Hui, soon realized she had no reason to fear him, and thus raised the electric weapon in her hand, striking directly at Tai Hui. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Outside the cave, the 5 members of Jiu Jiu initially intended to enter and investigate, but were taken aback when Tai Hui hurriedly rushed inside, kicking one of the corpses outside in a fit of frustration. They entrusted Xia to care for Ho Dan, while the 3 followed Tai Hui into the cave to assess the situation. The acrid smoke billowed from within, prompting them to instinctively cover their mouths and noses. A dull ache surged within them, signaling something was amiss. They hastened deeper into the cave. Due to an injury on her forearm, Blood Princess struggled to withstand Tai Hui's relentless assault and soon found herself at a disadvantage. He seized her by the hair and hurled her towards the electric net. As she approached, the sparks scattered, rendering the net ineffective. Blood Princess crashed heavily to the ground, suppressing the metallic taste of blood rising in her throat. She propped herself up, intent on charging at Tai Hui, when a cold, sharp voice pierced the air. "Don't move." The nozzle of the fire extinguisher radiated heat, dispersing around her head. The air inside was unbearable, filled with acrid odors. Yet, Li Chaoyan appeared oblivious, coldly staring at the 3, her finger poised to pull the trigger. However, before she could fully press down, a wave of heat surged from behind her, as a vine, not entirely extinguished, continued to command the movements of the metal beings. Thus, Tai Hui stealthily directed one of the metallic entities to launch a surprise attack from behind her. At that critical moment, the metallic shards were poised to pierce Li Chaoyan's body, and her abilities had long since been exhausted. There was no escape. A radiant white light emanated from Li Chaoyan's body, as a warm figure encircled her from behind. The sound of metal piercing flesh echoed through the air. Baisu could not suppress a muffled groan. Blood continuously flowed from the corners of his mouth, saturating the fabric on Li Chaoyan's shoulder. Intermittent sounds reached her ears. "It's fortunate you are unharmed, Chaoyan." Before Jiu Jiu and Qi Yang could fully comprehend the situation, Baisu vanished from their side, and they soon beheld the scene within the cave. All attention was drawn to the suddenly appearing and disappearing Baisu, whose back was now riddled with shards of metal. Li Chaoyan's body trembled as she steadied herself against Baisu, swiftly turning around. Her finger pressed down on the trigger, and this time, the metallic figure fell completely. She discarded her weapon and supported Baisu with both hands, preventing him from collapsing backward. Tears welled up in her eyes. She longed for Baisu to turn and allow her a glimpse of him, but he pulled her back, narrowly avoiding the Blood Princess's sharp claw. Jiu Jiu and Qi Yang joined the fray, subduing the dazed Tai Hui and the injured, defenseless Blood Princess. The Blood Princess struggled valiantly in Jiu Jiu's grasp, her sharp cries piercing the air. "Jisha." It was then that everyone realized Jisha had not participated in their battle and was now nowhere to be found. No one noticed when he had disappeared. Suddenly, a cloud of black smoke enveloped the Blood Princess, and with a hoarse, menacing exclamation of "Fool," she vanished along with the smoke. Jiu Jiu stood momentarily stunned before dashing after the dissipating shadow. Meanwhile, Tai Hui remained frozen in place, helplessly fixating on his treasured possessions. His hands were twisted behind his back by Qi Yang, rendering him utterly immobile. He muttered incessantly, my treasures, I am the chosen one." Li Chaoyan gently supported the unconscious Baisu, carefully laying him down on the ground in a prone position. She removed the burdensome objects from his back and cautiously tore away the fabric that covered his wounds. Baisu's back was interlaced with numerous metallic shards, remnants of the metal being that had attacked him. Baisu had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Li Chaoyan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her lips quivered helplessly. In a haste, She exchanged for hemostatic medicine and administered it to Bai Su. Yet, whether due to the multitude of injuries or some other reason, the bleeding persistently refused to cease. She sought out Jiu Jiu to procure alcohol and medical cotton. With utmost care, she dabbed the alcohol to cleanse Bai Su's wounds. As she tended to him, Bai Su's brow furrowed, beads of sweat glistening upon his chiseled nose. Li Chaoyan softened her movements, continuously reassuring him, "It's all right, it's all right. We need to disinfect. Everything will be fine. Don't be afraid. I'm here." It was her first encounter with such a situation, and she found herself momentarily flustered, unsure of what to do next. Some had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 74. A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye behind her. Tai Hui witnessed Li Chaoyan conjuring familiar modern items seemingly from thin air. He snapped out of his stupor and lunged at her in a frenzy, exclaiming, "You came from the modern world too. You did. Why are you trying to harm me?" His voice was rough, laced with fury, as he approached the brink of madness. Qi Yang nearly failed to restrain him. After a struggle, he managed to secure him and cast a reassuring glance at Li Chaoyan. He forcefully slammed the man against the wall, grasping his head and striking it against the surface until he lost consciousness, subsequently dislocating his limbs. At that moment, Shizhu entered with Hodan and Qi. Their steps hurried. Upon seeing the injured Bai Su and the helpless Li Chaoyan, Shizhu swiftly approached her, his eyes reddened. Extending his hand towards her, Li Chaoyan pushed him away and turned to continue disinfecting Bai Su's wound with alcohol. She was absorbed in her own thoughts, contemplating the next step of removing the metal shard. How would she extract it? This object was indeed filthy, having sullied Bai Su, who was so fastidious about cleanliness. This metal piece was truly unclean. Li Chaoyan's mind was a tangled mess. She was uncertain about her next step. Would extracting the metal piece be excruciating? She hesitated, opting instead to administer another hemostatic pill to Bai Su. The next step was to remove it. A gentle voice emanated from behind her. "May I attempt it?" Li Chaoyan halted her movements and turned to look behind her. The one who spoke was a strikingly handsome orc, not particularly tall in stature. Yet his eyes brimmed with tenderness. Li Chaoyan's eyes brimmed with caution as she positioned herself defensively between him and Bai Su, inquiring, "Who are you?" "I am Ho Shan, the elder brother of Ho Shuang. Please entrust him to me. I possess prior experience in such matters." Previously, an orc from the Wooden Monkey tribe inadvertently fell upon a metal shard, and it was he who managed the situation. Thus Ho Shan is not entirely deceitful. In her heart, Li Chaoyan wrestled with turmoil, nodding vacantly. She could only choose to trust the person before her, as she found herself incapable of taking action. Hodan instructed Shizhu to soothe Li Chaoyan's emotions, then addressed Qi. "Please carry him out first. The air here is stagnant. Moreover, there are numerous noxious odors that are unsuitable for the injured." Qi and Hodan cautiously lifted Bai Su and transported him to the open ground outside, with Li Chaoyan following unsteadily behind. Qi Yang and Shizhu trailed closely, dragging the unconscious Tai Hui along. The two laid Bai Su flat on the ground, illuminated by the flickering light of the torch, revealing the extent of his injuries. Metal shards embedded deeply in his back, blood saturating the area, though fortunately, many vital organs were spared. Li Chaoyan crouched beside Bai Su, retrieving a collection of items she had exchanged from the system space, including water, gauze, and hemostatic powder. Hodan instructed Qi and Shizhu to assist in restraining Bai Su, while he requested Li Chaoyan to place the gauze in Bai Su's mouth to prevent her from biting her tongue in agony. Once prepared, he washed his hands with the water Li Chaoyan had procured, took a deep breath, and first removed the shallowly embedded metal shard. Finally, his fingers gently brushed against the deeper metal fragments, applying deft strength to extract them. Bai Su writhed in pain, beads of cold sweat cascading down her brow. As she bit down firmly on the gauze, Li Chaoyan hastily wiped the sweat from his face with her hands, biting her lip tightly, leaving a deep imprint. "Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. I am here." Li Chaoyan spoke in a gentle tone to soothe Bai Su, tenderly caressing his face. Bai Su's struggle seemed to have diminished. He bit down tightly on the gauze in his mouth, beads of cold sweat still forming on his forehead. Hodan was entirely focused on his task, extracting the final piece of metal and discarding it on the ground. After cleaning the wound, he sprinkled it with a coagulating powder and, following Li Chaoyan's instructions, wrapped it in gauze. The group was drenched in cold sweat, especially Bai Su, whose face was as pale as snow, and his lips were so dry they began to crack. His inky eyes opened briefly, and upon seeing Li Chaoyan before him, he closed them again as if finding solace, his breaths faint and shallow. Hodan wiped away the cold sweat, finished bandaging the last wound, and let out a long sigh of relief. It was done. Li Chaoyan lay helplessly on the ground, overwhelmed by an immense fear of losing Bai Su. She tenderly caressed Bai Su's face and exchanged a blood-replenishing elixir for him to consume. The crowd remained vigilant, deliberating on the next course of action. Li Chaoyan briefly explained her predicament to a few individuals. Previously, they had been too preoccupied to regard the disappearances of Ji Sha and Shui Ji. But now the situation appeared rather suspicious. What was the origin of that black smoke? The group remained oblivious. They gathered around Bai Su, and Li Chaoyan noticed Tai Hui nearby. She stood up and approached him, delivering 2 kicks, seemingly in a fit of frustration, followed by 2 more. Tai Hui grunted softly, gradually regaining consciousness. With bleary eyes, he gazed at the others, and upon seeing Li Chaoyan, his eyes widened in shock. Vile creature. He spat through clenched teeth, fury blazing in his eyes. Qi Yang promptly placed a foot upon his face, the sole of his shoe scraping against Tai Hui's skin, his own eyes glimmering with indignation. Who gave you the right to speak so? Tai Hui's face was pressed into the dirt, a most undignified sight, as he mumbled incoherently, words lost amid the chaos. Li Chaoyan crouched down, casting a disdainful gaze upon the ground where Tai Hui lay. Are you from another time? Tai Hui nodded slightly, his voice silenced by the pressure of the sun's rays. So am I, Li Chaoyan calmly declared. She then added, you are truly despicable. A flicker of resentment sparkled in Tai Hui's eyes. His limbs had been rendered motionless by the sun's relentless grip, leaving him to writhe helplessly on the ground like a worm. Once the sun withdrew its oppressive force, he began to curse vehemently, you wretched creature. You have thwarted my endeavors. May you suffer a terrible fate. Li Chaoyan calmly picked up the metallic shard that had fallen from Bai Su's body. The cold gleam of the metal flickered in tandem with the firelight, casting an eerie reflection upon her face, imbued with a hint of imperceptible terror. Iron Hui watched as she approached, clutching the metallic fragments, and felt an unsettling fear creep into his heart. He swallowed hard, instinctively recoiling, only to be restrained by Qi Yang's firm foot. He attempted to summon his spiritual power, but for reasons unbeknownst to him, he found himself unable to do so. Li Chaoyan let out a cold laugh. Unable to use spiritual power? She cast a sidelong glance at the talisman affixed to him, her smile growing even chillier. That was something she had exchanged at great cost from Jiu Jiu. How fortunate for him indeed. Li Chaoyan gripped the metallic shard tightly in her hand. Her pace measured as she approached Tai Hui. One by one, she plunged the sharp pieces deep into Tai Hui's flesh, from his feet to his body, and finally to his hands. For every shard that marred Bai Su's back, she embedded an equal number into Tai Hui. From the moment the first shard pierced his skin, he emitted a wretched cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig, drawing the attention of the patrol team. Those who rushed to the aid of their high priest found themselves intercepted by Jiu Jiu and Qia. Li Chaoyan returned all the metallic pieces to Tai Hui without exception. Subsequently, she stared incredulously at her hands, stained with blood, and could no longer restrain her tears, bursting into a heartfelt cry. Leaning against a warm and steadfast embrace, she recognized it was Qi Yang. Turning around, she clung to him tightly, her tears dampening the fabric that separated them. Some lives have perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 75, The Guidance of the Beast God. Li Chaoyan stood vigil by Bai Su's side, clasping his icy, lifeless hand, her gaze fixed intently upon his face. The previous night, they had taken Tai Hui hostage and successfully liberated the captured orcs. Now, they returned to the Iron Rhinoceros tribe with the rescued individuals. Despite Tai Hui's robust physique, Li Chaoyan had inserted numerous metallic shards into his body, and yet he still clung to a breath of life. Truly, a calamity that endures for millennia. Meanwhile, Bai Su had succumbed to a fever last night. His forehead burned with heat, his consciousness foggy, and he trembled incessantly. Li Chaoyan, wary of injuring him further or aggravating his wounds, administered fever-reducing medication and then resorted to holding a damp animal hide against his forehead to alleviate his temperature. She also tended to the uninjured areas of his body. As the night wore on, she had changed countless basins of water, and at last, his fever subsided. Exhaustion from the long night overtook Li Chaoyan, and she eventually succumbed to sleep by the bedside. Jiu Jiu and Qi Yang chose not to disturb them. Instead, they followed the directions provided by Li Chaoyan and successfully located the imprisoned females, liberating them. Upon their release, the females were filled with a mix of astonishment and joy. Upon seeing the nearly lifeless Tai Hui, each one of them felt an overwhelming urge to vent their frustrations upon him, but Jiu Jiu and Qi Yang intervened, reminding them of his value. They closely followed behind Qi Yang as he led them to the group of beastmen previously confined in the mountains. The females dashed forward, seeking their beast husbands or kin. You are alive, Lu Shufei exclaimed as she rushed into the embrace of a towering beast man, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist and burying her head against his chest. The beast man appeared momentarily stunned, but after a brief pause, he gently stroked her hair with his calloused hand and lowered his head to comfort her softly. The remaining beast men responded similarly. However, some females were still unable to locate their beast husbands, and some had yet to find any of their kin. Nothing is more painful than escaping suffering only to be unable to find the one person who sustains your will to endure. Amidst their helplessness, some were left in tears. Li Chaoyan was roused from her slumber by the sounds of wailing and sobbing emanating from outside. She shook her still drowsy head, her eyes gradually regaining clarity. Still clasping Bai Su's hand, she loosened her grip slightly and placed the withered animal hide into the water, then carried the basin outside. It was now daytime. As the sun pierced through, Li Chaoyan squinted, taking a considerable time to regain her composure. For reasons unknown, the events of the previous night weighed heavily upon her. Leaving her feeling utterly fatigued, she found herself reluctant to engage with these matters any longer, despite the fact that she had dealt a rather severe blow. Justified as it was by the transgressions of Tai Hui, the ethical constraints instilled in her from a young age within a society governed by law suffocated her. Holding a basin, she made her way to a secluded spot and settled down on a stone. After a while, a graceful figure approached from the distance. Li Chaoyan lifted her gaze and, after a prolonged moment of confusion, recognized her as one of the females confined underground, seemingly named Lu Shu. She nodded in acknowledgement, a silent greeting, likely a result of Shi Zhu and the others having rescued her. To her surprise, Lu Shu walked directly toward her and began to weep upon seeing her. Li Chaoyan hurriedly jumped down from the stone, supporting her arm with a hint of panic in her voice. What's wrong? Lu Shu's tears flowed like pearls strung on a broken thread. She bowed to Li Chaoyan, her sobs transforming into gentle weeping. With a soft, nasal tone, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Lu Shu wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Her face, already washed clean, bore not only tears, but also an expression of deep appreciation. The towering beast man beside her quickly wiped away her tears. Li Chaoyan noticed the lingering marks of abuse on her neck and face. The once desolate gaze now shimmered with a flicker of emotion, anger evident in her eyes. It's all right. Don't cry. Li Chaoyan gently wiped away her tears, offering solace to Lu Shu. In an impulsive gesture, Lu Shu embraced her, leaving Li Chaoyan momentarily frozen, uncertain of how to comfort the trembling female in her arms. She discreetly signaled to the towering orc beside her, who promptly gathered Lu Shu into his embrace, providing the comfort she so desperately needed. Li Chaoyan also found her liberation. She turned to Lu Shu and inquired, "What of the others?" Lu Shu ceased her sobbing, her hands continuing to wipe away her tears. With a voice still tinged with nasal tones, she replied, "They are all at the altar. I sought you out and came over." The altar? Indeed. She still had an unfinished task to attend to. Li Chaoyan asked Lu Shu and the others to keep an eye on Bai Su while she stepped toward the altar. Behind her, Lu Shu gazed longingly at Li Chaoyan as she departed. The altar was adorned with Tai Hui, who was restrained by Shi Zhu and Qi Yang on a wooden frame, his limbs bound and hanging limply. His face bore the marks of bruising, and the metallic plates had been forcibly removed, leaving gaping wounds in their wake. Yet, he still clung to life. Li Chaoyan gazed at the wounds she had inflicted upon him, her fists clenched tightly. Below, the other beastmen of the Iron Rhinoceros tribe were engaged in fierce combat with the beastmen of rival tribes, determined to rescue their high priest. Li Chaoyan stood tall, approaching Tai Hui, her gaze icy and unwavering. She then turned to address the crowd, particularly the orcs of the Tai Shi clan. With a deliberate gesture, she pointed towards the bound figure on the platform, her crimson lips parting slowly. "This individual is not Tai Hui. He is not your high priest." Upon hearing her words, the orcs ceased their struggles, lifting their heads in confusion towards the platform. "Do you not find it curious? Why has your high priest's demeanor changed so drastically in the past 2 months? He not only chastises you at whim, but also compels you to wreak havoc upon the other tribes of the Wood Domain." The orcs below fell into deep contemplation, their movements stilled. "It is because another soul has invaded your high priest's body, seizing control over him." Li Chaoyan was disinclined to elucidate the concept of time travel, for it was evident that they would not comprehend it. Thus, she could only refer to it as a matter of the soul. The crowd below was rife with murmurs. Some appeared to agree, while others vehemently resisted. "I assert that this high priest is a fraud." An orc from the Iron Horn tribe was the first to voice his opinion. He was Tai Shi. The former high priest had shown kindness towards the females. Yet this one now resorted to their maltreatment. Indeed, every day while guarding the entrance, one could hear the wretched cries of the females from within. Yes, an increasing number of orcs voiced their dissent. Such is human nature. In times of strength, many will extol you, but in moments of decline, they will hastily abandon you. At this juncture, Tai Hui, no, he should be referred to as Wang Tai, fixed his gaze intently upon the assembly below, witnessing those who once dared not oppose him now reveling in his downfall. Li Chaoyan desired precisely this effect. A smile curled at the corners of her mouth as she turned to glance at the disheveled Wang Tai. With a modern phrase, she remarked to him, "You deserve this." Subsequently, she gestured for the audience to quiet down, declaring, "In truth, I have been guided by the beast god to rescue the wood domain." The crowd erupted in astonishment, gazing at Li Chaoyan in disbelief. Even Jiu Jiu cast her a sidelong glance. Li Chaoyan maintained her composure, continuing to showcase her talent for fabrication. The beast god declared that this individual was an ominous presence, unworthy of the title of high priest of the wood domain. The Tieshi tribe, having committed such grievous transgressions, was equally unworthy of retaining the spirit of the wood. Some had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 76, Acquiring the Spirit of the Wood. We do not believe you. You possess no proof. At this moment, the orcs in the audience grasped the gravity of the situation. Their support for the high priest stemmed from his possession of the spirit of the wood, making him their pivotal figure. The reason the Tieshi tribe had thrived in the wood domain over the years was due to the high priest's connection to the spirit. If the spirit were to be reclaimed by the beast god, how could they maintain their status as the foremost tribe in the wood domain? Thus, they protested vehemently, with some orcs even shoving, attempting to rush the altar to rescue him. They were all thwarted by orcs from other tribes. Proof? This was it. Li Chaoyan clapped her hands, and a commanding voice resonated from the heavens, reminiscent of the voice that had accompanied Bai Su during her ascension to the position of high priestess. Who calls upon me? The audience below, upon hearing this proclamation, exhibited profound reverence, bowing in deference, for they held the beast god in utmost awe. You beast folk have committed such grievous transgressions. How do you dare to continue wielding the spirit of the wood? Henceforth, I shall reclaim the spirit of the wood as a form of retribution. A beam of golden light penetrated into Tiehui's body, prompting the onlookers to timidly raise their heads, yet all they beheld was the fading silhouette of that golden radiance. Subsequently, the authoritative voice vanished, and although Tai Hui seemed poised to speak, Jiu Jiu covered his mouth and led him away. Now do you believe? Li Chaoyan spoke with an air of gravity, her expression composed as she fixed her gaze upon the crowd below. I am the envoy sent by the beast god, and your actions have indeed displeased him. After a brief pause, Li Chaoyan continued, from this moment forth, the position of high priest in the wood domain shall be abolished. You, come forward. Yes, you. Li Chaoyan pointed to Taisher, gesturing for him to ascend the altar. Taisher hurriedly ran up to the sacrificial platform, nearly stumbling in the process. Your Excellency, is there something you require? He inquired, wiping the cold sweat from his brow and raising his gaze. The voice he had just heard was identical to that of Tai Hui during his tenure as high priest, accompanied by a golden radiance. Thus, he was now thoroughly convinced of Li Chaoyan's identity as a messenger. What is your name? Li Chaoyan asked with a feigned solemnity. My name is Taisher. Very well, henceforth, Taisher shall serve as the priest of the Tieshu tribe. The wood domain shall no longer have a high priest, nor shall there be a so-called first great tribe. You shall henceforth be akin to the wood monkey tribe and others. There will be only the position of priest, should you perform well. The beast god may consider sparing you. The onlookers below dared not contest this decree and could only swallow their discontent. You may make good use of the metallic blocks at the back of the tribe's mountain, but you must not entertain any ulterior motives. The metal constructs you created were easily annihilated by me. You must understand that even if you harbor ill intentions, they cannot rival the might of the beast god. Li Chaoyan spoke with a stern and imposing demeanor. The Iron Rhinoceros clan orcs responded submissively, repeatedly acquiescing. They dared not provoke the envoy of the beast god. Should the beast god's wrath be incited, their fate would undoubtedly be sealed. Li Chaoyan turned to Taisher, her eyes filled with gravity. She patted his shoulder and said, You must ensure the proper care of the orcs and females you have captured. Those who deserve punishment must be dealt with accordingly. We cannot show leniency towards Tiehui's lackeys. After Li Chaoyan uttered these words, she gracefully descended from the stage, and the crowd bowed in respect towards her. Inside the Iron Radiance chamber, Li Chaoyan pressed the dagger across Tai Hui's face, the frigid blade causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Hand over the wood spirit. Indeed, Li Chaoyan's earlier actions at the altar were merely a ruse. She had spontaneously decided to have Jiu Jiu assist her in exchanging for a sound card resembling that of the beast god, intending to mimic the deity's will from the heavens. Subsequently, she procured a spotlight capable of emitting golden rays. She instructed Chaoyan to position himself atop the roof to direct the light, which resulted in that brilliant beam illuminating Tai Hui. Most onlookers merely beheld the golden light upon him, oblivious to its source. This endeavor was fraught with peril, and she had not conferred with Jiu Jiu and the others. However, given their brutish methods, it was likely that convincing the Tieshi clan would prove challenging, potentially inciting a new wave of bloodshed. Li Chaoyan rubbed her brow, feeling a darkness encroach upon her vision. Tai Hui remained obstinate, refusing to relinquish the spirit of wood. They could not simply seize it by force, nor could they resort to killing him, for no one knew where he had concealed the spirit. You wretched creature. Do not even think of obtaining the spirit of wood, he declared, his words taking an eternity to utter. Li Chaoyan realized that he sensed their helplessness against him, prompting her to address Jiu Jiu. Sever his hands and feet. In that moment, her tone resembled that of a mafia boss, instilling a flicker of fear in Tai Hui, who dreaded that they might indeed carry out such a gruesome act. Jiu Jiu accepted the dagger that Li Chaoyan offered, his gentle voice contrasting with the cruel intention behind his words, a bloodthirsty smile curving upon his lips. This may take some time, and it might not be entirely effective. Tai Hui's eyes widened in terror as he watched the dagger inch towards his left shoulder. Do you truly wish to turn me into a human pig? I had no intention of that, especially since we are fellow countrymen. Li Chaoyan stood to the side, gazing at her nails, her voice icy as she spoke. The dagger pressed firmly against his shoulder, and Jiu Jiu's lips curled into a subtle smile, a shadow flickering in his silvery gray eyes. Do not move. It would not look appealing if it were skewed, he remarked, pressing the blade downwards. Tai Hui, frightened, cried out, No? Please, don't. I will speak. I will speak. Jiu Jiu paused, a hint of regret in his expression as he regarded the dagger in his hand. Tai Hui looked at Jiu Jiu as if he were a harbinger of doom. Muttering incessantly, I will speak. I will speak. He turned his gaze towards Li Chaoyan, adding, But you must ensure my survival. Li Chaoyan smiled faintly and nodded. Stepping out of the room, she held in her hand a luminous stone, its entire form of vibrant green, exuding an aura of vitality. In the hands of such a scoundrel, this treasure was indeed a gross misappropriation. Jiu Jiu announced the completion of the task with a voice notification. Li Chaoyan placed the spirit of wood into the system space, as she felt uneasy about leaving it elsewhere. The space provided a sense of security. Jiu Jiu, with his warm body, embraced her, and leaning against him, Li Chaoyan playfully remarked, You really did look quite sinister just now. Jiu Jiu chuckled softly in response. You weren't so bad yourself. Li Chaoyan turned her head, creating some distance between herself and Jiu Jiu, and looked at him with a serious demeanor. I have something important to tell you. Jiu Jiu met her gaze, inquiring, What is it? However, before she could finish her sentence, Chaoyan interrupted, clinging to her from behind, resting his head on her shoulder. Sister, I've resolved everything. The unmistakable sin of Chaoyan enveloped her as he continued. Taishir has handed over those individuals to Hodan and the others to deal with, and he has promised to assist them in establishing a new tribe, as well as to compensate them with provisions. Some of the orcs from the Taishi tribe committed wrongdoings purely under the coercion and allure of Tai Hui, much like Taishir himself. However, there are others who, like Tai Hui, are indeed malevolent and remain steadfast in their allegiance to him. Thus, Li Chaoyan instructed Taishir to eliminate those irredeemably wicked orcs, and to provide restitution to the orcs and tribes that suffered losses as much as possible. Li Chaoyan reached out to gently stroke Chaoyan's head, who, in turn, nuzzled against her hand, relishing the affection with an expression of bliss. All right. There are matters I need to discuss with you. Some individuals may have perished, yet they have not entirely faded away. Chapter 77. I am with child. Chaoyan remained clingy, nestled closely behind Li Chaoyan, murmuring, Speak, I am listening, clearly reluctant to distance himself from her comforting presence. I am with child. Li Chaoyan spoke these words with an effort to maintain her composure. Yet she could still sense the astonishment from the person in front and the sudden rigidity of the one behind her. What? Exclaimed both individuals in unison, their disbelief palpable. Jiu Jiu, trembling, reached out to steady Li Chaoyan, his eyes filled with incredulity as he slowly directed his gaze towards her abdomen. Is it true? The typically composed expression on his face shattered, leaving him in a dazed state that appeared somewhat amusing. Li Chaoyan gently pressed her brow, contemplating that perhaps her unique constitution allowed her to conceive. Unlike the two others, she did not exhibit the same level of astonishment. She rolled up her sleeve to reveal a red pattern resembling a stone bamboo. In an instant, Shiju's eyes brimmed with emotion. He swiftly ushered Qi Yang away from Li Chaoyan and tenderly encircled her with his protection. Overwhelmed with urgency, he was at a loss for what to do next. He carefully wrapped his arms around her, concerned for her well-being. Yin, please take care, he thought, realizing that a female carrying a child required safeguarding. He inwardly chided himself for allowing Li Chaoyan to remain in peril for so long. Do you need to rest for a moment? He inquired, his silver-gray eyes cautiously scanning Li Chaoyan's expression. Li Chaoyan smiled gently and shook her head. She tenderly caressed her abdomen and glanced at Qi Yang, who appeared dejected beside her, then affectionately ruffled his hair. Let us go visit Bai Su, she declared, leading the two of them to see him. Bai Su remained sprawled on the bed, still in slumber. Li Chaoyan sat beside him, holding his hand and gently brushing aside the dark strands of hair that obscured his eyes. He appeared more mature than before, having shed the youthful innocence they had first encountered. Li Chaoyan reminisced about their initial meeting, recalling how Bai Su had also been injured then. With her beside him offering care, the thought evoked a sense of melancholy. In just over 2 months, Bai Su had sustained grave injuries once again. Li Chaoyan tenderly enveloped his hand, placing it beside her face, lamenting how foolish he was, wishing for his swift recovery. Without a second thought, she understood that the beam of white light emitted by Bai Su into her body was undoubtedly intended to shield her. However, she had never anticipated that this protection would require him to endure such suffering himself. Li Chaoyan felt a heaviness in her heart as these memories resurfaced, akin to the discomfort one experiences after being pounded relentlessly. If she were to articulate this sensation, it would be a blend of heartache intertwined with guilt. Jiu and Qi Yang stood silently behind her, harboring their own concerns. After all, Bai Su had fought alongside them for such an extended period that it would be disingenuous to claim otherwise. However, their demeanor did not betray their unease. Lu Shu had been fixated on Li Chaoyan since her entrance, his gaze following her every movement. Li Chaoyan sensed a flicker of confusion and, noticing Lu Shu's unwavering stare, inquired, "What troubles you?" Lu Shu hesitated for a moment before responding, his gentle voice tinged with vulnerability. "I feel a bit afraid. Yet, when I look at you, that fear dissipates." Her brows, delicately arched like willow leaves, furrowed slightly, and her enchanting peach blossom eyes revealed a profound sense of helplessness. Her hands unconsciously entwined as she gazed intently at Li Chaoyan. Li Chaoyan let out a sigh, realizing that Lu Shu had become reliant on her. It seemed that the fright instilled by Tai Hui had left a lingering shadow, leading Lu Shu to perceive herself as a savior. This could be described as a form of post-traumatic stress disorder, a condition that often arises following intense psychological stress. Indeed, this was the case. Lu Shu would frequently find herself unconsciously recalling her life trapped in that underground cave. Since that fateful day, the image of Li Chaoyan leaning over the cave entrance, extending her hand towards them, had been indelibly etched in her mind. Rays of light trickled down from the cave's mouth. And although she had feigned calmness and confidence at that moment, the memory remained haunting. She resembled a savior. Furthermore, upon hearing that Li Chaoyan was the messenger sent by the beast god, her feelings of attachment and reverence for her deepened, causing her gaze to unconsciously follow in Li Chaoyan's wake. Li Chaoyan sighed and approached her, gently patting her shoulder. She gazed into Lu Shu's eyes and assured her, "I promise, such incidents will not recur. Please, do not be afraid." Li Chaoyan pulled her shoulder close, cradling her in a protective embrace while tenderly stroking Lu Shu's back. "Do not let those who love you worry." After uttering these words, Li Chaoyan cast a glance at the towering orc behind Lu Shu and said, "Please take her to rest." The formidable orc took Lu Shu from Li Chaoyan's arms, preparing to lead her away, when Lu Shu's soft voice echoed from the doorway. "May I come to find you again?" Li Chaoyan nodded at her. Once they departed, she turned to her 2 beastly husbands and said, "Let those female beasts handle Tai Hui. Some grudges are best left to them." As if recalling something, she added, "Oh, and do not let him perish. I promised Tai Hui to spare his life, yet sometimes, living may not be preferable to dying. This is a matter for another time." The 2 men acknowledged her words. But before they could act, a knock echoed from outside. "Messenger!" It was the voice of Tai Shi. Qi Yang opened the door, and Tai Shi inevitably caught sight of Bai Su reclining on the bed. He then lowered his head and spoke respectfully to Li Chaoyan, "Messenger. Once those beasts have recuperated here, we shall return them to their respective tribes. Furthermore, we will assist in the restoration of their villages. I hope this meets your approval?" Li Chaoyan cast a calm glance at him, as long as they were satisfied. Subsequently, she waved her hand, dismissing him. Once he had departed, she allowed herself to relax, shedding her feigned composure. A slight pain gripped her abdomen, and the color of her lips appeared somewhat pale, likely due to her lack of nourishment that day. The little one inside her was restless, stirring about in discontent. Li Chaoyan gently caressed her belly, whispering to the baby to be good. Beside her, Jiu Jiu quickly assisted Li Chaoyan in taking a seat, bringing forth a platter of fruits and roasted meat, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Li Chaoyan. "You must be hungry. Go ahead and eat," Jiu Jiu encouraged, nudging the food closer to Li Chaoyan. Obediently, Li Chaoyan indulged in a few bites, feeling her stomach settle more comfortably. After finishing her meal, Jiu Jiu tenderly stroked her small belly, sensing the movements from within. Li Chaoyan chuckled at the sight, remarking, "It hasn't even formed yet, and you can't feel it." "I can feel it. The little one is bumping against my hand," Jiu Jiu replied in a childlike manner, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Li Chaoyan also broke into a smile. These past few days had been overwhelmingly busy, and her brow had been furrowed in concern, especially with Baisu still unconscious and the matters concerning the Muyu tribe weighing heavily on her mind. Lost in her thoughts, Li Chaoyan eventually succumbed to fatigue and drifted off to sleep at the table. Jiu Jiu observed her abdomen, checking for any signs of swelling compared to before, only to discover that the person before him had already slipped into a tranquil slumber. He gestured quietly to Qi Yang, who was tending to Baisu, and then carefully picked up Li Chaoyan, placing her gently onto the fur-covered bed in their room, tucking her in snugly. He tenderly smoothed the furrowed lines on her brow, soothing them away, and placed his hand on her abdomen to comfort the child within her. "Sleep well," he whispered gently. "Some souls have departed, yet linger in a state of half-life." Chapter 78. Baisu awakens. Night fell, and the gentle breeze stirred the leaves in disarray. The stars were few this evening, and the air carried a hint of earthiness, suggesting rain may arrive by morning. Qi Yang sat on a large stone, propping his head on his hand, while Chia joined him, patting his shoulder. Since their arrival in the Muyu, Chia's beard had grown, and his eyes appeared increasingly deep-set. He turned his gaze toward the child he had watched grow up. "What troubles you?" Chia inquired, sensing a shift in Qi Yang, who was no longer the playful, easily bullied little tiger he once was. The child had matured, and his thoughts had grown intricate. Bored, Qi Yang picked up a fallen leaf, observing it in his palm before letting out a barely perceptible sigh. "Uncle Ya, she remembers everything now," he said, tilting his head to look at Chia, confusion evident in his eyes. "Do you think she likes me? Or was she merely moved and chose to be with me?" He clenched the leaf tightly, soon allowing only fragments to slip from his grasp. Chia remained silent, his gaze fixed on the stars above. "Look, that one shines the brightest," Chia said, pointing to a brilliant star hanging in the night sky. "You once said you wanted to fly up to the stars. I told you. You're a tiger and cannot fly." Chia chuckled softly. "Then you declared, 'I don't want to be a tiger anymore. I want to be a bird.'" Chia turned to Qi Yang, his eyes sparkling with mirth. "Your brother came the next day, furious, demanding to know what I had said to you." He turned back to the stars. "You weren't so hesitant back then." Rising, Chia brushed off the grass clippings from his clothes and waved goodbye to Qi Yang. "That girl doesn't seem the type to easily take a partner. Cherish her well, and don't end up like me." With that, he departed without looking back, his silhouette tinged with a hint of melancholy and solitude. Qi Yang gazed at him for a moment, determination flashing in his golden eyes. Indeed, he liked his sister and should not overthink matters. Rising as well, he dusted himself off and headed inside to check on Baisu. Li Chaoyan did not anticipate that she would sleep for such an extended period. The sun had already set for quite some time. She stirred her arms, feeling a weight upon them, which was Jiu Jiu's arm. "You should get up first," Li Chaoyan rasped, nudging Jiu Jiu. The discomfort in her waist became increasingly pronounced, far more so than before. She stretched languidly, relishing a sense of security and sleep that she had not experienced in a long while. However, the ache in her waist swiftly pulled her back to reality. Only those who have borne children truly understand this sensation. Upon awakening, Jiu Jiu noticed Li Chaoyan grimacing while clutching her waist, instantly discerning her discomfort. His warm hands gently caressed her waist, applying soft pressure. It must be said that Jiu Jiu's technique surpassed her own considerably, alleviating the soreness significantly. Once her discomfort lessened, Li Chaoyan lifted the animal hide and got out of bed. After taking a sip of water, she made her way towards Baisu's room. This house had been specifically arranged for them by Tai Shi, It was the largest dwelling available, comprising 3 rooms in total. The central room was designated for by Su's recuperation, while Li Chaoyan and Shi Jiu resided in the adjacent room. Since Li Chaoyan was carrying Shi Jiu's child, it was most prudent for him to remain close to comfort the unborn. The other room was allocated to Chaoyan, also conveniently located next to Bai Su's, facilitating the ability to hear any sounds emanating from within. Li Chaoyan entered the room of Bai Su, who had awakened by noon. Upon hearing Yang mention that Li Chaoyan was asleep, she refrained from disturbing her. Thus, when Li Chaoyan entered, Bai Su was busy gnawing on a rather sour fruit. "Is this fruit truly intended for me, you mischievous little rascal?" Bai Su playfully tossed the fruit to Chaoyan, saying, "It's a privilege for you to even receive this, yet you dare to be picky? I am unwell." Just then, Bai Su turned her head and caught sight of Li Chaoyan standing at the doorway. Her dark, gleaming eyes were fixed intently on Li Chaoyan, filled with boundless affection. Li Chaoyan was initially filled with delight at the sight of Bai waking up, but she was soon amused by the childish bickering between the two. She hurriedly approached the bedside, causing Bai to wave her hands in surprise, urging her to slow down lest she frighten the child. Chaoyan had already informed Bai about Li Chaoyan's pregnancy prior to dawn, so Bai was not particularly shocked. Rather, she engaged in a spirited debate with Chaoyan over whose turn it was to have the next child. Li Chaoyan sat on the edge of the bed, gently tapping Bai Su's forehead with her index finger. "You don't appear to be a patient at all. Most injured individuals lack your vitality." Li Chaoyan spoke with a smile, akin to their usual banter. It had been quite some time since the two had simply sat together and exchanged playful jibes, and Li Chaoyan felt as though a heavy weight had finally been lifted from her heart. As long as she was with them, there was no need to worry about anything else. She had gradually grown dependent on these 3 beast men. Chaoyan casually tossed the fruit he had given to Bai Su onto the table and, resting his hand, inquired, "Sister, when shall we return? I am somewhat concerned about brother." Yes, she pondered. She was also unaware of Chi Yu's situation. Bai Su had been unable to reach him, which caused Li Chaoyan to furrow her brow once more. "Yin, try not to frown so often." Shi Jiu's hand gently brushed over Li Chaoyan's brow, smoothing out the creases. Li Chaoyan suddenly recalled the words that Ji Sha had spoken by the riverside last time. "You used to seldom sigh? I wonder how you have developed this habit of sighing and frowning." Now, she was uncertain of Ji Sha and Blood Princess's whereabouts. When they returned to the Iron Rhinoceros tribe, they discovered that the members of the Wandering Beast tribe and the Blood Eagle tribe had vanished. Inquire as they might, the people of the Iron Rhinoceros tribe could only vaguely mention that a cloud of black smoke had taken them away. Black smoke? What could it be? Li Chaoyan found herself frowning as her thoughts wandered, and she quickly relaxed. After all, a pregnant woman must not be overly worried, lest it affect the baby. She gently caressed her belly, marveling at the small life blossoming within. The thought alone felt miraculous. Having been an orphan since childhood, devoid of any relatives, she eagerly anticipated the arrival of her first blood-related child. Bai Su wrapped his arms around Li Chaoyan's waist, nuzzling her side affectionately as he spoke. "I also wish for a little one. Shall we have a little fox next time?" Li Chaoyan felt a flush rise to her cheeks. Even after all this time, she still struggled to accept the straightforward manner of speech typical among beast men. She hastily replied, "Let us discuss that another time." Chaoyan propped up his head with one hand while raising the other, adding, "What about a little tiger? Sister loves little tigers. Let us have one as adorable as Chi Huan and Chi Lu." He blinked his tiger-like eyes at Li Chaoyan. Indeed, Chi Huan and Chi Lu were exceedingly charming. Li Chaoyan had often contemplated bringing them home. The idea of having a little tiger did seem quite delightful. Li Chaoyan's thoughts abruptly shifted from the dark smoke to the little fox and the small tiger, and her worries dissipated. Shi Jiu cast a look of commendation at the two. "Some individuals have perished, yet they remain not entirely lost." Chapter 79. Changing Bai Su's bandages. As Li Chaoyan accompanied them in their playful antics, she soon felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Perhaps it was due to her pregnancy, but she found herself more drowsy than before. Naturally, she extended her arms towards Shi Jiu, who graciously accepted her embrace and cradled her close, allowing her head to rest upon his shoulder. Outside, the night had descended like a dark ink, and clad in silver gray, Shi Jiu walked along the path. In a state of half-dreaming, Li Chaoyan noticed his long hair cascading through the air and reached out to grasp a strand, bringing it to her nose for a gentle inhalation. Then, adopting the demeanor of a roguish scion, she playfully remarked, "My dear, you possess an enchanting fragrance." With a mischievous glint, she lifted a finger to tilt Shi Jiu's chin. compelling him to gaze into her eyes, capturing his calm, untroubled expression. "Come, grant me a kiss." With that, she leaned in, akin to a sailor willingly enchanted by a siren's allure, and pressed her lips against his. After the kiss, a whimsical idea struck her. She playfully tugged at Jiu Jiu's cheeks, contorting his face into a comical visage, reveling in the fact that he could not retaliate. Jiu Jiu, rendered helpless, could only look at Chaoyan with a resigned smile, gently tapping her backside. Though the gesture was light, Chaoyan reacted as if startled, quickly releasing her grip and freezing in shock, exclaiming, "You rogue." With the restraint lifted from his expression, Jiu Jiu chuckled at her reaction, teasingly replying, "Yet it was you who instigated the mischief." His gaze drifted meaningfully to her rosy lips, his smile deepening. As Chaoyan bristled with indignation, they arrived at their dwelling, and he hastily laid her upon the bed, removing her shoes. There. Now it's time to rest," he murmured softly, caressing her forehead and planting a tender kiss there, his hand gradually migrating to her abdomen. Chaoyan was indeed quite fatigued, and she could hardly be bothered to seek justice for herself. She gradually closed her eyes, cradling the warm arm of Jiu Jiu. Once she fell into a deep slumber, Jiu Jiu stepped outside to wash up briefly before returning to Bai Su's room. As he crossed the threshold, he was met with Bai Su's unwelcoming tone. "You foul snake, congratulations." Although there was little semblance of joy on his face, despite Jiu Jiu's stern expression, an aura of delight enveloped him, perhaps the unmistakable joy of a newly minted beast father. Bai Su paid him no mind and remained sprawled, lazily running his fingers through his hair as he inquired, "Why aren't you keeping Chaoyan company while she sleeps?" "I too wish to rest." Standing nearby, Chi-Young scoffed. "You still wish to sleep?" Your dazzling golden hair shimmered as he moved beneath the moonlight, his golden eyes glimmering with mirth. "Indeed. Why do you not return to accompany your sister, but instead come here?" Chi-Young cast a sidelong glance at Jiu Jiu, his tone laced with a hint of jealousy. Jiu Jiu chuckled gently, gazing warmly at the two. "I had not initially intended to have a child, yet I did not anticipate Yan's unique constitution." He smiled. "We are all Yan's beast husbands. I shall not monopolize her." Jiu Jiu strode over to the table, focusing on Bai Su's bandaged back. "How long until that injury heals?" Bai Su turned to inspect his shoulder, then grimaced slightly, inhaling sharply. "I'm not certain. It should be relatively swift. Chaoyan's medicinal powder works wonders." Indeed, the powder Chaoyan provided was the finest from the system's marketplace, thus yielding quick results. Jiu Jiu nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes. May you recover swiftly." After discussing the matters concerning the black smoke and the sudden disappearance of Ji Sha and the others, Jiu Jiu took his leave. Chi-Young expressed the need to resolve matters here promptly, as he harbored concerns for Chi-Yu. Bai Su also wished to return to the snow domain soon. For as the high priest, he could not continually delegate responsibilities to Jiu Jiu. The following morning, Chaoyan stretched languidly as she awoke from her slumber. Jiu Jiu's warm hand rested gently upon her lower abdomen, emanating a soothing heat. It appeared that Jiu Jiu had been awake for quite some time. He lay on the outer edge of the bed, propping himself up on his arm as he observed Chaoyan's sleeping form. Upon noticing her awakening, he did not avert his gaze, continuing to stare at her intently, which caused Chaoyan to feel a twinge of embarrassment. It was early morning, her face unwashed and her teeth unbrushed, and the fact that Jiu Jiu was fixated on her at such a time was indeed a bit disconcerting. Chaoyan gently pushed away Jiu Jiu's hand, which rested on her lower abdomen, and chided, "It is time to rise, do not linger." Obediently, Jiu Jiu withdrew her hand and leaned down to place a tender kiss upon her forehead. She then lifted the animal hide and stepped out of bed to wash and freshen up. Chaoyan gently placed her hand on her abdomen, where the lingering warmth from Jiu Jiu's touch remained, enveloping her in a cozy embrace. In that moment, the uncertainty and sense of drifting within her heart began to dissipate. She had truly departed from Jisha and Shueji, returning to the side of her beastly husband. After indulging in a few more moments of slumber on the bed, she finally slipped on her shoes and stepped outside to freshen up. The flickering sunlight bathed her face, as if gracing her with a layer of golden radiance, rendering the delicate fuzz upon her skin almost divine. Chaoyan spat out the last mouthful of water, clutching the medicinal powder she had exchanged from Jiu Jiu as she made her way towards the room at the center. She gently pushed the door open, revealing Bai Su still in his repose upon the bed, his back adorned with layers of gauze, haphazardly applied by Chi-Young, not particularly pleasing to the eye. The bandaging had caught Chaoyan's attention the previous day, prompting her to take it upon herself to do a better job today. Placing the items softly on the table, She crouched beside the bed, gazing intently at Baisu's serene visage. In slumber, Baisu appeared remarkably tranquil. The previous bravado vanished from his features. His long, curled lashes cast delicate shadows upon his face, and his straight, dark brows extended into his hairline, resembling a divine figure napping in a sanctuary. Exuding an air of peace and beauty, Li Chaoyan refrained from breaking the tranquility with her words. Instead, she chose to remain silent, delicately tracing the contours of his face with her fingertip, mapping his forehead, eyebrows, and eyes. His eyes are wide open. Baisu cast a teasing glance at Li Chaoyan, his gaze filled with mischief and amusement. Am I handsome? He declared with playful intent, and in that very moment, he beheld Li Chaoyan's cheeks flush of vibrant crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Li Chaoyan, somewhat incensed, chided, "You are clearly awake, merely wishing to witness my embarrassment." With that, she feigned an intention to rise and depart. Baisu hastily reached out to grasp her, inadvertently tugging at his wound, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Li Chaoyan halted her actions and hurriedly approached to examine his wound. "Are you all right? Did you pull the injury?" As soon as the words left her lips, she was pulled onto the bed by Baisu. The seemingly delicate beauty moments ago now hovered above her, propped on his arms, with his dark eyes gleaming as they gazed intently at her. "I'm fine. This injury is nothing to worry about," Baisu replied, bending his arm and leaning closer to Li Chaoyan, his shimmering black eyes drawing nearer. His slightly parched lips brushed against her face, bestowing an entirely new sensation. Baisu's kisses were gentle, a departure from his usual fervor, as his lips lingered on Li Chaoyan's skin, igniting spark after spark. Li Chaoyan finally came to her senses. Her mind jolted back into reality. She propped her arm to maintain distance from Baisu, her anxious gaze sweeping over him from head to toe. This morning, the beastmen had been rather insistent. "No, you are still injured." Li Chaoyan uttered this line as if she were a drowning person and fearing to touch Baisu's wounds. She placed both hands firmly against his chest, preventing him from drawing closer. Some souls have departed, yet they linger in a state of incompleteness. Chapter 80. Do not reject me. Baisu chuckled softly, brushing aside Li Chaoyan's hands that separated them. He gradually leaned in, resting his head against her chest, listening to the quickening rhythm of her heartbeat, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. As he bent down, he skillfully avoided her abdomen, ensuring that his weight did not press upon it. He lifted his head, his bright eyes fixated on Li Chaoyan, with a hint of inscrutable darkness lingering within them. Li Chaoyan's mind was suddenly engulfed in a cacophony, her face flushed a deep crimson, and she found herself at a loss for words, stammering out, I still need to change your bandages." Her gaze faltered, unable to meet Baisu's sparkling eyes, her lips pressed tightly together. Baisu's tone bore a hint of pleading as he tilted his head upward. As his raspy words faded, his cool hand gently brushed against Li Chaoyan's. Li Chaoyan grew increasingly anxious, her face flushed with urgency. She was still concerned about the wound on Baisu's back, as she needed to change his dressing later. Baisu's voice was hoarse and subdued. Li Chaoyan's face flushed crimson, as if she were about to emit steam from her skin. She freed herself from Baisu's grasp and sought out a piece of animal hide to cleanse her hands. Glancing at Baisu, who was lounging against the bed, she hesitantly spoke, "I will fetch a basin of water." With that, she opened the door to go outside, only to encounter Chaoyan, who was passing by. Upon seeing her, Chaoyan approached, and noticing her flushed complexion, he glanced into the room, instantly discerning what Baisu had been up to. Chaoyan cast a reproachful look at Baisu before catching up to Li Chaoyan, advising her to tread carefully. By the time Li Chaoyan returned with the water, the redness on her face had subsided considerably. After splashing some water on her face, she finally felt a sense of relief. Baisu remained sprawled lazily on the bed, but the animal hide that had once adorned it had been torn away and cast to the floor. Li Chaoyan stole a sidelong glance at the hide, and a hint of warmth returned to her cheeks. She wiped Baisu's hands, then submerged the soiled hide in water before finally attending to Baisu's wound. Chaoyan, having attached himself to Li Chaoyan moments earlier, remained by her side, assisting her while simultaneously shooting daggers at Baisu, who retorted with equal disdain. Li Chaoyan feigned ignorance of the childish antics of the two, focusing instead on unwrapping the bandages from Baisu. After removing the previous medicinal powder, she gently tended to Baisu's wounds, which were healing well. The bleeding had ceased and the injuries began to mend, showing no signs of inflammation, most likely a testament to the efficacy of the medicinal powder. Li Chaoyan carefully sprinkled medicinal powder on Baisu's wound, then gently bandaged it with gauze. This was far more aesthetically pleasing than Yang's haphazard wrapping, which had an unsightly and irregular appearance. Bai Su relished the tender care bestowed upon him by Li Chaoyan, occasionally teasing her, which brought a blush to Yang's cheeks. All done, Li Chaoyan announced, clapping her hands as she admired her handiwork with evident satisfaction. Bai Su echoed her sentiments, murmuring, "Indeed, this is much better than what that tiger did." Unsurprisingly, Yang emitted a disdainful snort, retorting, "At least I managed to bandage it." "Ah, you are all here," Jiu Jiu remarked as he entered the room. He was momentarily taken aback to see the trio gathered, but his displeasure was soon directed at Bai Su upon catching a faint, lingering scent in the air. Bai Su shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "I haven't actually done anything." Li Chaoyan now understood what the two were discussing and sought to divert their conversation. Do you have something to say?" She initiated a new topic. Yang, seated beside Li Chaoyan, playfully toyed with her delicate, soft hand, which had begun to redden from his gentle caresses while he listened to the others speak. Jiu Jiu nodded. "I visited the Iron Horn tribe today. It seems that in about a week, those orcs will be able to return to their respective clans." One could not help but commend Jiu Jiu for his industriousness. Rising early to attend to such matters made Li Chaoyan, the ostensible envoy, feel somewhat embarrassed. Jiu Jiu glanced at Bai Su's injury and inquired, "In a week? Will your wound heal?" After all, Bai Su was responsible for escorting them back, making his well-being of utmost importance. Bai Su shrugged nonchalantly, grinning, "In less than 3 days. I assure you, I will be up and about. Do not worry. You all should focus on resolving the issues in the wood domain, and I will ensure your safe return." His words brought reassurance to everyone. Bai Su knew his own condition best, and if he claimed he would be fine, they had no reason to doubt him. "Now, our primary concern is to address the matters in the wood domain," Li Chaoyan stated. "Let me go check on those orcs." She picked up the soiled cloth she had been holding, hesitated momentarily as her gaze fell upon the hides soaking in water, but ultimately decided to carry them as well. Yang followed her outside, closing the door behind them. Jiu Jiu and Bai Su exchanged glances. Jiu Jiu sighed in resignation and turned to Bai Su, his lips parting slightly. "Don't go overboard." Bai Su flashed a grin and waved dismissively. "Do not fret. I won't be doing anything reckless." With a resigned nod, Jiu Jiu acquiesced. Li Chaoyan and Yang arrived at the Iron Rhinoceros tribe. In recent days, Taishir has established considerable authority, and the members of the tribe hold him in high regard. Along the way, some individuals greeted Li Chaoyan with respectful bows or addressed her as Your Excellency, the envoy. Currently, the orc inhabitants of other tribes in the wood domain are also temporarily residing here. Li Chaoyan beheld a slender figure ahead and could not help but exclaim, "Lu Shu?" Upon hearing her voice, Lu Shu quickly turned around. When she confirmed it was indeed Li Chaoyan, her face brightened with joy, her eyes shimmering like glistening waves, and she rushed towards her. As she reached Li Chaoyan, it seemed she recalled something and respectfully performed a bow, addressing her as Your Excellency. Li Chaoyan gestured for her not to be so formal, and then requested to be taken to see the rescued females. Lu Shu responded gently, agreeing to show her around. She led Li Chaoyan to visit the females. Among them, some had not yet found their kin or partners, so they resided together, looking after one another. Some had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 81. The Beloved Younger Brother. Li Chaoyan followed Lu Shu to a connected dwelling, where the females resided. Lu Shu walked ahead, providing her with introductions as they entered the abode. The atmosphere within was somewhat oppressive, with several females sporting reddened eyes. Li Chaoyan felt a tightness in her heart, and she looked around at the others, feeling utterly at a loss. A sudden urge to flee washed over her. Upon her entrance, the assembly greeted her with bows, some hastily wiping away the tears at the corners of their eyes. Li Chaoyan let out a sigh, feeling a sense of frustration wash over her as she found herself at a loss for words. Lu Shu glanced at her before speaking. "Some of them still have kin who will accompany them. For those without family, I shall take them to our tribe. Should they wish to leave or find the beast husbands they desire, I will not hinder their choice." Lu Shu's tone was gentle, and her elevated status among these females commanded respect, leaving little room for dissent. This arrangement appeared to be the most prudent course of action. Li Chaoyan nodded, offering some words of comfort to the gathered crowd before departing. Upon stepping outside, they unexpectedly spotted an orc gazing curiously into the house. Lu Shu furrowed her brows in displeasure as she glared at her kin, reprimanding him. "Lu Chuan, what are you doing?" The orc, addressed as Lu Chuan, swiftly turned his head. However, upon recognizing it was Lu Shu, he redirected his attention back to the interior of the house. This Lu Chuan appeared quite handsome. yet his physique was robust and well-built. Li Chaoyan found the situation amusing, so she stepped forward, gently patting him on the shoulder and playfully inquired, "What are you looking at?" With that, she mimicked his action, tilting her head to gaze inside. The beast man, startled by her question, turned to see a stunning female addressing him, having missed her earlier speech at the altar due to an obligation. He did not recognize Li Chaoyan and felt no particular reverence. His face flushed crimson as he lowered his gaze, scratching his head and stammering, I am waiting for someone." To avoid any awkwardness, Qi Yang had refrained from accompanying Li Chaoyan and Lu Shu to observe the females. However, upon returning after a stroll outside, he found Li Chaoyan engaged in conversation with a blushing beast man. His eyes widened in surprise. He swiftly rushed over to create distance between them, enveloping Li Chaoyan tightly in his embrace. Li Chaoyan was utterly bewildered by Qi Yang's sudden actions. She gazed at Qi Yang in confusion, only to find Qi Yang vigilantly watching Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan realized that this beast man was the mate of the beautiful female beast and harbored animosity towards him. He quickly waved his hand, attempting to clarify, "I mean no harm. Please don't misinterpret my intentions." Qi Yang remained silent, still cautiously observing Lu Chuan. Suddenly, a clear call echoed from the direction where the females resided, Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan swiftly turned around, looking towards the house. He then waved back excitedly, turning to the two and exclaiming, "Our awaited guest has arrived." Li Chaoyan turned her gaze towards the source of the sound and discovered that it came from one of the females, seemingly named Song Si, a beast woman from the squirrel tribe. Her kin were nowhere to be found, leaving her all alone, which was rather pitiful. Li Chaoyan has finally discerned the pink bubble surrounding the two. She turned to Lu Shu, exchanged a knowing glance, and together they whisked away Qi Yang. Once they had distanced themselves from the pair, Li Chaoyan and Lu Shu burst into laughter, their faces adorned with a mischievous smile. Qi Yang, utterly perplexed, gazed at the two with curiosity. He wrapped his arms around Li Chaoyan, nuzzling her neck, and playfully inquired, "Sister, what is the reason for your laughter?" Li Chaoyan felt an intense itch at her neck as Qi Yang's warm breath brushed against her skin, evoking a peculiar sensation of tingling delight. She turned around, grasping Qi Yang's head, and gazed deeply into his eyes, playfully revealing, "Did you not notice that the female and the beast man were a pair?" Her eyes sparkled with mischief. Qi Yang's golden gaze flickered briefly before he suddenly pressed his lips against Li Chaoyan's, breaking into a radiant smile that showcased his pearly white teeth. "I didn't notice. I was too captivated by you." Li Chaoyan felt a flush of warmth rise to her cheeks from his words. Releasing her hold on his face and swiftly turning her gaze towards Lu Shu. Lu Shu met her with an understanding glance before promptly darting away. How remarkably swift this young lady is. Before Li Chaoyan could finish her inner murmurs, Qi Yang had already encircled her waist and pressed her against the tree. His chin rested uncomfortably on her shoulder, a sensation that was rather jarring. His silky golden hair brushed against her shoulder, reminiscent of a sunlit golden retriever, inevitably bringing to mind the large golden retriever that resided beside her school dormitory. A moist sensation emerged on her neck, causing Li Chaoyan to stiffen. She quickly covered Qi Yang's mouth and glanced around to ensure no one was passing by. To her surprise, a similar sensation was felt on her palm as well. Li Chaoyan felt a stirring in her heart and quickly spoke to halt Qi Yang's actions. However, she was taken aback to see Qi Yang's eyes suddenly redden as he forcefully pressed her against the tree trunk. Li Chaoyan was startled by his action and, in a daze, asked, "What is wrong with you?" Qi Yang remained silent, merely nuzzling against her neck, and with a voice tinged with a hint of sobbing, he inquired, "Sister, do you like me?" Li Chaoyan was momentarily stunned. Speaking from her heart, "I like you." Qi Yang bit the fabric at the side of Li Chaoyan's neck and mumbled, "Then why did you allow them to be affectionate, yet not permit me to be close?" "Humph, you still favor them more," Qi Yang murmured, his warm breath cascading against Li Chaoyan's neck. Suddenly, his sharp little tiger teeth grazed her skin. Li Chaoyan suddenly smiled, playfully tousling Qi Yang's golden locks. This was a subtle expression of jealousy. Qi Yang, with his disheveled hair, straightened up, and the flames of intensity in his eyes blazed even brighter. Li Chaoyan spoke, "How could I not adore you? You are my most beloved brother." But before she could finish her words, they were engulfed. When Qi Yang rose again, his lips glistened with moisture, and his eyes burned like torches as he gazed at Li Chaoyan, breathing slightly heavier. Li Chaoyan felt a slight weakness in her legs, nearly sliding down against the tree trunk, but fortunately, Qi Yang was there to support her just in time. The fire in Qi Yang's eyes burned with an intensity that was almost overwhelming, and he hoarsely uttered, "That is truly wonderful." After speaking, he once again lowered his head. Li Chaoyan was rescued by a tender voice. Sister Yin Yan. Li Chaoyan struggled to push Qi Yang away. It was the voice of Ho Shuang. Speaking of which, ever since Ho Dan and Qi bandaged by Su's wounds, they had not seen anyone, presumably having gone in search of Ho Dan. Li Chaoyan tidied herself up and adjusted her hair, ignoring the moist, pleading gaze of the dog-like Hyang, as she straightened her posture and returned to the path. Indeed, a small, slender figure bounded towards her from ahead, and House Wang nearly stumbled in his eagerness. Following closely were the lean silhouette of House Wang and the broad figure of Qia. Though they were not in such a hurry, House Wang appeared intent on leaping towards Li Chaoyan, but before he could reach her, Qi Yang seized him firmly. Only then did House Wang notice the towering female companion beside his sister Yin, confusion filling his eyes as he struggled with all fours. His long tail entangling Qi Yang's hand in an attempt to compel him to release his grip. Some souls have departed, yet they remain tethered to this world. Chapter 82. Come and enjoy the barbecue, be still. Your sister Yin is with child, Qi Yang feigned a stern demeanor. At this, House Wang paused, realizing the importance of not endangering his sister's unborn child. He blinked his eyes, gazing at Li Chaoyan, who quickly urged Qi Yang to set him down. Just as she intended to place House Wang on her shoulder, he, with familiarity, climbed onto Qi Yang's shoulder instead, and Qi Yang made no effort to dislodge him. Li Chaoyan's mouth fell open in astonishment, seemingly bewildered by the events transpiring between the two, as if their energies had only just begun to harmonize. Ho Shuang's long, monkey-like tail curled effortlessly around Yang's arm, exuding an air of natural intimacy. Li Chaoyan stood in a daze for a long moment before uttering, "Do you know each other?" Qi Yang and Ho Shuang exchanged puzzled glances and replied in unison, "Indeed." Li Chaoyan smacked her forehead, realizing that they had previously come to find her. How could she have forgotten this detail? Was this what they meant by a moment of pregnancy renders one foolish for 3 years? A warm sensation touched her forehead as a large, reassuring hand rested upon it, accompanied by a magnetic voice saying, "Do not harm yourself." At this moment, Ho Dan displayed immense excitement as he turned to Li Chaoyan and exclaimed, "Sister Yin Yin, I missed you so much." Yet, immediately after, tears began to well up in his large eyes, making him appear pitifully vulnerable. Thank goodness you are all right, and that brother is still here." As they spoke, Ho Dan and Qi approached. Ho Dan reached out to gently pat Ho Shuang's head, pulling him into an embrace and wiping away his tears with his sleeve. "You said you would be a man, yet here you are, crying," Ho Dan teased, playfully flicking the tip of Ho Shuang's nose. His eyes sparkled with warmth, and his tone was gentle. Ironically, this tenderness only made Ho Shuang want to cry even more. But remembering his resolve to be a man, he stifled his sobs. Gradually, his sniffles subsided. Li Chaoyan covered her mouth, a smile gleaming in her eyes as she gazed at Ho Shuang. After all this time, he still had a penchant for shedding tears. She then lifted her gaze towards Qi Yang, fully aware that just moments ago, his eyes had glistened with unshed tears. Perhaps he too yearned to weep. Qi Yang, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, turned his head away, deliberately ignoring Li Chaoyan's probing glance, his ears tinged with a faint blush. After Ho Dan had consoled his younger brother, he turned his attention to Li Chaoyan. His lips parted gracefully as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for taking care of Ho Shuang for so long. During my absence, he appears to have gained a bit of weight." He playfully weighed Ho Shuang's form in his hands, a hint of mirth in his tone. Yet, Li Chaoyan could discern the underlying self-deprecation etched upon his brow. It must have been quite difficult for him to be away from his brother for such an extended period. Li Chaoyan shook her head slightly and remarked, "Indeed, Ho Shuang adores the barbecue I prepare. Come to our home tonight. I shall grill for you all." Upon hearing this, Ho Shuang lifted her head from her brother's embrace. Qi's eyes sparkled as he gazed at her, for in recent days, his thoughts had been consumed solely by the prospect of the girl's barbecue. Thus, he was the first to exclaim, "Excellent." Ho Shuang inclined her head slightly, her peach blossom eyes twinkling with delight. "That may be a bit troublesome." Only Qi Yang expressed his discontent. He tugged at Li Chaoyan's sleeve, his eyes wide with concern. "Sister, please do not overexert yourself." Li Chaoyan reached out to caress his face, smiling in approval. In the evening, not only did the Ho brothers and Qi arrive, but they were also accompanied by Lu Shu and her beast husband, as well as Lu Chuan and Song Si. Even the shaman of the wood monkey tribe, Ho Jia, made an appearance. Li Chaoyan gazed at the throng of people, somewhat bewildered, her lips slightly parted, uncertain about the arrival of so many. It was not until Lu Shu cast her a gentle smile that she regained her composure and remarked, "Having more people is delightful. It brings liveliness." Lu Shu, with a tender expression, covered her mouth and said, "Along the way, I overheard this little monkey babbling about wanting to taste Sister Yan's roasted meat. After a bit of conversation, we realized he was referring to you, so we decided to join in the merriment." Her eyes, still brimming with warmth, reflected a gentle curve, displaying a closeness to Li Chaoyan that had evolved from her initial dependence. Lu Chuan felt a slight blush creeping to his cheeks. He had been brought along by Lu Shu and Song Si, who had told him that the beautiful female was the esteemed envoy and described her as remarkably approachable, which prompted them to invite him to take a look. He felt a touch of shyness, grasping the game he had caught in his hands. Not just him, but also Ho Dan and Lu Shu's beastman. Each held something in their grasp, ensuring they did not arrive empty-handed. Li Chaoyan greeted them with a smile, refraining from accepting their offerings, merely remarking on their arrival with gifts. Jiu and Qi Yang had already kindled the fire, and the group, having had previous encounters with flames in the Iron Rhinoceros tribe, exhibited no fear. The two of them placed the marinated meat, meticulously cleaned and seasoned with a secret blend, over the fire to roast. Li Chaoyan explained that they forbade her from approaching the flames, yet the marinade brushed on the meat was her creation. In a sense, it could be considered a dish prepared by her for them. After this, she playfully smiled at the group and stuck out her tongue. Laughter ensued, with Chia laughing particularly heartily. He burst into laughter and strode towards the roasting meat, the enticing aroma wafting through the air, his gaze fixed on it with longing. Yes, it needed a little more time on the grill. It truly smells divine. Li Chaoyan smiled as she watched Chia directing the two individuals at the barbecue, sitting beside them and engaging in conversation with several others. Amidst their banter, they occasionally teased Song Si and Lu Chuan, causing both of them to blush profusely. Ho Shuang, meanwhile, was contentedly gnawing on a fruit, while Ho Dan gazed at him with affectionate eyes. However, the shaman of the Wood Monkey clan, Ho Jia, intermittently coughed, eliciting concern among the group. Li Chaoyan inquired about his health. Ho Jia waved his hand dismissively, stroking his beard, and declared, "I shall not depart this world until I have seen my kin return." A flicker of light seemed to linger in the depths of the old man's murky eyes, his tone resolute. Li Chaoyan lowered her head, inexplicably reminded of Bai Su's master. She had heard them describe Bai Wu as a person devoted to his kin, leading her to ponder whether he resembled Ho Jia in that regard. If Bai Wu had not fallen victim to the schemes of Jisha and his ilk, would Bai Su have needed to mature so swiftly, enduring such pain? Lost in thought, Li Chaoyan glanced at Bai Su beside her, though still bound in bandages. He was already able to rise and walk. Now seated next to Li Chaoyan, he lowered his gaze, his mind seemingly adrift in contemplation, exuding an inexplicable sense of solitude. The strings of Li Chaoyan's heart were gently plucked, and she extended her hand to rest upon the one Bai Su had placed on his knee. Her delicate, almost ethereal fingers made contact, stirring something deep within Bai Su, who responded with a soft smile, his dark eyes sparkling as if illuminated by distant stars. He grasped Li Chaoyan's hand firmly, tenderly caressing it within his palm. Lu Shu observed the intertwined hands of the two, a smile blossoming on his lips as he nudged the nearby Song Si. It was evident that Song Si had also taken notice. Their eyes met, both wearing expressions that conveyed their shared delight in this unexpected romance. Regardless of the era, girls possess an innate sensitivity to such trivial gossip. Some may have departed, yet not entirely. Chapter 83. Indifference towards him. Li Chaoyan noticed the flushed faces of the two individuals across from her, and she felt a warmth creeping onto her own countenance. She attempted to withdraw her hand, which was firmly held by Bai Su, casting him a glare in hopes that he would comprehend her embarrassment. It remained uncertain whether Bai Su was being deliberately teasing or genuinely oblivious. Upon catching her gaze, he merely continued to hold her hand, playfully toying with it and observing her closely. As Li Chaoyan observed his earnest gaze, she refrained from forcibly diverting his attention and instead met the eyes of the two with a defiant glare. "What, do you not have a beast husband?" The two, however, chuckled heartily, for truly, the intimacy shared with one's own beast husband was far more delightful than witnessing the affection of others. The roasted meat is ready. Unbeknownst to everyone, Ho Shuang, having finished the fruit, had scampered over to the side of Chia. The enticing aroma of the steaming meat drew everyone in, causing their mouths to water involuntarily. Song Si, possessing a lively spirit, could no longer contain herself. She hopped over to Ho Shuang's side, pointing at the roasted meat and eagerly pleading for a piece. How charmingly playful. Li Chaoyan observed the lively scene of a person and a monkey frolicking around the roasted meat, which reminded her of Baigua and Shizu, who once created a similar ruckus. She wondered if they still thought of her. Sigh, they should be meeting soon. Jiu was methodical in his approach, waiting for the meat to cool slightly before distributing it among the group. He had also deliberately set aside the most tender and aromatic piece. Casting a glance at Li Chaoyan, one by one, the others were drawn towards the enticing aroma, with the exception of the physically challenged Hojia, Baisu, and Li Chaoyan herself. Li Chaoyan was forbidden to approach the fire, yet her hunger grew insatiable as she gazed longingly at Ho Shuang and Song Si, who had already procured roasted meat. The two of them were now savoring their feast, their mouths working eagerly on the succulent morsels. Saliva involuntarily pooled in her throat. Suddenly, Baisu leaned closer to her, his pale knuckles entwined with the same dark locks that adorned the heads of the two feasting companions. His other hand continued to caress the palm of Li Chaoyan, his tone imbued with playful intrigue. Even if Li Chaoyan were oblivious, she was now captivated by Baisu, her palms tingling with anticipation. She could not help but marvel at this enchanting male seducer, who truly stirred a longing within her heart. Li Chaoyan gently grasped his wandering fingers, and Baisu, lifting her gaze slightly, inadvertently caught sight of the faint hint of crimson hidden beneath his collar. Ah! The old tiger is indeed anxious. One wonders who was causing such a ruckus that morning. At last, Jiu rose, casting a glance at the two individuals cozily nestled together not far off, and approached them. In his hands, he carried a piece of meat, wrapped in clean leaves. That was not too hot. Ho Dan also received a portion of meat, rising from his place to first present it to Ho Jia. Weak and weary, Ho Jia took a few bites before waving his hand, signaling that he had had enough, while a smile adorned his face as he stroked his beard. Observing the younger generation with warmth, his complexion appeared somewhat more vibrant. Li Chaoyan silently criticized Baisu in her heart when suddenly, a pair of hands as exquisite as jade reached out before her, holding the barbecued meat she had longed for. Without a second thought about her grievances against Baisu, she smiled at Jiu and accepted the meat from his hand, indulging in it immediately. Jiu, mindful of Baisu, also offered him a piece, though it was undoubtedly of lesser quality than the one given to Li Chaoyan. Baisu accepted it with a thank you, maintaining a languid posture against Li Chaoyan. Jiu furrowed his brow, a fleeting look of irritation crossing his gentle features. If you're not going to sit properly, shall I assist you back to rest? Qi Yong's voice rang clear, tossing a piece of meat to Jiu while his gaze remained fixed on Baisu. Baisu narrowed his eyes, muttering about the pain from his injury, which prompted Li Chaoyan to hastily abandon her food to inspect his wound. Upon seeing no sign of pain on his face, she realized he had deceived her. With a flick of her sleeve, she adjusted Baisu's position and returned to her meal, ignoring him. Baisu, unperturbed, merely shot a glare at Qi Yang. Jiu settled beside Li Chaoyan, occasionally brushing aside the stray hairs from her forehead to prevent them from falling into the barbecued meat. His warm hand gently rested on her abdomen, sensing the life within her. Despite the stillness, he felt a connection, as if the little life inside responded to him. Li Chaoyan allowed him to do so. As the meal continued, the others no longer regarded Li Chaoyan with the same fear and reverence, treating her as an ordinary female. Lu Shu, in particular, tugged at Li Chaoyan's sleeve, leading her aside, her eyes filled with reluctance, for in 2 or 3 days, their tribe would depart. I will miss you. How will I ever see you again? She spoke softly, tears seemingly welling in her eyes. Li Chaoyan gently pinched her face, finding it remarkably soft and smooth. She coaxed, I will come to visit you at the Wooden Realm whenever I have the time, all right? Lu Shu's expression was filled with excitement. She had been reluctant to leave, and unexpectedly received a promise from the envoy. The light sparkled in her phoenix eyes as she softly replied, all right. Li Chaoyan carefully observed Lu Shu, who indeed bore the resemblance of a traditional Eastern beauty, confirming her allure. After gently caressing her cheek, she led her back. Suddenly, a child's voice echoed in her mind. Yin Yin. Random task. Secretly deliver the spirit of wood to Ho Dan. Reward points. 300 points. What was this peculiar task? Previously, she had been instructed to reclaim the spirit of wood, and now she was to relinquish it. What kind of mission was this from Jiu Jiu? To be honest, in recent days, Li Chaoyan felt that Jiu Jiu had been rather reticent, often leaving her inquiries unanswered, leaving her puzzled about the situation. Li Chaoyan confided her perplexities to Jiu Jiu. Yin Yin, the spirit of wood cannot linger outside the wood domain for too long. Otherwise, the domain struggles to sustain its operations. The reason I urged you to seize it was to prevent a nefarious individual like Tai Hui from wielding it. Ultimately, The spirit of wood must reside within the wood domain. Jiu Jiu resorted to playful charm, evading her second inquiry. Oh well, I have no desire to bear this hot potato myself. I shall entrust it to Ho Dan for safekeeping, albeit discreetly. Yet, it appeared that each domain's spirit stone must remain within its confines. The previous attempts by the Sand faction to seize the Snow spirit were indeed sinister. Inevitably, thoughts drifted back to that figure in purple. A mix of resentment and uncertainty brewed within her, particularly due to that person's peculiar demeanor in their final days. Never mind. If I can't articulate it, I shall refrain from speaking. Once everyone had enjoyed a hearty meal, Chaoyan accompanied several individuals to the door. As Ho Dan prepared to depart, she approached him to utter a few words. Her beast husband, unable to keep up, was left unaware. However, a sense of irritation lingered. The trio's attention swiftly converged upon Ho Dan, who, feeling apprehensive, promptly acknowledged Chaoyan and slipped away, cradling the slumbering Ho Shuang in his arms. As Chaoyan turned, she found herself contemplating, only to notice the three of them gazing fixedly at her. What could be the matter? A thought crossed her mind, and she realized the source of their jealousy. The mission indicated that a secret was to be conveyed to Ho Dan, which led her to arrange a private meeting with him the day after tomorrow at noon, away from the crowd. She stepped forward and remarked, I assure you, I hold no interest in him. With the three of you around, is it not lively enough at home? Some may have passed, yet they remain not entirely gone. Chapter 84, Rivals in Love? After finishing her evening routine, Chaoyan nestled into bed, tormented by a sensation within her. Unconsciously, she leaned towards Jiu Jiu, and indeed, the discomfort subsided. Jiu Jiu had mentioned that the movements in her abdomen would intensify with the progression of the months. Would that mean she would have to remain by Jiu Jiu's side every day? She could only hope that this child would arrive safely into the world, granting her a bond of blood. She wondered if the director, her mother, was aware of her disappearance. She seldom maintained contact with the orphanage, only volunteering during the summer and winter breaks, and offering greetings during holidays. Would she feel sorrow for her absence? For reasons unknown, Chaoyan found herself emotionally vulnerable that night, a tear slipping from the corner of her eye, quickly absorbed by her clothing. Yet, this moment did not escape Jiu Jiu's notice. He gently wiped away the tear and softly inquired, What troubles you? Chaoyan did not respond. Instead, she buried her face in Jiu Jiu's embrace, seeking solace. Concerned that she might feel suffocated, Jiu Jiu quickly drew her out, noticing the slight flush at the tip of her nose, which stirred a pang of compassion within him. He gently held her in his arms, soothing her with tender caresses, running his fingers through her flowing locks, and softly inquired once more, What troubles you? Chaoyan initially felt indifferent, but now, in this position, she experienced a twinge of embarrassment, reminiscent of a child. She squirmed slightly, her complexion tinged with a hint of crimson. It was nothing, merely a pang of homesickness. Then a thought struck her. Would Jiu Jiu fear that she might abandon him upon returning home? Lifting her gaze, she indeed found Jiu Jiu's expression somewhat stiff. Hastily, she rephrased her thoughts. It wasn't quite that way. Rather, this little rascal was a bit troublesome and would undoubtedly prove to be a restless spirit in the future. Chaoyan took Jiu Jiu's hand and placed it gently on her abdomen, the warmth of his large hand eliciting a delightful sensation. Jiu Jiu sighed, his free hand continuing to caress Chaoyan's back and long hair. Rest now. The next morning, Chaoyan was pleasantly surprised to find Jiu Jiu absent from the house, as he usually lingered, waiting for her to awaken before venturing outside. Without much thought, she slipped out of bed and donned her shoes. Recently, she had found herself rather bored, for any matters requiring attention were typically resolved by Jiu Jiu and Qi Yang, leaving her to pass the time indoors with Bai Su. After completing her morning routine, she effortlessly made her way into Bai Su's room, where he awaited her. Casually reclining with an air of nonchalance, his legs crossed in a most dashing manner, Chaoyan observed that he was nearly recovered, and his condition had significantly improved compared to last night. Indeed, his recuperative abilities were remarkable. Chaoyan found herself feeling quite bored staying indoors all day, and with nothing to occupy her mind, she devised a little plan. Her eyes roamed curiously over to Bai Su. Bai Su, lost in a reverie while gazing at Chaoyan, suddenly noticed that the very person she was observing was now looking back at her, causing her ears to flush a delicate shade of crimson. What are you staring at, young sir? Is it permissible for you to gaze upon me while I am not allowed to return the gaze? Bai Su was taken aback by her words, her ears growing even warmer. Oh dear, after all these years of familiarity, how could she still blush so easily? Li Chaoyan leaned in and pinched the blushing tip of Bai Su's ear. To be honest, Bai Su was the most frivolous in speech among the three, often lacking decorum in her actions, yet it was puzzling how easily she succumbed to shyness. Taking advantage of the moment, Bai Su grasped her hand and stealthily stole a kiss. Li Chaoyan was taken aback. Truly, one would think this person was shy. Yet their demeanor betrayed not a hint of bashfulness. Li Chaoyan felt a tinge of shyness, yet she still tugged at his sleeve and said, "Shall I accompany you for a stroll?" Her eyes blinked hopefully at Bai Su. Bai Su chuckled, realizing that it was not merely a desire to accompany him, but rather her own restlessness that prompted the suggestion, concerned for Li Chaoyan's safety when venturing out alone. The three of them had repeatedly urged her to call for companionship whenever she wished to leave. Now that the other two were absent, it seemed only he, the ailing one, remained to accompany her. Bai Su blinked, furrowed his brows, and feigned a headache, dramatically placing a hand on his forehead and closing his eyes tightly. Li Chaoyan was perplexed as to why he was pretending. However, there was little she could do, for Bai Su was, after all, an injured patient. She had initially intended to leave, but her fingertips were seized. Bai Su tilted his head to gaze at her, sulkingly declaring, "Little master has a headache, and only a kiss from you can remedy it." Oh dear, Li Chaoyan pinched his approaching face, amusement bubbling within her, yet acquiescing to his whim. She lowered her head and bestowed a fleeting kiss upon his right cheek. "Is that sufficient?" she inquired. "Not quite. There's this side as well," Bai Su insisted, gesturing towards his left cheek, and continued. Li Chaoyan felt a surge of joy in her heart and decided to follow his lead. Unexpectedly, as she leaned in to kiss him on the right, Bai Su turned his head. Li Chaoyan ended up kissing him directly on the lips. Bai Su grasped the back of Li Chaoyan's head, deepening the kiss, completely shedding any semblance of a headache. Once it concluded, Li Chaoyan's eyes shimmered with emotion as she glared at Bai Su. Observing her expression, Bai Su stifled his laughter, rising to take her wrist and lead her outside. "Come on, let us take a stroll, shall we?" Li Chaoyan's first destination was to seek out Lu Shu. Admittedly, she was unaware of Lu Shu's residence, so she decided to inquire at the previous quarters occupied by the females, taking Bai Su along with her. As they approached the vicinity of the dwelling, they overheard a commotion ahead. The gentle and warm voice of Jiu Jiu resonated, declaring, "I already have a female." There was a tone of indifference mingled with detachment. Following this, a female voice responded, "I understand, esteemed envoy. However, I asked for nothing. Please, take me along." Her tone was soft, and her voice quite melodious. Bai Su grasped Li Chaoyan's arm, urging her to pause behind the trees, listening intently to the unfolding exchange. As Li Chaoyan was about to speak, Bai Su swiftly covered her mouth, urging her not to rush and to observe how that loathsome snake would handle the situation. Bai Su seemed to relish the spectacle involving Jiu Jiu, while Li Chaoyan initially intended to reprimand that female, but was instead pulled behind a tree by Bai Su, feeling somewhat displeased. After all, she was the official consort. Why should she hide? Yet, she could not resist Bai Su's strength and could only accompany her in watching from behind the tree. It must be said that with Jiu Jiu's remarkable looks and abilities, he undoubtedly attracted many admirers among the females. However, Li Chaoyan had not witnessed any disturbances directly affecting her, aside from Shermu, who had long since moved on. Now, with the sudden emergence of a so-called rival, Li Chaoyan was curious to see how Jiu Jiu would deal with it. This female had been rescued from a cave by Tai Hui and had developed admiration for Jiu Jiu at that time. Upon learning he was the beast husband of the esteemed envoy, her affections had gradually waned. Nevertheless, when Lu Shu approached them with news of their journey to her tribe, she felt compelled to express her feelings to Jiu Jiu, clinging to a flicker of hope. Some individuals may have perished, yet they do not entirely fade away. Chapter 85. Anger. Jiu Jiu's face betrayed his impatience, clearly irritated by this female, yet he felt it inappropriate to scold her outright. He could only respond, "No, it is not convenient." What nonsense! This female did not even know his name and wished to accompany them? What if another Yu Qing or Ji Sha appeared? A cold glimmer began to surface in Jiu Jiu's silver-gray eyes. He tightened his grip, preparing to leave, believing he had made himself abundantly clear. Surely, there would not be such an ungrateful female. Yet, reality proved otherwise. As the female saw Jiu Jiu turning to leave, she attempted to grasp his sleeve, even daring to test the sensation of leaning against his broad back. It was as if Jiu Jiu had eyes in the back of his head, without glancing back. He sidestepped to evade her, the silver-gray fabric of his attire flashing past her, just beyond her reach. She rose, wanting to say something more, but a sudden force from behind yanked her away. Li Chaoyan glared at her with a displeased expression, her doe-like eyes wide with fury. As words erupted from her lips one after another. "Do you not have ears?" The frightened female, her eyes widened in shock, could only stammer out apologies, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. In that moment, it almost seemed as if Li Chaoyan was the one tormenting the tender and vulnerable female. Li Chaoyan sighed and released her grip on the sleeve, acknowledging that they were all pitiable souls. However, even the wretched must not resort to seizing another's beloved. Li Chaoyan maintained her icy demeanor, while Jiu Jiu was taken aback by this unexpected turn, standing in place and discreetly glancing at Li Chaoyan's expression. Bai Su, on the other hand, regarded the female on the ground with a nonchalant attitude. Is this all? It pales in comparison to Cao Cao. Bai Su's gaze shifted back to Jiu Jiu. It was amusing to let this insufferable serpent feel a twinge of concern. Li Chaoyan spoke with a cold gaze. "Do you intend to follow us?" Jiu Jiu felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Did everyone hear that? Had he known sooner, he would have resolved it earlier. How bothersome. His disdain for that female only deepened. Li Chaoyan paid no heed to the thoughts of the two beast men. Instead, she focused on the sobbing female on the ground. Her brow furrowed in discontent. The female nodded through her tears, displaying a lack of discernment. Li Chaoyan crouched down, her gaze fixed upon the female. Her cool fingers glided to the side of the latter's face, gently tapping her chin. "Following us. It would be perilous." Li Chaoyan uttered these words devoid of any sentiment, intending merely to intimidate the female. To her surprise, the female displayed no fear and responded, "I fear not death." Initially, Li Chaoyan aimed to instill a sense of dread, but her irritation grew genuine at this unexpected retort. Casting a fierce glance at Jiu Jiu, she admonished the female, "Do you not comprehend your circumstances? We rescued you, not to lead you to your demise. Furthermore, Jiu Jiu is my beast husband. Do you dare entertain any nefarious thoughts? You have witnessed the fate that befell Tai Wei and his associates." The female curled up on the ground, trembling as if gripped by terror. Li Chaoyan, feeling helpless, softened her tone, saying, "You will not suffer by following Lu Shu. Perhaps you might even find a beast husband who loves and protects you." After speaking, she took the female's hand and continued, "You merely wish for someone to safeguard you, do you not?" The female, seemingly startled, pondered for a moment before nodding. Because Jiu Jiu had rescued her, she believed he would surely protect her, yet she did not consider whether he was willing to do so. Now, awakened by Li Chaoyan's heartfelt words, she realized that Jiu Jiu was someone else's beast husband. How could he possibly care for her? It was all merely her own delusion, nearly jeopardizing someone else's relationship. Nevertheless, she felt a twinge of envy. The female stifled her sobs and glanced at the exalted Li Chaoyan, acutely aware that even her envy paled in comparison. How could she, a mere mortal, stand alongside the messenger of the beast god? "I am sorry. I will not trouble you again," the female murmured, her tone subdued and laced with a hint of trepidation. Li Chaoyan let out a gentle sigh, assisting her to stand upright. Repeatedly, she whispered to herself, "Girls help girls." After mentally preparing herself, she offered a radiant smile to the female before her, believing wholeheartedly that she would undoubtedly encounter her destined companion. The female was momentarily taken aback by the warmth of her smile at that instant. She seemed to grasp why a typically aloof beastman like Jiu Jiu would be captivated by someone like her, were she a beastman herself. "No, what absurd thoughts am I entertaining?" Initially shaking her head, the female eventually nodded emphatically, her cheeks flushed, before dashing away in a flurry. Li Chaoyan, who had intended to offer further encouragement, found herself momentarily bewildered as the girl vanished, rendering her prepared words useless. She hadn't even showcased her true capabilities yet. Well, this matter was settled. Now, what lay ahead? Turning her attention to Jiu Jiu, she crossed her arms over her chest and raised her delicate face, inviting him to speak. Her words were clearly directed at him. Unfazed, Jiu Jiu responded in a gentle tone, tinged with a hint of grievance. "It was she who pursued me." His gaze fell upon Li Chaoyan, eyes brimming with a sense of injustice. "That day, we rescued her, and we thought everything was fine, but she suddenly approached me today." He glanced at Li Chaoyan, noting her expression. She seemed all right. "She insisted on accompanying us and demanded my protection. I refused, and thus it stands." He sighed softly, adding, "Were it not for her being a female, I would have certainly taken matters into my own hands." Li Chaoyan couldn't contain her laughter, letting out a soft chuckle. She had never intended to be angry with Jiu Jiu. She merely wished to see how he would respond. To her surprise, he truly was a simpleton. Squinting her eyes at Jiu Jiu, she thought, With such an adorable female showing affection, how could he possibly resist? At this moment, Jiu indeed found it impossible to maintain his composure. Observing the mischievous tone and expression on the little one's face, he stepped forward, pinching Li Chaoyan's cheek with a serious demeanor. Since I have chosen you as my partner, I shall no longer accept the goodwill of others. Only your affection matters to me, he declared, his voice tinged with genuine sorrow. With that, he turned on his heel and walked away, his hands clenched tightly by his sides. Li Chaoyan hurriedly spoke. Oh, that was not my intention. She waved her hand towards Jiu's retreating figure, yet still could not halt his departure. Jiu walked away coldly. Alas, her loquaciousness had led her astray. One tends to forget themselves when engulfed in triumph. She resolved to temper her words in the future, as it appeared she now had to console him. Poor Li Chaoyan had not even realized that she was the one who had come to confront a rival. It should have been Jiu who sought to appease her. Yet she found herself in the position of needing to soothe him instead. Su had thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle, harboring a deep disdain for Jiu's behavior. Convinced that he was merely putting on an act, Li Chaoyan intended to catch up with Jiu, yet Su grasped her hand, preventing her from leaving. Her tone assertive. Chow, I have yet to finish my exploration. One simply cannot offend this ancestor, otherwise, a commotion would surely ensue. Li Chaoyan felt a sense of urgency in her heart as her hand was pulled forward by Su, yet her gaze remained fixed on the silhouette of Jiu. Observing this, Su quickened his pace, dismissing the foul temper of that wretched snake, for after all, Chaoyan was to accompany him. He took her hand and led her onward as they proceeded to seek out Lu Shu as per their original plan. Some had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 86. A quarrel. Lu Shu was delighted to see Li Chaoyan and promptly offered her food. The members of their tribe had begun to gather their belongings in preparation for their return, likely departing in a couple of days. Lu Shu felt a mixture of anticipation about returning to her own tribe, tinged with a reluctance to part from Li Chaoyan. She sat beside Li Chaoyan, who was embraced by Su, occasionally having her hair playfully tousled by him. Li Chaoyan initially sought to engage in light-hearted conversation with Lu Shu to alleviate her boredom. However, after the recent incident, her thoughts had become consumed by thoughts of Jiu. Unsure of how to navigate her feelings, she recalled that Lu Shu would undoubtedly possess a solution. She gently removed Su's hand from her earlobe and leaned closer to Lu Shu, whispering a few words. Upon hearing her, Lu Shu's eyes sparkled with understanding. With a radiant smile directed at Li Chaoyan, she softly remarked, "Beasts who have formed bonds are invariably loyal. Surely, your words would not please him." Li Chaoyan furrowed her brow, a hint of frustration evident as she tugged at her sleeve. "However, come closer, and I shall teach you." Lu Shu whispered softly to Li Chaoyan. Su, unable to discern the words exchanged, lazily leaned in, discreetly drawing Li Chaoyan into his embrace, subtly distancing her from Lu Shu. Li Chaoyan had clearly heard it. She gazed at Lu Shu with a hint of uncertainty, wondering if this would truly work. She saw the affirming look in Lu Shu's eyes. Thus, she resolved to give it a try. Li Chaoyan conversed with Lu Shu for a while longer. Observing that she appeared somewhat fatigued, Su spoke up, saying, "I am weary, let us return." Li Chaoyan also felt a sense of fatigue, and her stomach was somewhat uncomfortable. Indeed, she could not be away from Jiu for too long, otherwise, her stomach would start to protest. However, in the past, Jiu would come to check on her every little while. Ever since he had turned away after their last encounter today, he had not returned to seek her out, leaving her feeling a pang of grievance. Li Chaoyan and Su returned to the house, where Qi and Jiu were already present, having prepared lunch. Upon seeing Li Chaoyan, Qi eagerly approached her, seemingly wishing to cling to her at all times. Su cast a disdainful glance at Qi, finding this overly affectionate behavior quite bothersome. Li Chaoyan was warmly embraced by Qi, and as she raised her gaze to observe Jiu, she was taken aback to find him utterly unresponsive. Did he not react when she returned home? Jiu continued to busily attend to his tasks, serving the food onto the table without uttering a word, meticulously distributing the roasted meat and fruits to everyone. Although everything appeared to unfold as usual, there was an undeniable peculiarity in his silence. Jiu was not conversing with Li Chaoyan, or rather, he was refraining from speaking to anyone at all. Li Chaoyan was rather unresponsive to the words of Su and Qi. This peculiar atmosphere was noted even by Qi, who typically only cared about Li Chaoyan's presence. He gazed up in confusion, glancing at Jiu and then at Su, pondering what was amiss. Su shot him a look that suggested he should decipher the mystery himself, amused by the thought that this foolish tiger would never grasp it. She certainly would not divulge anything to him. Thus, the four of them shared a meal amidst this strange ambience. After the meal, as was her custom, Li Chaoyan intended to take an afternoon nap, but instead of returning to the room she shared with Jiu Jiu, she directly took Qi Yang's hand and walked towards his room. "I shall sleep here today," she declared, her voice somewhat loud, leaving one to wonder for whom it was intended. Baisu crossed his legs and observed Jiu Jiu. Noting with amusement that his expression remained unchanged, he was indeed quite adept at concealing his feelings. Seizing the moment, Baisu interjected, "Your room is rather comfortable too, Chow Chow. Why not sleep here?" His fox-like eyes glinted mischievously as he regarded Jiu Jiu, exuding a playful provocation. "I'll come back in the evening." After Li Chaoyan finished speaking, a resounding sound of the door slamming shut echoed. Although Qi Yang did not comprehend the events that had transpired between them, he felt a profound joy. For it had been quite some time since he had the opportunity to embrace his sister while sleeping, due to Li Chaoyan's pregnancy. Both Qi Yang and Baisu had only exchanged tender kisses and embraces with her, never having shared a bed. Now, as Qi Yang held Li Chaoyan in his arms, a wave of comfort washed over him. With her soft form nestled against him, Qi Yang was filled with immense happiness. Upon observing that Jiu Jiu remained utterly motionless, Li Chaoyan felt a pang of confusion. How could this be so different from what Lu Shu had conveyed previously? Lu Shu had leaned in close to Li Chaoyan's ear and whispered, "You might provoke him a little, enticing him to seek you out. For instance, by showing affection to other beast husbands while maintaining distance from him. We females must not indulge our beast husbands too much. We must establish our authority." Li Chaoyan absorbed all of Lu Shu's words, yet the outcome diverged from her expectations. Shouldn't Jiu Jiu have allowed her to return and continue sharing his bed? After all, she was carrying his child. Why was there no action? Li Chaoyan found herself perplexed, yet utterly fatigued. Thus, she nestled into Qi Yang's embrace and succumbed to a deep slumber. Qi Yang nuzzled against the side of Li Chaoyan's neck, and soon, he too drifted off into a sweet and blissful sleep. Li Chaoyan had slumbered for an extended period, and the sunlight outside had dimmed considerably. She could not help but lament that if she continued to sleep in such a manner daily, she would inevitably become as plump as a pig. However, she quickly reassured herself that it was merely a consequence of her pregnancy. Oh dear. Speaking of this, little one reminded her that she was currently in a quarrel with the beastly father of her child. Li Chaoyan gently patted her abdomen and remarked, "Our beastly father is quite displeased. It seems we have truly become a family of orphans and widows." Li Chaoyan, having expressed her thoughts to herself, got out of bed, donned her clothes and shoes, and stepped outside. The moment she awoke, even the air seemed to transform into a refreshing embrace. Taking a deep breath, she opened her arms to welcome nature. Suddenly, a silver-gray figure passed by in front of her. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Jiu Jiu. Yet he completely disregarded her presence as he walked on. Li Chaoyan was taken aback as she watched Jiu Jiu walk out the door. She patted her heaving chest, reminding herself to remain calm. Anger would not serve the child well. How could it be that the child's beastly father had abandoned him, and yet he chose to sulk with her? The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt. Perhaps her words had been inappropriate, and Jiu Jiu was undoubtedly upset. Thus, she resolved to refrain from provoking him further. Li Chaoyan pondered deeply, her mind a battlefield where two factions clashed. One side advocated seeking out Jiu Jiu to apologize, while the other insisted on provoking him as suggested by Lu Shu, each holding steadfast to their beliefs, embroiled in an unending dispute. "Chaoyan, how can you sit here without a care for the dirt?" Baisu's voice echoed from behind Li Chaoyan, bringing her back to reality. She realized she was seated on the ground, surrounded by dust and mud. Indeed, it was quite filthy. All right, she thought to herself. I cannot allow Jiu Jiu to consume my thoughts so completely. She decided to set this matter aside and would address it upon their return. Rising, she brushed off the dust from her clothes and, with a distracted expression, entered the house, pulling Baisu along with her. "You are not fully recovered. You must rest more," she instructed, her tone firm. "Show me your wound." Thus, the still convalescing Baisu found himself compelled by Li Chaoyan to lie down on the bed. He felt a sense of resignation. "Chaoyan, I am nearly well," he protested. "That is irrelevant. What if your wound reopens?" She countered. "But you were the one who insisted on taking me out this morning," Baisu replied, a hint of grievance and dissatisfaction in his voice. "That was merely to alleviate your boredom," she retorted. Who was truly the one bored? Baisu chose not to respond, instead lying on the bed as Li Chaoyan examined his injury. Indeed, It appeared to have nearly healed, the edges scabbed over and almost ready to flake away. Li Chaoyan once again marveled at the formidable regenerative abilities of the beastman. The 2 scratches inflicted by the Blood Queen on her shoulder remain unhealed to this day. Some have perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 87, Continuation of the Awkwardness. Li Chaoyan gently traced the scabs on Baisu's back, her touch delicate. Baisu pulled the beast's skin upwards, concealing the ghastly marks. "What is there to admire?" he asked, his tone somewhat awkward. With a light chuckle, Li Chaoyan propped herself on one arm, gazing at Baisu, captivated by his striking appearance. Indeed, he was a fortunate beastman, his beauty unmatched by others. During dinner, silence enveloped the group. Impatient, Chiang was the first to break the stillness, questioning the peculiar atmosphere. No one responded. Only Baisu glanced at him with good humor, yet remained silent. Uncertain of what he had missed, Chiang ceased to speak, merely suggesting that they should return. He planned to supervise the Iron Horn Tribe's beastmen in compensating their counterparts from the Wood Domain over the next couple of days, ensuring their safe return. Fortunately, Taisher, too, was an honest beastman, displaying a commendable attitude in admitting his faults. Thus the task should proceed smoothly. "We shall return the day after tomorrow," Jiu Jiu stated coldly, his voice cutting through the air. This aligned perfectly with Li Chaoyan's thoughts. She lifted her head, which had been bowed since the beginning, and directed her gaze towards Jiu Jiu, who remained as aloof as ever. Yet, how she adored that! It must be said that while Jiu Jiu lacked the seductive allure of Baisu and the flamboyance of Chiang, he possessed a restrained elegance that was undeniably captivating. Li Chaoyan suddenly found herself reluctant to follow Lu Shu's approach. Unfortunately, Jiu Jiu did not look at her. After casually uttering that one sentence, he fell silent. All along, the 3 beastmen had been striving to draw closer to Li Chaoyan. She pondered deeply, questioning whether, had it not been for Jiu Jiu's initial confession of feelings, followed by Baisu's relentless pursuit, and then the serendipitous entanglement with Chiang, she would have found it exceedingly difficult to embrace the prospect of romantic involvement in this alternate world. Perhaps her primary focus had been to swiftly accumulate enough points to return to her original world and resume the life of a diligent worker. Yet, upon further reflection, she wondered why fate had led her to encounter these individuals, all of whom were remarkably fortunate. Could it truly be mere coincidence, an inexplicable twist of fate? She found it hard to believe. Li Chaoyan silently called out to Jiu Jiu, yet Jiu Jiu remained unresponsive. In recent days, Jiu Jiu's disappearances had become increasingly frequent, leaving her puzzled and at a loss. Wasn't it said that one should strive to earn points to return to their home planet? How could Jiu Jiu exhibit such a lackadaisical attitude? Li Chaoyan attempted to call out several times, yet there was still no response. For some reason, her spirits sank further. She attributed it to her pregnancy, as she had read in a parenting guide she exchanged with Jiu Jiu that emotional fluctuations were common during such times. Let us attribute the cause to this, then. Jiu Jiu rose, casting a fleeting glance at Li Chaoyan before turning away from his seat. Chiang, too, had matters to attend to. After a moment of intimacy with Li Chaoyan, he departed as well, leaving behind Li Chaoyan and Baisu. Baisu observed Li Chaoyan's bowed head and, in a tender voice, remarked, "After we return, Jiu Jiu will head to the water domain, while I will return to the snow domain. That foolish tiger, Chiang, will certainly wish to visit his brother, Zhao Zhao." Baisu gently pulled Li Chaoyan into his embrace, entwining her long, silky hair in a casual yet intimate manner as he continued, "Whom will you accompany?" Li Chaoyan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that she had not contemplated this aspect before. However, she found herself with no alternatives. Absently, she placed her hand on her abdomen, her silent gesture seemingly offering a response to Baisu. Baisu curled her lips in disdain, bitterly remarking, "If only this were my child, why must it be that cold, disdainful serpent?" It must be said. There was a palpable hint of jealousy in her words. A cool finger brushed against Li Chaoyan's cheek, causing her to involuntarily shudder. Yet, she could not blame herself for this. "I do not blame you," Baisu quipped playfully. "I shall strive harder next time." Li Chaoyan was momentarily taken aback, initially bewildered by his words. However, upon grasping their meaning, her face flushed crimson, akin to an intense rush of blood, prompting her to push Baisu away and sit up straight. Observing her flushed countenance and evasive gaze, Baisu felt a twinge of grievance and continued, "Do you wish only to bestow affection upon that wretched serpent offspring, disregarding me entirely?" He placed a hand over his heart, feigning sorrow. Li Chaoyan's lips twitched slightly, her playful addiction resurfacing as she gazed helplessly at Baisu. I shall bear you 18, she declared flatly, yet her words evoked a chuckle from Bai Su. No longer clutching his heart, he continued to embrace Li Chaoyan, his delicate jaw brushing against her hair as he spoke in an affectionate tone. How could I possibly allow Chaoyan to bear so many? That would be far too exhausting. 8 would suffice. Li Chaoyan, unable to endure any longer, forcefully pushed Bai Su away. The teasing glint in his eyes made her acutely aware that he was mocking her. Bai Su, she exclaimed, raising her voice. Oh, I am here, he replied, seemingly oblivious to her irritation. With a playful glint in his eyes, he continued. 4, it cannot be any less. Li Chaoyan rolled her eyes. Unwilling to engage with him, this juvenile fool. Did he consider himself a piglet, capable of producing such a multitude? In the evening, Li Chaoyan indeed lingered on Bai Su's bed, much to Bai Su's delight, who eagerly anticipated more quarrels between Jiu Jiu and Li Chaoyan. Li Chaoyan nestled in Bai Su's embrace. Earlier this noon, she had been resolute, hoping that Jiu Jiu would seek her out first. However, now her stomach churned uncontrollably, and her determination had waned. Tomorrow, she would go reconcile with Jiu Jiu. Li Chaoyan set a time limit for herself, striving to ignore the peculiar sensations in her abdomen, and eventually drifted off to sleep with her eyes closed. Meanwhile, Bai Su was still gently caressing Li Chaoyan's face and her long, lustrous hair, when a steady sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Bai Su lifted her eyelids to glance at the approaching figure, confirming her suspicion. Jiu Jiu, his expression inscrutable, walked directly toward Bai Su without uttering a word to disturb the atmosphere. He gestured with his eyes for Bai Su to remove her hand, yet she disregarded him. The tension lingered for a moment, prompting Jiu Jiu to express his impatience. She experiences discomfort in her abdomen at night. Bai Su glanced down, noticing Li Chaoyan's furrowed brow, her body instinctively curling up into a tight ball. He quickly released his grip, allowing Jiu Jiu to lift Li Chaoyan into his arms. A faint flush crept onto Jiu Jiu's face as he muttered, I am unaware. It is nothing serious, you lack experience. A smirk played at the corners of Jiu Jiu's lips, indifferent to the way his words provoked an irate reaction from the person behind him. Jiu Jiu gently laid Li Chaoyan on the bed, attentively tucking her under the animal hide. He reached out to soothe the little one nestled within her. For Li Chaoyan was nearing 2 months into her pregnancy, with just a month remaining until the arrival of their offspring. The tenderness in Jiu Jiu's gaze was profound, filled with an uncontainable anticipation for the imminent arrival of their child. As the stone bamboo made contact with her abdomen, Li Chaoyan's furrowed brow relaxed, clearly indicating that the little one had been soothed and ceased its unrest. Her belly now protruded slightly, a subtle firmness discernible beneath her skin. It was uncertain how many offspring she carried within her. Typically, the females of the Xian snake tribe would lay 3 to 4 eggs, though not all would survive. The nurturing attention of their beast husbands was essential to enhance the survival rate of the hatchlings. Tragically, some clutches resulted in no viable eggs remaining. There were those who had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 88. Reconciliation. Jiu Jiu also joined her on the bed, his large hand resting gently upon Li Chaoyan's belly. The two of them remained closely entwined, and as he gazed upon her serene, sleeping visage, his features softened. A twinge of regret stirred within him. What was the purpose of his anger, which had inadvertently favored Qi Yang and Bai Su? Perhaps he should seek to mend things with Yin tomorrow. The following morning, Li Chaoyan awoke once more in Bai Su's embrace, suddenly realizing that her abdomen bore not a trace of discomfort. Indeed, it seemed the little one was considerate of her well-being. Li Chaoyan gently caressed her belly, which had begun to swell noticeably. According to Jiu Jiu, there was still a little over a month left until she would give birth. Surprisingly, she did not experience any discomfort during this pregnancy. However, her emotions fluctuated significantly, and her belly occasionally required the soothing touch of Jiu Jiu. Bai Su opened his eyes. He had awakened when Jiu Jiu had brought her over that morning. Now, he observed the little female in his arms, her hand resting on her belly, lost in her thoughts. He certainly had no intention of revealing to her the events that transpired the previous night. Li Chaoyan recalled that she had tasks to accomplish today, and she called out to Jiu Jiu in her mind. She received a response. Jiu Jiu, why have you been so uncommunicative lately? After a moment of silence, Jiu Jiu finally replied, Yin Yin. I have been occupied with updating some data, which is why I occasionally lose connection. However, there is no need for concern. I shall always be present when it matters most. Li Chaoyan remained somewhat skeptical but chose not to voice her doubts. Ultimately, her relationship with Jiu Jiu was one of mutual benefit, and it was only natural for certain secrets to exist. Today, I sought out Ho Dan to bestow upon him the spirit of wood, which would essentially elevate him to the status of the great priest of the wood domain. However, that is not the case. The wood monkey tribe is far too feeble. The spirit of wood is merely to be temporarily housed with him, for we may yet find further utility for it. What kind of utility? Li Chaoyan seized upon this crucial point, sensing intuitively that Jiu Jiu was withholding information from her. Once again, Jiu Jiu fell silent, retreating into a state of pretense. Li Chaoyan suddenly felt a sensation of pressure on her cheeks, as Baisu gleefully pinched the flesh on either side of her face, squeezing it inward with delight. Li Chaoyan gently pushed away the mischievous hand of Baisu, only to be met with a gaze filled with hurt from her. This is quite unbecoming, she lamented. Baisu embraced her tightly and softly reassured. You are not unattractive at all, Chaoyan. No matter how I look at you, you are beautiful. With that, he held her even closer. Li Chaoyan's face flushed with embarrassment as she wriggled free from his embrace and hurried outside to freshen up. Li Chaoyan contemplated fulfilling her appointment with Ho Dan before seeking to apologize and reconcile with Jiu Jiu. Thus, she requested Qi Yang to accompany her as she ventured out. Upon their arrival at the designated meeting place with Ho Dan, she found him already waiting there. Although he was uncertain about the purpose of Li Chaoyan's summons, an instinctive feeling assured him that the matter at hand must be of significant importance. Li Chaoyan instructed Qi Yang to wait for her in place, reiterating that she truly held no feelings for Ho Dan before stepping forward. Ho Dan greeted her with a bow, and Li Chaoyan had become accustomed to receiving the gestures of the beast men with an unflinching demeanor over the past few days. For her current identity was that of the beast goddess messenger. She cleared her throat and surveyed her surroundings when suddenly a lustrous emerald green stone materialized in her hand, radiating a soft glow. Ho Dan looked on in astonishment, confusion flickering in his gaze as he regarded Li Chaoyan. This is the spirit of the wood. Li Chaoyan spoke softly. Ho Dan's astonishment deepened. Li Chaoyan pressed a stone into his hand and gestured for silence. As the envoy of the beast god, I command you to safeguard the spirit of the wood. You must not allow anyone else to know that you possess it, for otherwise, the wood monkey tribe will face utter calamity. Upon hearing this, Ho Dan's face turned ashen, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Li Chaoyan maintained her composure as she continued, should the need arise, I shall return to retrieve it from you. After speaking, she gently patted Ho Dan's shoulder. Ho Dan's mind was somewhat clouded. He had not anticipated that Li Chaoyan would entrust him with such a significant responsibility. He soon realized that this was a testament to the beast god's faith in him, causing him to grip the stone even tighter. The abundant power contained within the spirit stone was palpable, yet he dared not overstep his bounds, instead ensuring it was safely stored away. He cast a deep glance at Li Chaoyan and declared, I shall undoubtedly safeguard it with utmost diligence. Li Chaoyan let out a sigh of relief and nodded slightly. Upon returning home with Qi Yang, Li Chaoyan found herself in a state of inner turmoil, diligently engaging in self-psychological preparation and rehearsing her thoughts. As she stepped through the door, her gaze fell upon a silver-gray figure standing in the courtyard, poised and upright like a pine tree. Summoning her courage and fortifying her resolve, Li Chaoyan began, I wish to. Unbeknownst to her, her words coincided perfectly with those of Jiu Jiu, leading both to exchange a glance, with Jiu Jiu gesturing for Li Chaoyan to take the lead. Li Chaoyan steeled herself and spoke. I wish to have a conversation with you. Just the two of us. Qi Yang cast a puzzled glance at the pair, recalling how they had ignored each other just yesterday. How had the atmosphere changed so dramatically today? Confused, Qi Yang silently retreated to his own room, granting them the space they needed. Li Chaoyan was the first to step into their abode, with Jiu Jiu following closely behind. Once both had entered the room, Li Chaoyan finally spoke, shattering the tense atmosphere. That day, I should not have said what I did. Li Chaoyan lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the fabric of her clothing. I spoke thoughtlessly that day, and I apologize, Jiu. Please do not be sad any longer. After Li Chaoyan finished speaking, she cautiously raised her head to glance at Jiu Jiu, only to find the latter's gaze fixed intently upon her, imbued with a searing heat that felt almost palpable. After a fleeting moment, she averted her eyes, awaiting Jiu Jiu's response. To her astonishment, what she received was a warm and encompassing embrace. Jiu Jiu held her tightly, as if cradling a precious treasure that had been lost and then rediscovered. I have told you before, Jiu Jiu began, there is no need for you to apologize to me. I am not angry with you. Rather, I am vexed with myself. Have I made you feel insecure, made you believe that I could be fond of someone else? His gentle voice resonated, revealing his own remorse. I intended to apologize to you, but it seems you have preempted me. Jiu Jiu pressed a tender kiss to Li Chaoyan's crown, affirming, I can only love you. Please trust in my fidelity. Li Chaoyan's heart remained tumultuous, akin to being infused with a drop of honey, sweet and delightful. She lifted her gaze, locking her eyes with Jiu's, and spoke each word with conviction. I believe. I shall always believe. From the moment you first referred to me as a little female, and when you allowed me to ride in your beast form, my heart had perhaps begun its descent into oblivion. Jiu, relieved, cradled Li Chaoyan's face and kissed her deeply, only pausing when she could no longer catch her breath. With a voice slightly hoarse and laced with breathlessness, Jiu declared, if Yin returns home, I shall not stand in the way, but you must take me along. Li Chaoyan was momentarily taken aback before realizing that she had previously expressed her longing for home to him, and now, after a period of silence, Jiu was finally responding to her sentiments. It was a good sign. Some individuals may have departed this world, yet their essence lingers on. Chapter 89, parting Jiu and Li Chaoyan reconciled, much to the relief of Qi Yang, who no longer had to endure the peculiar atmosphere that had enveloped them. However, Baisu appeared somewhat discontented, as he was well aware of the complexities that had transpired between the two, leaving him with a sense of disappointment that this captivating drama had not lasted longer. Today marked the day of departure, not just for Li Chaoyan and her companions, but for the other tribes of the Wooden Domain as well. Joy radiated from everyone's faces, and they all appeared genuinely happy. Li Chaoyan reluctantly watched as Lu Shu and his companions departed, clutching the flowers he had bestowed upon her. I just picked these this morning. Do not forget me. The brilliance of Lu Shu's sparkling eyes seemed to linger before her, and the pang of parting truly tugged at her heart. Behind her, a clear voice broke the silence. It was Ho Shuang. The Wood Monkey tribe was also preparing to embark on their journey. A robust orc hoisted Ho Jia onto his back, while Ho Dan stood by, gazing intently as Ho Shuang raced toward Li Chaoyan. Ho Shuang first embraced Li Chaoyan before climbing onto Chia's back and exchanging a few words, his eyes slightly glistening with unshed tears. Sister Yin, Uncle Ya. It has been a pleasure to meet you. When we next meet, I will surely have grown stronger, just like Uncle Ya. The diminutive little monkey articulated this with resolute conviction, stirring deep emotions within all who heard. Li Chaoyan smiled as she gently caressed his head, urging him to heed her brother's words. Then, she exchanged a knowing glance with Ho Dan, who nodded earnestly. Once Ho Shuang rejoined the group, they proceeded westward. This parting left them uncertain of when they would meet again. The members of Tai Shi followed closely behind Li Chaoyan, feeling a sense of relief as they finally bid farewell. During these past days, they had been utterly devoted to serving the orcs, yet they felt a deep sense of obligation towards those individuals. Li Chaoyan turned around and nodded at the figure behind her, gathering her belongings with the intention of returning. With a wave of his hand, Baisu conjured a magnificent white door before the group. The five of them stepped through, marking the conclusion of this extraordinary journey in the Wood Domain. Tai Shi discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, only relaxing once everyone had departed safely. Life seemed to return to a semblance of tranquility, at least on the surface. Li Chaoyan and her companions returned to the snowy realm, and this time, their experience was markedly improved. They did not find themselves in the terrifying Ghost Valley. Instead, they arrived at a region inhabited by beastmen, from where it would take only a few days to reach the Snow Fox tribe. During these days, Baisu endeavored to contact Jiu and Qi and, miraculously, managed to reach them once again. Could it be that communication was solely hindered in the Wood Domain? The group agreed to meet at the Snow Fox tribe. Throughout this period, Jiu spent most of his time in the Water Domain, occasionally coming to the Snowy Realm to check on Baisu, ensuring matters were handled with utmost efficiency. As for Qi, who was reluctant to expend his spiritual energy, he too made the journey for the sake of his younger brother. After emerging from the Wood Domain, Li Chaoyan felt as if she had been reborn, finally returning to a place that felt somewhat familiar. The suffocating sense of oppression and confinement that had plagued her for over a month had dissipated entirely. Nevertheless, this journey yielded significant revelations. They had uncovered Tai Hui's conspiracy, yet several enigmas remained unsolved, such as the mysterious black smoke and the sudden disappearance of the Stray Beast clan and the Blood Eagle clan. For Li Chaoyan, there was also the peculiar, sporadic vanishing of Jiu Jiu. However, a sudden thought struck her. At this moment, she was reclining on the soft, beastly form of Baisu, playfully tugging at one of Baisu's ears. Li Chaoyan exclaimed loudly, "Sister Fairy, we have yet to pay her a visit." Despite her best efforts to avoid it, a considerable amount of wind rushed into Li Chaoyan's mouth, prompting a fit of coughing. Baisu's body stiffened, and he slowed his pace, with the three beasts beside him mirroring his actions. He spoke, I have already visited that foul serpent, and the snow spirit grass has been bestowed upon the elder. Li Chaoyan was unaware that the two had sought out Lianqing to find her, nor did she know that they had agreed to her terms. With a slight nod, she buried her head into the soft fur of Baisu's neck, asking, "Will I be able to see her again?" She felt a deep affection for Lianqing, even a sense of inexplicable intimacy. Baisu exchanged a glance with Jiu Jiu, and they understood. "You will." The group hastened their pace, soon concluding their arduous journey and returning to the Snow Fox tribe, weary yet invigorated. The atmosphere in the tribe was jubilant, a stark contrast to the previous desolation and sorrow, as they awaited the return of their young chieftain. As they approached the entrance, Li Chaoyan sensed Baisu quickening his pace, perhaps driven by a longing for home, and she did not intervene. However, as Li Chaoyan dismounted from the fox, her legs felt weak and trembled uncontrollably. Qiyang, swift and astute, transformed into human form to support her, playfully delivering a pat on Baisu's head, questioning, "What is the rush?" Baisu, caught off guard, received Qiyang's playful blow to the back of his head and shot an annoyed glare at the tiger. After a considerable pause, Li Chaoyan felt some relief in her calves. With a subtle pinch to Baisu's waist as a form of punishment, she refrained from embarrassing him in public. Before Baisu could offer any defense, a small, energetic ball of fluff came hurtling towards him, colliding directly with his abdomen. Baisu instinctively raised his hands to shield himself, ultimately cradling the little projectile in his arms. The tiny creature surveyed the group before chirping in a clear voice. "Baisu Gij, Yin Yin Jijia, Jiu Jiu, and who else?" It was evident that Baiguo did not recognize Qiyang and Qiyang. Tilting its head, it gazed at the two newcomers with wide, curious eyes. Being still quite young, it only understood that Baisu and the others had been searching for Li Chaoyan and had finally brought her back. Were these individuals also found in the same manner? Li Chaoyan was enchanted by the expression of Baiguo, swiftly cradling him from Baisu's embrace and gently kneading his face. "Baiguo, have you missed me?" she inquired delicately, her fingers gliding along his spine. "I have. I've missed Sister Yin Yin so much, and I've yearned for Sister Yin Yan's delicious treats." Baiguo tilted his tiny head upward, his demeanor endearing yet somewhat naive. This prompted Li Chaoyan to affectionately stroke him again. She simply could not resist such a charming little creature. Baiguo snuggled in her hands, contentedly purring, his eyes half closed in bliss. Baisu cast a fleeting glance in their direction, swiftly seizing Baiguo and cradling him in his arms. "Baiguo, you've grown heavier now. You mustn't crush your sister." Typically, Chaoyan would only lavish such affection on him, so Baisu was unwilling to let this little fellow benefit from it, even if he was a younger brother. Baiguo, oblivious to the convolutions of Baisu's thoughts, genuinely believed himself to be quite hefty, as he curiously patted his own belly. "There's hardly any excess flesh, so how could I be heavy?" Confounded yet trusting of Baisu's words, Baiguo nestled quietly in his embrace. Qiyang glanced disdainfully at Baisu, even feeling a twinge of jealousy over a mere little fox. Li Chaoyan initially believed that Baisu was concerned about the child in her womb, hence his words. Some souls may depart, yet they do not entirely fade away. Chapter 90. The meeting. It was indeed a curious coincidence that just as they returned, Jiu and Su hurriedly arrived, just the two of them. Su rushed forward to embrace Jiu, who was standing nearby. The brothers exchanged pleasantries, having not seen each other for quite some time, both cherishing their reunion. Jiu, leaning on his staff, approached with an air of grace, his right hand stroking his beard, his eyes crinkling with laughter, resembling a benevolent Mithraea. He surveyed the gathering, and after a sweeping glance, his gaze finally settled on Li Chaoyan. "Welcome back, child," he said, his tone imbued with warmth. For reasons unknown, upon hearing his words, Li Chaoyan felt her eyes welling up with tears. She nodded at Jiu, then lowered her head to mask her reddened eyes. "That is good to hear," Jiu replied with a kind smile, ushering everyone inside to converse. Baisu offered a few comforting words to the clan members before making his way to the council chamber. As the assembly settled, it wasn't long before Jiu arrived, rushing to embrace Qiyang. "You rascal, you've lost weight." Jiu's voice was somewhat hoarse, even trembling with emotion. He held Qiyang's shoulders, scrutinizing him closely, releasing a sigh of relief upon finding no apparent issues. Heaven knows how anxious he felt when he couldn't reach Baisu. Had anything happened to his brother? How would he explain it to their departed mother and father? Qiyang observed the redness in his brother's eyes and couldn't help but feel a swell of emotion, his hand resting on Jiu's shoulder, trembling unconsciously. The conversation between the brothers flowed, though it was largely Jiu's inquiries met with Qiyang's responses. Qi Yu's seriousness and the dull nature of his questions inevitably cast a shadow over Qi Yang's spirits, even diminishing the joy of seeing his brother. Once Qi Yu finished his monologue, he turned his attention to Qi Ya, who quickly averted his gaze, fearing he would be drawn into another lengthy discourse. To his surprise, Qi Yu merely said, "Uncle Ya, you've worked hard." Qi Ya flinched, clearing his throat. "Next time, don't call on me for such matters." Qi Yu broke into a smile. "If I don't call you, who else should I?" This provoked Qi Ya to puff up his cheeks in mock irritation, the scene undeniably amusing. Li Chaoyan gazed gently at the gathering of brothers within the room, reminiscing about the joyous moments spent in the orphanage, frolicking and teasing with other children. Those were times when emotions were at their most innocent. Now, she pondered how they were faring in life. Shirsu, stealthily clutching a ginkgo, approached her side. His eyes fixated intently on her abdomen. However, when Li Chaoyan's gaze fell upon him, he swiftly diverted his attention elsewhere, exhibiting a demeanor that was both conspicuous and evasive. Li Chaoyan felt a hint of amusement and chose not to expose him, simply inquiring, "Have you finished your conversation with your brother?" Her gaze shifted to Shirju, who, along with others, was engaged in discussions with Qi Yu and Qi Yue. "Yes, we have concluded," Shirsu replied, scratching his head, feeling somewhat uneasy. His eyes once again darted towards Li Chaoyan's abdomen. Ultimately youthful and unable to contain his curiosity, he subtly probed, "What did your brother say?" Li Chaoyan leisurely observed the young lad, who was stumbling over his words, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. "Sister Yin. He wants to ask if you are truly expecting," Bai Guo chimed in, wriggling in Shirsu's grasp, clearly more impatient and significantly more extroverted than Shirsu. Seeing that Bai Guo had voiced what he wished to inquire, Shirsu immediately clutched the little fox, gazing eagerly at Li Chaoyan. Li Chaoyan smiled radiantly, her eyes sparkling like the stars. Indeed, she gently placed her hand on her belly. "It's a little snake, baby." Bai Guo struggled to inch closer to Li Chaoyan, his upright ears resting on her slightly rounded belly, conveying a sense of trepidation. "There's no movement. Is the little one asleep?" Bai Guo's innocent words elicited a peal of laughter from Li Chaoyan. "Yes, indeed, it is asleep." Li Chaoyan reached out to cradle Bai Guo, tenderly stroking his soft, white fur. To her surprise, Bai Guo wriggled free and leaped into Shirsu's embrace, the diminutive fox declaring earnestly, "No, I'm too heavy. I would crush the little one." Shirsu weighed Bai Guo in his hands, puzzled, "Not heavy at all." Bai Guo insisted, "My brother Baisu said I'm very heavy, so I must be." He firmly defended Baisu, believing that whatever came from his brother's lips was undoubtedly true. Fortunately, Shirsu didn't dwell on this, choosing instead to fixate on Li Chaoyan's belly. His face alight with excitement. "I shall find the tastiest fruits for the little one. I will take him hunting too. I want to. Bai Guo chimed in enthusiastically. "No, this is a little snake, my brother's offspring," Shirsu countered. "Can I play with the little one? Why not a little fox?" Bai Guo sulked. Li Chaoyan gently patted Bai Guo's head, then turned to Shirsu with a serious expression and said, "Whether it's the little fox or the little snake, you are both uncles to the cubs. You may take the little ones to play." Upon hearing this, Bai Guo's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he exclaimed, "Then I want to take the cubs to climb the trees." Li Chaoyan recalled the first encounter with Bai Guo, when Bai Guo had fallen from the tree right at their feet, stirring a twinge of concern within her. She forced a smile, though hesitant, yet reassured herself that it was indeed permissible, albeit with caution. Shirsu once more leaned in closely to Li Chaoyan, whispering softly, "Sister Shirmu has also welcomed her own little ones. Just before coming here, she spoke of you fondly. If she were to discover that you, Sister Yin Yin, are expecting as well, it would certainly bring her immense joy." Shirmu had given birth to 4 offspring, though it remained uncertain how many would ultimately thrive. Shirsu appeared somewhat exhilarated at first, but a hint of melancholy crept into her tone as she continued. Li Chaoyan gently caressed his head, assuring him that all would be well. "MHM." Shirsu nodded vigorously in response. Over there, the others had nearly concluded their discussions, primarily focusing on reinforcing the unity among the 3 domains and guarding against the insidious alliance between the Thunder Domain and the Wandering Beast clan. Presently, the Wood Domain posed no threat to them whatsoever. However, when Shirju and Shiryu recounted how Ji Sha had been taken away by a peculiar black mist, Shiryu furrowed his brow, unconsciously toying with his staff. "What is it about the black mist, High Priest?" Shirju inquired, having noticed Shiryu's unease. Baisu and Qiyang also directed their gazes toward him. "Nothing. I must be overthinking it," Shiryu replied, shaking his head. "How could that be the case?" "It certainly is not." Shirju pressed for further clarification, But Shiryu resolutely declined to elaborate. With no other recourse, Shiryu resolved to inquire again at a later time. Li Chaoyan also noticed Shiyu's statement. The black smoke undoubtedly harbored some secrets. Yet it was evident that Shiyu was unwilling to disclose them here. Ultimately, Shiyu dropped a bombshell on the crowd. Upon my return, I shall bequeath to you the position of the high priest. He patted Shiryu on the shoulder, his gaze unwavering, the pressure from his hand unyielding. Why? Shiryu's expression was one of disbelief. Logically, the high priest still had several decades of life ahead. How could such words be uttered so suddenly? Shiyu surveyed the surroundings, revealing a trace of weariness on his face. Ever since that battle with the Blood Eagle tribe, my health has been in decline. An old relic. It is time to pass the mantle to you younger beastmen. Fatigue glimmered in Shiyu's eyes. The recent days spent traversing between the snowfields and the waters had taken a toll on his ability to recuperate. With his end drawing near, the time had come to shoulder the burden. He looked at Shiryu, relieved. At least there was someone capable of carrying on. Some may have perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 91. A kiss, brother. I will not leave. Qi Yang was being forcibly pulled by Qi Yue towards the red door. He resolutely shook off Qi Yue's hand, his eyes blazing with indignation, lips pressed tightly together in a clear display of discontent. Qiang, you. Qi Yue gripped his head, his eyes reflecting annoyance, his lips pale, betraying an age-inappropriate pallor. Anger flared within him. With determination, he dragged Qi Yang closer to the door. You must return today. Qi Yang raised his hand and effortlessly flung Qi Yue's grip away, causing Qi Yue to stagger back several steps. Qi Yue quickly caught him, letting out a sigh. Qi Yang gazed at Qi Yue in disbelief, his pupils trembling. Brother, what is wrong? He stepped forward to steady Qi Yue, only to discover how emaciated his brother had become. You say I've lost weight, but look at yourself. Qi Yang pouted in concern, voicing his grievances. Enough, Yangzi, speak less. Come back with us now. Qia's authoritative voice rang out, laced with an undeniable command. In that moment, Li Chaoyan truly felt the weight of the former high priest's presence. Observing the troubled look in Qi Yang's eyes as it flickered between Qi Yue and herself, Li Chaoyan took a few steps forward. Yin Yin, let Qi Yang return. This is a burden he must bear. Jiu Jiu, seemingly adopting a sage-like demeanor, uttered these words. What do you mean? Yet Jiu Jiu fell silent after his two statements, unwilling to elaborate further, leaving Li Chaoyan pondering his intent. Qi Yue regarded Li Chaoyan's advancing figure with a piercing gaze, as if to say that should she prevent Qi Yang from following them, he would take drastic measures against himself. Li Chaoyan still dared not meet that gaze directly. After a fleeting glance, she turned her attention to Qi Yang. In that moment, she found herself captivated by his glistening, golden-hued tiger-like eyes. Li Chaoyan felt a jolt within her heart. The words she was about to utter became lodged in her throat, refusing to escape. Her gaze faltered, unable to meet those bare, penetrating eyes, and she dared not inflict any pain upon them. After a moment, she finally managed to murmur, "Why don't you return to the flame domain first?" The light in Qi Yang's eyes dimmed slightly, yet he summoned his strength to force a smile, albeit a feeble one, and replied, "All right." Li Chaoyan felt a profound sense of discomfort, pondering why her beast husband was dispersed across different realms. "I will come to find you," she hastily uttered before turning her gaze towards Shiryu, who responded with an encouraging glance. Feeling a sense of relief, Li Chaoyan approached and, on tiptoe, signaled Qi Yang to lower his head. She gently pressed a kiss upon his lips. It was only after this act that she realized she was in the midst of a large crowd, all eyes fixated upon them, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Qi Yang's eyes sparkled anew, and like a devoted dog, he nodded appreciatively. He buried his face in the crook of Li Chaoyan's neck, inhaling her scent deeply before reluctantly releasing her. Qi Yu, with his long fingers, clasped Qi Yang's shoulder, guiding him and Qi Yu towards the red door. Turning back momentarily to glance at Li Chaoyan, "I have kept an eye on your mate. Qi Jiao has taken care of it for you." With that, he averted his gaze, seemingly indifferent, and did not look at Li Chaoyan again. Qi Yu called out a loud farewell to Li Chaoyan. Li Chaoyan was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend what Qi Yang had just uttered. It was only when they began to fade away that the realization struck her. The meat. "Qi Yang, please hold on to it for me." She had toiled for quite some time over that meat. "All right," Qi Yang replied, and with that, the door vanished, dissipating into the air like a fleeting breeze. Li Chaoyan felt a pang of discomfort within her, a sense of confusion enveloping her as her fingers tightly twisted the hem of her garment, betraying her unease. Bai Su, with her cool fingertips, gently entwined with Li Chaoyan's grasp, eliciting a delicate tug, her pinky finger tightening. In an instant, Li Chaoyan's hand was drawn closer to Bai Su's lips, where Bai Su reverently pressed a kiss against Li Chaoyan's delicate fingertips. Her gaze seemed to cast a hook, pulling directly toward Li Chaoyan. Within her dark, mesmerizing eyes burned a fervent passion, and Li Chaoyan suddenly became aware of a warmth at her fingertips. Instinctively, she attempted to withdraw her hand, only to be halted as Bai Su firmly guided her hand back toward herself. Li Chaoyan found herself in a steady embrace. The fun hasn't concluded here yet, the young master remarked casually, a hint of mischief glimmering in his eyes. Bestow upon me a kiss. Oh no, make it two. Surely, it cannot be less than that fierce tiger. Li Chaoyan's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she cast a shy glance towards the individuals inside the room. The onlookers, demonstrating remarkable tact, either urged one another to step outside or averted their gazes to avoid witnessing the awkward scene between the two. At that moment, Jiu Jiu also tactfully turned away, choosing not to behold this discomforting tableau. Bai Su grasped Li Chaoyan's chin, turning her face to meet his gaze, insisting, "Look at me. How can you pay attention to others?" His tone was laced with jealousy. His lips, slightly pursed, displayed a captivating rosy hue, the alluring diamond shape hovering just above Li Chaoyan's head. With a resolute heart, Li Chaoyan closed her eyes and tugged at Bai Su's collar, drawing him closer. Rising on her toes, she boldly pressed her lips against his. Their warm lips met briefly, but just as Li Chaoyan intended to withdraw, Bai Su grasped the back of her head, firmly holding her in place. He pried her lips apart, and the fervent breath between them was utterly irresistible. Li Chaoyan inevitably felt her body weaken, and by the time Bai Su finally released his grip, she was already gasping for breath. A veil of mist clouded her large, round doe-like eyes, rendering them somewhat unreal. Her once pink lips had transformed into a deep rose hue, speckled with droplets of moisture, slightly parted. Her pearly white teeth quivered with a hint of trepidation, evoking a plethora of thoughts. Bai Su's heart tightened, cursing inwardly before stating, "One more time." He pressed down again, his fervor more intense than before. Li Chaoyan's mind was still in a state of disarray, her entire being felt as though she were treading upon a cloud, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of unreality. Before she could fully comprehend her surroundings, she was met with Bai Su's forceful second kiss. Her hazy eyes became even more entranced. Bai Su's hand glided down her waist, pausing as it met the slight swell of Li Chaoyan's abdomen, his gaze fixated on her current state. It was indeed worthy of a phrase like eyes enchanting as silk. Bai Su ceased his advances, rising without further tormenting her. He adjusted Li Chaoyan with care, resting his head against her gently rising shoulder, his fingers softly twirling her hair around her neck. "Zhao Zhao, even before you've departed, I find myself missing you." Bai Su's voice, tinged with a raspy timbre, broke through Li Chaoyan's reverie, drawing her back from her ethereal wanderings. Li Chaoyan draped her arm over Bai Su's shoulder and, in a somewhat unclear tone, expressed, "I miss you too." The breath she exhaled brushed against the side of Bai Su's face, her innocent tone eliciting a tightening sensation in his heart, prompting him to hastily cover himself. Truly a seductress. Jiu Jiu took Li Chaoyan's hand and followed Shiyu as they entered the blue door together. The group vanished. Bai Su, shedding the relaxed demeanor he had when seeing the two off, felt a sense of bewilderment and disorientation. He glanced down at the white fruit in his hand, then cast a look back at his kin before decisively turning to return to his dwelling. Some lives have ended, yet not entirely. Chapter 92. Heart to heart on the grass. The place where Jiu Jiu and the others landed was not far from Jiu Jiu's treehouse. So the two first returned to the treehouse to gather their belongings, as they might be moving directly into the Xian snake tribe afterward. Meanwhile, Shi Suo and Shiyu hurried towards the Xian snake tribe. Upon their return, they tidied the treehouse thoroughly, ensuring they took all their necessary items with them. Li Chaoyan had not savored such a tranquil night in a long while. Just she and Jiu Jiu together. Beneath her lay 2 layers of animal hides. As the night deepened and the dew thickened, Jiu Jiu insisted on providing her with this extra warmth to stave off illness. She rested her hands behind her head, gazing freely at the celestial tapestry above. The pitch-black canvas of the night was sprinkled with faint glimmers of light, not easily discernible. Li Chaoyan squinted her eyes, and the shadows of the stars seemed to converge, suddenly taking on a semblance of reality. It resembled the starry sky of the orphanage. The welfare institution where Li Chaoyan resided was nestled in a remote suburban area, vast and sparsely populated, typically devoid of visitors. Yet, in their childhood, It was nothing short of a paradise for Li Chaoyan and her companions. With a surge of enthusiasm, Li Chaoyan turned her gaze toward the man beside her. His picturesque brows and eyes unfurled with an enchanting charm. He had been intently observing her, his eyes shimmering with a flickering radiance akin to that of stars. Displaying no sign of embarrassment at being caught in the act, he instead allowed a smile to grace his lips, transforming his previously cold and composed demeanor into one of tender warmth that irresistibly drew one in. Li Chaoyan withdrew her arm that had been resting behind her head and turned to the side. She extended a hand to trace the contours of Jiu's face. How exquisite it is, resembling a deity from the West, or perhaps even more beautiful than a divine being. Li Chaoyan's gaze took on a somewhat infatuated expression as she murmured, "My Venus." Jiu's fingers gently brushed against her eyelids, his confusion evident as he questioned, "Venus? What is that?" His silver-gray pupils regarded Li Chaoyan with curiosity, prompting her to regain her composure. Feeling a flush of shyness, she realized she had inadvertently voiced her innermost thoughts. "It means you are truly beautiful," Li Chaoyan declared. Her cheeks ablaze as she stole glances at the strikingly handsome beastman before her. Jiu let out a soft chuckle, and in the tranquil embrace of the night, Li Chaoyan fancied she could hear the rhythmic thrum of his heartbeat, sending a tingling sensation through her. "You are even more beautiful," Jiu replied, his voice gentle, laced with an infinite tenderness, as if he had savored each word before uttering it. His gaze shifted to the glistening moisture in Li Chaoyan's eyes and her delicate pink lips, a dryness settling in his throat as he inclined his body closer. His silver-gray hair cascading like a waterfall, enveloping the space between them. In the stillness of night, the beastman gradually lowered his head, his lips brushing against those crimson ones he had longed for, the soft friction sending electric jolts of exhilaration coursing from their point of connection to Li Chaoyan's heart, causing a gentle tremor within her. In Li Chaoyan's eyes, a mist began to gather, and yet, Jiu was particularly fond of witnessing her emotionally charged demeanor. With a mere shift of his gaze, it landed upon Li Chaoyan's delicate, snow-white earlobe, exquisite and lustrous. Jiu parted his lips and gently captured it, eliciting a shiver from Li Chaoyan's body. The tingling sensation lingering on her lips had yet to fade when another spark ignited elsewhere. Li Chaoyan gently pushed Jiu away, yet was unable to budge him in the slightest. Jiu's warm hand, exuding heat, reached towards Li Chaoyan's belly, caressing it in a soothing manner, his eyes brimming with an impending smile. "Wayan, I am so delighted that you have come here." Li Chaoyan, contemplating her inability to push away, embraced Jiu's neck and reclined in blissful repose. Suddenly, upon hearing those words, her eyes brimmed with warmth, and she felt a surge of happiness. Jiu chuckled softly, a profound sense of fulfillment swelling within him. He retreated to his previous position, firmly clasping Li Chaoyan's hand. The two resumed their prior posture, gazing at the stars in that intimate embrace. At this moment, Li Chaoyan opened her heart completely, smiling as she spoke. "Jiu, do you know? When I was a child, I too loved lying down to gaze at the stars. I would lie in the courtyard of the orphanage, unbothered by the dirt. Back then, many children would join me in watching the stars, while the matron would fan away the mosquitoes with a bamboo fan. I truly miss her." As Li Chaoyan spoke, her voice quivered with emotion. She fought back tears that threatened to spill over. She continued, "I also do not have a father or mother. As you refer to them, no paternal or maternal figure. However, the matron treated me with great kindness, just as the high priestess treats you. Now that she is gone, I wonder if she is saddened by my absence." Ultimately unable to hold back, a tear slipped down the side of Li Chaoyan's face, barely discernible in the pitch-black night. That tear did not escape Jiu's notice. He reached out with his other hand to catch it, his gaze momentarily unfocused. He did not fully comprehend all that Yan had just shared. In truth, many of the words she used were unfamiliar to him. Yet, a pang of sorrow coursed through him. This was the first time Li Chaoyan had confided so much about that world to him, and it was clear that the matron held great significance for her. His hand lingered on the side of Li Chaoyan's face, and he lost track of time, unsure how long she had been pouring out her heart. Ultimately, he found himself weary of the incessant chirping of the insects that filled the air. Li Chaoyan fell silent, gently closing her eyes as she drifted into a tranquil slumber, her visage serene and peaceful. Jiu rose to his feet, his arms effortlessly slipping beneath her neck and the bend of her knees, lifting her with the utmost care, as if she were the most precious treasure. He cradled Li Chaoyan tenderly as he moved forward, the silver-gray fabric of his attire shimmering with a glimmering luster under the moonlight. Li Chaoyan rubbed her sleepy eyes, seemingly puzzled about her surroundings, for the layout did not resemble a treehouse, and Jiu Jiu was absent. This realization prompted her to rise from the bed. And before she could properly put on her shoes, she heard a familiar voice from her memories, resonant and vibrant. Yen, have you awakened? It was none other than the enchanting Shirmu who had entered the room. Li Chaoyan was filled with a delightful surprise as she rushed towards Shirmu. Sister Mumu. Li Chaoyan had missed this distinctly charming beauty, especially since she was her first male friend in this foreign world. With swift reflexes, Shirmu expertly steadied Li Chaoyan, preventing her from tumbling directly into her arms. She furrowed her brow at the clumsy Li Chaoyan, reminding her to be cautious given her condition. Gently, she tapped Li Chaoyan's forehead with her finger, eliciting a playful smile from her. I haven't seen you in ages, Li Chaoyan exclaimed, playfully shaking Shirmu's arm. This endearing gesture brought a smile to Shirmu's face. As they settled down, however, Li Chaoyan's gaze kept drifting behind her. What are you looking at, little girl? I am right here, Shirmu teased, pointing to the table and casting a mischievous glance at Li Chaoyan. Li Chaoyan, undeterred by being caught, simply stuck out her tongue. I observed the little rascal. Li Chaoyan pondered that Shirxiu had not arrived, and the little one was also absent. Likely still encased within its shell. Indeed, some may perish, yet not entirely. Chapter 93, The Hatchling Emerges. Li Chaoyan and Shirmu engaged in a delightful conversation, reminiscing about the amusing events that had transpired recently. Shirmu also took the opportunity to enlighten her on various matters concerning pregnancy. Be cautious not to act so recklessly as before. You must take care of the little one in your womb, she advised. Furthermore, you ought to eat more. You seem rather undernourished. After speaking, Shirmu gently pinched Li Chaoyan's cheeks, which had noticeably lost their plumpness, no longer as easily pliable as before. Li Chaoyan puffed up her cheeks, pushing away the fingers that Shirmu had pressed against the side of her face. After his hand slipped away, he playfully poked her cheek once more before finally relinquishing his grasp. Li Chaoyan's eyes narrowed with a smile, and the breath she had been holding escaped her lips, enveloping her in an aura of youthful exuberance. Shirmu stared in awe, finally managing to utter, "Why do you still act like a little cub?" Having said that, Shirmu reached out to touch Li Chaoyan's belly, prompting her to shyly evade his advances. Li Chaoyan was giggling uncontrollably, exclaiming, "Oh, Mumu, that tickles." With a playful intent, Shirmu shifted direction, tickling her at her side, prompting Li Chaoyan to evade even more vigorously. The two were reveling in their merriment when the door swung open once more. Jiu Jiu entered, silhouetted against the light, quietly observing the frolicking pair with pursed lips. Shirmu halted, her expression turning somewhat awkward as she glanced at Jiu Jiu, who, seemingly oblivious to her discomfort, gently inquired, "Have you finished your conversation?" Li Chaoyan tidied her somewhat disheveled garments and nodded at Jiu Jiu. Jiu Jiu stepped forward, smoothing the unruly strands of hair atop her head, gently tilting Li Chaoyan's chin to encourage her to raise her gaze. Their eyes locked in a silent exchange. "Let us proceed to freshen up. You have yet to eat," Jiu Jiu remarked. Li Chaoyan blushed, initially believing that Jiu Jiu intended something else, only to realize he was calling her to wash up. She hurried outside to freshen up. Jiu Jiu glanced at the seated Shirmu, remaining silent, and the two exchanged no words. At last, it was Jiu Jiu who broke the silence. "Yen, you will be giving birth in a month. I kindly ask for your assistance then," he said, his tone imbued with a plea. Shirmu paused. Regarding the person he once had feelings for, now devoid of such emotions, he raised an eyebrow, indicating his agreement. "I regard Yen as my sister." Outside, the voice of a beastman pierced through, urgently calling for Shirmu. "Mu, Shirxiu sent me to summon you." The beastman leaned against the doorframe, panting, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, evidently having just run over. The cub will hatch in just a few days." Before Shirmu could fully comprehend the urgency of the situation, his expression shifted, and he strode purposefully outside. Upon returning from her wash, Li Chaoyan caught a glimpse of a golden figure darting past her. It was Shirmu, in his beast form. Li Chaoyan was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze filled with confusion as it turned towards Jiu Jiu. Jiu Jiu's expression was somewhat grave as he briefly remarked to Li Chaoyan, "Shirmu's offspring is about to hatch." The nearby beast men nodded in agreement. Li Chaoyan's pupils contracted in alarm, and she hurriedly beckoned to Jiu Jiu to head towards the Shirmu family. Jiu Jiu transformed and swiftly carried her away, leaving the communicating beast man to seek out Jiu Jiu. The arrival of a new cub in the tribe was a significant matter, and it was imperative to inform the high priest. Upon reaching the designated location, Li Chaoyan swiftly descended from the serpent's body and entered the dwelling alongside Jiu Jiu. The hatching of a youngling is a matter of great significance. A cracked shell signifies the survival of the offspring, while an unbroken one implies a bleak fate. Jiu had laid 4 eggs, one of which bore a slight fracture, wobbling precariously. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the diminutive egg. Shortly thereafter, Jiu hurriedly arrived, adjusting his slightly disheveled beard. His profound gaze was riveted on the unfolding event, and the hand that caressed the serpent's head on his staff revealed his underlying tension. At long last, through the persistent efforts of the hatchling, the pristine white shell developed a fissure, and a smooth, rounded little serpent's head cautiously emerged, its eyes still tightly shut. The tiny creature, adorned in pale yellow, made several attempts to wriggle free, yet the remnants of its shell hindered its endeavors. After numerous tries, the little serpent finally extricated itself and, guided by instinct, began to move toward Jiu. Trembling, she extended her palm toward it, and the serpent glided into her hand, affectionately nuzzling its small head against her. Li Chaoyan once harbored a profound fear of snakes. Although she has since conquered this trepidation, she gently caressed her abdomen, reminding herself that, regardless of circumstances, this is her child. The little snake is also the offspring of her and Jiu Jiu. Li Chaoyan ceased to ponder further and, alongside the others, fixed her gaze upon the remaining 3 serpent eggs upon the hide-covered bed, which had remained still for an extended period. The hatching of the Xian serpent eggs typically occurred in succession. If one hatched and a considerable time passed without the next, it was likely that it would not come to fruition. Generally, having even one surviving hatchling from a brood was considered fortunate. Otherwise, had there been several viable offspring, their Xian serpent clan would have long thrived, untroubled by the scarcity of young ones. Thus, witnessing this scene, the onlookers merely sighed softly, refraining from further comments. In a moment of solace, Li Chaoyan embraced Jiu, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears. She observed this resolute woman reveal a tender, vulnerable side for the first time before her, stirring a profound sense of melancholy within her heart. Jiu gently patted Jiu's shoulder, to which Jiu responded with a grateful glance, choosing not to elaborate further as he stepped forward to gather the remaining serpent eggs. Jiu let out a deep sigh and spoke with calm assurance. Let it be. Having one is indeed a blessing, and there will be more in the future. He looked towards Jiu and the others, saying, "You are still so young. Your focus should be on nurturing the little ones." The staff struck the ground with a resonating thud, echoing with gravitas, as Jiu turned to exit. One by one, the others also began to withdraw, granting the 2 individuals their space. Li Chaoyan and Jiu walked slowly back, with Li Chaoyan glancing sideways at Jiu, who was standing behind with his hands clasped behind his back. She anxiously touched her belly and inquired, "How many children will we have?" Jiu released his hands from behind him, fully aware that Li Chaoyan's concern extended beyond mere numbers. She feared for the survival of their offspring. He intertwined his fingers with hers, tracing a small circle in her palm with his pinky before gently resting his hand on her belly. With a reassuring smile, he said, "Do not fear. Have faith in our children." Li Chaoyan was soothed by his gentle, yet subtly seductive voice, her fluctuating heart finally finding its stead. In the blink of an eye, over half a month had passed. Jiu successfully transitioned into the role of high priest, with no objections from the clan. Now occupying this esteemed position, Jiu found himself exceedingly busy, sometimes scarcely able to sit for half a day. However, one unwavering routine remained. Every 2 hours, he would return to comfort the child growing within Li Chaoyan. Her belly had begun to swell noticeably, and with careful touch, one could feel a slight, round protrusion. As the time for childbirth approached, Li Chaoyan grew increasingly anxious. During this past month and a half, Bai Su had visited her once, and occasionally he would engage with Jiu, yet there was no news from Qi Yang, who was known for his clingy demeanor, nor any word from Qiyu. Li Chaoyan couldn't help but ponder whether she had inadvertently wounded Shi Yang's heart before their parting. Some individuals may have departed, yet their essence lingers on. Chapter 94. The birth of offspring. In recent days, Jiu frequently visited her, understanding that she might feel lonely without the company of Jiu. Now, Jiu had emerged from her sorrow, dedicating herself to nurturing the sole little snake. This little creature, named Xiu by Jiu, boasted delicate yellow scales and a petite body, with eyes of the same soft hue, growing increasingly endearing. Li Chaoyan also garnered the affection of Jiu, who would often entwine her wrist with his, creating the illusion to onlookers of a slightly thicker gold bracelet. Jiu would frequently visit her, always arriving with the intent of sharing a meal. Meanwhile, in regard to the affairs of Jisha and the nomadic beast tribe, Li Chaoyan had been contemplating the matter. During their last gathering, due to the multitude of voices, Shiryu refrained from elucidating the nature of the black smoke before the crowd. However, upon returning, he confided the secret to the high priest of the other two realms as well as to Jiu. Astonishingly, this black smoke appears to be linked to the malevolent deity that had vanished a millennium ago. Should this be the case, complications would surely arise. In recent days, Shiryu did not neglect to consult the beast god, but to his dismay, the deity remained unresponsive, further complicating matters. Fortunately, the succession ceremony for Jiu was successfully completed. In recent days, Li Chaoyan found herself lost in thought during her idle moments, oscillating between memories of Jisha, who had coldly leaned against the earthen wall as she was pushed toward a group of metallic beings by the Blood Princess, and the inexplicable black smoke. Not to mention the beast god. Her mind was nearing its limits. For days, Jiu Jiu had ceased to provide her with any task updates, often vanishing without a trace. Could it be that this troublesome Jiu Jiu had abandoned her? With a sense of desperation, she called out to Jiu Jiu once more, only to her surprise, received a reply. Jiu Jiu, pray tell, where have you been? Aren't you bound to me? How can you just disappear at will? After a brief silence, Jiu Jiu responded with a playful tone. I've accumulated quite a number of points, so a little excursion is not out of the question, right? Oh dear Yin Yin, let's not concern ourselves with where I've been. In a few days, you'll be giving birth. Would you like to exchange for a guide on how to prevent postpartum depression? Attention, new mothers. It's only 199, not 299. And certainly not 399, just 199. Tempting, isn't it? Li Chaoyan's expression remained stoic. It was clear that expecting anything profound from Jiu Jiu was futile. As for postpartum depression, she had a cheerful disposition, and it was something she would never entertain. Once Jiu Jiu received her special order, she fell silent, contemplating the current state of the beast world. The closer the delivery date approached, the more anxious Li Chaoyan became. This vibrant and radiant young woman had only witnessed childbirth and dramas, and now she was about to experience it herself, which left her feeling quite unsettled. In recent days, Shirmu had been visiting her with increasing frequency. After observing closely, she noted that Li Chaoyan's abdomen was smaller than hers had been at that stage, suggesting that her offspring were likely fewer in number, which should bode well. As the expected time of delivery arrived, Li Chaoyan was a bundle of nerves. While Shirmu had arrived well in advance, her demeanor serious. She instructed others, including Shirsu and Shiryu, to wait outside, and asked them to prepare hot water. In the past, females had given birth in cold water, but thanks to fire, that was no longer the case. With practiced ease, she directed Shirju to bring in a large wooden tub, filling it with warm water while advising him to constantly replace it to maintain the proper temperature. Then, she turned her attention to the visibly anxious Li Chaoyan, her vibrant face softening as she gently reassured her not to be afraid. Just exert yourself. The water will not cause you discomfort. She encouraged Li Chaoyan to remove her clothing. As her fair skin made contact with the warm water, she gradually submerged herself, finding some relief from her tension as the comforting warmth enveloped her. Clenching her fists, she felt a swirling sensation in her abdomen, biting her lower lip. Her complexion turned pale. Initially, she hadn't felt much, but now, the warmth of the water heightened her awareness, making her feel as if something was writhing within her, contracting rhythmically. Li Chaoyan could no longer contain herself, letting out a pained cry as a discernible bite mark appeared on her lower lip, which she then bit down on again. Shirju, visibly anxious, furrowed his brows and lowered his head, extending his hand towards Li Chaoyan's mouth, only to be met with her gentle shake of refusal. Her doe-like eyes shimmered with unshed tears. In a moment of desperation, Shirju pressed his hand against Li Chaoyan's arm, but was stopped by Shirmu, who shook her head at him. The weight in Li Chaoyan's lower abdomen intensified, prompting her to cast a pleading glance at Shirmu. She opened her mouth to breathe, but could not utter a sound. Shirmu shook her head and said, "This water is meant to assist you. The child must be born by yourself. Strain a little, and you will suffer less." She wiped the cold sweat from Li Chaoyan's brow with a piece of animal hide, causing Li Chaoyan to bite her lower lip harder, blood seeping from the wound. Feeling her mouth forcibly pried open, Shirmu offered her a small piece of clean hide to bite down on, then tested the water temperature before addressing Shirju. "We can change the water now." Shirju stumbled outside to fetch some freshly boiled water. After replacing the cold water with the newly prepared warm water, his movements were uncharacteristically clumsy, lacking his usual composure. Shirmu tested the water temperature, deeming it suitable. She continued to wipe the sweat from Li Chaoyan's forehead. softly encouraging her, and asked Jiu Jiu to assist in pressing Li Chaoyan's abdomen to expedite the child's arrival. Jiu Jiu's fingers trembled, a hint of panic flashing in his usually calm eyes, his lips quivering as he gently caressed her belly. "Come on, Yin, just a little more." Uncertain of how many basins of water had been changed or how many comforting words Jiu Jiu had uttered in a trembling voice, Li Chaoyan's consciousness began to fade. Finally, a fist-sized white egg slid into the water. "It's done, it's done." Jiu Jiu, his eyes bloodshot, grasped Li Chaoyan's hand, his gentleness already a distant memory. Cold sweat enveloped Li Chaoyan's face as she murmured, "There's another." Once again, a fist-sized white snake egg emerged. A ripple coursed through the tub before settling into silence. While the protagonist, Li Chaoyan, succumbed to exhaustion and fell into an unconscious state, Jiu Jiu took a nearby animal hide to wrap around Li Chaoyan's body, cradling her gently and laying her down on the fur bed. Shirmu, observing Jiu Jiu's silhouette, suddenly smiled. It was a revelation that this person could also appear so flustered. She cautiously lifted the white snake egg from the water and nestled it within another hide, then remarked with a teasing tone, "Little ones, your father beast pays you no heed. Only I remain." The chaos of tidying up ensued once more. When the mess was finally cleared, Jiu Jiu continued to sit beside Li Chaoyan, guarding her serene visage. He intermittently moistened her chapped lips with water, of course, mouth to mouth. For using a cup would only result in spills. The white egg lay to the side, yet he did not cast it a glance. His bloodshot eyes remained fixated on Li Chaoyan. Some had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 95, Confinement. The person on the bed let out a soft whimper, her eyelashes fluttering gently. The soreness in her waist and lower body stirred Li Chaoyan from her slumber, her misty eyes opening to a hazy world. Upon hearing the movement, the person beside her tightly grasped her hand, and once he saw her eyes flutter open, he released a breath of relief. He extended a hand to tenderly caress Li Chaoyan's pale face, his fingertips trembling. "Water." Li Chaoyan's voice emerged hoarsely, tinged with a rough edge. "Wait," Jiu Jiu said, rushing to the table to pour water. He propped up Li Chaoyan's upper body and slowly offered her a drink. She gulped several mouthfuls before feeling somewhat better. She declined Jiu Jiu's offer for more water, holding his hand and gazing at him with hopeful eyes. "Where are the little ones?" It was then that Jiu Jiu remembered the forgotten hatchlings beside